Introduction. Zorgo Khal, persecuted by a witch, is reborn with the soul of a knowledgeable being from another world who has mastered the intricacies of a song of ice and fire. With the mother of dragons, Daenerys, and her hatching dragons, he emerges from the ashes of a funeral pyre. Thus begins his journey as a king on horseback, now riding upon mighty dragons, traversing free trade city-states, the seven kingdoms of Westeros, the Wall of Despair, the land of eternal winter, and the continent of Essos beneath his feet. He is the father of dragons, possessing foresight of the past and future, his offspring capable of incinerating all. He commands submission, compelling witnesses to the might of dragons. Chapter 1. The Unburnt. In the damp expanse of the plains, the copper grasses swayed, billowing like the tumultuous waves of an angry sea under the gusty winds, racing towards the horizon. A group of almond-eyed men clad in colorful leather vests jestingly wielded blades that resembled a cross between swords and sickles, riding tall steeds to block the rolling waves of grass, encircling a solitary whiteman lion, and emitting a mocking howl that echoed like a wolf's, asserting their ferocity. Their robust physiques resembled bronze statues, adorned with long beards interwoven with silver rings, their raven hair braided, emanating an aura of fearlessness and savagery. Roar! The ferocious king of beasts bellowed, striving to break free, but repeatedly thwarted by the skilled horsemen brandishing their oddly shaped curved blades, leaving the beast no escape but to submit to the brutal contest orchestrated by these savages. The object of its wrath was merely a child of about 10 years, forcibly cast from horseback into the encircled fray, his hair tied in a short braid with a bell at its end, trembling as he clutched the curved blade with both hands. Faced with the snarling, advancing white lion, the child quivered under the suffocating pressure of the Beast King, retreating in terror and pleading, "No, no, father, I cannot do it. I cannot." Upon retreating to the side of a burly man with the longest beard and braids among the crowd, his body painted with claw-like colorful clay, radiating a leader's presence, a voice filled with frustration and urgency pierced the air. "Zorgo, you are my son, a child of the Khal, and once you grasp the arakh, you must advance fearlessly. Cowardice has no place in you. If you wish to become the mightiest Khal of the Dothraki Sea, you must bear its weight and emerge as a champion. Khalasar does not harbor cowards, though you wish to perish at my hands or in the jaws of the lion." Upon hearing this, the child named Zorgo turned to face his indifferent father, his small frame gradually ceasing to tremble, determination dawning upon his countenance. He realized he had no support left to survive. He must engage in battle with the beast. Unaware of his son's change in mindset, the Khal tightened the reins, his robust form swiftly leaning to the right, detaching from the saddle to position himself alongside the steed, using his right foot on the stirrup as a support for his weight, and then striking Zorgo's back with a heavy lash of the silver-handled whip. Propelled by the searing pain, Zorgo stumbled uncontrollably towards the ferocious beast. The white lion, initially intimidated by the Khal's previous display of dominance, hesitated but now found no deterrence in the child who had left the protection of his father. Its bloodthirsty desires were now fully unleashed. The distance between them narrowed. The lion sprang into action, its powerful legs propelling it forward as it opened its massive jaws to pounce on the frail human, aiming to crush his neck and extinguish his life. At that moment, the Khal swiftly unslung his enormous double-curved bow, knocking an arrow adorned with a weeping human face, pale as bone, aiming for the creature's vital forehead. Though he was harsh and cold towards his son, Zorgo was still his flesh and blood. However, the fallen child, unaware of his father's intentions, felt his heart constrict painfully, mistaking it as a means to prevent his retreat. The greater threat lay in the raging lion. Without further thought, Zorgo quickly turned to prepare for battle. The roaring wind and the encouragement of his kin faded into silence. All that resonated were the frantic beats of his heart. The lion's gaping maw expanded rapidly in his vision, the warm, fetid breath washing over him. At this life-or-death moment, Zorgo found no time for fear. Just as his father had demonstrated countless times, he summoned all his strength, raising the heavy curved blade high, targeting the lion's neck, and with a fierce swing from right to left, from above downward, he carved a silver arc through the air. As the lion tackled him to the ground, Zorgo's blade slipped from his grasp, embedding itself deeply into the rich, dark soil, and a crimson spray erupted forth, staining his face. Though the dying lion rested its teeth upon Zorgo's neck, its bite was feeble, causing only superficial wounds. Before the lion could draw its last breath, invigorated by the blood of the Beast King, Zorgo pushed it off, Rising to his feet, chin held high, casting a defiant gaze toward his father. Their eyes met, and the Khal's face broke into a smile of satisfaction, relaxing the taut bowstring, mirroring the unwinding tension in Zorgo's heart. Despite his loathing for his father's ruthlessness, the Dothraki spirit was inherently resolute. With a huff of indignation, Zorgo drew the curved blade, ready to fulfill the prematurely imposed rite of passage. When he donned the fearsome lion skin, it signified his coming of age at merely 10, marking his first adult gift. The lion's head formed a hood, concealing his diminutive braid, while the skin draped like a natural cloak from his shoulders to his heels, bestowing upon him an air of formidable authority. The thrill of slaying the lion ignited a sovereign spirit within Zorgo, and he spread his arms wide, tilting his face skyward, prepared to embrace the moment of glory that awaited him. At that very instant, he beheld a crimson comet slowly tracing the low eastern sky. It was a shade of blood, a hue of fire, trailing a long tail reminiscent of a dragon. Just as he was poised to share this extraordinary celestial phenomenon with his kin, a wave of terror washed over him. His father, the clan, and their steeds were suddenly engulfed in an inferno of ominous flames, as if besieged by dark messengers from the netherworld. This unforeseen calamity left Zorgo frozen in place, lost in confusion. Yet, this was merely the prologue. Soon, the copper grasses, unable to withstand the searing heat, ignited, rapidly spreading into a wildfire that devoured the damp fields, leaving only charred remnants. The steam, mingling with smoke, driven by the fierce winds, coalesced into a dragon-shaped tempest, absorbing debris and growing ever more powerful, culminating in a force capable of uprooting mountains like withered leaves. As the colossal storm loomed, threatening to engulf all in its path, Zorgo's instinct for survival surged stronger than before. He yearned to flee, but all avenues were sealed by the relentless flames, leaving him with no means of escape. Amidst his frantic despair, a voice emerged from his father, now unrecognizable from the burns. What he uttered, Zorgo only caught the initial phrases. Wait for the sun to rise in the west and set in the east. Wait for the seas to dry up, for mountains to fall like withered leaves, and for the unborn child to stir again. The king shall awaken. What followed? Zorgo could not discern, only faintly grasping a few words. Child, dragon, magic, heart tree, lake. The Khal closed his mouth, stripped of flesh, revealing only gleaming white teeth, and offered Zorgo a warm, blurry smile, tossing over the silver-handled whip, the bone bow, and arrows before mounting his fiery steed, soaring into the sky, radiating like the sun, ultimately descending into the distant east. Zhuge instinctively caught the bow and arrow, picked up the whip, and without a moment to mourn, rushed toward the path his father had carved out for him with utmost speed. As he traversed through the wall of flames, he inexplicably stepped into emptiness, as if plummeting into the abyss. Bang! Bang! Ouch! That hurts! Qin Lang's heart raced wildly, jolted awake from his dream, only to find himself deeply embedded in the red sand, the pungent aroma of fragrant oil and smoke filling his nostrils. Above, a fiery comet swept across the night sky, while all around him, fierce flames roared. What struck him with terror was not just the crackling of burning wood, but also a piercing female wail from nearby, sharp and high-pitched, filled with despair. In such a bizarre situation, Qin Lang struggled to rise, yet found himself utterly devoid of strength, his body feeling as if it were falling apart. At this moment, even the slightest movement of his head to observe his surroundings was a monumental effort as he sought the source of the mournful sounds. He saw no figures, only a high platform constructed from shrubs, tree trunks, and branches about 2 meters to his right, while further away, flames encircled the area, fueled by the same combustible materials. Realizing his predicament and the depth to which he was embedded in the sand, he understood that he must have fallen from that platform, and the scent of fragrant oil emanated from his body and the burning materials. What filled him with even greater dread was the transformation of his frail body, long tormented by illness, into one that resembled a muscular athlete. Moreover, a ghastly scar, gray and red, was clearly visible across his chest. Qin Lang was bewildered, his mind buzzing. He had been afflicted with a terminal illness, spinocerebellar ataxia, his bodily functions having deteriorated to the point of near helplessness. His family and doctors had relegated him to a hospital bed, merely allowing him to entertain himself with his phone. Recently, he had become enamored with a wildly popular television adaptation of the epic fantasy novel A Song of Ice and Fire, and as he pondered it by day, It invaded his dreams by night. Unbeknownst to him, he had drifted into sleep, finding himself in a dream that deviated so drastically from the plot, and now he was in a scene that seemed utterly detached from modern civilization. He had even undergone a transformation. His attire bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Dothraki from his dreams. In his dreams, he had embodied the youthful Zhuge, his thoughts and feelings vividly alive as if he had truly experienced them. And when he stepped into emptiness, he had indeed fallen, the incongruity palpable yet oddly fitting. But Qin Lang did not believe he was still in a dream, for the maddeningly genuine sensation of his skin, scorched by the heat, was far beyond what a dream could conjure. With the cries of despair surrounding him, he wished to call for help, yet his throat was parched and painful, rendering him mute. Lying in such a sweltering prison, not a single drop of sweat escaped him, which spoke volumes about the state of hydration in this unfamiliar body. The soft red sand might offer some respite from the searing heat, but his hands were immobile. No matter how he racked his brain, he remained helpless, resigned to lying there, awaiting death, hoping for a miracle. Suddenly, a frantic male voice shouted from beyond the wall of flames, "Your Majesty, the deceased is gone. Why are you so foolish? You wretched woman, come back. Come back to me." This almost curse-like cry and the barbarian's speech from his dream were in two entirely different languages, unlike any he knew from Earth. Yet he understood them as if they were his mother tongue. Where there is life, there is hope, but he could only silently lament his missed opportunity. Yet hope surged once more within him as he beheld a petite, exquisite woman with a face resembling that of an angel, her violet eyes gleaming like amethysts, and her skin as fair as snow. She emerged through the wall of flames like a phoenix reborn, cradling 3 oddly colored oval stones in her arms. With her arrival, a tempest arose, causing the flames to roar even higher. She was as wild as the ancients, her garments and silvery hair nearly consumed by the fire. Qin Lang was astounded. His heart nearly leapt to his throat. This is definitely not a film set after all. Which actor would dare to risk it all like this? As he watched, he noticed something miraculous. Apart from her hair, the rest of her body was untouched by the flames. Yet he had no time to ponder. His eyes widened, filled with anticipation, his mouth agape, unleashing a silent cry for life. So striking was he that the woman noticed him too, and she froze, her expression shifting from shock to astonishment as she rushed toward him. Upon reaching him, she knelt, releasing the strange stones, and enfolding Qin Lang tightly in her arms, she sobbed, "Oh, my sun and stars, why did you fall? You are not supposed to howl. How can you open your eyes again? But what does it matter now that you see? You are no longer you." Embraced by this enchanting beauty, Qin Lang felt no sense of indignity. Rather, he felt as though he might suffocate in her grasp. Only his head could move, and in utter discomfort, he bit down on her shoulder, desperately attempting to compel her to release him. However, instead of loosening her grip, she tightened it even more, murmuring frantically, "Zhuge, my blood is the blood of dragons, able to withstand the flames, allowing you to race through the night's realm unscathed by the fires of the Red Star. But you promised me you would take me across the black, salty waters to Westeros, gifting the 7 kingdoms and the Iron Throne to our son. Our son, Rigo, cannot wait for you to fulfill your promise. He has already gone to find you." Qin Lang sensed that her tone implied she regarded him, with his eyes open, as a living dead, and her words were rife with lines from Game of Thrones, even calling him Zhuge. Could it be? A sudden realization dawned upon him, piecing together the eerily familiar scene, leading to a nearly accurate hypothesis. But at this moment, it was crucial to push this madwoman away first. Thus, he bit down harder, tasting the salty, metallic flavor. The taste was far from pleasant, but Qin Lang, parched, found himself unable to resist the seemingly enchanted warm liquid that flowed from her, and he began to suckle eagerly. As the liquid filled his belly, spreading warmth throughout his body, he was astonished to feel the scorching heat receding inch by inch. Truly marvelous. Moreover, he felt an increase in strength, his lungs revitalized, allowing him to breathe more freely despite her tight embrace. As the life source was drawn from her in abundance, her sobs grew weaker, finally emitting a deep, uncomfortable groan. Hiss. Qin Lang's intoxication was abruptly shattered, and with a sound judgment, he reluctantly released her shoulder and instinctively asked, "You can't be the Dragonstone Princess, Daenerys Targaryen, can you?" With his throat finally soothed, his voice emerged. Upon hearing this, the woman trembled even more violently, her excitement palpable as she replied, "Oh, my sun and stars, you finally recognize me. Your soul has returned from the realm of night. Yes, I am your moon, your Khaleesi." Qin Lang began to tremble as well, muttering in disbelief, "No, no way, I can't have truly soul transfer, can I?" The woman looked puzzled. Soul transfer? Just as Qin Lang was about to delve deeper, a fierce gust of wind toppled the already precarious platform. In a split second, his instinct compelled him to embrace the woman, shielding her as he pressed down protectively. Boom! Both he and the three stones were buried beneath the searing debris. Fortunately, only lighter materials pressed upon him, causing minimal harm, and he felt no burning sensation, merely a sense of oppression. However, his already chaotic mind, akin to a bowl of mush, became even more disoriented with this sudden jolt. Fragments of memories, unfamiliar yet seemingly his own, surged into his consciousness like a torrential flood. All of them were tales of the legendary growth of the young Drogo in his dreams. This indescribable sensation of dizziness compelled Qin Lang to shut his eyes even tighter. In his hazy state, apart from sensing the increasingly powerful heartbeat beneath him, he vaguely heard a disconcerting crack sound akin to brittle eggshells breaking. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the embers finally extinguished and a chill enveloped him. Qin Lang was startled awake by the sound of footsteps, his previously bewildered gaze now clear as he released the woman beneath him and pushed himself up with determination. Ash and cinders cascaded from his body as he unsteadily glanced at the creature draped over his shoulder, resembling a lizard with bat-like wings, its eyes akin to pools of molten lava, and scales as dark as ink clouds, stained with slick blood, a bizarre beast. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the enchanting figure rising beside him, cradling two creatures that bore a striking resemblance to the one on his shoulder, one a mix of gray and gold, the other a blend of bronze and emerald. Surprisingly, Qin Lang felt no fear towards these beasts, as the one on his shoulder exuded a sense of familiarity. Yet, he understood that this connection to the creature was thanks to the enchanting woman beside him. He surveyed his surroundings, finding only charred wood and ashes, along with a few burnt bones. The footsteps belonged to a burly, middle-aged man, whose arms and chest were covered in coarse black hair, not conventionally handsome, but formidable. He had halted, his face a mask of astonishment. Behind him trailed three young men wielding weapons, leading a group of the old, weak, women, and children, their expressions mirroring his own. The balding man knelt on one knee, while the three young men stepped forward, respectfully placing a gilded curved sword, a silver-handled whip, a gleaming double-arc bow, and grayish-white arrows at Qin Lang's feet. Then, one by one, they knelt, their faces adorned with profound reverence as they chanted in unison, "Blood of my blood, blood of my blood." Embracing this adoration infused with Drogo's memories, Qin Lang looked down upon them, murmuring softly, "The past is but dust buried, I must live in the present, and from henceforth, the name Qin Lang shall hold no meaning." At this moment, a surge of dominance coursed through his mind. He clenched his fists, flexing his biceps and chest, and roared in response. "I am the Unburnt, the undefeated king upon the steed, the mightiest call over the Dothraki sea. Father of dragons, Drogo, the world of ice and fire, here I come." Upon hearing this, Daenerys hesitated momentarily, swallowing her bold proclamation that was on the tip of her tongue, her gaze fixated on the scalding creature in her embrace, a sweet smile gracing her lips. The three creatures, seemingly inspired by Drogo's fervor, unfurled their translucent wings, rhythmically beating the air around them, exhaling wisps of white smoke from their mouths and noses, emitting sharp cries of hiss, caw, to announce their arrival into the world. Chapter 2. The Majesty of a King. The night breeze was sharp, carrying the stench of decaying corpses that could not be masked by the scent of wine, occasionally brushing past Drogo, who sat alone on a low hill, lost in thought. Growing accustomed to it, he placed the gilded, curved sword, a gift from his father that had passed through many hands before returning to him, aside, while the double-arc bow remained strapped to his back, prepared for any potential threats, given the tumultuous times. Having indulged in fermented mare's milk sweeter than honey, paired with copious amounts of honey-glazed roasted meat, he felt physically revitalized, yet his spirit remained weary, ill-suited for the festive atmosphere. Below, the flickering torches illuminated the campsite, where the bonfire blazed, and the Khaleesars reveled in jubilance, celebrating his awakening and the birth of the dragons. On the surface, it appeared so, yet the tribe encircled Daenerys, singing and dancing, while the exiled knight Yura Mormont, unafraid of his wrath, called out to their queen, clearly establishing her as the focal point of the festivities. Reborn, Drogo exhibited considerably less ferocity, though discontent lingered within him. He did not scowl or brood. He understood that the Dothraki revered strength, and dragons symbolized destruction and boundless potential, with Daenerys as their mother. He was not the true heir of the dragon despite assimilating a significant essence of Daenerys' blood. The imperceptible aura of the true dragon remained faint. The three young dragons, in comparison to him and Daenerys, favored her. The rest were individuals who had endured a life of hardship, adept at navigating the winds of fortune. Witnessing the dragon's preference for Daenerys, they naturally directed their fervor towards her. Drogo was well aware of his wife's journey within the narrative and could foresee that as the dragons matured, this seemingly delicate yet resolute woman's ambitions would expand daily. Regardless, Drogo believed he was still the husband upon whom Daenerys could rely and the spiritual leader of the old, weak, women, and children. For now, Drogo did not wish to dwell on this matter. To experience life anew, even within a different body in this terrifying world, filled him with gratitude, for in his previous life, he had languished on a sickbed awaiting death. This life, rich with experiences, far surpassed the desolation of his past, making the present a guiding force. The notion of soul transmigration felt excessively mystical. He had no desire to ponder it. Instead, his thoughts were consumed by the question of why he had been reborn in a state akin to a living corpse. According to the prophecy of the burned which Miri Mazdur, he could only awaken when the sun rose in the west and set in the east, when the seas ran dry, and the mountains fell like dead leaves in the wind, and when Daenerys felt the stirrings of life within her womb once more. Believing in these four conditions for his awakening, even within this world brimming with supernatural beings such as dragons, giants, white walkers, shadowbinders, and shapeshifters, seemed a fanciful dream. However, the miracles that seemed almost impossible found a semblance of validation in dreams. The damp grasslands were consumed by raging flames, mountains were swept away like withered leaves by fierce winds, and his father, engulfed in eerie flames, rose and set like the sun, yet the final condition strayed too far from reality. In the mind of Xiaoga, it became evident that the hatching dragon had usurped the last condition. Is it truly because the conditions do not align that the true soul of Xiaoga has not returned, but instead, I have taken its place? Yet, regardless, this is merely a dream. Despite possessing the experience of 2 lifetimes, he felt utterly disconnected from reason. The part of the dream pertaining to the comingafage ceremony was one he had genuinely experienced, while the latter portion had never transpired. This was because Balba had met defeat in a tribal conflict during Xiaoga's 15th year, and the sense of honor led him, after a period of despondency and aimlessness, to vanish. Some said he ventured east of Ayasha to seek invincibility in the shadowy lands, while others claimed he rode alone into the womb lake of the holy city of Dothraki to cleanse his shame with his life. Xiaoga was well aware that his father's fate was uncertain, but he most certainly did not perish in the flames. After considerable confusion, Xiaoga chose to cast aside these perplexing questions that could potentially haunt him for a lifetime. He picked up the curved blade of Arakh and began to draw in the red earth before him, believing it prudent to first address the immediate predicament he faced. Though this place was merely the barren edge of the red earth wasteland, it lacked the essentials for survival and lay on the crucial route in and out of the great grasslands, making it unsuitable for long-term habitation, necessitating a migration. However, Zeog's warriors and herds had been taken away by his second-in-command, Bono, and Jocko, who had declared themselves as cows, leaving him feeling apprehensive and powerless. Moreover, his fall from his steed before the eyes of many symbolized the loss of his once invincible long braid, consumed by flames. As the mightiest horse lord, having lost these 2 elements, which were as vital as life itself in the eyes of the Dothraki, it was nearly impossible to recall his former comrades under the reign of a new king merely based on past prestige. Thus, his various paths forward had transformed into treacherous ventures. To the north lay the vast Dothraki Sea, where even a single Khalasar tribe could obliterate his nearly defenseless band. To the south awaited the Lazalan people, known as sheepmen, who were sworn enemies of the Dothraki, ready to engage in mortal combat. Should he venture southeast along the river towards Milan, Yuan-Kai, and Astapor, the free trade ports would likely lead him to an encounter with the treacherous Bono and his ilk, who had taken away thousands of slaves that rightfully belonged to him, intending to sell them at the slave bay to procure the necessities of life. Zhao gazed up at the comet that still roamed the sky, dominating half the night, obscuring the new moon, seemingly waiting for Daenerys and her dragons to follow its fiery trail. He pondered, must I follow the guidance of the weeping star into the terrifying and desolate red earth wasteland? Integrating the memories of this life, he realized the events were not vastly different from those in the Song of Ice and Fire. The deviations were merely a result of his resurrection. Zhao knew the path indicated by the comet. Barring any significant deviations from the narrative, the outcomes could be substantial. However, this path was that of the Mother of Dragons, Daenerys Targaryen's ascension, not his own. Even if he were to tread this path, he needed to bolster his confidence to face impending crises. In his past life, he was constrained by physical limitations. Despite grand aspirations, he was rendered powerless. In this life, he was a conqueror, more attuned to the world than the average person, unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Even if he had fallen from grace, he would not allow himself to be trampled upon. The young dragons, while not yet capable of instilling fear, could instead become targets for stronger foes. Yet, the resources at my disposal are insufficient to nurture them into warriors. It appears I must take risks. Just as Zhao contemplated his plans, a soft hissing sound emanated from ahead. He looked up to see Daenerys, having extricated herself from the throng, her arm cradling a lion pelt, 3 restless young dragons hanging from her, her face adorned with a maternal smile as she approached a low hill. She appeared reborn, like a phoenix emerging from flames, the signs of her previous wounds and weakness having vanished, her vitality enhanced by the presence of the dragons. Seeing her in such a state, Zhao could not help but privately marvel. Truly, she is the fabled heir of the dragons, a direct descendant of Aegon, the conqueror who swept across Westeros. Even I have benefited. Had such a miracle occurred in my past life, the coffins of those great scientific minds long gone would surely have been insufficient to contain their astonishment. When his gaze fell upon the striking white fur coat, his eyes brightened, and a strategic vision for expanding his influence materialized in his mind. Daenerys, noticing her husband, who remained imposing despite his loss of hair and beard, suddenly fell into contemplation, intensifying her already anxious heart. Her silver gold hair, emblematic of the Targaryen lineage, had been singed away by the flames, compelling her to don the lion pelt to conceal her imperfections. Yet, this pelt was made from the hide of a white lion Zhao had slain during his comingafage ceremony, holding considerable sentimental value for him. Would her unilateral decision provoke the ire of her husband, known for his peculiar temperament? Daenerys hesitated, then timidly asked, "My husband, may I wear this lion pelt?" Upon hearing this, Zhao realized he had drifted into thought and responded without hesitation, "Of course, my moon." This woman had borne a child for him and had been his companion in death. Compared to these bonds, he cared little for a mere gift that concealed her alluring form. Even if Daenerys had once smothered him with a pillow while he was in a death-like state. Yet, Zhao understood that in that moment of despair, Daenerys had acted out of necessity, compelled to do so for his dignity. Receiving his permission, Daenerys reclaimed the innocence and romanticism of a little girl, disregarding the 3 troublesome dragons, and rushed forward, ready to embrace him lovingly. However, Zhao raised his hand to stop the impulsive little sprite. "Wait, do not step on the words I have written." Daenerys shivered at his command, abruptly halting just at the edge of the script, her countenance tinged with grievance as she gazed at the strange characters illuminated by the comet's red glow, exclaiming in astonishment, "What is this writing? What does it mean? I cannot understand it at all." The characters Zhao had inscribed with his curved blade were profound Chinese characters. Though he would not disclose this to his wife, he could, however, share their content. He stood, speaking gently, "I promise to seize the Iron Throne for you, and I shall fulfill that promise." These are characters taught to me by a bard from the kingdom of Jiego I, inscribing the names of the principal regions of Westeros. Zhao pointed at the script, moving along as he introduced, "Look, the Riverlands, the Vale, the Iron Islands, the Westerlands, the Crownlands, the Stormlands, Dorne, the North and beyond." At this point in time, Robert Baratheon, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, had been mortally wounded by a wild boar and subsequently betrayed by Queen Cersei. As the hand of the king, Eddard Stark had also been executed on orders from the new king, Joffrey, and the drums of war had begun to echo between the North and King's Landing. Additionally, Robert's 2 brothers, the legitimate heirs to the Iron Throne, along with the Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands, were stirring restlessly, signaling the imminent outbreak of the War of the 5 Kings. Understanding all of this, Xiaoga was not inclined to merely wait, but was determined to seize the opportune moment, for he firmly believed that heroes emerge in times of chaos. Compared to the wild expanse of the Dothraki Sea, he yearned to shine in the bountiful and vibrant lands of Westeros. Drogo felt deeply that unless an unforeseen calamity struck, the current predicament would surely be surmounted, and preparation for the journey to the land of eternal summer could commence forthwith. Daenerys suddenly perceived that the barbarian before her was, in fact, quite learned, possessing a wealth of knowledge, albeit his aloof demeanor rendered him somewhat reticent. Her heart was set on honoring her late brother's wishes, avenging her father and brother, and reviving the glory of House Targaryen. With the promise of her husband's readiness, her eyes glistened with moisture, and her chin trembled slightly as she earnestly inquired, "With these 3 dragons at our side, I am certain we shall succeed. When shall we embark to seek ships to cross the Black Salt Sea?" Unbeknownst to her, while speaking casually, Drogo felt a pang of melancholy as he realized that in her heart, he was no longer her sole focus. She had 3 dragonlings to cherish as well. However, he masked his feelings, fearing to evoke Daenerys' sorrow over her departed son, Rhaego, and force a smile, saying, "I must make some preparations, and then follow the guidance of the Bloodied Star across the Red Waste to procure ships at the bay." Upon hearing this, Daenerys became impatient. Her curiosity piqued despite the treacherous unknown ahead. She asked, "What preparations?" Drogo, though no longer as taciturn as before, replied with an air of mystery, "You shall know in due time." Believing the man before her to still be the familiar, distant Khal, Daenerys refrained from pressing further, fearing to be a nuisance. Instead, she instinctively shifted the subject, saying, "I have selected some fresh horse meat, but the dragonlings refuse to eat. I wonder what could be the reason." Drogo understood the cause and enlightened her. The blood and flesh of dragons are forged from fire. They only consume cooked food. Daenerys found his explanation to be quite reasonable and mused, "I see. I shall try that shortly." Drogo assured her with a confident smile, "It will certainly work." Women's thoughts are often imbued with poetic imagery. Though the dragons were not adorable in the conventional sense, Daenerys had already conceived names for her dragonlings, yet she had become accustomed to being dominated by Drogo and sought his opinion first. "My lord, shall we not name the dragonlings?" Drogo found no surprise in this. These 3 creatures would become formidable allies in the future, deserving of careful consideration. After recalling the narrative imprinted in his mind, he playfully suggested, "Let the green one be named Rhaego in honor of your brother Rhaegar and our son Rhaego. The platinum one shall be called Viserion to commemorate your brother Viserys, who, despite his coldness, was still your brother. As for the black one, it shall be named Drogon, for I have already come to regard it as my child." As he anticipated, Daenerys was profoundly moved by his words, kneeling to place the dragonlings down, disregarding the lion pelt that fell to the ground, and, with a choked voice, she threw herself into his embrace, exclaiming, "Oh, my sun and stars, you illuminate and warm my heart." "Thank you." Drogo, towering at nearly 7 feet, found Daenerys, petite and delicate, pressing her lovely face against his sturdy abdomen, creating an amusing contrast reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast, which drew envy from those below. This woman, who shone brightly in the Game of Thrones, was tragically slain by the well-meaning Jon Snow, leaving him in deep sorrow for a long time. Now, blessed to embrace his goddess, Drogo poured forth his heartfelt devotion, gently caressing her bald head with his left hand. While raising his right hand to the heavens, he solemnly vowed, "I, Drogo, son of Balon, swear by the stars above, for the rest of my days, I shall protect Daenerys Targaryen with my very life." Upon hearing this, Daenerys shed the tears that had long threatened to spill over, wishing to transform her past sufferings into salty streams, ensuring that pearls would not fall lightly in the future. Such promises might seem trivial, and in another life would likely have been dismissed as mere flattery. But in this life, Drogo exuded undeniable charm, and being known for his cool demeanor, his ability to utter such tender words could undoubtedly move a woman deeply. Once her emotions had stabilized, Drogo gently released her, retrieved the lion pelt from the ground, and draped it over her shoulders, securing it with ties. He tenderly wiped away her tears and expressed with heartfelt sincerity, "You are truly beautiful. No star in the sky can compare. Yet, when you cry, it somewhat diminishes your allure." This statement, though surprising to the bald woman, was immensely gratifying. Her tears transformed into laughter, as radiant as dew-kissed blossoms in bloom. What a perfect example of how a smile can birth 100 charms. Drogo, entranced by her, found his resolve to undertake risks for her sake solidified, aiming to reclaim his former status. With a surge of masculine vigor, he swept Daenerys into his arms and called out to the gathered Khalasar below, "My blood of my blood, gather around." Those who had followed him for years, well aware of his domineering nature, immediately ceased their revelry and assembled at the edge of the low hill, gazing up at him with rapt attention, except for Yura, who, filled with jealousy, remained seated by the fire, nursing his drink. Drogo surveyed the crowd below, his brow furrowing deeply apart from his newly appointed blood riders, Ricaro, Aggo, and Jogo, who were competent fighters. The rest were merely liabilities. Even if you were to sell them as slaves, he doubted anyone would want them. Yet, he believed that every talent has its purpose, and he would ensure that everyone realized their potential. Daenerys relished his roughness, curling into the safety of his embrace, like a small kitten, and pressed her delicate face against his broad, solid chest, embodying a carefree spirit that captivated Drogo's heart, prompting him to hasten his directives. Tomorrow at dawn, the women shall harvest the brown, resilient demon grass, infusing it with oil to dry, then binding it to arrows. The men shall gather timber, constructing a sturdy fence around the hillock to withstand the charge of wild horses, and also fashioning a catapult capable of launching projectiles at least half a mile. The crowd below, largely comprised of his devoted admirers, accepted the orders without question, chanting in unison, "Yes, call." On the surface, his authority remained intact, and Drogo nodded in satisfaction, casting his gaze over the upright blood riders, finally settling on Jorah Mormont, the former Lord of Bear Island, who was wanted for slave trading by Lord Eddard Stark of the North. He spoke again, "Rest and gather strength for one day at dawn the day after tomorrow. Ricaro, Aggo, Jogo, and Jorah shall accompany me into the Dothraki Sea. Upon arrival, I shall assign one for another purpose, while the remaining 3 will accompany me to the Rainbow Grove." A furrowed brow of concern appeared on the serious faces of the Blood Riders, as they, being native Dothraki, understood the dangers that lay within the nearby Rainbow Grove, a human forbidden zone, where waist-high rainbow-hued grasses grew thickly, concealing the lair of the Dothraki Sea's fiercest beast, the Harpy, a white lion. Yet, they had sworn their lives to Daenerys, and since Drogo was their king, they thought little of it and declared their loyalty. "We shall obey the Khal's command, even if it costs us our lives." They dared not voice dissent, but Jorah was different. He served only Daenerys in this land. He lazily rose, emboldened by drink, and loudly proclaimed, "Call, to enter the Rainbow Grove with these few is to court death. I have no obligation to accompany you to your demise." Zogo was quite displeased with the single-minded man who had seemingly fallen for Dany, and naturally did not offer him any amiable countenance. With a half-hearted roar, he declared, "If you do not comply, I shall sever your head from your shoulders." Jorah, battle-hardened and inherently defiant, was well aware of Zogo's predicament. Thus his fear had significantly diminished. What right does a desperate, fallen horse lord have to command me? I heed only the queen's orders." Initially isolated and defenseless, Dany had developed an inexplicable flutter in her heart for Jorah, who had fought valiantly to protect her. However, with Zogo's resurrection, that flutter was buried deep within her heart, though it certainly did not signify a lack of concern for Jorah. Sensing the fierce rise and fall of her husband's chest, the taut muscles in motion caused her to worry for the once composed, exiled knight. In an effort to uphold Zogo's dignity, she interjected, "Sir Jorah, I am Khaleesi to Zogo. I submit to him, and you are beneath me. His word is absolute. You have drunk too much. Now go rest." A man destined to rely on women for survival. Jorah scoffed, forcefully smashing his wine cup into the campfire. Boom! The potent liquor ignited the flames, causing them to leap 3 feet higher, a clear indication of his seething jealousy. As Zogo had anticipated, Dany appeared to betray Jorah, and once she emerged unscathed from the flames, becoming the mother of dragons, Jorah began to harbor thoughts of her. Impudent! Ricaro bellowed, accompanied by 2 other blood riders, tightening their curved blades, ready to confront Jorah. "Let me handle this." Zogo intervened, setting aside a worried Dany, grasping his curved sword, and charging down the hill like a leopard. "Zogo, wait!" Dany exclaimed, unable to stop him, as she chased after him, her young dragons flapping their wings and waddling closely behind. Zogo was furious, but more concerned with maintaining his authority. Allowing an external knight to disrespect him would only sway more hearts towards Dany, making them believe she was the true sovereign. How could he command loyalty thereafter? Oblivious to the fact that he had begun to measure himself against Dany, Drogo pressed forward. The warlike Dothraki, witnessing the onset of battle, erupted into excited cheers. Jorah drew his long sword from its black leather sheath, assuming a defensive stance. Drogo charged like a small mountain. He was the most massive man Jorah had ever encountered, second only to Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, who had served the Lannisters. Yet Jorah firmly believed in his own strength, and emboldened by the effects of the wine, he felt no fear. After all, he was the man who had triumphed over numerous formidable opponents at the tournament hosted by Robert, ultimately claiming victory. Thus began the fierce clash between the once-honored knight of Westeros and the mightiest of the Dothraki. Blades collided, steel rang, and sparks flew. In the initial exchange, Jorah found himself at a disadvantage, feeling it tingle in his hands as he nearly lost his grip on the long sword, astonished by his opponent's extraordinary strength. Drogo, enormous yet agile, pressed his advantage. Before Jorah could regain his footing, Drogo executed a swift arc with his blade, aimed directly at Jorah's waist. Alarmed, the knight barely managed to deflect the lethal strike, but in doing so, his long sword was knocked from his grasp, flying several feet away. Startled, Jorah quickly rolled on the ground, retrieving his sword and awkwardly springing to his feet, quickly entering a defensive stance. Drogo, relentless, advanced with a countenance as cold as a bronze shield, intent on overwhelming his adversary with sheer force. His ferocious demeanor drew thunderous cheers from the Khalaisars, eager for bloodshed. Knowing he could not match his opponent's strength, the sobering Jorah opted for a more tactical approach, using his agility and swordsmanship to evade Drogo's assaults. Despite Drogo's formidable swordplay, he found no openings, leading them into a deadly dance, circling, leaping, and exchanging blows, the clang of their weapons echoing. The speed of their combat was such that Dany struggled to keep up with the unfolding scene, and realizing her inability to intervene, she, as a woman, felt compelled to watch anxiously from a distance. The young dragons, seemingly empathizing with their mother, wished to defend her, yet they were too small, only capable of emitting wisps of white smoke. The two warriors battled for dozens of exchanges, and ultimately, Jorah, fatigued and overpowered, succumbed. His long sword was once again knocked away, and the icy arakh was pressed against his throat. He closed his eyes, revealing a profound sense of despair. Drogo remained as formidable as ever, igniting the Khalaisars' fervor, who clamored for blood, shouting, "Kill him! Kill him!" Dany, on the other hand, held her breath, turning her face away, unwilling to witness the violence. However, Drogo astonished everyone by forcibly suppressing his rage, slowly withdrawing the blade from Jorah's neck, sparing his life, and coldly stating, "We depart the day after tomorrow." Jorah, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Noticing the peculiar turn of events, Dany turned her face, momentarily stunned. In her memory, her husband had never spared a rival who provoked him, yet he seemed to have changed, becoming gentler and more merciful after his resurrection. Drogo surveyed his kin with an unfamiliar gaze, plunged the curved blade into the earth, and then retrieved his bone bow, drawing an ashen arrow from his belt, knocking it onto the string, pulling it taut, and releasing it toward the chestnut old horse lying on the ground. Whoosh! The arrow struck the horse's hindquarters, blood gushing forth, causing it to thrash wildly and break free from its reins, galloping towards the vast grasslands. Since the crowd desired a spectacle of blood, Drogo obliged them. After a cold sweep of his gaze, he casually discarded the bone bow and strode toward the bewildered Dany, scooping her up without hesitation and hastily entering the tent. What transpired within remains known only to the young dragons, with bows in their mouths, staggered into the tent to witness. Chapter 3. Strange dreams. The eerie sound of whinnies, the swaying of a horse's tail, the viscous crimson blood, the rising dust. The shallow imprints of hooves on parched red earth, and the scattered brown grass collectively encapsulated the blurry and desolate dreamscape of Drogo, which continued to unfold endlessly. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, a starkly different sight finally emerged. Aside from heaps of smoldering embers, the most striking feature was the lifeless body of a man, his chest and abdomen crushed and throat severed, lying in repose with a tightly clenched curved dagger, the arakh, by his side. Drogo recognized this body. It belonged to his Karasa, part of Jaqo's caste troops, named Hwasu. The corpse was soon passed by, and the desolation reasserted itself as the blood began to congeal into a dark brown hue, the expansion of the scene slowing in tandem. As his vision shifted from a haze to clarity, the strange phenomena reemerged, a cluster of bronze-colored grass, seemingly bent and now rebounding, materialized in succession, and the image settled, with grass nearby and a stretch of dark red in the distance. Suddenly, a silver-striped serpent emerged, flicking its tongue as it slithered along the blood trail. Rearing up to strike. Ah! Startled awake from his slumber on the soft animal hide, Zhuge cried out, frightened by the serpent's fangs. The massive bone bow, suspended from the tent's support, was disturbed by the commotion, awakening a young dragon that had been resting like a parrot above, flapping its wings and letting out a cacophony of cries. Dany, nestled against him, opened her sleepy eyes and, raising her smooth head, anxiously inquired, "What's wrong, my lord?" Realizing it was merely a dream, Zhuge exhaled deeply, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and gently patted her shoulder, responding with lingering trepidation, "It's nothing. Just a nightmare." Dany regarded him with concern and let out a soft hum before resting her head back on Zhuge's reassuring chest, smacking her lips and closing her beautiful eyes once more. Sunlight streamed through the tent's seams, confirming the dawn had arrived. After a night's rest, Zhuge felt himself in a daze, his energy diminished compared to the previous day. He longed to lie in bed until the end of time, but as a Khal, it was not befitting of him to indulge in sloth. After a period of contemplation, he finally roused himself, gently placing Dany's small head upon a cashmere pillow, then rising to don a garment that felt more like a second skin. Observing his own exposed torso, and then glancing at Dany's self-proclaimed modest attire, he felt an unsettling discomfort. While it was important to embrace local customs, this was simply too uncivilized. It was clear that once stability was achieved, he must instill new ideologies among them. The young dragon, undoubtedly hyperactive, could not remain still once stirred, disrupting his peaceful dreams. Zhuge pointed at his slumbering wife, while gesturing for silence towards the young dragon. Shoo! Initially, he had not anticipated the young dragon would comply, but to his surprise, the three pairs of molten eyes turned towards the softly snoring Dany and obediently ceased their commotion. Feeling a pang of jealousy at such consideration for their mother, Zhuge resolved to embrace them with a fatherly warmth to garner their affection. The young dragon did not resist his hand, however. Its claws clutched the bone bough with an iron grip, unwilling to part with it under any circumstances. One could not be too forceful, for this was the most perilous of creatures. After all, even a domesticated dog might turn on its master if its tail were inadvertently stepped upon. Feeling somewhat defeated, Zhuge had no choice but to relent. Observing the young dragon freed from its bindings, affectionately nuzzling its head against the bough, he became certain of the bough's composition. If the dragon was so attached to it, then his father had not deceived him. This bough was indeed crafted from dragon bone and sinew. Yet, with dragons being exceedingly rare since ancient times, where had he procured it? As he contemplated this, Zhuge could not help but think of his father, Balba. Though he was often stern and distant, it was his rigorous teachings that had shaped Zhuge into the formidable Khal he had become. It was rumored that one of the potential fates of his father was in the Shadowlands east of Ashar, a place where legends spoke of the first dragons originating from. Moreover, the 3 dragon eggs bestowed upon Dany by Governor Illyrio Mopatus of Pentos were likely acquired from that very realm. If the Shadowlands bore traces of dragons, it was plausible that the materials for his father's bone bough had been sourced from there. If there was a chance that his father had ventured to Ashar, then perhaps he had not perished but had indeed journeyed there. The unbreakable bond of kinship stirred in Zhuge's thoughts, leading him to a quiet resolution. It seemed he would have the opportunity to visit the Shadowlands. With his long braids and beard shorn away, saving him the time of grooming, the refined Zhuge emerged from his tent for the first time in under an hour. As he lifted the fabric curtain, he was greeted by Dany's 3 handmaidens, who stood at the exit holding basins and towels. The Dothraki women, Illy and Jiki, with their almond-shaped eyes, dark hair, and tan skin, alongside the fair-haired, blue-eyed girl, Doria, promptly bowed in respect, addressing him as Khal. Zhuge feigned aloofness, nodding slightly and grunting in acknowledgement, as if to recognize their presence. Dany's people were, in essence, his own, and these 3 attended to his daily ablutions. The previous night, Dany had suggested they all share a bed, but the forward-thinking Zhuge had firmly declined, for he felt pity for these women, who resembled mere shadows of themselves. Their height made it challenging for them to assist him with washing his face, and yet, the luxurious life of an emperor must be savored. To do it himself would surely bring tears to the eyes of these beautiful women, so deeply ingrained with antiquated notions. However, with no convenient seating nearby, and unwilling to disturb Dany, who had toiled late into the night, Zhuge chose to unceremoniously plop down on the ground. Yawning, he instructed, "Come on, I beg your assistance." The politeness and casualness with which he spoke was a first for Doria and the others, leaving them momentarily stunned. To avoid water splashing into his eyes, Zhuge closed them for a few minutes, but when he sensed no movement, he opened them to find the three women frozen in place, perplexed. "What is it, my lovely ladies? Wash." His tone bore an unfortunate resemblance to that of a lecherous man seeking pleasure in dark alleys. Illy and the others found their perceptions of the usually aloof Khal utterly transformed, unable to believe he could be so frivolous. They hastily began to attend to him. Trembling with uncertainty, Zhuge sensed their palpable fear, yet he could not fathom the precise cause behind it. Nevertheless, he pondered, is the impending shadow of death that approaches you truly so terrifying? According to the narrative's trajectory, these three delicate flowers, ravaged by the world's corruption, had little time left to flourish. Did he possess the capability to defy destiny and alter their fates? Perhaps he did, for he, a once-deceased soul, had returned to life. A sudden thought struck him. What if he were to use them as subjects for experimentation? If they were to perish, it would suggest that their fates were inescapably predetermined, merely manifesting in another form of demise. Conversely, if they survived, he would gain the confidence to shatter the chains of fate and assert his presence in the game of power. In times past, Zhuge was capricious and tempestuous. After the three maidens, their spirits nearly extinguished, completed their tasks, they hesitated momentarily before timidly interrupting his reverie. All right, Khal." Zhuge pinched his chin and gazed at the copper mirror held by Ji Qi, finding satisfaction in the chilling visage that, even to himself, appeared fearsome when smiling. Rising to his feet, he instinctively uttered a word of gratitude, influenced by his previous life. Observing Ma Wang as she performed simple stretching exercises, expanding her chest and twisting her hips, the three maidens exchanged incredulous and awkward glances. Upon reaching the flat ground where the previous night's revelry had taken place, Zhuge beheld a scene of bustling activity. Not a single individual was idle. All were diligently following his commands, including Jorla Molman, who had once fought him fiercely. This was a positive sign. As he strolled among them, hands clasped behind his back, Karasa immediately halted her work, bowing respectfully. "Khal." Zhuge amused to himself. "It seems my authority has not waned in their eyes. They now merely revere an additional figure, the Dragon Queen." With this thought occupying his mind, he fixed his gaze upon Jorla, who was vigorously hammering stakes into the ground. Sensing Zhuge's presence, Jorla did not shy away. Instead, he set down his hammer and approached, bowing deeply with a hint of unease. "Khal, please forgive my ignorance." Judging by the intricacies of power dynamics, Zhuge perceived that this man could be an exceptionally loyal subordinate, even more devoted than a household dog. Furthermore, with him present, Jorla would surely harbor only the desire for ambition without the audacity to act against Daenerys. Hence, there was no apparent reason to be at odds with him. Feigning camaraderie, Zhuge patted his shoulder and remarked, "Ignorance is no fault. Continue with your tasks, and ensure a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, we shall partake in an exhilarating game of stealth." Jorla, perplexed, instinctively inquired, "Stealth?" Zhuge responded with a playful smile. Relishing the notion, "We shall steal a lion cub. Surely, we must evade the pride and race against them, no?" This was akin to extracting a tooth from a lion's mouth, and it was not merely one ferocious beast they would confront. For the location of their endeavor was in the realm of rainbows. Jorla was utterly astonished by his audacious and reckless idea, his very soul trembling at the foreboding vision of being torn apart by several white lions, leaving not even bones behind. As he watched Zhuge, who remained unfazed and continued to shift his attention elsewhere, the exiled knight felt that perhaps he should seize the night to escape. Not only did he harbor such thoughts, but when Jorah observed the madman conversing with the bloodsworn, he noticed that the usually fearless trio, akin to moths drawn to a flame, had turned pale. From their expressions, Zargo could surmise their unvoiced fears. Yet, amidst this perilous situation, he believed that by dawn, he would see his weary companions, marked by dark circles under their eyes. Standing dazed for a prolonged moment, Jorah's gaze inadvertently fixated on Daenerys, who approached Zargo gracefully, flanked by her attendants. His furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and an involuntary smile crept upon his lips. The desolation of the land had forced their kin to venture far and take risks to procure barely adequate timber, which they transported using dismantled carts. Zargo instructed Karasa, in charge of constructing the enclosure, to leave a small gate on the northern side for horses to pass through, one that could both open and close. The trebuchet was to be positioned at the center of the small hill, aimed towards the north. Though the group numbered over 100, predominantly elderly, women, and children, their collective strength was formidable. Before sunset, They had completed the sturdy high fence surrounding the hill, along with a rudimentary yet functional trebuchet and 3 bundles of arrows, each the width of a waist. Zargo directed his people to securely seal all jars of scented oil and place them alongside the 2 bundles of arrows next to the trebuchet, thus fulfilling his assigned tasks. To reward those he had previously deemed inconsequential, he organized another bonfire feast, ignoring the dwindling supplies of food and drink. He instructed Karasa to reserve only enough for 3 days, allowing the rest to be consumed freely. Zargo pondered that this might be the last supper for many, so they should indulge until they were sated. Despite his lackluster spirit, he declined the heartfelt offers from his kin, tasting not a drop of alcohol, instead sharing roasted meat and mare's milk with the young dragon, which moved like a serpent. After a hearty meal, he eagerly lifted Daenerys and dashed into the tent. This night's dreams would not be bleak. Apart from the swaying tail and the soft whinnies, there was an extraordinary vitality. In the crimson twilight, vibrant hues of bronze, lemon, indigo, blue, and orange painted the lush wild grasses. As the light shifted from a rosy glow to a muted yellow, a chestnut foal leaned in, its eyes shimmering with sorrow, licking the blood clots clinging to its tail. At that moment, a wounded horse collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the foal wailed in despair. Suddenly, the view shifted upwards, revealing a face that ignited Zargo's fury, his former foe, the traitor Jocko. Ah, the fishbeam wood. Etched with a weeping human visage, this was Zargo's arrow. Yet, he had become a living death. Could it be that his woman wished to declare war, sending a message via the old horse adorned with the wooden arrow? If she so yearned to journey to Westeros and become a Dothraki, then he would grant her wish. But she must first be his wife for a few days. Jocko wore a face of eager anticipation as he turned his head and shouted mockingly into the distance. Margot, take 200 warriors and ride the swiftest horses to the red earth wastes to fetch our Khaleesi with great ceremony. Margot was well acquainted with Zargo, rumored to have become Jaqo's blood alliance guard. My son and stars, it is time to awaken. At the sound of that familiar, melodious voice, Zargo groggily opened his eyes, realizing he had once again experienced a peculiar dream, with Dany's softly parted lips whispering tenderly in his ear. Chapter 4. The blade that illuminates the night. His mental state had deteriorated significantly since yesterday, and a sharp pain throbbed in his head. Zargo felt certain something was amiss, as though he had been gazing at the world with wide-open eyes for 3 consecutive days and nights. He sought to identify the source of his ailment. Yet crucial figures like the healer were not left behind by Jocko and Bono, who were wise enough to take them along. Thus, he was left to endure in silence. To spare his wife from worry, Zargo refrained from sharing the dire situation with her, even withholding the specific reasons for venturing into the Rainbow Lands. Apart from the Blood Alliance guards in Jorah, he confided in no one, as he knew Dany would be of no assistance and would only add to his troubles with her imagined, tender concerns. The resolute Zargo rubbed his temples and donned a colorful leather vest. After receiving Dany's permission, he took the perfumed lion pelt she had worn for only a day and draped it over his shoulders. The Rainbow Lands were the territory of the White Lions, and wearing the pelt might provide a modicum of camouflage. However, he deemed it a last resort, knowing those fierce beasts were particularly sensitive to human scent. Yet, Zargo possessed a method to mask his presence, though he was uncertain of its efficacy, having once slaughtered a white lion. After securing his curved blade, he enlisted Dany's help to carry the young dragon perched on the bone bough, slinging the bough across his back. He then summoned Jichi and the others to present a few tokens of respect, ensuring he was adequately prepared. Before departing, Zargo placed both hands on his wife's shoulders and earnestly instructed, "You are Khaleesi. After I leave, take your dragon and your people, and follow the guidance of the Weeping Star deep into the red earth wastes. Remember, do not look back." Dany, who firmly believed her husband, who often danced on the brink of life and death, was invincible, still felt a twinge of unease. "My son and stars, what about you?" Zargo replied softly, "My moon. I shall catch up with you once the task is accomplished." This man harbored too many burdens within him. Though she loved him dearly, Dany questioned her understanding of him. Facing an unknown number of ferocious beasts, Zargo felt uncertain about this venture and the risks of a successful escape. Yet he knew that to avoid a life of mere survival, such measures were necessary. With only 3 days' worth of rations left, it meant he would have to take decisive action to spur himself and motivate those who accompanied him. He lives, allowing others to enjoy a semblance of comfort before their demise. He dies, and unless by some miracle, Daenerys and her companions may scarcely hope to reach the City of Bones in the Red Wasteland. Perhaps his decisions are misguided, yet this world, where the strong prey upon the weak, is inherently unjust. Is it selfishness that drives him, With all these preparations merely a means to reclaim a status of supremacy from the past, Drogo does not hold himself in reproach. Born amidst blood and grass, he is a man of great ambition, showing little sentimentality in the face of life and death. He merely places a gentle kiss upon his wife's forehead before turning to exit the tent. Drogo's love for his wife is not lacking. Rather, he has grown accustomed to a life steeped in peril. Ignoring the young dragon still unsteady on its feet, Daenerys hastily lifts her skirts to follow. As she draws back the tent flap, Drogo beholds the gathered Khalaisars outside, Ser Jorah and the Blood Riders at the forefront, leading the finest horses available. Observing them closely, he experiences a poignant sense of dislocation. In a life dominated by warfare, he has seldom witnessed such a desolate scene. Only 4 can take to the battlefield, and the mounts available are but sickly and aged. Once, he commanded such grandeur. With a mere wave of his hand, the glint of his blade would pierce the night, and the sound of hooves would echo across the Dothraki sea, with thousands of valiant warriors surging forth like a mighty tide. Over 100 pairs of eyes await him, eager for his words. Towering above them, he gazes down at the faces filled with confusion, his confidence waning, his throat tight. He wonders within, what should I say? Just then, Daenerys steps beside him, her face flushed, an expression of eagerness upon her features. Entrusted for the first time with a momentous task, her heart swells with fervor, and the words surge forth. Blood of my blood, your esteemed Khal Drogo shall fight for better living conditions for you. The dangers of death are great, but we can only bless these brave souls. I will lead you in the footsteps of the blood-soaked star towards the bountiful lands of sunset for a better life. Will you follow me? Her impassioned speech ignites the fervor of the Khalaisars, regardless of gender, as they raise their arms in a unified cheer. Khaleesi, Khaleesi, Mother of Dragons. Observing the growing clarity in his wife's rapture, Drogo feels a tumult of emotions. Her regal spirit appears to be taking form. Moreover, he senses that Daenerys may have grasped the purpose of his journey. Perhaps she inquired of Jorah while he was lost in dreams, seeking answers out of love? Or has her regard for him diminished, eclipsed by the potential of the young dragon? Perhaps it is a combination of both. Reluctant to intrude upon her moment of glory, Drogo silently approaches the red-maned steed that Regal has prepared for him. Steadying himself in the stirrup, he mounts the horse, retrieving the silver-handled whip from the saddle. And with a sharp tug and a commanding shout, he spurs the steed forward. The paint-stricken horse gallops forth towards the narrow passage leading into the vast grasslands. Farewell, your majesty. With tenderness in her eyes, Jorah whispered her farewells, tightening the reins to redirect her steed, galloping alongside the 3 Blood Alliance warriors in pursuit of Drogo, who was swiftly distancing himself. Just as their figures were on the verge of vanishing, the Khalaisars ceased their clamor, joining Daenerys in bidding farewell to their departing king. Though her gaze was fixed on the horizon, Daenerys' mind lingered on the exhilarating sensation that had recently enveloped her. Remaining stationary for an extended moment, her emotions did not settle. Rather, they intensified, for the thrill of commanding such a legion was utterly captivating. Feeling unsatisfied, Daenerys issued another command. My people, within an hour, gather the tents and prepare your belongings. We shall venture deeper into the Red Waste. Yes, Khaleesi. The Khalaisars responded in unison, dispersing quickly to attend to their tasks. Breaking tradition, she unshackled the bonds of slavery, championing equality beneath one sovereign, and performing such a transformative act of kindness rightfully garnered her the affection of the marginalized. I need not dwell on it further. Drogo's mind was tumultuous as he struggled to convince himself, relentlessly whipping his steed to accelerate, attempting to drown out the cacophony of thoughts racing through his mind. Alas, it was the old horse that suffered, pushing its limits to gallop forth. To Jorah and the others, who lagged far behind, Drogo, clad in a lion's pelt, resembled a frenzied beast. Now was not the time to disturb him. Moreover, those bearing heavier burdens could not catch up. Fortunately, the path leading to the vast grass sea was well known to the Blood Alliance warriors, ensuring they would not lose their way. Ultimately, the frailty of age took its toll. Before noon, the old horse was utterly exhausted, no matter how fiercely Drogo lashed it. It whinnied in protest, stubbornly refusing to move. Jorah was the first to catch up, daring to advise, Horse Lord, let us rest for a moment. If we continue at this pace, our old companions will surely collapse. The Dothraki, a nomadic and warrior people, excelled in archery and horsemanship. Horses were their lifeline across the vast grasslands and their trusted companions. Upon hearing Jorah's astute observation, Drogo, once the mightiest horse lord, had a sudden realization. Instead of responding with anger, he heeded the suggestion. dismounting and securing the reins around a large rock before sitting down heavily upon the ground. Ser Jorah followed suit, retrieving a water skin from his saddlebag, which contained the remnants of honeyed wine from the previous night. He took a few sips before offering it to Drogo. Beneath the scorching sun, clad in heavy garments, Drogo was parched and, disregarding the potential impact on his already fragile mental state, accepted the water skin, gulping down a generous swig. As the effects of the alcohol coursed through him, he felt a sharp pain in his head akin to being pricked by needles, but it seemed to alleviate somewhat. Could this be the so-called remedy of poison against poison? Inspired, Drogo, having restrained himself for too long, reclaimed his former capacity and downed the entire contents of the water skin in one go, leaving Jorah astonished, quietly marveling at this man who, as the leader of the savages, behaved with a far more extravagant spirit than those beneath him. However, if Jorah's thoughts were to reach Drogo, he would undoubtedly scoff, for in his rebirth, he embodies the essence of a civilized man. The Bloodsworn had arrived, and as the three weary figures dismounted, a profound sense of relief washed over them. They eagerly retrieved their provisions of water and jerky, indulging in hearty bites. After a brief moment of savoring the spirits, Drogo felt the throbbing headache dissipate, although a foggier haze enveloped his mind. This was a welcome change. However, the accumulated fatigue from the past few days suddenly overwhelmed him, rendering his eyelids heavy as if burdened by the weight of the holy city of Vistadrak. He could no longer resist the pull of slumber, and with a tilt of his head, he succumbed to a deep sleep, soon accompanied by the thunderous sound of his snoring. Such indulgence elicited no complaints from the others, for they too yearned for a moment of respite. Time meandered slowly, and Drogo slumbered for over 3 hours. Given his condition, it would not have been surprising had he slept for an entire day and night. Yet, unaccustomed to napping, he did not let it interfere with pressing matters. This time, he did not enter that peculiar dreamscape, awakening with a clearer mind and having discovered a remedy for his ailment, intoxicating himself with honeyed wine. Drogo led the 4 companions back onto their steeds, resuming their journey. This time, Lakaro and the others were spared the torment of jarring jolts, for Khal had regained his sanity and moved at a steady pace. Silence enveloped them, and before they realized it, the sun had been swallowed by the western hills, and the stars began to twinkle faintly, winking at their party. The blood star had vanished, and Drogo surmised that Daenerys had taken action, hastening to guide them, heralding the return of the dragon with a comet that faded into the twilight. The terrain was desolate, devoid of peril. Yet Drogo's sense of caution gradually intensified as he spotted distinct hoofprints and dried blood on the path ahead. The tracks and stains remained unblemished by wind and sand, indicating that someone had recently ridden through this area. Stay vigilant, Drogo cautioned solemnly. After all, they were dealing with desperate fugitives, and soon, the others too recognized the oddities, their expressions growing increasingly grave. After advancing cautiously for another hour beneath the moonlight, they discerned a figure not far away. As Drogo approached, he was horrified to discover a lifeless body, throat slashed, sprawled amidst the remnants of extinguished campfires. The group was struck with shock, particularly Drogo, for he recognized the man wielding the curved arakh, Hasur, who had appeared in his dreams the previous night. Chapter 5. The shapeshifter Hasur's neck bore the marks of an indentation, clearly trampled by horses. Drogo, attentive to the minutiae, felt an eerie sense of his nightmarish visions bleeding into reality, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with dread. The blood flies hovered around the corpse, yet the features remained discernible, leading Ago to conclude that Jocko and his companions had camped here. Their destination was undoubtedly Vistadrak, where they intended to pay homage to the god of horses on Mother Mountain, honoring the heroic spirits above, and formally crowning themselves as cows. The hoofprints and bloodstains must have originated from their company. Both Jorah and Lakaro, along with Jogo, entirely concurred with this assessment, for this was the most advantageous route to the Great Grass Sea, flat, with a broad view, allowing for early detection and prevention of any looming dangers. After Drogo's followers disbanded, several marauders divided his possessions, and Jocko opted for livestock rather than slaves, rendering it implausible for him to journey alongside his rival, Bono, to the slave bay. Furthermore, Hoso was a newly appointed Bloodsworn, devoted to Jocko, and his death here, regardless of the cause, would suffice to confirm their presence in this locale. In Ago's mind, the treacherous and cruel Jocko, as the undisputed Horse King, would undoubtedly host a lavish feast to win the hearts of his followers. According to the ancient Dothraki tradition, bloodshed during such occasions is an ominous sign, a token of disfavor from the heavens. Thus, the presence of bloodstains was entirely expected. The signs of revelry were apparent, and he felt confident in his deductions. He concurred with the first perspective of the Bloodsworn, yet he was less convinced by the second. Employing the superhuman reasoning acquired over 2 lifetimes, he pondered that the bloodstains observed along the way, along with the hoofprints seemingly made by a single horse, were likely left by the chestnut stallion he had shot, rather than Hoso, who had perished here, along with their horses. A fog that had troubled him for several days began to lift, yet Drogo felt an unsettling chill, for the situation was exceedingly peculiar. Such an oddity might be met with skepticism, and he chose to remain silent, urging his steed onward. Jocko had long departed, and feeling no threat. Yora and the others ceased their meticulous search, focusing instead on following the cows, their eyes fixed ahead, silently calculating the distance to the horizon where the grass was beginning to appear. Unlike them, Drogo remained troubled, needing verification. He kept his gaze fixed on the hoofprints and bloodstains on the parched red earth, his grip on the reins firm to prevent the aging horse from straying. Before long, the horses grew restless as they approached the expansive, majestic edge of the great grass sea. Stationed in the arid red plains, they had been forced to graze on the dry, unpalatable demon grass. Now, before them lay a feast of fresh, delectable fodder. How could the horses not rejoice? They were indeed excited, yet the group, returning to a long-lost haven, felt no elation, for the dreaded Rainbow Land was not far ahead. Among them, one individual had a different agenda in mind. Drogo knew not what it entailed, but it was certainly not a favorable matter. The 4 watched anxiously as cows dismounted and ventured into a grassy nest that seemed shaped by the weight of some creature. With a grave expression, Drogo analyzed the scene with keen insight, believing that this discernible outline of a grass nest was likely formed by an adult horse resting here. As he gazed upon the clearer hoofprints imprinted in the soft, dark soil, his eyes were drawn to a grass path that had been pressed open, leading into the distance. He was convinced that the chestnut-colored steed had endured pain and taken a brief respite here. Bathed in the luminous glow of the moonlight, he casually scanned the surroundings and discovered a few half-dead bronze grasses, clinging to the ground and stained with dark brown blood, alongside a fragment of translucent silver-scaled snake skin. Drogon was struck with astonishment, bending down. He extended his slightly trembling right hand to tear off a bloody blade of grass and brought it to his nose for a sniff. As a member of a horse-riding tribe, he was particularly attuned to the distinction between human blood and horse blood, and within moments, he was assured. Indeed, this was equine blood. Discarding the severed grass, he picked up the snake's skin and rubbed it between his fingers, deducing that it belonged to a shadow snake. The sights and sounds of the path he began to observe were eerily reminiscent of a dream, prompting Drogon to question the nature of his reality. Was this not a dream, but rather something he witnessed firsthand while lying on the red earth of the plains? Yet, his eyes were undeniably weary. Could it be the arrow? The arrow embedded in the haunch of the chestnut steed possessed a particular uniqueness. As its material was scarce in the continent of Essos, only occasionally found in the densely wooded regions of Westeros. And the shaft was intricately carved with a face weeping blood, its eyes disproportionately large. The Dothraki were naturally skilled archers, with arrows being plentiful for them. Had it not been for Baelberth advising Drogon that this wooden arrow was a relic of his mother, he would have long since used it to shoot at foes or carelessly discarded it. Though he heeded his father's counsel to keep the wooden arrow close, he did not place much significance on it, as he knew little of his mother. Her identity, appearance, or name remained a mystery. In truth, not only he, but the entire Khalasar was unaware. The Dothraki were essentially beasts cloaked in human skin, prone to extreme emotional displays, and Baelberth, reluctant to bring it up, ensured that no one cared. Fortunately, as Baelberth's only son, Drogon was spared the label of a bastard and rightfully became the Khal, the rightful heir. With a wild disposition from a young age, Drogon, in a fit of impulsiveness, had once shot the wooden arrow at the old horse, neglecting the act afterward. It was only at this moment, confronted by the focal point of his strange dream, that he began to trace the threads of understanding. Had the former Drogon faced such a situation, he would have undoubtedly been bewildered, perhaps lost in confusion for a lifetime. However, reborn, he drew upon the knowledge gleaned from the A Song of Ice and Fire he had read in his previous life to unravel the enigma, swiftly gaining insight. He understood that in this world, certain extraordinary individuals possessed the ability to enter the minds of specific animals, manipulating their actions and perceiving the world through their eyes. Due to widespread misconceptions that they could physically transform into animals, they were inaccurately labeled as shapeshifters. For shapeshifters, a pre-existing emotional bond between the entities involved facilitated the process, such as a deep affection and trust from a beloved canine toward a human. Among these shapeshifters, the most powerful could commune with the weirwood trees, possessing the ability to glimpse the past, observe the present, and even foresee the future. Such individuals were known as Green Seers. The only Green Seer that Drogo can name is the Three-Eyed Raven, a familiar yet enigmatic shapeshifter, reminiscent of Bran Stark, the second son of the North, whose legs should now be paralyzed. Drogo perceives a peculiar similarity between his predicament and that of Bran, albeit with the significant distinction that he possesses the uncanny ability to commune with the lifeless fishbone arrows. In contrast, Bran is limited to communicating through his Three-Eyed Raven and his direwolf, Summer. Could it be that I possess the legendary potential of a Green Seer? Yet, I am merely a Dothraki, residing leagues away from the haunted woods of the Three-Eyed Raven. Analyzing the various signs, Drogo suspects he might be a shapeshifter. Though it seems rather far-fetched, if he were indeed a Green Seer, it would be even more absurd. According to his knowledge, shapeshifters predominantly hail from the frigid north of Westeros, largely possessing ancestral bloodlines and venerating the elusive old gods, which the Dothraki have yet to hear of, while the Northerners hold in the highest esteem. Moreover, as per the Raven's words, at most 1 in 1,000 may be a shapeshifter, and only 1 in 1,000 of those could potentially become a Green Seer. Thus, the rarity of such a communion king is indeed comparable to that of a dragon, and to claim otherwise would be an understatement. However, Drogo lacks all these prerequisites, yet inexplicably possesses abilities akin to those of a shapeshifter. Upon this profound realization, he deduces, based on the unmistakable imagery of horse haunches and tails, the characteristics of blood, and the altitude above the red earth, that the fishbone arrows must serve as the focal point, through which he perceives the world with the tear-streaked visage of a human face. Completely ensnared in this realm of the extraordinary, which remains subtle yet undeniably present, Drogo shifts from standing to sitting, and then from sitting to lying down. Gazing bewilderedly at the star-studded night sky, the Horse Lord becomes increasingly agitated upon entering the grass nest, yet Yora and the others dare not intrude, instead anxiously awaiting his command. Suddenly, Drogo's eyes, reminiscent of black onyx, gleam with a spark of realization, and he springs upright, contemplating a possibility regarding his lineage. Once the undisputed sovereign of the vast grass sea, surrounded by countless brown-skinned beauties, he finds himself enamored with the pale-skinned Daenerys. As the saying goes, one's roots run deep. If he is drawn to exotic maidens, perhaps his father, Bulbar, harbored similar inclinations. Could it be that my mother, of whom I have no recollection, is not a Dothraki but a northerner with ancestral blood? Drogo muses, believing that only in this manner could the lineage be reconciled, with half of his blood undoubtedly stemming from his mother. However, Bulbar has vanished, leaving him unable to verify this theory. Thus Drogo must set aside this question for the time being. Regardless, the awakening of such potential could alter the dynamics of the game of power, and the thrill of this prospect outweighs his fear. After all, he has discovered a method to find solace in slumber when he wishes to forego this ability. He simply drinks himself into a stupor. A natural-born imbiber, he feels this communion ability aligns perfectly with his essence. As the haze began to lift, Drogo recalled his original plan. He intended to send one of the Blood Alliance guards to provoke a relatively weaker Karassa tribe, luring their warriors to their encampment, where he would demonstrate both courage and cunning to conquer them and expand his influence. The Dothraki follow only the strong. By showcasing a power far exceeding that of the tribe's Khal, he could compel their submission. Drogo was confident in this strategy, remembering how, after his father's defeat and disappearance, he had inherited a mess that was not much better than the present circumstances, and he had risen to become the mightiest Khal through similar tactics. He now believed wholeheartedly in the authenticity of his dreams, rendering any need for the Blood Alliance guards to seek confrontation unnecessary. For Jocko had already dispatched Margot with 200 elite warriors to capture Dany. Having once commanded the Karassa, he understood them well, thus feeling assured against such an adversary. Come, follow me to the Rainbow Land. Our familiar foe shall appear before noon tomorrow, Drogo commanded, vaulting onto his horse and brandishing his whip as he plunged into the vast grass sea. The bewildered four hastily urged their mounts to follow, while Ago hesitated momentarily before calling out, "My blood of blood, did you not say you would send someone else for another task?" Without turning back, Drogo replied, "That is no longer the case. Your sole mission now is to witness the phoenix rise from the flames and seize victory from the jaws of the lion." In this world, no such creature as a phoenix existed, and the unfamiliar term echoed in Ago and the others' minds, leaving them with an array of unanswered questions. Chapter 6. The strong emerging from the sea of flames. The expansive Rainbow Land was enveloped by the commonly seen bronze-hued wild grasses of the Dothraki, interspersed with vibrant, luminescent flora that shimmered under the influence of the strong winds, swaying east and west. In the dim light of night, it resembled a magnificent beast adorned with endless, undulating tentacles, poised to devour all life daring enough to venture forth. Drogo and his companions halted their horses amidst the intertwining bronze and kaleidoscopic grasses, filled with reverence for this peculiar area that induced a sense of dizziness merely by gazing upon it. Drogo, however, remained relatively composed, having visited this place several times before. It was here that Balba had orchestrated his coming-of-age ceremony, driving out the white lion that had besieged them. At that time, the numbers had been overwhelming, and the white lion, unable to withstand the onslaught of those who roared louder than itself, had fled in terror. Yet, fortunes shift. Should the 5 of them recklessly charge and unmasked, the ones fleeing for their lives would be them. The Dothraki, known for their fierce nature, took pride in slaughtering the first beast of the grass sea, the white lion, especially during their brutal coming-of-age ceremonies, where lion hunting was their preferred right. However, aside from Drogo, the others had only heard tales and had never ventured into this realm. Only those deemed worthy, such as the illustrious heir of Khal, possessed the qualification to embark on the grand journey towards the Rainbow Land, accompanied by formidable auxiliary combat strength. They are destined to receive the baptism of the Beast King's blood, transcending their childhood and cultivating the spirit of a ruler. The others, however, must wander alone within the safety of the grasslands, seeking to slay the elusive white lions that venture from their lairs. Upon success, they would savor the beast's blood, returning with the lion's head to receive the blessings of their kin. Thus, only Zhuge is familiar with this territory, while Lakalo and the others remain in a state of confusion. Zhuge, with a piercing gaze, directed his silver whip towards the heart of the Rainbow Land and inquired, "Do you see that towering sanglan tree?" There was no need for inquiry, as Kiora and the others understood immediately. This majestic giant, lauded as the tree of life of Essos, with its sparse leaves capable of storing abundant rainwater, stood impressively tall at approximately 10 jong. Its trunk so robust that it would take 30 men to encircle it. Cao's question, though deemed superfluous by the Blood Alliance guards, received a response. "We, the blood of your blood, have seen it." Zhuge nodded, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "That is the territory of the Lion King, and my target is the cub with the blood-marked fur between its brows." The Blood Alliance guards and Sir Kiora fell silent, sensing the peril of their mission, for the area surrounding the giant tree was blanketed in white, indicating that the majority of the white lions had congregated there. Moreover, the blood-marked cub would grow to be larger and more ferocious than the average white lion, destined to be cherished as an heir by the Lion King. To steal such a cub would be tantamount to provoking the entire White Lion clan, and regardless of the outcome, the consequences would be dire. They would likely unleash their wrath, and even a life lost would be a fortunate outcome. The fear of being devoured to the bone loomed large. Seeing a flicker of excitement on Zhuge's face, Kiora could not help but internally criticize the man before him, perceiving him as a madman who endangers both himself and others. Zhuge tightened his lion pelt around him and glanced at the bundle of flammable arrows tied to Ago's back, playfully instructing, "Ago, distribute the arrows evenly among them, and then you four may commence grazing." This was a task fit only for beasts, and feeling insulted, Sir Kiora could no longer contain himself, retorting with indignation, "Grazing? My king, such a request is simply unacceptable." His words echoed the sentiments of the Blood Alliance guards, prompting them to feign ignorance and allow him to bear Cao's wrath. However, they were mistaken. This was a critical moment, and even if Zhuge intended to play tricks on Kiora, he would wait until after the ordeal. What began as a jest turned into a source of rebellion among them, as Zhuge fixed a cold, unwavering stare upon Kiora, compelling him to clarify. "When I say graze, I mean for you to chew the grass to extract its juices and then apply it to your skin. This way, your scent will blend with that of the grass, rendering you less detectable." The four were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment at the unexpected wisdom from the seemingly simple-minded king. The night was well past its zenith, and fearing that the ever-arrogant Margot would seize the initiative, Zargo urged, "Hurry, let us move swiftly. I am pressed for time." Margot hastily untied the bundle of arrows, distributing the oil-soaked demon grass-tipped projectiles evenly among his comrades, before dismounting to indulge in the rainbow grass with fervor. Observing their grim faces as they prepared according to his directives, Zargo finally shed the layers of mystery surrounding their mission and articulated the strategy. "Your task is to infiltrate the vicinity of the Tree of Life from 4 distinct directions. Your effective range is approximately 250 yards. Thus you must remain concealed within 400 yards of the great tree. Upon hearing my call to fire, ignite the demon grass upon your arrows. Release them to create a conflagration, and then swiftly return to the encampment on the red earth plains. There, retrieve the remaining 2 bundles of arrows, pair up, and conceal yourselves on the high hills flanking the narrow pass. Regardless of what you observe, you must wait for my signal to fire before taking action. Do you comprehend? The 4 listened intently, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief, the Blood Alliance warriors responding in unison. Understood. Jola, however, lagged slightly, murmuring in response, clear. As they pondered their situation, they felt that as long as they did not confront the lion pride head-on, there remained a possibility of retreat. Upon reflecting, the 4 suddenly realized that the words of the Horse King had excluded him from the plan, and the act of igniting arrows to burn the grass did not align with their mission's purpose. Assuming Zargo intended to watch them take risks from a distance, Jola queried, somewhat indignantly, "And what about you, Horse King?" Anticipating such a question, Zargo shrugged. "What else can I do? When the fire ignites and chaos ensues among the lions, I shall charge into the inferno to seize a cub. Should I encounter a half-cooked lion, I might even take a bite." Engaging in such perilous exploits while still jesting, he had transformed the notion of stealth into outright theft, even daring to ride directly into danger. The admiration of the Blood Alliance warriors for him deepened significantly. Even Jola, who had wished for Dany to become a widow, found himself begrudgingly impressed, for the grass here was lusher than elsewhere, and once ablaze, it would surely inflict grievous harm. Yet, given Zargo's choice to lead by example, Jola felt no inclination to dissuade him. However, while Zargo might fear for his life, the Blood Alliance warriors, ignited by his audacity, were emboldened and began to proclaim their loyalty. "By the blood of our kin, to steal, no. To seize a lion cub amidst the flames is far too perilous. Karalos needs you, and Khaleesi hopes for your safe return, so allow me to take your place." "No, a go lacks the cunning. Let me go. Enough of this bickering. Since we are the Blood Alliance warriors chosen by Khaleesi, we shall face life and death together. Once we release our arrows, we charge in together." Though accustomed to witnessing displays of loyalty from his subordinates, the fervor exhibited by these 3 was a rare form of foolish devotion that momentarily touched Zargo. Jola, on the other hand, inwardly cursed the trio as foolish hogs, incapable of deeper thought and intent on dragging him into their reckless venture. After a moment of contemplation, Drogo dismissed their fervor, stating, "Not only will you achieve nothing by entering, but you will also undoubtedly perish. Therefore, simply follow my orders." As he spoke, he removed 4 bronze medals from his belt and tossed one to each of them. The Blood Riders, upon receiving the medals, were instantly overwhelmed with joy, their excitement surpassing even that of new fathers, for these medals symbolized supreme honor, awarded only to those who had accomplished great deeds or who had earned the favor of the esteemed Khal. Yura felt no sense of belonging to the Dothraki. He was merely existing out of necessity, and the medal held little significance for him. Nevertheless, receiving a token that could only be granted to those of pure blood, such as Akara's, stirred something within him, as it signified that Drogo, at least on the surface, considered him a part of the tribe. As a leader, Drogo was adept at reading the room, and he swiftly ordered, "Tie the horses here, then proceed." The 4 men dismounted, grasping handfuls of wild grass, and secured the reins of their horses to the makeshift tether. Armed with bow and arrows, they crouched low and stealthily made their way into the vibrant grove. After advancing a short distance, they scattered, each approaching the colossal tree from their chosen angle. Drogo mounted his horse, rising to survey the scene intently. Once the 4 were in position, bows raised in readiness, he inhaled deeply and unleashed a thunderous roar. "Fire the arrows." This command startled the pride of lions from their slumber. They rose, agitated, pacing and growling. As seasoned warriors, Rakalo and his companions swiftly released arrows that soared like shooting stars. Soon, the nearly unquenchable flames ignited the dense rainbow grass, creating a roaring inferno that ensnared the white lions surrounding the mighty tree. Drogo gripped his curved blade, striking the horse's flank, and shouted, "Go!" The well-fed, strong red stallion, feeling the sting, charged into the burgeoning sea of fire. As he prepared to plunge into the inferno, he had little time for reflection, save for a fleeting sorrow for the lion pelt that belonged to Daenerys, which he had intended to use for concealment, yet now seemed unnecessary. "Go, go, go!" The relentless heat waves surged, and though the red horse lacked the courage to advance, failure to charge would result in certain injury from the blows. Thus, he opted for the shorter pain. Witnessing Drogo raise his blade and gallop into the flames like a warrior of legend, the Blood Rider's spirits dimmed, and with clenched teeth, They retreated to their original position. As Drogo breached the wall of fire, he transformed into a figure engulfed in flames, which ironically served as the perfect disguise, causing the frenzied lions to perceive him merely as a threatening mass rather than a target. The few white lions that remained vigilant took note of the charred old horse. "I am not burned by fire," Drogo murmured, his gaze sweeping the area until he soon spotted a robust white lion, marked by a bloodstain upon its brow, bellowing beneath the great tree. In his eyes, the most conspicuous white lion was undoubtedly the king of the Rainbow Land, and closely following it was a white fluffy creature, marked with blood on its brow and staggering in its steps, surely its successor. A panicked herd of white lions, urged by the incessant roars of their king, scrambled up the towering trees in a desperate attempt to evade the fiery waves propelled by the fierce winds. With a clear target in sight, Zorge exerted brute force to control the frenzied stallion that had lost its bearings, charging towards the Lion King with the intent to capture the leader first. The white lion, fearful of the flames, saw the approaching inferno and the multitude of fierce beasts scattered in fright, yet the resolute Lion King chose to confront the threat head-on, disregarding Zorge as it lunged ferociously towards the powerful stallion. The Lion King's bravery was commendable, but it was no match for the colossal beast with greater momentum, which sent it crashing against the tree trunk. As the lion fell to the ground, dazed and disoriented, Zorge seized the opportunity, leaning sideways to grab the bewildered blood-marked cub, tightening the resilient leather reins, and forcefully redirecting the horse towards the wall of flames once more. As he departed, Zorge turned back to taunt the Lion King, who was hastily pursuing. "Rest assured, we shall soon engage in a thrilling battle, but not at this moment. Your life still holds value to me." Having expressed his thoughts, he paid no heed to whether the beast could comprehend his words. The Lion King, unable to withstand the oppressive heat, could only retreat, roaring in fury as it watched him plunge into the fiery abyss. At the edge of the Rainbow Land, the sorrowful Blood Alliance Guardian decided to pay tribute to the fiery Cuomo before departing. Even Jola bowed his head in solemn silence. Suddenly, a resonant and mournful whinny, elongated in its echo, pierced the air, compelling them to raise their heads. The four of them focused their gaze and were astonished to see a black horse, rearing high on its forelegs and emitting a sorrowful cry, emerging from the inferno, while a figure cloaked in flames slowly shifted from its side to its back, holding aloft a bundle of white fur that had been concealed beneath the horse's belly. Upon witnessing this, the Blood Alliance Guardians bowed deeply in reverence towards the flaming figure. Sir Jola, utterly astounded, could not help but exclaim. The Unburnt. Chapter 7. The beast tied with a ferocious roar, the Lion King unleashed a deadly glare to track Zorge, determined to survive at all costs, ruthlessly squeezing through the crowd of its kin. It exerted itself to climb to the highest point of the colossal tree, and under the crimson blood moon, it howled like an arctic wolf in every direction. The wilderness soon responded with fervent echoes, a whoa. It was evident that only a portion of the fierce beasts remained trapped in the trees or perished in the flames. Countless white lions still lurked in the shadows. Zorge was not surprised. During his previous visit, this vibrant death ground had hosted thousands of white lions moving in unison, yet now, perhaps only 100 or 200 were ensnared in the inferno. Regardless of their numbers, they were not a foe he could confront alone. Once the flames receded or extinguished, the Lion King would lead its brethren down from the trees, and those white lions still paralyzed by fear would swarm forth. Their sole target was the culprit, the nefarious Zogo, who had snatched away the blood-stained young lion. In the distance, the Blood Alliance warriors remained fervently in their state of pilgrimage, utterly oblivious to the looming shadow of death that was about to envelop them, resembling primitive beings yet to be civilized. Frustrated, Zogo hoarsely cursed at the foolish women. "What utter imbeciles! If you don't flee now, when will you? You choose to worship when the flames are licking at your heels." The distance was too great for him to be heard without shouting, but the acrid smoke had parched his throat, rendering him incapable of producing a high-pitched cry. In his desperation, Zogo had no choice but to spur his horse forward to rouse them. Previously, he had not cared for Rakalo, Ago, and Jogo. Indeed, Daenerys had promoted them to Blood Alliance warriors only out of necessity, while Jorah Mormont was merely a rival, a backup in his eyes. Thus, in his irritation, Zogo deemed the fate of those self-proclaimed wise fools, who severely tarnished his team's image, of little consequence to him, as long as they did not jeopardize his grand ambitions. It was hardly fair to blame Ago and the others for their delay. After all, his efficiency was astonishing. Barely had the four mounted their horses to pay their respects when he surged through the inferno, leading them in worship. However, circumstances had changed. When Zogo felt that his old steed was lagging behind his own 2 feet, his disdain for the wooden-headed warriors dissipated in an instant. He began to feel grateful that the Blood Alliance warriors had not yet departed, for his old horse was nearing its limits. Unbeknownst to him, he was an ordinary man, exceedingly pragmatic. Especially after his rebirth, the regal aura he once possessed was tinged with a touch of commonality. Clad almost entirely in leather, remarkably fire-resistant, particularly the lion's pelt, he had emerged from the inferno unscathed, maintaining an imposing presence akin to a fiery figure. Yet, the arm he held aloft grew weary, the noble blood-stained young lion. Merely a glance revealing it had yet to be weaned, already weighed as much as a sizable sheepdog. Despite his extraordinary strength, he found it somewhat burdensome. Originally, had he simply shed the lion's pelt, the problem would have been resolved without the need for him to lift it. However, driven by pride and the desire to protect the young lion, whose fate was intertwined with his own, and more so to save face, Zogo, who prided himself as a civilized man, could only grit his teeth and endure. He was a king, and like other sovereigns, he held the belief that image surpassed life itself. The personal vow he had silently made after his rebirth was, wherever there are people, heads may roll and blood may flow, but dignity must not falter. Occasionally, Zogo glanced back to monitor the movements of the lion pride. Noticing that while the flames that had devoured half the rainbow had receded, the dense underbrush surrounding the great tree remained ablaze, affording him a bit more time to ensure safety, which is why he did not abandon his horse for a reckless dash. His severely injured old steed, battered and bruised, took nearly a quarter of an hour to transport him to safety. From a distance, the sight was awe-inspiring. Up close, it was terrifying. When Rakalo and the others discerned that the visible skin of the fiery figure had not been scorched, their respect for him soared to celestial heights, leaving them at a loss for words. Blood of my blood. Horse King. Khal. No, fire god. Perhaps the Unburnt were god? Unexpectedly, he had achieved divinity. Deep down, Zogo felt a surge of satisfaction, yet he feigned a demeanor of nonchalance, deliberately ignoring the Blood Alliance guard and fixing his fiery, blood-red gaze upon Ser Jorah. The bewildered exiled knight felt a chill run down his spine, trembling with palpable anxiety under Zhiji's intense scrutiny. As the Blood Alliance guard discerned the object entrusted to him, their faces flushed with heightened fervor. For the little one bearing the visage of a lion king had long been relegated to the realm of legend. Lakaro marveled, exclaiming, I never imagined I would witness the bloodstained crown prince in my lifetime. Zogo, however, had no time to indulge in pleasantries. He shifted his focus downward, directing his attention to Jorah's steed, and, with an air of undeniable authority, stated, Ser Jorah, my horse has faltered, I require yours. The exiled knight was taken aback. His mount, though not as robust as others, had been procured from the free trade city-state of Pantos and was relatively sturdy. As it belonged to another, the traitorous Karasa had refrained from seizing it. Unbeknownst to them, the arrival of Margot was imminent, causing the four to overlook a crucial detail the Horse King had intended to convey. Despite Jorah's considerable experience, he could not fathom Zhiji's true intention. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that while his horse appeared to stand out among the crowd, it was hardly a prized steed. Avoiding the piercing gaze of the Horse King, he pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well. Zogo had anticipated this affirmation without needing to elaborate, as he sought to gauge the exiled knight's loyalty. He was aware that this individual was a spy planted by Varys, the master of whispers in King's Landing, and would remain vigilant against the bald man until Jorah had firmly established his allegiance. Dismounting, Zogo loosened the reins binding the old horse's freedom and gently patted its bloodied flank, a glimmer of sorrow in his eyes as he murmured, Go forth. May you gallop in the realm of night, free from servitude. Had it been prior to the inferno, the old horse would have embraced freedom with zeal. However, it was grievously wounded and nearing its end. After stumbling forward for approximately 30 paces, it collapsed onto the vast grassland, never to rise again. Life, it seems, is inherently that of an executioner. The only distinction lies in the choice of victim. With a heavy sigh, Zogo accepted the reins offered by Jorah and mounted his horse, casting a long gaze towards the vicinity of the great tree, where the red was giving way to black, and the closest white lion began to stir restlessly. Time was of the essence. He regarded the four with solemnity and instructed, Jorah and Zogo shall ride together. You must return to the camp at the swiftest pace, or await your demise. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the Blood Alliance guard complied. Once Jorah was securely mounted, they departed hastily. After a short distance, they realized Zogo had not followed. Lakaro turned his horse around, perplexed, and inquired, Blood of my blood, The lion pride is on the verge of revolt. Will you not depart? Ago chimed in. Indeed, he speaks the truth. Blood of my blood, we must leave swiftly. Jagu waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming impatiently, it is too early. I cannot squander my efforts. Have you not heard my previous commands clearly? Enough of this chatter, be gone. Yet, as the Blood Alliance hesitated, Sir Yora, with a sense of reverence, proclaimed, let us depart. He is a remarkable man, and our presence here serves only as an obstruction. Without waiting for Jogo's consent, he spurred his steed and galloped into the distance. The extraordinary nature of Khal resonated deeply within Rakel and Ago, who, after exchanging a meaningful glance, heeded Yora's counsel, cracking their whips and hastily retreating. Once they had left, only Jogo remained, standing alone against the overwhelming tide of murderous intent surging from all directions. As the silhouettes of the four vanished into the vast sea of grass, he grimaced in pain and hastily removed the charred lion pelt he had donned for show, extinguishing the lingering embers clinging to him. In the most comfortable manner, he cradled the young lion, which was as large as a small pig, against his abdomen, and removed the now useless gilded belt, securing the cub closely to him. The ferocious flames that could not even singe his body, inherited from the true blood of dragons, filled Jogo with satisfaction for his invulnerable physique. In this perilous moment, where death loomed at every turn, his thoughts inevitably drifted to her, intensely yearning for her otherworldly beauty, her passionate nature that contrasted with the Dothraki maidens, and her gradually revealed leadership qualities. Perhaps it was a woman of subjective thought that could ensnare a man so profoundly, compelling him to devote everything in a relentless pursuit to conquer her heart. Would I become the authentic heir of the true dragon if I drained her blood? The temptation of being a child of the dragon stirred within Jogo, awakening a latent thought deep within him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he cast aside this dreadful notion, exclaiming, how could I entertain such thoughts? Dany is the dearest person in this world to me. Just as he prepared to chastise himself, the indistinct young lion strained to lift its head, blinking its clear, untainted eyes that had yet to be veiled by blood mist, letting out a soft whimper. Instantly captivated by this fluffy ball of flesh, Jogo felt no trace of hostility. He was certain that the future Lion King was merely being affectionate. This little creature was evidently quite sociable, and upon sensing the warmth radiating from Jogo's flushed chest, it began to nuzzle gently against his abdomen, even extending its bright red tongue to lick his belly. Jogo was overwhelmed with a peculiar sensation, sending shivers down his spine. Such intimacy he had only previously experienced with Yora, Rhaego, and Viserion. Though he had never held much fondness for the White Lion, he found himself enchanted by the cub's innocent charm. Jogo's expression gradually softened, and the guilt he felt towards Dany, along with the fiery heat within him, began to melt under the cub's endearing presence. However, this pure beauty was soon shattered by the increasingly distinct sound of a beastly roar. Jogo turned toward the source, discovering a terrifying multitude emerging from various directions, resembling stars in the night sky, converging upon him in a white torrent, led by the Lion King beneath the great tree. This creature, destined to become a terrifying menace as it matured, was but a pawn in his game. He must not allow himself to feel pity for it. Jogo pondered silently, striving to restore his former cold-hearted demeanor. He raised his hand high and struck fiercely at the innocent young lion cradled in his arms. The prince's anguished howls instantly ignited the beast tide, a cacophony of roars surging like a tempest, resonating throughout the vast grasslands, even stirring the slumbering sun to awaken. Casting a pale light across the horizon, Jogo cast a disdainful glance at the Lion King charging at the forefront, murmuring softly, come, let us vanquish our foes together. He then turned his steed, the silver whip falling relentlessly as he sped towards the red earth wasteland. Clop, clop. A cavalry of several hundred galloped across the well-trodden path forged by countless hooves on the great grasslands, their bodies and those of their steeds pulsating rhythmically with the cadence of their advance. Suddenly, the burly leader at the forefront reined in his horse, raising his palm to signal all those behind him with braided hair to halt. He gazed into the distance at the billowing smoke, straining to listen to the indistinct, chaotic roars of lions, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he muttered to himself, where the fire rises seems to be the land of rainbows, and the roars of lions appear to be in harmony with my path, heading towards the red earth wasteland. How intriguing this is. Wouldn't you agree, Calixi? Chapter 8. The Return of the Fallen, the Submission of the Living. The chaotic footprints on the red earth were merely remnants of extinguished campfires and discarded remnants of life, with sporadic demon grass nestled within the rocky crevices, silently enduring the harsh winds and sands. These sights were discerned by the Blood Alliance guards and the Jola, who, under Zhuge's command, were concealed on the high hills flanking the narrow pass, observing intently. Dany led the elderly and weak tribespeople deeper into the red earth wasteland, restoring an eerie silence that stirred feelings of desolation within them. A pained gasp occasionally escaped the lips of Ser Jorah, his pallid complexion betraying the injury he sustained during the duel with Zhuge's Blood Alliance guards on the night of Dany's arrival. His wound had yet to heal, and each time he mounted his horse, the pain contorted his face. Even lying still was a source of discomfort. Not only was he afflicted, but the other 3 companions were equally strained. Though unharmed, their near-constant exertion had left them utterly exhausted. Were it not for the Horse King's insistence on their departure, the quartet would scarcely have had the strength to withstand the beast tide for even a brief moment. Zhuge, whose thoughts were notably meticulous, could not help but wonder if Khal, perhaps even more fatigued than himself, had already met his demise within the lion's belly. Facing the White Lion clan alone with a single blade, the chances of survival were almost negligible. Though they had not waited long, remaining seemed but a futile endeavor. In Zhuge's absence, the Mother of Dragons would become their sole leader. Considering the profound disrespect such conjectures bore towards the deities, Zhuge hesitated for a considerable time before finally stammering to his companion Lakallo, "We have awaited over 2 hours, yet still no sign of Khal. Should we not summon a go and continue our pursuit of Khaleesi?" Lakallo harbored such thoughts. Yet he was ensnared by the customs of the equestrian tribes and the oaths that bound him as a Blood Alliance guardian, which stifled his deeper reflections. Perhaps he could afford to wait a while longer. Although Khal and Khaleesi appeared to be mere mortals, they were continually graced by miraculous occurrences. Who knows? Perhaps he might escape unscathed? No sooner had he contemplated this than he regretted it, for a thick, swirling dust cloud rose from the north, accompanied by the distant, chilling roar of a lion. Jorge and his companion, along with the duo on the opposing hill, felt their nerves tighten as they gripped their bows and arrows, fixating intently on the source of the sound, not daring to relax for an instant. Soon, a familiar figure galloped toward them, pursued by an ominous wave of roaring, swiftly moving white forms. From the unmistakable, towering upper body and long legs, the 4 recognized that it could only be their comrade, Khal Drogo. Heeding Khal's earlier instructions, the Blood Alliance guardians readied themselves to ignite their arrows, awaiting the command. In a flash, Drogo galloped into the narrow pass. Yet he did not vocally instruct the 4 to loose their arrows to momentarily impede the approaching lion tide. Instead, he charged directly toward a hill encircled by a high fence. Fortunately, he had managed to flee ahead of the lion pack, skillfully evading the beasts thanks to his intimate knowledge of the terrain, thus maintaining a precarious lead. Spotting the wide opening in the fence, he dashed inside, managing to secure the sturdy gate just before the white lions could follow. Safe at last, Drogo fully relaxed, reclining onto his back, indulging in a leisurely descent, then sprawled out like a sunbathing tortoise, taking deep, satisfying breaths. As the throng of white lions surged, scrambling at the gate and gnawing at the posts, he remained unfazed, treating them as if they were mere figments of his imagination. His true concern was not the menacing beasts, but the approaching group of Mago and others. The white lions were adept climbers, and knowing he might provoke them, Drogo had taken precautions. He had instructed his kin to coat every material of the enclosure with slippery horse oil. On the hilltop, under the astonished gaze of the 4 who were taken aback by the spectacle below, Drogo rested for a while before stretching and rising. He cradled the jostled, nursing white lion cub, leisurely making his way to the highest point of the small hill where a rudimentary catapult was stationed. After performing a series of stretches, he knelt and with a powerful bounce, settled onto the hanging beam, gently stroking the cub's soft white fur, gazing northward with a sense of tranquility while humming a popular tune from a bygone era. The sun blazed ever more fiercely, though Drogo could endure his thirst. The cub seemed hungry, opening its mouth to reveal tender little teeth, and began to wail without shedding tears. The Lion King, hearing the cries that grew fainter, felt his eyes nearly bulging with concern. As Margot awaited in vain, the bored Drogo began to seek amusement. With wide eyes and a fierce expression, he directed a tirade at the Lion King, who was impervious to his provocations. "What are you staring at? Are your eyes bigger? Who is fiercer? Your throat is dry, unable to roar." Encountering such a wretched individual, even a beast devoid of understanding human speech would be left speechless. The Lion King, seemingly possessing a fair degree of intelligence, appeared to grasp the futility of the commotion and gradually quelled its agitation, opting instead to conserve its strength. Observing the Lion King resting on the ground, the white lions imitated its behavior, emitting low, natural growls, abandoning their earlier frenzy. Drogo, witnessing this, couldn't help but admire the leader's prowess, with but a minor gesture. The formidable Lion King commanded the entire scene, evoking a sense of mutual recognition, an emotion only an absolute sovereign could fathom. Had the Lion King been privy to Drogo's thoughts, it would likely regard him as a fool, for in this world, who could operate independently, resorting to abduction and intimidation as a monarch? The atmosphere turned ominous. Suddenly, the Lion King, under Drogo's intense scrutiny, exhibited a change. Its agile ears twitched, and it sprang to its feet, gazing northward, revealing once again the quintessential expression of a fierce beast, baring its teeth. Just as Drogo began to form a hypothesis, all the lions grew restless. He understood clearly that the source of the white lion's unease was not himself. Rather, it was a situation significant enough to alarm these creatures, whose instincts surpassed those of humans. As he observed the dust rising in the distance, Drogo leaped down from the suspension rod, his lips curling into a slight, enigmatic smile as he murmured, "At long last. They have arrived. They've had quite the chase after me. Soon, I shall treat them to some delectable roasted meat, richly infused with fragrant oil." With that, he busied himself, first tightening the horizontal rope with the winch, bringing the suspension rod closer to a level position. He then placed a jar of fragrant oil atop the wooden spoon at the rod's peak, preparing to release the winch at the opportune moment when Margot and his party reached the ideal landing spot. Jola and the others, positioned above, attentively monitored Drogo's every move. Through observing his series of actions, they discerned his intentions and promptly placed their arrows within easy reach, awaiting his signal to ignite and shoot. The situation unfolded as they had anticipated. Margot not only led his group into the narrow passage, but also ordered his cash tribe to halt. Margot, having spent some time at the campsite ahead, was familiar with the area. Yet, as he surveyed the surroundings, he found no sign of people. Instead, he beheld a vast expanse of white, writhing before him. In truth, Margot could have arrived at this location much sooner. However, the movements of the beast tide were too conspicuous, prompting him to allow the white lions to hunt first before arriving to reap the benefits. Yet, he could never have anticipated witnessing a scene beyond his imagination. He had assumed there would be at most a couple of hundred beasts, but instead, he witnessed an entire swarm emerging. His homeland lay in ruins, yet the vast grasslands were boundless. Where could they not go? Even under the leadership of the blood-stained Lion King. Such cohesion could not be achieved in a short time. What could have compelled these creatures to congregate here? Just as Margot was engulfed in uncertainty, an individual capable of providing answers approached him. Zhuge greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, Margot, have you eaten?" This voice was familiar to the mounted warriors, and the imposing figure, towering against the backdrop of pristine white snow, unmistakably revealed his identity. In an instant, the barbarian followers of Zhuge, previously loyal, began to murmur among themselves. Margot's heart raced with trepidation as he exclaimed, "Zhuge, you have actually unraveled the blood magic." The exchange of shouts was so resounding and reckless that the white lion assumed they were provoking it, baring its teeth and preparing to unleash fury. For Zhuge, the beast was an unattainable entity, yet the same could not be said for Margot and his companions, who found themselves targeted by the fierce gaze of the lion. However, the lion's focus lay within the confines of the enclosure, not on the trembling group. With a couple of hoarse roars, it quelled the restless beasts. Margot, initially intent on slipping away, felt the atmosphere shift to one of calm, allowing his bristled hairs to settle as he awaited another opportunity to strike. Observing this, Zhuge silently cursed the lion's lineage, then, with a hint of anticipation, hoarsely resumed the previous topic. "Indeed, your king has been reborn. Should you not dismount and kneel in reverence?" Ahem. The voice of the hairless man was devoid of strength, akin to one on the verge of expelling his very lungs. Margot, once deeply fearful, now felt a surge of audacity and laughed mockingly. "I now kneel only to Giacoco. You, a man stripped of your hair and fallen from your steed, have lost the right to my loyalty. Your revival is indeed a surprising delight. I am certain that bringing your head back will please the Lion King immensely." Ahem. His exuberance nearly caused him to cough out his lungs as well. However, having risen to a position of power and commanding his own Kars troop, he had become exceedingly arrogant. Oblivious to the slap in the face he had just delivered to himself, Zhuge's expression turned frigid, radiating a palpable chill as he bellowed, "If that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. Yet, as a guest, it would be remiss of me not to prepare a sumptuous feast for you." The remark, while seemingly simple, held profound implications, leaving Margot momentarily perplexed as he instinctively scratched his head. In a moment of misalignment in conversation, Zhuge's demeanor shifted dramatically. His face alight with a smile as he placed a hand over his chest, slightly bending at the waist in a courteous gesture towards the bewildered lion. Big fellow. I shall have you savor some cooked meat shortly. Please indulge yourself when it is ready. Having played the gentleman, he transformed into a demon, releasing his grip on the winch. A canister of fragrant oil shot into the air, tracing a graceful arc before descending towards the narrow pass. Thud. One of the mounted warriors, unable to evade in time, was struck, instantly suffering a grievous head wound as the canister shattered, releasing a torrent of oil. He staggered and fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Chaos erupted among the ranks, but upon realizing it was merely a canister of oil, Margot felt reassured. Believing that as long as he remained cautious, the threat was minimal. He was now determined to confront the lion pride, planning to seize Zhuge once the beast tide receded. Interrogate him about Dany's whereabouts, and then strike him down with a single blow. The self-proclaimed clever Margot, in truth, was far more foolish than the Lion King. He failed to consider that ahead lay the perilous red soil wasteland, which blocked the retreat of fearsome beasts, yet he mindlessly chose to stand his ground. Do not panic. Do not retreat. Watch for falling objects. Despite the seemingly excessive warnings, the marauding brutes found their chances of being struck diminished. The negligible lethality incited Margot's disdain, and he mocked, "Ha ha. The once mighty Zhrog, who roamed the vast grasslands, now cannot even move a stone, reduced to using an oil can as a substitute. It seems your reign has truly come to an end." Zhrog, with a cold sneer, ignored him and diligently tossed the oil can until it was nearly empty. He prepared to hurl the scalding, blood-stained young lion, in hopes of inciting conflict between the beasts and the savages, aiming to eliminate both factions in one fell swoop. The little creature, perhaps sensing his intentions, let out soft whimpers, its innocent large eyes glimmering with sorrowful tears, as it nuzzled and licked him, adorably seeking his approval. Remembering how he had once struck this little one, yet found it still so endearing and devoid of malice, Zhrog could only sigh in resignation. "Oh, it seems your fate is not yet sealed." With a sigh, Zhrog retreated to a secondary tactic, unleashing a primal roar, "Fire the arrows." This command sent a shiver through the entire assembly, regardless of their kind. Margot finally sensed a suffocating urgency, scanning the sky for the source of the impending doom. Yet he found nothing until a flurry of sparse fire arrows shot toward the exits, igniting the oil-slicked ground. Only then did he realize the gravity of the situation. But it was already too late. Both factions, acutely attuned to one another, obstructed the enemy's escape and commenced a frenzied barrage, not caring whether each arrow struck a foe, as long as it ignited the oiled objects. Margot's Karst troops were thrown into disarray, with nearly a third of the warriors engulfed by the flames. In that moment, the fiery victims could only utter a single, repetitive cry. "Ah, ah." Oil was everywhere, and each soldier was too preoccupied to assist one another. Rolling on the ground only intensified the blaze, and none dared to intervene. The fortunate ones could only watch in horror as their comrades perished or sustained grievous burns. Losing their combat effectiveness, Zhrog's strategic deployment, infused with both courage and ingenuity, effortlessly dispatched nearly a third of the enemy forces with the strength of just 5 men who had yet to break a sweat. The thrill was exhilarating, and the Blood Alliance guards could no longer contain their inner turmoil. They emerged, standing atop a hill, shooting arrows and exulting with unprecedented fervor, cheering for their king. Zhrog was invincible. A knowing smile crept across Zhrog's face as the long-dormant fervor surged within him once more. This was the glory he had yearned for. However, it was still too early to rejoice. The oil, as a fundamental fuel, could not sustain the intensity or duration of a raging wildfire. Seasoned by countless battles, Zhrog was acutely aware of this fact, so he kept his excitement in check, eager to seize the opportunity to strike down the fiery hounds. Margot, devoid of oil upon his skin, was both fortunate and cunning, managing to evade the chaotic frenzy of his disoriented comrades. Enduring the suffocating heat and acrid scents with gritted teeth, he yearned to spur his steed through the inferno, directly confronting the gentler onslaught of beasts. Yet he found himself under the unwavering scrutiny of those atop the high hills, arrows frequently obstructing his path, rendering him utterly trapped. "Drogo, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces, and then incinerate you to ashes, ensuring you can never enter the realm of night. To appease the souls of my fallen brethren, and one death is not enough, I shall ensure that your woman accompanies my brothers into the afterlife." His fury was palpable, contorting his visage into a grimace that rivaled the most fearsome blood-stained lion in the vicinity. His rage, however, was not solely for his departed kin. Rather, what tormented him most was the staggering reduction of his hard-won forces within mere minutes, which would undoubtedly provide an opportunity for those envious of his power to usurp him. The doctrine of strength as supremacy was ingrained deeply within the Dothraki. Thus it was inevitable that Margot, who was destined to suffer loss in both men and reputation, would spiral into madness. Yet, his taunt struck a sensitive chord with Drogo, targeting the one individual he cherished above all, Daenerys Targaryen. Shaking. The latent madness within Drogo surged throughout his being, his crimson eyes no longer able to tolerate Margot's presence. With a fierce glint, Drogo unfastened his belt, placing the blood-stained young lion upon the ground, seizing a jar of fragrant oil, tearing off its seal, and drenching his steed from head to tail. Subsequently, he lifted the remaining jar high above his head, and with a sudden surge of strength, he crushed it between his palms, allowing the fragrant oil to cascade down his body from crown to heel. After inhaling deeply, he ignited the oil with a spark from a flint, setting himself ablaze and transforming once more into a creature of fire. This reckless act of self-immolation sent shockwaves through all who beheld him, including the beastly observers, even causing the seasoned lion to tilt its head in astonishment. Among them, Margot was the most taken aback, incredulous at Drogo's audacity to engage in self-immolation, when suddenly, he was struck in the thigh by a descending fire arrow. A howl of pain erupted from Margot, echoing like that of a wounded beast. Ha! Ago, having struck true, erupted into maniacal laughter, aware that Drogo was unburnable, while their quartet remained the most composed. At that moment, a series of piercing shrieks erupted simultaneously, reverberating through the land, drawing the attention of all, save for the preoccupied. Hiss, caw, roar. The formidable white lions, known as the fiercest of the great grasslands, fell silent, shrinking back in fear as if encountering a tiger, their demeanor resembling that of timid kittens. Zhuge suddenly turned around, following the sound, and was astonished to see Dany riding her little silver horse at the farthest point of his gaze. Behind her, a throng of figures surged, and perched atop her head and shoulders were 3 little dragons flapping their wings and screeching. Zhuge found himself at a loss, torn between praising Dany for her loyalty and cursing her for being a complete fool, willingly walking into the jaws of death. Yet, having come this far, whether life or death now depended on the fortitude of fate. With the arrow drawn, it must be released. Zhuge wiped the flames from his hands, seized the scruff of the bewildered young lion, and vaulted onto the horse's back. Boom! The innocent steed was unwittingly drawn into the conflagration, igniting in a blaze that complemented Zhuge's own fiery spirit. However, their experiences were contradictory. One felt as if basking in a hot spring, while the other suffered in agony, as if thrust into the depths of hell. Zhuge wrestled to control the horse, resolutely opening the gate and charging forth with commanding presence. The white lion, innately fearful of fire, especially after narrowly escaping a devastating inferno, cowered in the face of the acrid flames, retreating in shadows and dread. Only the Lion King, with a heart of iron, charged once more into the fireball, but caught amidst the throng of beasts, its momentum faltered, leading to an even greater failure. As it was violently flung away, as the ferocity of the beasts momentarily subsided in fear of the flames, Zhuge successfully maneuvered past the white lion, racing towards the narrowing passage where the fire had lessened. Roaring in frustration, the Lion King was on the brink of madness. Despite the overwhelming advantage of its forces, a mere human traversed their domain as if it were an empty void. Time and again, it worried for the prince, disregarding the pain of its internal injuries, using claws and fangs to push and tear at the useless creatures surrounding it, ordering them to pursue Zhuge. They risked being bitten or killed. Yet the Lion King's long-established ferocity slightly outweighed that of the flames. The beast tide surged once more, pushing one another forward, forcing the unfortunate death squad at the forefront to press on with trepidation. Upon witnessing this, Zhuge felt not fear but rather exhilaration. Although his plan had encountered obstacles, it was ultimately back on track. This meant he could unleash a true massacre. Spare none, Zhuge shouted as he plunged into the sea of flames. Though he uttered these words, he offered no opportunity for Karasa, who had betrayed him, to speak. He met her with a swift blade, and blood erupted. The beast tide he had drawn appeared fierce, yet they only dared to attack those unscathed by fire, having gone nearly a day and night without sustenance. They feasted upon the ripe carcasses of dead horses promised by Zhuge. Thus, the only adversary truly engaged with Zhuge was the fearless Lion King, significantly alleviating his burden. The mightiest power was not bestowed by others, but forged by Zhuge through a relentless journey over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At this moment, His dominating ferocity was fully evident. His seemingly reckless blade work concealed a deftness akin to a harbinger of death wielding a scythe, effortlessly cleaving through foes as if they were mere vegetables. Alone, he struck down the mounted warriors ravaged by the flames, instilling terror in their hearts, until gradually, no one dared to challenge his brilliance. Except for Margo. The one who had an arrow pierced through his thigh could not withstand the ferocity of Drogo for even 3 rounds. He was knocked to the ground by the force of Drogo's blade, a chill creeping against his neck. "Humph, your strength is far inferior to the ferocity of your words," Drogo disdainfully remarked, nudging the young lion closer to the fire, intimidating the Lion King who was eager to attack again. Enveloped in pain and the shadow of death, Margo suddenly sank into despair, revealing a distorted expression of self-abandonment. The surviving warriors, witnessing their leader on the brink of demise, found themselves once again captivated by Drogo's invincible prowess. Surrender now became their singular thought. "Drogo Khal, I surrender. Please grant me another chance to express my loyalty." The braided man shouted desperately, resisting the beast's savage bites while choosing to submit once more. They had always harbored an ineffable sense of security in Drogo, as if there were no feat he could not accomplish. To submit to him, they believed, would surely lead to their salvation from the sharp fangs and claws of the White Lion. Without hesitation, Drogo nodded, accepting their inclination to return. He reasoned that as long as he maintained his dominant demeanor, these contradictory individuals would conceal their rebelliousness, and besides, he was in dire need of manpower. Thus there was no reason to reject them. Margo, realizing the tides had turned and yearning to survive, understood that pride had no place beneath the watchful eyes of this tyrannical man. Thus, he pathetically pleaded, "Drogo Khal, I am willing to swear my life to serve you once again." However, Drogo did not accept his surrender, coldly responding, "Your life does not belong to me." With a wave of his hand, he commanded the warriors gathering around him, bind him and deliver him to Khaleesi. Margo had insulted and slain the girl Roy, whom Dany held dear, having saved her outside the town of the sheepmen. Her hatred for him ran deep. Hence Drogo intended to hand him over to his wife for retribution. The flames astonishingly burned around Drogo for a long time, still unextinguished. He held the life of the crown prince in his grasp, urging his nearly lifeless steed to move slowly forward, calling out to the battered warriors, "Follow me." The living, hearing this, hastily spurred their horses or walked alongside him, crossing past the Lion King, traversing through the hostile whiteness, toward the place where Dany dared not enter, the realm of death. Her husband, resembling a true dragon, displayed unmatched valor, filling Dany with boundless glory. With each step Drogo took closer to her, her heart would suddenly constrict until it began to race violently, causing her to breathe heavily, her body starting to heat up. At that moment, she longed to be conquered by that magnificent man. Upon reaching Dany, Drogo, still unable to fly, climbed onto her shoulder, gently caressing her lovely face, and then turned his horse's head, lifting the White Lion Prince high, and roared, "Return to the afterlife. The living shall submit." Drogo's godlike display of strength captured everyone, compelling them to kneel and bow before him. As if influenced by him, the young lion appeared quite excited, opening its mouth to let out a childish roar. "Awoo." Uncertain whether it was issuing commands in the language of beasts, the untamed white lions prostrated themselves one by one, paying homage to their prince, or perhaps to Daenerys. Chapter 9. A beastly companion comparable to the Arctic wolf. The family had perished, and even if remnants remained, Daenerys remained oblivious. At present, Drogo was the closest person to her, yet she harbored a profound reverence for this towering man, whose presence overshadowed all, binding her soul in awe, compelling her to shamelessly seek out Doria to learn the inexplicable. As the dragon was born into the world, and she solidified her identity as the true heir of the dragon, the pressure Drogo exerted upon her somewhat eased, though it had now returned to its prior intensity. Daenerys reassured herself, declaring, "I am the daughter of the true dragon, while he is merely one among many kings." The true dragon does not kneel before mortals. However, despite her thoughts, her pride was gradually eroded. To avoid awkwardness and discontent, she had already dismounted her beautiful silver horse, befitting her beauty, and knelt behind Drogo. All were aware that she was now merely the Khal's Khaleesi, the woman behind the man. Only in the stillness of the deep night could Daenerys hope to rise above the king. Drogo was a born ruler, capable of thriving even in adversity, and the young dragon had become part of him, leaving Daenerys feeling somewhat ridiculous. She had once believed she possessed the capital to fear nothing, but now it appeared that she was even lesser than her brother Viserys. Though he was the beggar king, he had clung to his pitiable pride until the very end. With a hiss, Daenerys' act of kneeling seemed to draw the disdain of Rhaego and Viserion, who flapped their wings and brushed against her before sliding down her delicate form, leaving behind a few faint crimson claw marks as their only company. Having departed from their mother, the two young dragons surveyed the scene, directing their affection solely towards Drogo. Clumsily, they climbed onto Drogo's charred warhorse, panting heavily, and then perched upon his shoulders, stretching their long necks alongside Viserion, gazing down upon the gathered multitude. Remarkably, the flames that had once enveloped Drogo's form now seemed to flow like blood, seeping into the scales of Rhaego and Viserion, causing them to emit thick plumes of steam. This extraordinary phenomenon was felt in its entirety by Drogo, the central figure. Yet he had no desire to delve into the inexplicable mysteries, for the dragon was a divine creature that ought not to exist in this world. Drogo focused much of his attention on the sole, blood-marked Lion King in the gathering, who had not submitted. As the lion pride lay down, seemingly receiving the Lion King's tacit approval, it did not resist nor display anger. Instead, it slowly strode forward, crossing the snow-white expanse and approaching the now unafraid Dothraki. Halting before their king, the Lion King commanded a multitude of over 1,000 subordinates, wielding overwhelming dominance. Yet from his elevated position, Drogo perceived its fear. He understood that the Beast King feared not him, but the dragon reflected in its blood-red eyes. The dragon of Xiaoga perceived the distinctive actions of the Lion King as a provocation, inciting the others to roar with ferocious might, releasing wisps of white smoke from their mouths. It seemed to have absorbed the flames from its father, amplifying the fire within and under their strenuous transformation. It unexpectedly expelled a fleeting flame. Faced with a creature small enough to swallow whole, the Lion King staggered back, as if struck by a torrent. The white lion harbored an innate fear of fire, and the dragon was the sovereign of flames. Was it a demon or a spawn of darkness? For the Lion King, the source of unease was not merely the fearsome visage of the young dragon, but the overwhelming pressure of a life force even more potent than its own. Having triumphed over Margot and successfully absorbed over 100 elite warriors, Xiaoga felt little enthusiasm for the inevitably disastrous clash between man and beast. Thus, he sought to bring matters to a close. He turned to Dany, beckoning her closer, and forcibly placed the young dragon into her arms. My Callus, my Blood Alliance guardians. My Karasas, you shall depart towards the setting sun. I shall follow shortly. At this command from Khal, none dared to defy, those with steeds mounted, while those without proceeded on foot, swiftly vanishing from the Lion King's blood-red gaze, leaving behind only the giant who controlled the prince. In Xiaoga's contemplation, his subjects could not withstand the onslaught of beasts. Remaining would lead to total annihilation, yet he possessed an inexplicable confidence to escape danger, prompting his decision to stay behind. With no concerns trailing him, Xiaoga prepared to make a reckless choice that might soon envelop him in claws and fangs. With a fierce shout, he summoned all his strength, channeling it into his left palm, pressing it against the shoulder blade of his steed, and with a sudden force, the battle-weary horse buckled, collapsing to its knees with a resounding thud. He dismounted in this imposing manner, clutching the young lion, and approached the Lion King with deliberate slowness, declaring in a piercing tone, "Behemoth, I harbor no intention to offend. All is for the sake of survival." The words were soft, yet the tone was exceedingly arrogant. Moreover, what he truly aimed to convey extended beyond mere survival. It was a declaration of dominance. Though the dragon refrained from vocalizing its thoughts, the Lion King did not offer Xiaoga a favorable countenance, responding with bared teeth and a low growl. Fortunately, neither could comprehend the other's tongue, allowing for a somewhat civil exchange of hostilities. Xiaoga smiled, feigning fearlessness, advancing rather than retreating, gently placing the young lion before the beast. He then scooped up a handful of red sand to wipe away the milk that had splattered upon the cub, executing a graceful turn before walking away. Lacking fire, steed, and manpower, he maintained an air of nonchalance, embodying a certain capriciousness while concealing his true identity. Yet, the collective roar incited by the Lion King struck him like a thunderbolt, halting his steps. Damn it! Indeed, the gentle are preyed upon by the fierce. Xiaoga cursed vehemently, turning back with evident signs of desperation, yet a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. The young lion let out a plaintive cry, and in an instant, the impending chaos was restored to tranquility. With a deep sigh of relief, Xiaoga felt he had made the right bet. He trusted his instincts. The young lion, for reasons unknown, displayed an extraordinary attachment to him, surpassing even the bond shared with the 3 young dragons of its own bloodline. Witnessing the young lion's majesty, he felt compelled to take a gamble, for life is often devoid of certainty, and one must embrace risks to illuminate the path ahead. The tranquility was soon shattered by the Lion King, who expressed its displeasure with a series of ferocious roars aimed at the prince. The young lion, undeterred, responded with its own defiant growl. Zhao Gu, drenched in cold sweat, anxiously watched their confrontation, silently cheering for the cub, hoping it would triumph over the elder. Much to his astonishment, the young lion emerged victorious, revealing a scene that defied all preconceived notions. The disgruntled Lion King extended its paw to touch the young lion's bloodstain, which was markedly darker and more vivid than its own, before bowing its head in submission. Initially, Zhao Gu presumed the little one to be the offspring of the Lion King, but this newfound revelation prompted a shift in his perspective. After all, how could a father kneel before its child? A startling thought crossed his mind, and he gasped. Could it be that the cub was not merely the prince, but the true king of the White Lion clan? The bloodstain on the young lion's forehead was undeniably exceptional, leading him to believe that this conjecture was highly plausible. It became clear why the other beasts obeyed the larger lion only after several roars, while this little creature could command their compliance with a mere mule. Thus emboldened, Zhao Gu strode forward to greet the approaching young lion, which bounded towards him like an exuberant house pet. Unsure if the cub could comprehend human speech, he affectionately ruffled its mane and bid farewell in various languages. Thank you, goodbye, adieu, auf Wiedersehen. To his surprise, the young lion, displaying an uncanny semblance of human emotion, wrapped its paws around his thigh and gazed up at him with sparkling eyes, nuzzling and emitting soft whimpers. Such a formidable display of expressiveness was unmistakable. The cub wished to accompany him. Zhao Gu attempted to gently push it away and began to retreat, only to be pursued clumsily as the young lion clung even more tightly to his leg. He yearned to adopt this battle-ready companion, akin to a dire wolf. However, the young lion's subordinates shot him fierce glares, particularly the large one, who appeared ready to devour him whole. In the face of such ruthlessness, more brutal than even the vicious Cersei, Zhao Gu, feeling the sweat trickle down his forehead, tried to reason. Humans and beasts walk different paths. You feast on raw meat, while I dine on roasted fare, hence you cannot follow me. After an elaborate discourse on the enmity and affection between man and beast, he attempted to provoke its ire. Yet, with his already parched mouth nearly smoking, the little one remained undeterred. Ultimately, he conceded, pointing at the young lion, then at himself, and finally gesturing ahead, declaring, "Very well, I shall take you along." The cub promptly released its grip and excitedly called out to the larger lion. Upon hearing the words, the massive creature erupted into a fit of anxious roars. After a prolonged exchange between both parties, it suddenly fell silent and lunged towards Zhuge without warning. Startled, Zhuge hurriedly kicked the young lion at his feet and blinked repeatedly, signaling it to intervene. However, the little one chose to silently retreat to the side. Zhuge felt immense regret. In a moment of bravado, he had challenged the giant, and now he was faced with the consequences. Yet, he remained unafraid of the solitary charge, for it was the impending wave of beasts that truly terrified him. I shall engage you barehanded. With unwavering confidence, Zhuge discarded his curved blade and clenched his fists, bracing himself for the encounter. He was no longer the trembling boy who once faced the White Lion. He had transformed into a king, a being fiercer and more dominant than the White Lion itself. Roar! A beast is a beast, devoid of finesse. The massive creature opened its jaws wide, aiming for Zhuge's throat, leaving itself vulnerable. Zhuge seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to its abdomen, narrowly evading the oncoming bulk. True to its leader status, after a clumsy fall, the giant swiftly pivoted, snapping at Zhuge's thigh. Though Zhuge's frame was colossal, his flexibility rivaled that of a dancer. He leaned forward, pressing down on the creature's head, using the force to execute a backflip, landing atop it with precision. Before he could fully settle, he tightened his fist and struck fiercely at the creature's nose. With a sharp crack, its nasal bridge shattered. Following this, Zhuge rolled to the side and stood, brushing off the dust from his attire, signaling the end of the battle. The massive creature, blood gushing from its nostrils, howled in agony before gasping for breath. Unwilling to move, the young lion dashed forward, leaping onto its body and wailing. This encounter, seemingly effortless, was a testament to Zhuge's prowess in exploiting the White Lion's vulnerabilities, often securing victory with a single blow or strike. Felines share a common trait. Their noses are exceptionally sensitive, yet this is also their Achilles heel. Injuring their noses can lead to severe harm or even death. Zhuge had once felled a horse with a single punch, illustrating the immense power behind his strikes, though he had learned to temper his strength to avoid fatal consequences. The colossal creature, embodying the spirit of a king, rested briefly before shaking its head and rising, guiding the young lion toward Zhuge. As they approached, it nudged the little one to Zhuge's feet and, in a display of understanding, bowed its head slightly before issuing a series of soft calls to the young lion. After sharing tender nuzzles, it turned to depart. Zhuge finally grasped the creature's intent. It sought to test his strength, to ascertain whether he could protect its king, yet it was an endeavor fraught with peril. With a mighty roar, the giant creature summoned the beast horde, directing them towards the vast grasslands. Zhuge cradled the young lion, watching as the herd moved on until they vanished into the horizon, dust settling around them. In that poignant moment, he distinctly perceived that even the wild beast cradled in his arms could shed tears. Chapter 10. The Eye of the Blood Demon Beneath the Blazing Sun. Dany rode her silver steed at the forefront of the refugee procession, hastening towards the west. The visual impact of the beast tide instilled a profound fear that left them no courage to confront it again, rendering them incapable of pausing. At that moment, Dany, alongside the frail and vulnerable, was fervent, yet their spirits were quelled after witnessing the soul-shattering horror. The thought of bravado was utterly extinguished. Trailing closely behind was the Blood Alliance Guard, accompanied by Sir Jorah Mormont. In the center were the elderly, children, and the wounded, while the returning cavalry brought up the rear. The captive Margot was bound hand and foot with a long rope, with Jorah holding the end of it, hastening his movement on the ground or dragging him along, becoming the sole target of punishment. Dany loathed this cruel demon and had dispatched 3 young dragons to torment him, clawing and scratching while occasionally exhaling scorching breaths upon him, much to the delight of her children. Reduced to a plaything of the dragons, Margot, suffering under relentless torment, longed for swift liberation, yet the dragon mother, seeking to vent her long-simmering fury, would not easily grant his wish. These were individuals who had endured great hardships, their eyes hollow, devoid of compassion for him, including his former comrades from the Karst forces, now reduced to the desolation of the vanquished. Their conversations were sparse, predominantly revolving around the undying one, Drogon. Though the Horse King remained ensnared in a deathly peril, no one expressed concern for his safety anymore. For that man was truly remarkable. Wounds festering with decay and maggots, blood magic, and roaring flames. None of the Karst forces could extinguish his life. How could a horde of mindless beasts achieve such a feat? In their eyes, Dany, the rightful heir of the true dragon, paled in comparison. What she possessed, Khal also had. What she lacked, Drogon possessed. This was the reason why the opportunistic throng gravitated towards Drogon, sincerely bowing in reverence. Dany was not oblivious to their inclinations. Yet the allure of power was too intoxicating. The young girl, who had suffered the loss of her child, would remind herself in her moments of melancholy. His combat prowess is unparalleled, yet his miraculous essence springs from my true dragon blood. They pressed onward, transitioning from the fierce sunlight into the twilight. The able-bodied could persevere, but the elderly, women, and children, along with the injured, could not withstand the relentless journey. The vast, desolate expanse threatened to shatter their resolve. However, as long as Khaleesi remained silent, they could only endure, until finally, Jorah Mormont, close to Dany, suggested, "Khaleesi, we have traveled far enough. The Red Earth wastes are barren. The beast tide will not venture here for a mere meal. Everyone is exhausted. Might it be prudent to rest here for a while?" Dany, equally fatigued and with her vision slightly blurred, understood her role as a leader. In truth, she had been awaiting this very suggestion, and thus she consented. "Sir, issue the command to set up camp for the night." Awaiting the return of Drogon and Khal to awaken the stars. "Indeed, Khaleesi," Jorah replied respectfully, bowing his head and hastening back to relay the orders. As she gazed at the retreating figure of the exiled knight, Daenerys could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Her dry, chapped lips parted slightly as she whispered almost inaudibly, "My lord, I still prefer when you address me as your majesty or your highness." When the human spirit is stretched to its limits and finally liberated, it often disregards everything, even the gravest of dangers. Daenerys could even hear the cheers of some elderly men in the distance. The men began to tend to the horses and set up tents, while the women gathered dry wood to prepare a meal. Daenerys instructed her maid to char the meat, and upon seeing this, the young dragon immediately released its tail from around her arm, darting forward like a serpent to seize the food. Their appetite was astonishing. Each meal could consume several times their weight, and the largest among them, Drogon, was quite domineering, swatting his brothers aside with his claws and roaring to claim the first of the roasted horse meat for his insatiable belly. Once satiated, The young dragons nestled in their mother's embrace, indulging in the nourishing drink that would aid their rapid growth. Daenerys cherished holding the little dragons, for their scales radiated warmth, particularly noticeable on cold nights, providing her with a sense of comfort and solace. In such moments, she would stroke the small bodies of her young dragons, questioning the uncertain future. When you grow up, will you protect me like your father, Drogon? Will your love surpass mine? The little dragons replied in hisses, speaking in a tongue she could not comprehend. The enveloping darkness of the night often rendered many things mysterious. Despite the oppressive weight of her thoughts, the weary Khalasar, aside from the children and the elderly who had long lost hope in life, gazed skyward, silently offering prayers to the gods, their hearts far from sleep. Suddenly, a chilling howl, reminiscent of both wolf and lion, shattered the silence, stirring the tribespeople in the east. The young dragon in Daenerys' arms broke free, darting out like three gophers, while the warriors swiftly grasped their weapons, entering a state of readiness for battle. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, they were engulfed in ecstatic joy. Erupting in cheers, "Our call has returned." The travel-worn Drogon bore a slain lion upon his shoulders, yet stood tall, his back unbowed by the burden. The exhausted king of horses still held on to his pride, but such bravado required strength to support it, and he was indeed the king of kings. The mother of dragons harbored many emotions, yet when her man returned alive, Daenerys realized how deeply she depended on him. This exhilaration was impossible to suppress, her radiant smile revealing her delight. Drogon discarded the carcass, shedding his usual aloof demeanor to offer a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement as he approached his wife. Along the way, the crowd parted respectfully, not only out of reverence for the formidable man, but also due to the presence of Snow, following closely behind him. The bloodstain on Snow's brow resembled the eye of blood magic, and in the glow of the blood moon, it was enough to send shivers down one's spine, as if consciousness were being drawn into the very gates of hell. Even the untamed dragon, who looked down upon all, was captivated, trailing behind with a curious gaze fixed upon it. Embracing one another, the couple whispered intimate words unheard by outsiders, after which Zhuge summoned his devoted maid to one side, gesturing toward the deceased lion and quietly issuing instructions. Following this, the revelries commenced. Zhuge, fatigued and disinterested in further contemplation, beckoned his warriors to indulge in raucous celebration, which continued until the early hours. Upon entering Dany's tent, Zhuge was taken aback to find the young dragon and the cub engaging in playful antics together. He was acutely aware of the dragon's haughty nature, which led it to disdain all creatures except for himself and his wife. He could not help but marvel at the enchanting allure of the snowball that had captivated the dragoness' attention. Could its lineage be of such noble descent as to rival that of the dragonkin? Or was it simply that the dragon regarded it as a cherished pet? Yet another enigma accumulated in his mind, though Zhuge had little inclination to ponder it deeply, for the enchanting figure that intrigued him most awaited with sparkling, doe-like eyes. Chapter 11. Riding to trample the golden city of Kays. When the first rays of sunlight seeped through the tent seams, Zhuge awoke from his slumber, having only rested since the early morning. However, to him, that was ample time. He felt as though he had transformed into a humanoid dragon. The flames were his strength, and the nourishment he drew from the embers fueled his spirit, which burned with an unquenchable fervor. Recent trials by fire had significantly enhanced the resilience of his skin and the power behind his fists. This was indeed fortuitous. A mere mortal ascending to the realm of miracles left no room for discontent in Zhuge's heart, only a yearning for more. Dany, those are all over, yawned and rose from bed, ready to assume her duties in place of her maidservants, fulfilling the obligations of a devoted wife. However, she was met with Zhuge's firm refusal, as he expressed his desire to tend to her hair, a task he had long wished to undertake, though now Dany's once lustrous locks hung limply without a strand. Yet, Zhuge believed that his tenderness would soon restore her beauty, as he noticed the sprouting silver strands upon her head. Not only Dany, but he too, upon touching his own scalp, felt the unmistakable signs of burgeoning hair, having emerged from the fires less than a day ago. The Dothraki were indeed a hair-abundant and wild race. He surmised it would not be long before he sported a mane and beard that exuded authority. However, this was contingent upon refraining from further self-immolation during this interim. Once they had donned their garments, Dany was about to call for Ji and the others to assist her husband with his morning ablutions when Zhuge pressed a finger against her slightly parted lips, whispering mysteriously, "Turn around and wait for me." Although she found his request peculiar, she complied obediently, turning her delicate form away. Once he was assured of her lack of inclination to spy, Drogo stealthily made his way outside the tent, with the snowball eagerly following, only to be unceremoniously kicked aside. As a resolute man, he preferred not to have clingy companions, his wife being the sole exception. Upon stepping outside, he received a freshly crafted new lion pelt from the sleepless maidservants, and upon inhaling its scent, found it devoid of any fishy odor, entirely masked by a fragrant essence. Drogo was immensely satisfied with the exquisitely crafted fur coat, even more so than the one that had been burned, and he expressed his heartfelt admiration. It is truly magnificent. Thank you for your skillful hands. In the past, the Horse Lord had been unyielding, and even if they had given their lives, they would have received no kindness from him. Doria and the others suddenly realized that the man before them had changed. Their hearts ached, and they replied with a mixture of surprise and gratitude. To receive praise from Caro, even the gods would delight in our joy. Upon witnessing their reaction, Drogo affectionately ruffled the heads of the three girls, who were still shorter than his shoulders, silently cursing this wretched world. The solutions offered were merely superficial. The weeds would continue to sprout, and these girls would still find reasons to weep. He felt at a loss as to how to comfort these delicate blooms, and could only enter the tent with a sense of apology to make amends with his wife. Haunted by the unnecessary destruction of the lion pelt intended for Dany, Drogo had long held on to that regret. Therefore, when he saw the complete carcass of a lion left behind after the beast died, he decided to bring it to her. He approached quietly, draping the lion pelt gently over the shoulders of the beauty. Drogo relished in recreating the romantic gestures of his former life, indulging in the romance absent from this world. The soft fur against her skin, infused with a captivating fragrance and rich color, enveloped Dany in a wave of comfort, leaving her both surprised and delighted, her heart swelling with emotion. Turning towards him, Dany leaped into Drogo's embrace, expressing her feelings in that moment. Thank you, my sun and stars. I feel like the happiest woman in the world. Drogo caressed her back, sharing his own genuine sentiments. My moon in life. Possessing your beauty makes me the luckiest man alive. However, their tender moment was soon interrupted by the unrefined antics of Snowball and the three young dragons. The white lion clung to Drogo's leg, while the dragon wrapped around his arm and shoulders, seemingly vying for a share of the affection. These creatures were not human, so they could be disregarded, yet their intrusion dampened the mood, prompting the couple to cease their display of affection. In playful annoyance, they each seized one of the creatures and playfully roughed them up, their actions appearing brash, yet brimming with warmth, reminiscent of parents chastising mischievous children. Dany, unable to bear more children, sincerely regarded these creatures as their offspring, the embodiment of their ambitions. The majesty of the grown dragon was undeniable, and Drogo recognized that Snowball also held potential, as the little one was the king of the White Lions. One day, when he returned to the vast grasslands, with Snowball driving the beast tide, who among the Dothraki could rival him? Once Dany's gentle hands turned red from the playful tussles, Drogo, feeling for his wife, suggested they cease their antics. The four little ones blinked their innocent eyes, eagerly following their illustrious parents, entirely oblivious to any rivalry, as they accompanied them in their playful endeavors. Upon exiting the tent, Drogo summoned Jorah Mormont, Dany's loyal Queensguard, to gather all the Khalaisars. Once everyone had assembled, Drogo, reminiscent of a successful figure from his past life, strolled back and forth with his hands clasped behind him, deliberately cultivating a solemn atmosphere, relishing the reverent gazes of the men and the fiery glances of the women. As he observed the melancholic expression on Dany's face, he finally positioned himself at the center, inevitably casting his gaze down upon the crowd, inhaling the somewhat thin air, and began to deliver an impassioned and stirring opening address that also served as his conclusion. My people, good morning. I am acutely aware of the fear and uncertainty that looms over our future. Yet, we have just forged a momentous victory that shall be enshrined in the annals of Dothraki history, a triumph of the few over the many. Therefore, let us believe that even amidst adversity, miracles can be wrought. Let us press on with fortitude, undeterred by challenges and unyielding before death. I shall guide you away from the wilderness, imprinting our legacy upon every corner of the world, and our first conquest shall be the fabled city of Qarth, renowned as the center of the world, bridging the north and south, and connecting east and west, nestled at the edge of the wasteland. On the shores of the Black Salt Sea, the legendary Qarth is known to few in the lands of Khalasar, and even those who have heard of it have yet to visit. As they prepare to distance themselves further from their homeland and face the prospect of becoming wanderers, they harbor an inexplicable faith in Drogo. Thus, their fervor ignites for him, as they raise their arms in unison, venerating their king as a deity. Father of dragons, The Unburnt, the mightiest king on horseback. The titles multiply, each etched with the glory of kingship, earned through bloodshed and struggle. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. The heavy burden has not crushed Drogo but rather ignited within him even grander ambitions. He is resolute in his belief that he shall rise ever higher, until he stands unassailable. To conquer Qarth, a city replete with deceit and guarded by numerous mercenary factions, was not initially in Drogo's plans. He had intended to evade it, guided by the trends of the tales he read. However, now seated in the immortal hall within the city, he yearns to visit, to comprehend the once clear trajectory of his fate that has since become obscured. In a roar that resonated with the fervor of his people, Drogo bellowed to the heavens, articulating his unspoken aspirations. The barren wasteland transformed into a colossal arena, echoing with the cries of both man and beast. Dany smiled, a radiant smile that seemed to electrify her entire being, causing her to tremble with exhilaration. For her husband's ambitions perfectly aligned with her own desires. Wherever the hooves of the Dothraki tread, riches would be plundered. Drogo's first objective was the Golden City. Though unheard of, it exuded an aura of grandeur, promising immense wealth. With such riches, acquiring sufficient ships would be a triviality. Would the continent of Westeros, once rightfully hers, still be distant? Chapter 12. The Oracle. The following morning, Dany remained at the camp with the elderly, women, and children, guarded by Ser Jorah Mormont. Meanwhile, Drogo led the Blood Riders and the recently returned warriors of Khalasar towards the fringes of the vast grass sea. Their mission was not one of conquest, but rather of hunting, seeking out seeds of wild vegetables to cultivate. The journey to Qwers is arduous, necessitating a traverse through the desolate red earth wasteland. Without adequate provisions and a backup herd, one would succumb to starvation, eternally collapsing upon the crimson soil, eroded by the winds and reduced to mere gravel. Thus, the far-sighted Drogo would not overlook such vital matters pertaining to survival. While crops cannot endure in the arid, rain-scarce expanse, this was the command of Khal, and none dared to voice dissent. The Dothraki, a people who gallop across the vast grasslands, thrive on hunting, pastoralism, and raiding as their means of sustenance. With the threat of the White Lion diminished, emboldened by their fearless hearts and exceptional archery skills, not a single beast in their sight could escape the clutches of Drogo and his kin. In a mere fortnight, they made several round trips, returning with an abundance of game, vastly exceeding their numbers. The Dothraki relish fermented dairy products, thus they spared the nursing female beasts while slaughtering the males, under Drogo's guidance, transforming them into long-lasting smoked meat. The pelts of the wild creatures were meticulously removed and crafted into water skins that would not lose moisture in the sweltering heat. After a bloody endeavor, and upon Drogo's estimation that their provisions were sufficient, he commanded all to seek out sources of water to fill the skins and gather fuel for burning. Once preparations were complete, the Horse Lord convened a tribunal, appointing Daenerys as the chief judge, with the condemned being the despondent Mago. Aside from a few women and children, the rest bore the stains of blood upon their hands, laden with past transgressions, and thus few dared to harshly reproach Mago apart from Khaleesi. Daenerys, having never taken a life herself, grappled with her conscience before ultimately deciding to spare his life, ordering instead that he be castrated and a leg amputated, ensuring that his malevolence could no longer extend to innocent maidens. Reduced to a mere shell of a man, even if Mago returned to Jacko, he could only exist in a state of survival, awaiting the day he would be forsaken, left to rot upon the grasslands. Once the sentence was carried out, and Mago roused, Drogo, with his wife's consent, bound him to a lame horse, instructing him to convey to Jacko that one day the Mother of Dragons would descend upon Westeros riding a great dragon, unifying the entire Khalasar of the vast grasslands. And that day would herald the demise of Khal. With the matter settled, the two withdrew from the camp, embracing beneath the starlit sky. Daenerys inquired, "Why is it that the conqueror of the grasslands is not you, but me?" Drogo, with a mysterious smile, replied, "My moon, that glory belongs to you." Puzzled, yet unwilling to press further, Daenerys cherished that sense of glory. After a prolonged silence, the Horse Lord gazed at the distant weeping star still hovering in the far reaches of the horizon and posed a question he had long pondered. "Having been compelled to marry me, do you now regret it?" Upon hearing these words, Daenerys felt a tremor of fear, and after a moment of serious contemplation, her delicate face flickered with shadows of light and dark as she replied, "In the past, I was like a stray cat with no place to call home, constantly haunted by assassins sent by usurpers who sought to take my life. I lived in a state devoid of dignity, perpetually gripped by fear, until you bestowed upon me a sense of security, protection, and a life I had never known. Though she did not receive the answers she truly yearned for, this was sufficient for her. Noticing her expression darken, Drogo deliberately feigned nonchalance and remarked, "The usurper Robert Baratheon is damned. Perhaps he is already dead." Daenerys thought he was merely comforting himself and forced a smile, inquiring, "The Baratheon family has ruled Westeros for many years, their roots deeply entrenched. How could a usurper as mighty as a bull possibly perish?" Drogo pointed to the comet drifting across the sky, pretending to be solemn as he declared, "The witch Mirri Maz Duur told me that the gods have sent this dream to convey to me that the true dragon has emerged. Therefore, the Iron Throne no longer belongs to Robert. Mirri Maz Duur will fly to many lands, spreading the news of the dragon's hatching, informing all that the Baratheon reign is nearing its end." Daenerys, skeptical, ambiguously concluded the topic, "Perhaps." With that, she rose, brushed off the dust from her back, and walked towards the camp, filled with anticipation for her impending journey. Drogo gazed at her graceful silhouette, his heart brimming with hope. In truth, he was uncertain of Robert's fate. He analyzed the situation based on the trends of the tale. He was eager to reach Qarth soon and verify his suspicions with sailors from Westeros at the trading ports. Initially, he intended to expose the exiled knight Jorah Mormont to glean certain truths he sought to confirm. However, after careful consideration, Drogo concluded that the current situation of the Great Bear, isolated from communication, would render him unaware of Westeros' circumstances, and thus he abandoned the notion. After resting for another day and night, under the glow of the blood moon, Drogo commanded the breaking of camp, following the guidance of the Weeping Star, and truly began the daunting challenge of traversing the desolate wasteland. This journey was destined to be exceedingly arduous. For the sake of survival, Drogo ordered all able-bodied individuals to march on foot, reserving the horses for the injured, the elderly, women, and children, as well as for transporting firewood, water, and provisions. As a leader, he had the authority to act as he pleased without regard for others' thoughts. Yet to set an example, he led by walking, always at the forefront. To evade the scorching sun, minimize exhaustion, and prevent fatal heat illness, they endeavored to travel by night, resting in their tents during the day to regain their strength. The group traversed low hills, navigated eroded deserts, and crossed riverbeds as parched as bones. Unbeknownst to them, over 2 months had slipped away. With adequate preparation, Drogo joyfully discovered that not a single person had succumbed to severe illness due to hunger or thirst. Rather, they thrived. And to wash away the fatigue of their nocturnal journeys, his people often fell asleep with distended bellies, soothed by the warm morning melodies. Due to issues of survival, it is the horses lacking fodder that meet their demise, though this occurs only among a few aged or ailing steeds. The Karasses have never contemplated that they could thrive in the terrifying wasteland, a realm so inhospitable that even the sand lizards struggle to survive. They have not only endured but flourished, even becoming overly nourished, thus fostering a multitude of future warriors and industrious bees for their small tribe. However, daily dwelling in this colorless graveyard inevitably raises doubts about whether this desolate expanse possesses an end. In response to such inquiries, Zorg resolutely assures them that there is indeed a conclusion, and they shall soon arrive at a paradise where seeds may germinate. Chapter 13. The Phantom of the Ruined City. Another month has slipped away, yet the skeletal city of the wasteland, which Zorg anticipated, remains elusive, causing his heart to drum with unease. Is the disparity between novels and reality truly so vast? Nevertheless, he firmly believes in the existence of the prosperous Kays, for many have spoken of it, and he has even encountered merchants from the Golden City engaged in the jewel trade within the sacred city of Dothraki. Zorg is convinced that as long as they follow the guidance of the Weeping Star and continue their journey southeast, they shall eventually behold Kays. Yet, the supplies of water and food have dwindled to a critical point, and plans have been disrupted. He now feels a gnawing anxiety. Perhaps overconfidence in the horse lords has led to their reckless consumption, with no sense of moderation. After much contemplation, Zorg reluctantly admits to them that the hope of reaching their goal is dimming. Henceforth, they must subsist on meager rations, avoiding extravagance and gluttony. Upon issuing this decree, the Karasses erupted in discontent. However, Kayr's word is law, and they have no choice but to comply. Days passed, and the earth grew increasingly desolate, with even the most tenacious demon grass vanishing from sight. One by one, the horses succumbed, becoming a source of sustenance, while the Karasses began to appear gaunt and emaciated, moving as if they were mere shadows of themselves, driven only by sheer will to rise each morning. Among this troop, the most vibrant spirits are undoubtedly the 3 young dragons. What others cannot endure in the oppressive heat seems to invigorate the draconic creatures, causing them to thrive. The bodies of the young dragons are primarily composed of necks, long tails, and wings, with a wingspan thrice their body length. Each wing is crafted from delicate, translucent skin, adorned with a myriad of vibrant hues, exaggeratedly stretched between elongated bones. Even their closest progenitors, when inadvertently catching sight of them, are often left in awe, prompting others to maintain a considerable distance, fearful of being inadvertently harmed. Over the past few months, the young dragons have rapidly grown from the size of water bags to that comparable to snowballs, and when they unfurl their wings, they can envelop a horse entirely. Moreover, they have begun to experiment with flight, although they have yet to achieve a successful soar, frequently tumbling to the ground in frustration, exhaling clouds of white mist to vent their displeasure. Nonetheless, it is indeed a significant progression. Each night, Zorg and his wife would cradle the dragons in their arms, for they serve as warm hearths, providing solace against the biting cold. The snowball belongs to the vast grass sea, stepping onto the barren land. It is even more pitiable than humanity, languishing day after day. Fortunately, the young dragon is quite amiable, sometimes taking the initiative to lift it and surge forward, which is the reason it can still persevere. One fateful day, an event that filled Zhuge with dread occurred. He had been observant, treating Doria as a test subject, only to discover that she had contracted a fever akin to that described in novels, and her condition deteriorated faster than a whirlwind sweeping up red sands. First, blisters appeared on her lips and hands, followed by her hair falling out in clumps. In just 3 short days, she succumbed to a festering death. Doria's tragic demise struck the deepest chord of sorrow in Dany, for this unfortunate girl from Lys had been her mentor, imparting the secrets to winning Zhuge's affection in days gone by. After performing a series of rites to honor the deceased, Zhuge personally lit the pyre for the maid, questioning within himself, is it truly impossible to escape one's destined fate? And if so, where lies the end for one who should be turned to ash? Regret suddenly washed over him. He had initially journeyed to caves to glean certain revelations about life within the Hall of Immortality. Yet now, Zhuge pondered, if the trajectory of fate was so dire, would not living become a perpetual existence in fear? Sometimes, the known can be more terrifying than the unknown. Zhuge felt his mind turn to mush, caught between reality and fiction, incessantly tormenting him, as he watched his husband silently clutching his head before the roaring flames. Seemingly engulfed in sorrow, Dany could not help but suspect, did her husband have an affair with Doria? Yet, she wronged him. Zhuge had once been a capricious ruler, akin to a beast in his pursuits of joy, needing no concealment. Perhaps life and death are mere cycles. Doria's passing brought forth hope for the living, manifesting the very next night. At last, a city of pure white appeared before Zhuge, illuminated by the moonlight, beautiful as a mirage that occasionally graces the desert. However, when he heard the cheers of the Karassa, he felt its reality. The ancient city that had been promised along the way was merely a fantasy, long since abandoned in hope. Others dared not voice their complaints openly, yet Zhuge felt acutely embarrassed by Dany's dissatisfaction. The success of the prophecy ignited his desire for ostentation, and turning back, he proclaimed loudly, "Behold, this is the dream city I spoke of, unclaimed and wondrous, brimming with endless fresh fruits, inexhaustible sweet well water, and delightful palaces that can fully satisfy our needs. What are my subjects waiting for? Let us go." Upon hearing this, the Karassa erupted with excitement. However, the atmosphere he had just cultivated was swiftly quelled by Ji Qi's anxious warning. "Khal, if as you say, this is an unclaimed desolate city, it implies this place lacks divine protection, and malevolent spirits may roam and prey at night. Such a location is best avoided. With life slipping away, what fear remains of wandering souls or evil spirits? If we do not replenish our water and food supplies, the wandering souls in this desolate place may soon be us." Zhuge spoke candidly, disregarding her further comments, and raised his arm with a commanding shout. "Let us go." He charged ahead like a marauder into the ruined city, igniting the imaginations of the others, who pursued him with the fervor of ravenous wolves. Even Dany set aside her reservations, swinging her slender legs as she sprinted after him. However, as Zhuge reached the dilapidated city gates, his keen eyes quickly gestured for a halt. "Everyone wait." The sudden stop caused the others, unable to rein in their momentum, to collide with him before they finally came to a standstill. "Damn it!" Zhuge instinctively cursed, though he did not dwell on it. Under the bewildered gazes of the others, he pointed to the sandy ground, analyzing, "Here lie hoof prints that have yet to be obscured by the sands of time, leading into the city. This indicates that there are still people inside." Karasa acknowledged his deduction but secretly scoffed, for he had repeatedly asserted that this place was uninhabited. Was he not being contradicted now? Accepting the circumstances, Zhigul led the way into the city, prepared to encounter its inhabitants or perhaps other wanderers or merchants passing through. However, for reasons unknown, the creature on his shoulder began to hiss restlessly. Despite the sight of crumbling walls, the structures provided some shelter from the wind. Oddly enough, within the narrow, labyrinthine alleyways of ancient architecture, the wind howled even more fiercely than outside, chilling to the bone and inducing profound discomfort. Ji-Chi, shivering as she brushed her arms to quell the goosebumps, approached Zhigu with tentative steps, her voice trembling. "Khal, perhaps we should leave. Even the dragon seems uneasy, as if it senses malevolent spirits." Zhigu irritably turned his face, retorting sharply, "There are no malevolent spirits. Stop speaking nonsense." Just as he was about to resume following the hoof prints in search of signs of life, a ghastly visage abruptly materialized before him, its skin as pale as parchment, lips a deep shade of blue, flesh tightly adhering to bone, adorned with a disconcerting grin. A ghost. Zhigu was nearly paralyzed with fear, instinctively swinging his blade at the spectral face. Clad in strange attire, the apparition was cleaved in two, yet it felt as though he had struck at an illusion. The entity, devoid of blood, swiftly contorted and vanished, disappearing within mere moments. Chapter 14. The Mysterious Shadowbinder, the Terrifying Phantom Sorcerer. The already eerie and unsettling desolate city became even more chilling with the appearance and disappearance of the apparition. Zhigu gripped his almost slipping arakh, curved sword tightly. Casting a sidelong glance at Ji-Chi, who had fallen to the ground in sheer terror, her face etched with panic. Steeling his resolve, he called out without looking back, "Warriors, take up the mantle of guardianship. Remain vigilant and prepare for battle." The warriors, obeying his command, hastily surrounded the terrified elderly, women, and children, their almond-shaped eyes darting about, leaving no corner of the sky unchecked. Without succumbing to the whims of the crowd, Jorlimer stepped hesitantly towards Drogo, articulating in an uncertain tone, "My lord, what we encountered earlier may not have been a malevolent spirit, but rather an illusionist sorcerer." Drogo found merit in these words and turned to him, inquiring further, "What leads you to this conclusion?" The great bear surveyed their surroundings, ensuring that danger had not encroached upon them, before responding in a grave voice, "An illusionist sorcerer, an evil priest who has mastered the art of shape-shifting, is known to delve into forbidden scrolls, paying a price to channel divine powers and manifest miracles. They imbibe the noxious waters of shadow until their cheeks pale and their lips turn blue, presenting a terrifying visage that betrays their formidable strength. If you recall that ghastly visage, you may well concur with my suspicion. It is not mere superstition." Drogo could not forget that grotesque face, unlike anything he had ever witnessed, and felt inclined to agree with Jorlim's assertion. Observing the flicker of enlightenment on Drogo's face, Sir Jorlim hastened to add, "Though once revered for their power and wisdom, today's sorcerers are akin to pretentious old crones, clinging to a bygone era of self-deception, oblivious to the fact that genuine sorcery has long departed from them. Compared to the ancient priests, they are but hollow shells. Thus, it is conceivable that that apparition might indeed be a malevolent spirit." In truth, Jorlim considered his remarks somewhat vacuous. However, Drogo held him in a different esteem, recognizing his extensive experience and adept combat skills, far more valuable than the simplistic minds of his savage warriors. Moreover, Drogo was aware that sorcery still thrived in this world. For instance, the woman known as the Red Priestess, who claimed to be the emissary of the enigmatic Light King Lawler, was now serving Lord Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone. This priestess, named Melisandre, possessed the ability to conjure flames from thin air and resurrect the dead. Yet, this was not the time for such contemplations. Drogo earnestly advised the Great Bear, "Sir, I appreciate your counsel, but whether the sorcerer is genuine or a malevolent spirit, we shall inevitably confront them again. Should that dreadful entity manifest once more, you are to wield your sword without hesitation." Jorlim bowed slightly, replying, "Indeed, noble lord." Drogo was left with an unsettling impression of Jorlim's tone and manner of address, which seemed either deliberate or habitual. As he observed the Great Bear stride solemnly towards Daenerys, poised to defend her against the specter's assault, a surge of murderous intent quietly blossomed within Drogo. Yet, at that moment, his curved blade yearned to strike at the apparition they had just encountered. Just as he contemplated heeding Ji-Chi's advice to withdraw from the Forsaken City, a series of increasingly distinct hoofbeats echoed ahead. The group swiftly shifted their focus towards the source of the sound, soon spotting 3 towering camels, each bearing 2 individuals. Alongside the very apparition they had just witnessed, Drogo's heart tightened as he rushed forward, preparing to leap and cleave the specter in 2 once more. Even if futile, it was a duty that Ko must bear. As the Ma Wong initiated the charge, others naturally followed suit, and the resounding battle cries that could invigorate the spirits of the warriors echoed throughout the desolate city, seemingly forged from bones. Upon witnessing their advance, the corpulent man adorned in extravagant jewels and finery, clearly terrified, hastily shouted in Valyrian, "Dothraki from afar, please cease. I am Xeros Daxos, one of the 13 of Karth." Valyria, a city lost to time, yet still awe-inspiring, once served as the capital of the Valyrian freehold and is located on a peninsula of the eastern continent, being the birthplace of the Targaryen lineage. The precise cause of its destruction remains shrouded in mystery, rumored to be the result of a catastrophic event known as the Doom of Valyria. For centuries, Valyria has languished in ruins, yet its language persists within the free trading city-states. Daenerys, being a true descendant of conquerors, was well versed in her family's mother tongue, and under her influence, Drogo had also acquired a basic understanding of Valyrian. Upon hearing that the man before him was the duplicitous Daxos, who sought to wed the mother of dragons, Drogo felt a mix of disdain and surprise, as the timing of this encounter seemed amiss. They were supposed to seize the ruined city first, making him an unwelcome guest. Could it be that they had tarried too long? This seemed unlikely, for in the narrative, Daenerys progressed more slowly across the wastelands. Sensing something amiss, he halted and commanded his men to stop. Drogo coldly surveyed the trio, pondering, if this man truly was Xeros Daxos, then the figure beside him was certainly not a wraith but a sorcerer dwelling in the House of the Undying. He was, indeed, the true target of Drogo's expedition. As he had surmised, the pale-skinned man with blue lips introduced himself in a slightly awkward Dothraki. "I am the truth of the House of the Undying, the great sorcerer Pyre. I came to welcome you, but it seems a misunderstanding has arisen. My friend who bears dragons should not take offense. In the Game of Thrones series, the unsettling Pyre is known for his ability to shift forms, and having discerned his identity, Drogo felt an even deeper sense of caution towards this peculiar sorcerer. Such beings who could approach unnoticed were indeed the nightmares of ordinary men. Noticing Drogo's evident wariness, the woman with the lacquered wooden mask, seemingly with her own intentions, boldly declared in the common tongue prevalent in Westeros, "I am Kaith of the Shadowlands, and we have followed the path of the Weeping Star in our quest for dragons." The Shadowbinders are indeed a form of sorcerer, capable of wielding mysterious magic through shadows, making them a formidable presence. Compared to Xero and the sorcerer, both of whom reveled in ostentation, Drogo found Kaith to be the most menacing. While he had some understanding of the other two, this Shadowbinder remained shrouded in enigma, known by name but not by nature. Overall, Drogo harbored no fondness for any of them, for he detested their unabashed greed, confronted by a multitude of piercing glares filled with malevolence. Xero and his companions chose to disregard them, focusing solely on Drogo and Dany. Their intentions were evidently aligned with the words of the Shadowbinder. They sought the dragon. Chapter 15. Dragonfire burns the shadows. Xero, much like the enigmatic pyre, wore an elusive smile, yet the visage of the male, which was truly fearsome. His grin only evoked dread. In comparison, Xero's affluent demeanor exuded a more genial charm. Clad in a lacquered wooden mask, the towering figure of Quasi exhibited either laughter or ecstasy. No one could decipher her true emotions, but her trembling frame and fervent gaze fixed upon the young dragon hinted at her intense excitement. It appeared that the 3 astute individuals were cognizant of this dynamic. Exchanging glances, they relinquished the initiative of fostering a harmonious atmosphere to the wealthy merchant, Xero. Rising from the depths of the docks as a laborer to become the most renowned magnate of Kairos and one of the 13 great lords, his eloquence was undoubtedly exceptional. The Dothraki were perceived as primitive savages by nearly all who encountered them. Xero believed that engaging in discourse with these simple-minded barbarians was futile. It sufficed to communicate with the most prominent of their leaders. Having interacted with a myriad of individuals, and after accumulating his wealth, he primarily associated with the elite, thus considering himself adept at discerning character and recognizing the hierarchy among the savages. Since their purpose was the dragon, Xero had thoroughly researched dragon lore. He understood their fierce independence, as they only chose to remain close to Drogo and Dany. He surmised that the leaders of these barbarians must be one of the two. However, after scrutinizing Drogo for less than a minute, he dismissed him. Xero, a seasoned trader familiar with the traits of Dothraki chieftains, recognized that the longest braid belonged to Kair, a fundamental truth. Thus, he deemed the bulky figure at the forefront, with his cropped hair that could not be braided, merely a failure who had severed his locks. In the event of conflict, he would likely be the first to charge into danger. As for why the dragon perched upon his shoulder, Zero speculated that the prideful creature merely regarded the giant as a vantage point. Only his robust physique could withstand the weight of a dragon the size of a young lion. Consequently, Zero resolved to reserve his flattery for the stunning white girl, nestled at his feet beside two frolicking dragons. He urged his camel forward, passing by Drogo, whom he chose to ignore, leisurely approaching Dany instead. Unbeknownst to him, this slight infuriated the undisputed king, Drogo, who unslung his bone bow and retrieved an arrow from the quiver of his clansman. The Shadowbinder, upon witnessing this, subtly moved her lips, yet made no visible actions. With the moonlight's assistance, her form coalesced, and her shadow slouched upon the muddy ground as if endowed with sentience. Twisted like a venomous serpent, climbing onto the camel, she seized a short blade from the beast's back and drifted into the darkness, slowly advancing toward Drogo. None of this went unnoticed, including the worried expression of the graceful pyre. It seemed the male which deeply cared for Zero's life. Understanding the ferocity of the barbarian warriors, Zero dared not approach too closely. Stopping his horse at a respectful distance from the throng surrounding Daenerys, he tightened the reins and, with a courteous demeanor, addressed her from above. This lady possesses an extraordinary presence. She must be the Khaleesi of this group of Dothraki, am I correct? The irritable Argo, perpetually brimming with anger towards strangers, interjected on Daenerys' behalf. She is indeed our Khaleesi. Half-breed, what do you want? Zero, being of mixed heritage with a brown complexion, remained unfazed by the rudeness of the barbarians and maintained his smile, addressing Daenerys directly. Esteemed Khaleesi, welcome to my retreat. I imagine your journey across the vast red waste with your people has left you weary, parched, and famished. Please allow me to escort you to the palace I have prepared for you, where the cool, pure well water will cleanse away the dust of your travels, restoring you to your radiant self. There are silk gowns adorned with jewels for you to choose from, and we will have exquisite wine and delectable fruits ready for your enjoyment before you bathe, along with the finest delicacies of Qarth to indulge in. Of course, your dragons and subjects will be graciously entertained as well. In truth, Zero's words lacked conviction, for they, too, were travelers, and their supplies were nearly exhausted. This was his first visit to this desolate city, and the promised silk gowns could only be provided by Qarth. As for the wine and gourmet food, they were merely the rations they had saved and the bottled drinks they had already consumed. Fortunately, the area was abundant with fruit trees, particularly sweet figs, ensuring a fresh and tasty supply of fruit, a fact he did not misrepresent. Regardless of his inner thoughts, he maintained a pleasant exterior. Daenerys felt a stir of desire. She was fatigued and greatly in need of his offerings. However, Zero had only extended his invitation to her, leaving Drogo entirely aside, which was not a wise decision. You are exceedingly generous, Lord of Qarth. On behalf of myself and my people, I thank you for your kindness. Yet, having so easily won her favor, Zero, filled with secret delight, interjected before she could finish. Beautiful lady, after you enjoy the feast, I shall also present you with gifts as splendid as your own eyes, shimmering with alluring red, dazzling blue, and haunting night hues. If you desire them, simply take my hand and point, and they shall be yours. Though she had never possessed overly extravagant adornments, Daenerys was, after all, a woman who naturally appreciated items that could enhance her beauty. Upon hearing his words, she subtly deduced that he was referring to rubies, sapphires, and agates. Such treasures held tremendous allure for her and caused her to overlook his frivolity. However, she had forgotten that Drogo, who had heard everything clearly, had not. In his anger, he drew his bow, preparing to shoot the oblivious bald man. Just as he was about to release the arrow from his grasp, a shadowy figure sprang up from the ground, fiercely plunging a wicked blade toward his heart. Completely caught off guard, Zhuge instantaneously sensed the presence of death, yet he had no time to prepare or evade. Not even a flicker of despair had the chance to manifest upon his countenance. Boom! In that critical moment of life and death, a dark flame erupted from his shoulder, followed by a piercing scream that emanated from the distant Koashi. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, Zhuge hurriedly retreated to a distance of 2 zhang, gazing at the shadow enveloped in flames, crackling like a mouse, and he cast a look of gratitude and admiration towards Zhuge. Chapter 16. The Solitary Conqueror. Everything transpired with such swiftness that only now did the concerns of Dany and the Karassa surge forth. Zhuge, my sun and stars, are you unharmed? Khal Despite having eyes and knowing Drogo was unscathed, they remained tense, fearing the loss of their king. The voices of over 200 people drowned out the pained cries of Koichi, who writhed on the ground, clutching his head. While the hissing sounds from the shadow on the verge of being consumed by dragon fire faded into the background, similarly escaping death. The shaken Zerosan Wandesos and the visibly frightened Pyabali finally realized that the seemingly unworthy man without braids was, in fact, the once absolute ruler of the Dothraki Sea, Drogo. Traveling southeast along the river towards ports such as Milan, Yuankai, and Astapor, the Bonos engaged in the slave trade, benefiting from a direct route along the water, leading to numerous settlements with ample supplies, thus arriving far quicker than Dany's group. Having already disseminated the news of Drogo's status as a living dead across the free trading city-states, Zeros, well informed, had indeed heard the rumors. Yet he was convinced that the man before him was Drogo, for he had never encountered a Dothraki of such towering stature. This belated realization struck him like a death knell, leaving him in a state of stupor, his rotund body trembling incessantly, filled with regret for his earlier frivolity towards Dany. Drogo, witnessing his warriors preparing to confront the instigators, noted their numerical disadvantage, yet recognized their peculiar cunning. He feared unnecessary sacrifices and hastily intervened. Karasa, let us cease hostilities for now. I shall deal with the rear myself. With that, he turned to Drogo at his shoulder and whispered, "What do you think, my child? Shall we together obliterate the mystery?" Legends suggest that dragons possess wisdom akin to that of humans. Among the three young dragons, Drogo is the most human-like, seemingly furious over his father's near demise. Hiss, hiss, crackle. It continually shrieked, smoke billowing from its nostrils and between its teeth, with occasional flashes of fire. An utterly terrifying sight. The dragoness flames would not relent until their purpose was achieved, shadows would not dissipate, and the crimson glow would not fade. Dragons are also known as magical beasts. Surely their fire is a bane to certain magical entities? The shadowy arts mastered by the Shadowbinder are likely the manipulation of one's own shadow or the control of another's to fulfill nefarious deeds, are they not? As the shadows dissipated into nothingness, the dragon's flames scorched the ground into molten rock before gradually vanishing. Drogo, with an icy demeanor, approached the imposing lizard and the male witch. As for Zero, he chose to momentarily disregard him, for beneath absolute power, no matter how cunning the gluttonous pig might be, he could not escape his grasp. Observing the horse king approaching with the dragon, the fear etched on Pyabali's face intensified, as if the one capable of shadow manipulation was dreadfully afraid of the creature that could unleash infernal flames. If a person were truly fearless, how could they tremble? The witch's grim countenance and slightly quaking form betrayed him. Drogo, keenly aware of the situation, remained vigilant, wary of the male witch's potential stealthy approach. Unbeknownst to the horse king, the male witch was grappling with immense pressure, for witchcraft was not something one could wield at will. He relied on external forces to conjure his magic. He longed for someone to share the burden, yet the only trustworthy ally in this perilous moment was preoccupied, enduring an agony akin to the tearing of one's soul. The camel, unskilled in rapid flight, made Pyabali feel certain he could not outrun the approaching harbinger of death, who walked as if propelled by the wind. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew a bottle filled with a viscous deep blue liquid from his cloak, uncapped it, and drained its contents. As the liquid coursed through his lips, his complexion turned an even deeper shade of blue, bordering on black. Drogo could have loosed an arrow or commanded Drogo to pounce and halt the witch's bizarre behavior, yet he refrained. The Council of Qiao La had left a lasting impression, causing him to recall a long-dismissed rumor. It was said that those male witches, seeking immortality in an age of diminishing magic, often harvested toxic blue leaves from a certain black-skinned tree, extracting the essence to concoct what Qiao La had previously referred to as the Nightshade Elixir, a potion coveted by wicked sorcerers. This deep blue beverage was rumored to bestow the drinker with magical prowess and transport them into a dreamlike realm, allowing communion with elusive immortals or deities, combined with ancient and arcane incantations to unleash formidable sorcery. Whether these tales held any truth, Drogo sensed that the answer would soon be revealed. He felt compelled to take the risk of verification, for the world was rife with treacherous sorcerers. Understanding their essence was crucial for preemptive measures. As he beheld Pyabali enveloped in a faint blue mist, Drogo tightened his senses, ready to summon Drogo to unleash fire at any moment. However, the witch's subsequent words eased the tension considerably. The immortals command the comets to guide the new master of the dragons, and I have been sent to welcome you. Since you can harness the power of dragons, we need not be adversaries. I shall await you at the immortal hall of Quarrors to unlock the gates of wisdom." With that, he cast a lingering glance at Dany and Drogo, and in an instant, he became indistinct, vanishing without a trace. Drogo extended a hand to soothe the agitated black dragon, expelling a disdainful breath. "Bah! The immortals may have once existed within the Hall of Eternity, yet now, it seems, only malevolent spirits linger. Nevertheless, I shall proceed." With the most formidable adversary having departed, he redirected his attention entirely to the repugnant figure of the Quilizard. Shadows acted as her doppelganger. She had lost a part of herself. Although Drogo could not fathom the depth of her torment, he discerned that she was assailed by two distinct sensations, pain and, perhaps, an insatiable itch, both concentrated upon her visage. In a desperate bid to alleviate her suffering, she clawed at her crimson mask, revealing a grotesque visage, infested with writhing maggots. The Quilizard frantically clawed at her face, decaying flesh falling away in fragments, exposing stark white bones in certain areas. Such a horrifying sight, coupled with her heart-wrenching wails, caused many of the female Karassa to avert their gazes. Unable to bear the sight, some even succumbing to retching, particularly Dany, who was most severely affected. Even the battle-hardened warriors, accustomed to bloodshed, found themselves deeply unsettled. It is said that recklessly invoking sorcery incurs dire consequences. Drogo held no sympathy for an enemy devoid of worth, deeming her fate deserved. After all, a countenance so ravaged must surely be the result of countless malevolent deeds. Self-inflicted misery is a curse unto itself. Drogo berated her before calling forth the incantation he had taught Drogo, a phrase he had longed to utter. As his words fell, Drogo unleashed a torrent of dark dragon flames upon the bound shadow warrior. The Quilizard, engulfed in the inferno, ceased her mournful cries, her ashen eyes gazing at him with a glassy stare, uttering a curse in a tone of liberation. "Mortal, you too shall meet your end. Yet, solitary conqueror, I behold you mounted upon a dragon with deep azure orbs and decaying wings, traversing mountains of corpses and oceans of blood, yet devoid of companionship. Ha ha ha." Chapter 17. The usurper has perished, the solitary conqueror, bereft of allies. Drogo regarded the Quilizard's curse with contempt. He was the son of Balba, destined from birth to battle for conquest. Only through relentless dominion could he imbue his existence with meaning. Otherwise, he would have long since meandered through the familiar vast grasslands, reliving past glories, rather than enduring the arduous journey across the black brine. As for solitude, Drogo believed himself not alone, for he had Dany, the young dragon, and even Snowball, who could be counted as kin. Furthermore, with so many Karassa venerating him, Drogo felt a greater sense of fulfillment than loss. Moreover, as he continued on his path of conquest, he anticipated garnering even more attention. Even if admiration were insincere, with formidable strength as his foundation, overt abandonment would be scarce. Such was his current conviction. In a previous life, he was a bettered and despondent, and in this life, he was a brash fool. Thus, despite the overlap of two existences, Drogo felt an insatiable need for growth. As for whether his future would align with the Quilizard's ominous prophecy, that remains a question for another day. The dragon's flame has extinguished, leaving the mighty lizard without even ashes, and the warlock has departed. The sole survivor, Zero, is akin to a fat pig, easily slaughtered, with no need for the king of horses to signal. The warriors, led by the Blood Alliance, have long encircled him, leaving no room for escape. Aware of the king's grievances against Zero, the onlookers refrained from immediate execution. Instead, they pulled him down from his camel and bound him securely with discarded horse ropes, subjecting him to a brutal beating. The harshest blows were delivered by Jorah, who usually kept a low profile. His reason was simple and brutal. Zero had dared to blaspheme his goddess, and his jealousy burned fiercely. Recently, he had refrained from confronting Dargo, for the one who lay beside his beloved was far too formidable, and he dared not court disaster. Moreover, in his heart, he harbored a quiet reverence for the brawny and cunning figure. The adage that beauty pairs with heroes served as Jorah's self-comfort. Little did he expect that in a desolate city, which he presumed to be leaderless, he would encounter a life-and-death crisis. Now that the ordeal was over, Dargo, having narrowly escaped death, observed his kin pummeling a punching bag and quietly sighed in relief. Dany had once held a favorable impression of Zero, but now, in light of her attitude towards Dargo, she felt nothing but embarrassment and would not advocate for someone so frivolous. Ultimately, Zero was a high-ranking heir of the course, and a modicum of pride needed to be preserved. Despite his ample girth, he initially endured the blows without pleading for mercy. repeatedly invoking his status in a futile attempt to intimidate the savage assailants. Drogo, however, held no admiration for the corpulent pig. He perceived that Zero was already terrified. For a cunning and wealthy merchant would not prattle on with such foolish words if he were truly unafraid. As a Khal, he possessed an intimate understanding of the Dothraki. His Khalasar was resilient, unyielding to wealth, and it would be strange for him to be intimidated or swayed by mere verbal bribery. Thus, he gradually began to hear the wretched screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig, alongside the utterly shameless pleas for mercy. It was nearly time to intervene. While Zero had indeed offended Dany, his transgressions did not warrant death. Drogo was not so heartless as to take a life without just cause, especially since Zero still held significant utility. Therefore, he called for a halt. Khalas, cease your efforts. There is no need to expend your weary energies on a lying pig. Blood Alliance, take him and follow me. The rest of you may disperse and enjoy your freedom. This desolate city holds what you seek. You may find shelter in your desired homes, drink from the sweet springs, and gather the delectable fruits. With that, he signaled the Blood Alliance to escort Zero away and turned towards Dany, taking her small hand in his, following the mistaken tracks he had seen outside the city. Stepping into the unknown ahead, Drogo, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, indulged in a romantic moment, leaving Jorah with a bittersweet pang in his heart. He pondered whether the mission, stifled by the Mother of Dragons and reignited by jealousy towards Drogo, should continue now that they had arrived in a bustling realm. This place, overrun with devilish weeds, featured buildings devoid of windows, painted in monotonous hues, their view marred by a bleak whiteness, with evident signs of charred ruins scattered throughout. In the realm of Astapor, it is evident that a fierce and devastating war once transpired, with countless flaming stones having plummeted from catapults beyond the city walls. As he traversed a desolate square, he stumbled upon numerous marble pedestals, instantly realizing that the Dothraki had undoubtedly come to clear the remnants of the past. Perhaps the statues that once towered here now reside in the distant lands of Westeros, accompanied by other stolen idols. After walking for approximately 15 minutes, they arrived at their destination, the grandest palace within the city. Observing the remnants of opulence that were still discernible, surrounded by the most splendid architecture, he surmised that this must have been the abode of an ancient, undiminished royalty. Truly a place of indulgence. Drogo cast a fierce glare at the bloodied and battered Zero, leading the way into the main hall. Walking upon the once resplendent but now tarnished carpet, traces of its former grandeur were still faintly visible. Scattered about were remnants of broken furnishings, save for a decaying oak table at the center, which remained untouched by dust. Upon it lay meats marinated in spices, a heap of figs oozing with syrup, along with half-consumed bottles of fruit juice and wine, as well as some gilded bowls, spoons, and forks. It was evident that this must have been the dinner, or perhaps the late-night repast, of Zero and his companions. Drogo felt that arriving late was fortuitous, as it allowed him to disturb their meal. Otherwise, these delectable dishes would have been reduced to mere scraps, unappetizing to consume. "Let us first satiate our hunger," he declared. "My moon, take your seat here." He exhibited an air of nonchalance, as if he were in his own tent, fully embodying the spirit of a barbarian. After the group voraciously devoured the food, they took a moment to rest, and he turned to his contented wife, saying, "Zero Xandros is one of the 13 of Qarth. Engaged in import trade, he is undoubtedly well acquainted with the current state of Westeros. If there is anything you wish to inquire about, feel free to ask him." Overcome by hunger and exhaustion, coupled with fear, Daenerys suddenly awakened to a profound yearning, gazing at the now unrecognizable Zero and inquiring, "Lord of Qarth, I am the daughter of Aerys Targaryen, Daenerys Stormborn. I trust you would be willing to enlighten me regarding the present situation in the Seven Kingdoms." Zero was taken aback, revealing a look of astonishment as he exclaimed, "So you are the daughter of the Mad King. No wonder you can command dragons. I should have deduced this earlier. I ought to have believed those scoundrels from Pentos who claimed you were the strongest Khal of the Dothraki Sea. But I am curious. Why can your husband also command dragons? Is it not said that only the true descendants of Aegon the Conqueror can earn the favor and recognition of dragons?" Drogo, who had been equally interested in the current affairs of Westeros, immediately interjected, his expression shifting. "You foul pig of Qarth, is this truly your place to inquire? The question posed by Khaleesi is what you should be focusing on." Zero, realizing his faux pas, quickly adopted a servile demeanor and responded, "Westeros has undergone a transformation. The ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, Robert Baratheon, has perished." Upon hearing this, Daenerys collapsed into her chair, exclaiming, "The usurper is dead." Chapter 18. The mad woman, the shadow of slaughter cast by the usurper, spread over the desolate city like the twilight enveloping it. And yet, at this moment, the luminous moon hanging in the western sky penetrated Daenerys' heart. She muttered nervously, "Is he dead? The usurper, is he truly dead?" The cautious Zero dared not deceive her and replied uneasily, "I would not dare speak falsely to the true heir of the dragon. The news of Robert's demise is most assuredly true. It reverberates in Quarth, across the Summer Isles, and in every trade port where ships dock." The monumental upheaval in Westeros had begun to manifest, and Drogo nodded slightly, casting a concerned glance at his wife. Born amidst the scent of death and the most ferocious storm ever to grace the narrow sea, Daenerys had lived in constant fear due to the usurper's relentless pursuit, enduring a life fraught with anxiety. Now, liberated, she found herself in a daze. Unbidden, tears streamed from her once vibrant purple eyes. No one could fathom the immense pressure and hatred she bore. Her husband had once prophesied that Robert Baratheon, crowned with the stag's crown, could not withstand the brilliance of the true heir of the dragon and had fallen from the Iron Throne. Daenerys had dismissed it as mere comforting jest, never anticipating that it would indeed come to pass. Ha ha ha. Daenerys lost control of her emotions, laughing and weeping simultaneously. Her manic state unsettled the three young dragons perched on the dining table, their hissing cries filling the air as they flapped their wings, exhaling wisps of white smoke, akin to the mist rising from the northern lakes, which thickened the atmosphere with an increasingly eerie tension. Zero felt a surge of dread. He regretted his earlier choices. Had Drogo ordered the ropes binding him to be undone, he would have slapped himself in a fit of self-reproach. At that time, Zero had received an insight from the immortal, speculating that the dragon had returned. Eager to seize the opportunity, he sought to ally with the true heir of the dragon, aiming to harness the destructive power of the dragons. Thus, he meticulously selected the wealthiest man in Quarth, Zero Xandros, and the Shadowbinder from the lands of Ashai, the Faceless One, as companions. One was fabulously wealthy, while the other wielded lethal magic effortlessly. Their assistance proved invaluable, and the warlock was eager to share in this quest for dragons. Now, Zero despised himself for having lost his previous wisdom in his greed for the dragon's power, foolishly choosing to embark on this perilous adventure without a single soldier at his side. Even if he encountered the dragons and the true heir now, he had become a captive of the barbarian, rendering his original purpose seem trivial. Lost in her reflections, Daenerys found herself enveloped in a profound melancholy. Drogo, uncertain how to console her, hesitated to reveal what he knew and instead feigned ignorance, asking, "How did that decadent king meet his end?" This inquiry delved into the intricate web of power struggles among the nobility. Zero, hesitant to assert anything definitively, replied uncertainly, "It is said that he was gored to death by a fierce wild boar while hunting at the royal hunting grounds outside King's Landing. Though some whisper that Queen Cersei conspired against him, or perhaps it was his two brothers, or possibly even his newly appointed hand, Lord Eddard Stark, standing at the doorway." The great bear snorted disdainfully, shaking his head. He could not fathom how the Duke of the North, so foolishly loyal to his king, could ever betray his dearest friend. Dany gritted her teeth and interjected, "He met a fitting end, but it was not enough. He should have died at my hands." It was evident that even in her rage, she still cared deeply. Drogo, aware of this, risked provoking her ire further by broaching a subject that might offer her some solace. He understood that Robert had died a pitiful death. What should have been a straightforward inquiry was overshadowed by the grim atmosphere cast by the dreadful audience. Zero wished they would refrain from questioning him altogether. Yet he knew that a few diplomatic words might spare him from her wrath. "Your Grace, you are correct. His many deaths cannot atone for his sins. You should be the one to reduce him to ashes. Let his spirit tremble before the true dragon's heir." Having endured countless hardships, Dany never overlooked those who spoke to her. "Lord Quentin, if you were to divert your focus from commerce and concentrate solely on power, you might very well be the king of Quentin by now." The conversation grew increasingly unsettling, and Drogo, unwilling to adopt a masculine bravado at this moment, called out to the maids standing at the door, "Eily, Jiki, take Khaleesi to the quarters of this so-called Lord Quentin for a bath and rest." The king's command sent a shiver of fear through the two maidens, as Khaleesi was akin to a tensioned rocket, ready to explode with the slightest provocation. Fortunately, Dany defied Drogo's directive. "No, you two may leave. I have more questions for Zero." She sought to comprehend the state of the Seven Kingdoms following Robert's demise. In her contemplation, the current realm was likely akin to the Khalasar before Drogo fell victim to blood magic, united under his tyrannical rule. However, once his sun and stars became the living dead, his vast Khalasar had crumbled. even now that Drogo had been reborn. The likes of Joffrey and others who had precariously ascended to the Iron Throne would not hesitate to take his life upon encountering him again. She inquired, "What transpired in Westeros after Robert's death?" Zero replied, "His eldest son Joffrey has ascended the throne, yet the affairs of state are controlled by the Queen's family, the Lannisters. Robert's 2 brothers have proclaimed themselves kings and are poised to assault King's Landing. Meanwhile, the Hand of the King, Lord Eddard Stark, has been charged with treason and sentenced to execution. His son Robb has declared himself the king in the north, rallying all his bannermen to combat the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, and is rumored to be achieving victory after victory, seeking an alliance with King Renly Baratheon of the Stormlands. The Kingslayer, the one who murdered my father," Dany seethed, suddenly turning to Drogo and declaring, "They are in disarray, scattered like a broken shard. The perfect opportunity for us has arrived. Do you not agree? My son and stars." The Mother of Dragons rose with a sinister smile, beckoning to the maidens, "Come, assist me with my bath. Such splendid tidings warrant a celebration. My day and star. I shall wait for you beneath the multitude of stars, just as you bestowed upon me our son, Rhaego, on that fateful night blessed by the gods above." Drogo remained silent, observing her as she entered the unfamiliar chamber under the guidance of her handmaidens, pondering how simplistic and utterly mad this woman's notions were. His current position in Qarth resembled a stream flowing eastward. Once it merged with the ocean, it would be consumed, leaving no trace behind. He required a fleet, an army, wealth, and alliances. Only with these could he contend with those formidable sovereigns in the game of power. Chapter 19, Astapor, marked by the Harpy once. Drogo pressed forward without hesitation, and in his rebirth, he remained the same, yet now he possessed wisdom. Unless absolutely necessary, he sought not to display reckless bravery, choosing instead to deliberate before acting. Lacking wealth, with few warriors and no vessels to navigate the treacherous black waters, Drogo resolved to first engage the captive, the merchant Xaro, and thus inquired, "Xaro, what wealth do you currently possess? How many ships? How many men?" These words caused Xaro to secretly rejoice. As long as this barbarian leader showed interest in worldly possessions, he might have a glimmer of hope. "I possess riches sufficient to purchase half of the Qarthian kingdom. As for ships, including luxurious yachts, there are 35 in total. My manpower is limited, as I am merely a businessman. My slaves, guards, sailors, and others total no more than 500. Drogo spat in disdain. "Pa? Wealth enough to acquire half a kingdom." The merchant king recognized that this newly ascendant parvenu was already hollow beneath a veneer of opulence. His coffers were nearly empty. With only a semblance of wealth to entice the powerful, mere luxury items used as a fade, Xaro was also fabricating the other claims. For he actually possessed far more. Reduced to being a fish on the chopping block, he still dared to play tricks. Drogo was no fragile Daenerys from a tale. His gaze sharpened, and he bellowed with intensified authority, "Speak the truth. Otherwise, I shall ensure you can never utter a lie again." This was akin to issuing a death warrant. Xaro, nearly petrified with fear, promptly divulged everything, even preparing to part with the jewels he had gifted to his 30-odd wives. "My overseas trade has encountered severe troubles, having been collectively boycotted by envious rivals, resulting in the loss of many significant clients. In truth, I have been operating at a deficit for years. Apart from some ostentatious luxuries meant to maintain appearances, my treasury is virtually depleted. I have nearly 100 ships ready for sale, and my workforce has been reduced to fewer than 200. As for my wives, Drogo, uninterested in such trivial matters, waved his hand to halt him. "Stop. You shamelessly disclose your wives' privacy to outsiders. You truly are a disgraceful swine. For the sake of survival, what did integrity matter?" At this moment, Xaro felt nothing but anxiety, his face devoid of shame, and he eagerly acquiesced. "Drogo Khal, I am indeed a loathsome pig, willing to lay bare all my treasures for you. Wealth may be lost, yet it can be regained. However, once life departs, all becomes void." Xaro, having risen from the depths of humiliation through sheer perseverance, ultimately soared to great heights, akin to leaves swept away by a tempest. He firmly believed that even if he were to find himself destitute, he could swiftly rise again, for he possessed the experience and vision to rival royal authority. Though he despised Xaro's character, Torgo found himself in need of such a person. Feeling utterly drained, he pondered for a moment before yawning and stating, "I shall spare your life for now. Should I require your services in the future, I will have parchment and quills prepared for you shortly. You will pen a letter to your steward or wife, instructing them to transport all your remaining possessions here. Be aware, I shall personally review the letter. You cannot deceive me. If you seek assistance or wish to summon the mercenaries, of course, I must make it explicitly clear, unless you are prepared to forsake your life. It will be futile. You know how to compose the letter, do you not? Upon hearing this, Xaro not only displayed no signs of despair, but rather responded obsequiously. Thank you for your graciousness, Lord Torgo. I shall devote my life to your service. The content of the letter will surely satisfy you. Torgo, with disdain, bellowed, Argo, find a room to confine him, and ensure he is closely guarded. Yes, blood of my blood. Torgo deliberately chose the fiery-tempered Argo for this task, ensuring Xaro would not enjoy his stay, for no one should dare to dishonor Dany in his presence. The mere thought of Dany sent a shiver down the battle-hardened king's spine, as he sensed another sleepless night lay ahead. Fortunately, it was not long before dawn broke. Lacaro issued orders for all Carassa to rest for 10 days, during which no services were required. Having concluded his business, Torgo stretched his back and, with a sigh, made his way towards Dany. His unwillingness, along with his obliviousness to the fortune he possessed, left Jorah in profound discontent as he gripped the leather sword sheath with all his might. In the early morning, Torgo and his wife sat embraced atop the palace's flat summit, basking in the sunlight, a moment so exquisite that it reminded him of celestial beauty. In their gaze, 3 young dragons had learned to glide, repeatedly taking flight from heights and landing gracefully on the ground, their excited cries echoing in the air. Their companion, Snowball, too experienced the thrill of soaring, as the 3 young dragons took turns allowing it to perch upon their warm backs, exhibiting their prowess in flight. As a mother, Dany was naturally delighted and remarked dreamily, "It is said that the conqueror Egan and his 2 sisters rode dragons that may have exceeded 150 meters in length, their wings casting shadows over entire towns. Furthermore, legends claim that if given freedom, their size could grow infinitely. My love, how long do you think it will be until Torgo, Rhaego, and Viserion allow us to ride them and explore the skies together?" Torgo, slightly irked by her unguarded remark, replied nonchalantly, "I do not know, but I suspect it shall not be too long." Dany mused, "Children, grow quickly. I can hardly wait to take you to see the dragon's lair in King's Landing." While her aspirations soared high, Drogo was preoccupied with pondering the matter of shapeshifters. Perhaps it was the fatigue of recent days or the remnants of his mother's legacy, for that fishbone arrow had been burned by Jorah as firewood. Even without the numbing effects of alcohol, he could sleep soundly until dawn, no longer entering the realm of prophetic dreams. However, just moments ago, fatigue had overtaken him, and he dozed off briefly, seemingly slipping back into a state of divination. In his dream, he beheld 3 young dragons learning to fly, right in the palace gardens. As he sought to discern the dream's authenticity, the enthusiastic Dany roused him from slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found the scene below mirrored his dream, with the juvenile dragon's movements perfectly synchronized. The only distinction lay in the perspective. In the dream, everything appeared close, whereas reality felt distant. Could that intricately carved wooden arrow, bearing a weeping human visage, be lying in the garden below? It seemed implausible. Drogo found himself perplexed, contemplating that he might once again enter the state of divination in the future to uncover the truth, and thus chose to set aside his thoughts. Time, as it often does, flew by swiftly, and soon 10 days had passed. Early one morning, Drogo dispatched emissaries to summon the Khalasar to the palace front. His people had been well provisioned with abundant sustenance and enjoyed a restful environment, their fatigue from days of travel dissipating, and they appeared remarkably invigorated. Drogo felt a sense of satisfaction at their vibrant state. However, he was wary that complacency could lead to stagnation. Moreover, the Dothraki were not accustomed to lingering in one place for long, being a nomadic people. Thus, he resolved to depart from this rare haven and prepare for a journey to a more prosperous land. "Khalasar," he announced, "you have 1 day to fill all your skins with well water and gather the edible fruits from this desolate city. Tomorrow, when supplies arrive from Qarth, we shall set forth toward the coast of Slaver's Bay, to Astapor, marked by the sigil of the Harpy." His people were perplexed by this decision, many questioning why he would abandon the conquest of Qarth in favor of a city governed by benevolent masters, offending the Male-Witch leaders of Qarth, guardians of the House of the Undying, and with the Shadowbinder's demise and the richest man captured. Drogo believed that a bold advance would be akin to a lamb entering the lion's den. Hence, he felt compelled to make this choice. "The golden city of Qarth remains our ultimate goal, but we shall delay our advance. The reason is simple. We require allies, those who have been castrated, meticulously trained, who obey commands without question, and possess exceptional combat skills, devoid of sentiment, the ultimate killing machines." Chapter 20, Three-Headed Dragon. I aspire to be one of its knights. Upon learning of Drogo's decision, the Blood Riders repeatedly advised him, "Khal, what you must do is conquer. To reduce the vanquished to slaves, rather than forsake honor by spending coin to purchase them. Let those who have lost their identities join our ranks. The sense of honor instilled in these individuals by antiquated traditions has permeated their very bones. In the past, Drogo would have been rendered speechless by their rebuttals. However, he has now chosen to enlighten them, making them aware that engaging in foolish actions, despite knowing their folly, is the height of absurdity. After all, their imagined adversaries are not the cunning and powerful schemers, but rather the Karassa tribe on the vast grasslands and the bloodthirsty White Lion clans. My bloodline, the Karassa, now comprises nearly equal parts warriors and the vulnerable, children, the elderly, and women, totaling fewer than 400 souls. To recklessly trample upon the affluent city-states such as Quarles, Millen, and Yuankai would lead to utter annihilation or a fate worse than death, reduced to servitude. The adage that money makes the world go round is one I urge you to ponder deeply. The threats posed by merchants and benevolent lords are no less formidable than those of the horse lords traversing the great grasslands, perhaps even more so. Fortunately, only a few impassioned warriors express dissent, while the other vulnerable groups remain silent, feeling unqualified to voice their opinions, as they are but the sheltered. Amidst this crowd of simplistic thinkers, Drogo suddenly experiences a pang of loneliness, for no one comprehends him. In search of solace, he turns to the remnants of exquisite wine left by Zero and others, allowing it to soothe his restless mind. He retreats from the throng, accompanied only by Snowball, gazing at the starry sky until he closes his eyes. Perhaps there are those who understand him, yet he remains oblivious. For instance, while the horse lord indulges in drunken revelry, he cannot resist the melodic voice of Ser Jorah Mormont. The usurper has perished, and Westeros lies fragmented. At this juncture, the Mother of Dragons urges her husband to hasten to the nearest Quarles harbor in search of ships to cross the Black Brine and set foot upon the land of eternal summer. She is the most opposed to Drogo's journey to the distant Astapor to procure unsullied soldiers. She has encountered many slaves adorned with bronze-tipped helms in the free trading city-states. They typically serve as guards or gatekeepers for governors, magistrates, and wealthy merchants, lacking the ability to ride horses and generally possessing a corpulent physique. These eunuchs do not align with her vision of warriors, rendering her husband's decision utterly without merit. Her urgency and long-held aspirations find no suitable confidant until the Great Bear arrives, one who listens to her every word. Seated opposite her, the exiled knight, who once unmasked the assassin sent by the usurper at the V's Dothraki market and overturned the poisoned wine gifted to her, saving her life, has repeatedly risked his own for her safety, leaving her deeply moved. Yet the Mother of Dragons regards this balding man, who is more than twice her age and could easily be her grandfather, with no romantic sentiment, only an appreciation akin to that of a devoted friend or loyal subordinate. Perhaps Jorah understands her perspective, or perhaps he does not. In his eyes, as long as Drogo remains, neither Daenerys' people nor her affections shall attain freedom. And therein lies his torment. The Great Bear listened intently to the lofty aspirations of the other, his expression a blend of genuine admiration and inscrutable intrigue. He remained silent until she mentioned Drogo's purpose for venturing to the Bay of Slaves. At that moment, he interjected, inquiring, "Khaleesi, have you heard the legendary tale of the 3,000 unsullied warriors defending the grand city of Qohor, one of the 9 trading city-states?" Daenerys, taken aback, replied, "I have not heard of it." Jorah, with a look of respect, recounted, over 400 years ago, a formidable Khal named Temo led nearly 30,000 Dothraki warriors, adorned with long braids and bells, as they first rode forth from the east to the Bay of Slaves, pillaging and slaughtering every town in their path. They approached the majestic city of Qohor, which ranked among the top 3 trading city-states of that time, with an unstoppable force. Temo vanquished the 2 mercenary armies guarding the great city, the Bright Banners and the Sons of the Harpy. Faced with the imminent threat of their city's destruction, the people of Qohor chose to gamble everything and hastily acquired 3,000 unsullied from Astapor, whom they had previously scorned. The mounted warriors, however, underestimated the army composed of eunuchs. In the face of the charge from over 20,000 valiant riders, the unsullied stood firm, gripping their shields and lowering their spears, unyielding as mountains. The Dothraki charged nearly 20 times, yet they shattered against the wall of shields established by the unsullied and their deadly spears, as if waves crashing upon rocks. When faced with a rain of arrows, the unsullied merely raised their shields above their heads, unflinching in the face of death. In the end, although only 600 of the 3,000 unsullied remained, They had claimed the lives of over 10,000 mounted warriors, including Khal Temo and all the chieftains of his tribe. The Dothraki respect strength, and the new Khal, leading the remaining warriors, severed his own braid and cast it before those heroes. Thus, the loyal Unsullied's reputation soared, becoming the preferred choice for the powerful when acquiring slaves. Having never paid heed to such stories before, Daenerys could not help but feel a flicker of doubt. Is this truly the case? Yura nodded emphatically. Indeed it is, Khaleesi. Anyone who pays attention to the history of the free cities knows this. The words of the exiled knight slightly altered Daenerys's preconceived notions of Drogo. It seems my husband is a man of great vision. If he possesses the unsullied army you describe, those wretched rebels shall surely tremble. Indeed, Khal Drogo is well suited to be a conqueror. Whether to please Daenerys or from honest sentiment, Yura spoke these words aloud. Yet, his lack of attentiveness led Daenerys to ask, somewhat forlorn, and what of me? You? Yura responded, surprised. After a moment's hesitation, his expression grew resolute as he declared, You are the bravest and most beautiful girl I have ever encountered. In my heart, you are my queen. The moment you boldly entered the pyre, embracing the hatching dragon without fear of flame, I was utterly captivated by you. As Daenerys spoke, the bear's breathing became rapid, and suddenly, like a famished wolf, he lunged toward her. Daenerys, no longer a naive maiden, sensed the shift and deftly evaded him, leaving him to grasp at air. As he lunged again, Daenerys shouted in anger, Exiled knight, you have overstepped. I am Khal Drogo's Khaleesi, and I am the queen you speak of. Should you persist in this manner, I may be compelled to raise my voice. At this, the great bear faltered, instantly adopting a demeanor of submission. He feared that the already tarnished honor of the knight, marred by the shame of slavery, would become even more sullied. Yet, his greatest dread was of the formidable giant, the very confidant of his beloved. Forgive me, Khaleesi, I have lost control. Yura bowed in apology, then lifted his gaze, earnestly locking eyes with her as he declared, The sigil of House Targaryen is a three-headed dragon, symbolizing 3 knights, and I aspire to be one of them. Khaleesi, please trust me. There exists no one on this earth more loyal to you than I, not even your dragons or your husband. Having spoken, he stumbled away from the Mother of Dragons chamber, lost and disheartened. This left the shaken Daenerys to gradually regain her composure, and as tranquility enveloped her, she began to reflect upon the words of the Great Bear. Chapter 21. Together breaking the wheel of history, the following day dawned clear, with the sun shining brightly. At the gates of the desolate city, Drogo stood with arms crossed before the prepared khalasar, his gaze fixed on the distant caravan of camels slowly approaching, lamenting the unchanging oppressive heat of this cursed land. The Red Earth truly was, as the enigmatic Elia and the wise Jiki had proclaimed, a realm forsaken by the gods. The group had traversed this desolate expanse for nearly half a year, yet had received not a single drop of life-giving rain. Drogo had inquired of Zero, who informed him that Karth was not too far from their current location. With relentless travel, they could arrive in about 10 days, or in 4 to 5 days if they pressed on without rest. He trusted that the promised riches from Zero would arrive on time. For the servants of the Kartheen were merely slaves branded with the mark of servitude, who dared not disobey their master's commands. Thus, he resolved to set forth that very day. Indeed, before noon had arrived, he beheld a procession of servants clad in linen and brocade, their skin a tapestry of black and white, approaching with the promised treasures. As the camels, laden with copper chests, drew near and halted, Drogo raised his hands in a signal, and the warriors behind him, adorned with bells, surged forth to encircle the 12 servants composed of varying hues. The weary servants, upon witnessing such a display, were struck with terror, realizing too late that they had been deceived by their bruised master, who had led them into the jaws of a wolf. Zero's letter had promised a grand transaction, instructing them to bring their entire fortunes, only to find themselves ensnared. Faced with these fierce Dothraki warriors, the unskilled fighters had no choice but to surrender. It was said that male sorcerers avenged their grievances, and the remnant would never miss its mark. Drogo had anticipated that the enigmatic sorcerer of the Undying would disrupt their plans or send his minions to instigate trouble, but such interference did not materialize. Allowing the Khal to successfully extort his seemingly forsaken ally, Zero, Drogo gestured for the Bloodriders to personally handle the situation, commanding them to retrieve and open the 20 large copper chests suspended from the camels. He then summoned Daenerys, along with the knowledgeable Yura, to inspect the contents box by box. The treasures within the box dazzled the eyes, featuring exquisite vessels crafted from jade and agate, adorned with an array of gemstones, as well as rare treasures such as ivory, pearls, and amethyst. Drogo silently marveled. Even if Zaro were merely an empty shell, the remaining illusions would be enough to captivate anyone truly deserving of the title of the wealthiest in course. My moon, take whatever your heart desires from these treasures. Remembering Zaro's frivolous words, he now romantically offered a flower in gratitude. Danielle, filled with joy, selected several pieces of jewelry, but after a moment's contemplation, reluctantly set them down. This action perplexed Drogo, prompting him to inquire, "What is it? Do you not like them?" Danielle smiled softly, her eyes filled with hope. "My sun and stars. Of course I adore them, but these are meant to purchase the Unsullied. Once our numbers grow, I am certain I will acquire even finer treasures. I have heard that the world's master craftsmen are primarily gathered in Westeros. Surely there are creations there that surpass these exquisite adornments. When my children grow older, I shall have my pick of the finest gems." In recent times, his wife's words were incessantly filled with dreams of the land of eternal summer, and Drogo, almost worn out from hearing it, pondered whether to commend her for her wisdom or lament that she constantly schemed for an early crossing of the black salty sea. He spoke to her earnestly. Dragons are not invincible. They too have their foes. The dragons ridden by Aegon's two sisters, Rhaenys and Visenya, perished in battle. Thus, we cannot place our hopes solely upon dragons and forget to expand our ranks with brave warriors capable of overcoming crises. Moreover, even if we were to conquer the Seven Kingdoms, we would require guardians, would we not? He understood well from the tales of the Game of Thrones series that the powerful crossbows devised in King's Landing, along with the Night King, could indeed slay dragons. Thus he dared not be complacent. As for the legends of Dragon Falls, Danielle, being a royal descendant of House Targaryen, had certainly heard of them. Yet she firmly believed in the invincibility of dragons, even amidst calamity, for she possessed 3. However, her husband's words bore merit, and with the Great Bear by their side, Danielle refrained from making any rash declarations, conceding, "You are right, my husband. We must proceed with caution." Drogo, with a skeptical expression, tousled her silver-gold hair and affectionately remarked, "As long as you understand, we shall join forces to shatter the wheel of history." "Indeed," Danielle nodded, nestling into his embrace, instinctively rubbing her cheek against him. Observing their display of affection, Yora's expression darkened, as the countless jars of jealousy within him spilled over, nearly bringing him to tears with their acidity. Yet, he had no time to sort through his feelings, as the Horse Lord posed a highly professional question to him. "Ser Yora, having traveled through the great free trade city-states, you must be well acquainted with the pricing of Unsullied. Tell me, how many ultimate killing machines could these items procure in the hands of a benefactor in Astapor?" Deshiong meticulously examined the surroundings once more, then approached him, slightly bowing his head, and said, "My king, I estimate that these exquisite treasures could be exchanged for approximately 1,000 Unsullied." Drogo pondered for a moment and replied, "Only 1,000? That is insufficient." He then inquired, "Sire, how many trained Unsullied does Astapor possess?" Yora responded, "I cannot say for certain, but there should be close to 10,000. After all, nearly all the boys sold in the slave bay have been purchased by the benevolent masters of Astapor, destined to become the reserve Unsullied capable of winning the coveted spiked helmets." Drogo softly remarked, In that case, a personal investigation is imperative." Yora hesitated and said, "My king, you need not concern yourself with the total number of Unsullied, for you can certainly acquire only 1,000. Upon hearing this, a chill seeped into Drogo's voice. "Who told you I can only purchase 1,000 Unsullied?" Deshiong, still harboring jealousy, boldly retorted, "To be frank, even if you sold us all to make up the numbers, you could at most acquire 50 more Unsullied." Drogo chuckled coldly, patting his shoulder. You shall see in due time. Regardless of the number of Unsullied, I can afford their price, and abundantly so." Contemplating the king's current situation, Yora suddenly considered a possibility and exclaimed, "You cannot be thinking of trading a dragon, can you? That would be a bargaining chip beyond the worth of 1,000 armies." Upon hearing this, Dany quickly withdrew from Drogo's embrace, meeting his gaze with a simmering fury. "Those are my children. No one shall treat them as mere commodities." Indeed, Drogo's initial calculation had been discerned by them, yet they had not grasped the entirety of his intentions. Time would reveal that he need not resort to the invaluable dragons. He offered a vague explanation, departing from the pair, mounting his horse, and calling out, "My people, gather all that is useful. The Blood Riders shall lead the way with the foul pig Quinn ahead. We will set forth to Astapor at once." Deshiong boldly nudged the distracted Dany, offering comfort. "Come, Khaleesi, those 3 young dragons are also the king's children. He is wise enough to know that the value of dragons far surpasses all else. He would not be so foolish." Watching the oblivious young dragon scampering after Drogo's horse, Dany was overwhelmed by an infinite sense of sorrow. Muttering through gritted teeth, "If the prophecy of the witch Mirri Maz Dur is true, then I shall bear no more children in this life. These 3 little dragons will be my sole offspring. I vow, no one shall take them from me, no one. Anyone." Caw. Lost in thought, she stumbled forward, gathering the 3 young dragons into her embrace, resting her head against theirs, and weeping openly. Her cries were filled with such desolation, such helplessness. Chapter 22. The protective tigress having acquired a substantial fortune, Drogo could have easily chartered a vessel to traverse the more convenient waterways to Astapor. However, his people harbored a profound fear of the dark brine, trembling at the mere thought of approaching it, and Drogo lacked the time to enlighten them. Thus, they were compelled to journey by land. Upon entering the realm dominated by lords of servitude, benevolent masters, wise rulers, and great lords, the presence of towns and inhabitants became increasingly common. Although weary from their travels, they found ample provisions to sustain themselves. At times, they even encountered situations where they were not required to spend a coin, as generous souls would cover their expenses. Drogo and his companions were not at all surprised by this, for merchants and nobles, well aware of the desolation left in the wake of the Dothraki tribes, often bestowed gifts upon the horse lord in hopes of persuading the notorious marauders to depart swiftly. The braided warriors of the horse lord were inclined to revert to their former ways, yet Drogo and Daenerys intervened. Daenerys, having endured great suffering from a young age, despite her newfound power, was averse to witnessing the oppression of the weak. She possessed a kindness that seemed out of place in this world, and Drogo, far from resenting her or deeming her foolish, appreciated her compassion, as he too had been reborn with a sense of empathy. Throughout the journey, Daenerys deliberately avoided her husband, keeping her 3 young dragons tethered by chains close at hand. Her motherly instincts left Drogo feeling somewhat helpless as he pondered the unnecessary coldness between them, particularly when the harsh desert climate oscillated between scorching heat by day and bone-chilling cold by night. Surely, they needed warmth in their shared bed. In this oppressive atmosphere between the two, after more than a month of arduous travel, they finally arrived at their destination. Astapor, one of the largest cities along the coast of Slaver's Bay, was situated at the mouth of the Worm River. While it may not have rivaled Bravos, Loras, Lys, Meereen, Norvos, Pentos, Qohor, Tyrosh, or Volantis, 9 autonomous city-states established as bastions of freedom long before the Cataclysm, it was nonetheless a city of considerable renown in its own right. Astapor was particularly infamous for its production of a unique breed of slaves known as Unsullied, ensuring that the blood-soaked and brick-laden city would be etched in the memories of many. Upon reaching this crimson metropolis, Drogo chose not to rush into the city, but instead instructed his men to set up camp on the outskirts. For the Dothraki, who yearned for freedom akin to the wind, dwelling within the confines of high walls felt like a form of imprisonment. Moreover, Drogo's band, though not extensive, was sufficient to instill unease in the guards of Astapor, who had long since barred the gates, unwilling to admit these notorious savages. It was no wonder the guards were apprehensive. Merchants and free folk wishing to enter the city recoiled at the sight of the fearsome long-haired warriors, daring not to approach. Accustomed to being regarded as harbingers of doom, Drogo paid little mind to their trepidation. This slave city was familiar to him. It was a place of fortune, where the slaves he had previously seized were sold at exorbitant prices. With nearly 50,000 braided warriors at his command, the benevolent lords, fearing complete depletion, dared not negotiate, always smiling obsequiously as they acquiesced to his exorbitant demands, even presenting him with gifts upon departure. In truth, Drogo harbored ambitions to plunder the great city-states of the slave bays. However, the Dothraki horse lords, led by him, favored the conquest of lands and the reduction of their inhabitants to slavery for sale. Yet, if they rendered the slave traders destitute or eliminated them, to whom would they sell the slaves? What purpose would it serve? Thus, considering the long-term implications, the Khals chose to spare these equally damned traffickers. Once settled, Drogo, accompanied by 3 blood riders, called out to a line of guards peering down from the battlements. "Go and inform those 8 gentlemen adorned with silver and gold tassels and white pearls on their long robes that Khal Drogo of the Dothraki Sea has arrived." The guard clad in a yellow silk cloak did not respond, yet one descended from the wall, seemingly to relay the message. Times had changed, but Drogo remained the same imposing horse lord. He felt a twinge of displeasure at the guard's indifferent response. What further ignited his ire was the fact that he had to wait from noon until nearly dusk for the city gates to creak open. Moreover, the expected dignitaries of Astapor did not come forth to greet him. Instead, they sent a slave girl of about 10 years to summon him. With dark skin and a slender frame, her round face was framed by the distinctive golden eyes of the Nyes, and standing before the towering, imposing Drogo. She exhibited no fear as she spoke fluently in Dothraki. "Khal, my name is Missandei, and my master is the Honorable Krasny's Mo Naklas. He invites you to the Plaza of Pride and is eager to hear your needs." The Nyes people, known as the peaceful folk for their gentle nature, were favored as servants by the elite. Initially, Drogo intended to reprimand her for not bowing, but upon hearing her name, he quelled his irritation. For this young girl was a maid regarded as a dear sister by his wife, Daenerys, affectionate towards those associated with his beloved. The horse lord called out to the white lion, who was meandering outside Daenerys' tent, seeking to frolic with the young dragons. "Snowball, come here." The blood-stained white lion, growing at a far slower pace than the young dragons, was indeed endearing. Thus, Drogo decided not to change its name. The White Lion clan possessed formidable prowess in battle. He had initially entertained the notion of leveraging Snowball's lineage to intimidate others into joining their ranks for conquest. However, he reconsidered, acknowledging that the White Lion could only exert its influence in the plains. As Snowball approached, wagging its tail like a playful puppy, the stoic Missandei finally exhibited a flicker of fear, apprehensive of the bloodstain upon the creature's brow. The horse lord stated calmly, "Lead the way." Missandei nodded and swiftly turned to proceed towards the city gates. Rhaegar leaned in to inquire, "My blood of blood, shall we bring the warriors along?" Drogo shook his head in response, "No need, just the three of you will suffice. After all, I am here to conduct business, not to witness bloodshed." With that, he matched her pace, taking one step for every two of hers, relishing the advantage of his long legs. Originally, Drogo intended to bring Daenerys to meet the benevolent lord, but upon reflection, realizing she needed to restrain the young dragon, he abandoned the idea. The world's perceptions of dragons are categorized into three distinct attitudes: fear, pride in dragon slaying, and a covetous desire for their destructive power. To avoid unnecessary troubles, Drogo instructed Daenerys to confine the restless young dragon within the tent. While a mere tent could not contain a dragon, nor could even an iron cage, maternal love could. In truth, Drogo need not utter a word. For Daenerys had already tethered the young dragon within the tent, wielding a curved arakh blade in her hand, exuding a fierce demeanor that warned all who dared approach her child would face dire consequences. Who would dare provoke such a maternal tigress? At least, Drogo would not. Chapter 23. Astapor's largest client as Drogo and his entourage traversed the foul-smelling alleyways adorned with rich red brick, they arrived at the proud square. Immediately captivated by the grandeur of its architecture. At the center of the square stood a fountain pool constructed of red bricks, emanating a pungent sulfurous steam. With waters gushing forth from the center, where loomed Astapor's iconic emblem, a colossal bronze statue of a harpy, towering over 20 feet high, evoking a profound sense of awe. The harpy bore a beautiful visage, luxurious golden hair, ivory eyes, and sharp teeth, from which a murky stream flowed forth from an unmentionable source. Instead of arms, it possessed bat-like wings, while its legs resembled those of an eagle, trailing behind it a curled, venomous scorpion tail, creating a strikingly grotesque and alluring appearance. The ancient Giscari Empire fell over 5 millennia ago, its people and worshipped deities long since perished, leaving the present-day Astaporans as mere hybrids, unable to even speak the Giscari tongue. The city-state now situated in the Bay of Slaves primarily communicates in the language of the Valyrian people who conquered them. However, following the downfall of the powerful Valyrian Empire, Astapor was jointly governed by slave traders revered as the benevolent lords. Yet, the symbol of the ancient Giscari Empire remains, as exemplified by the bronze giant in Proud Square, albeit with heavy chains hanging from its claws, each end adorned with unfastened shackles. The authentic harpy of Giscari legend bore a lightning bolt between its claws, thus this was not the ancient Giscari harpy, but rather Astapor's version, signifying two layers of meaning. First, that this is a thriving center for the slave trade. Second, the indomitable spirit of the Giscari, people who once bled valiantly for their freedom against the oppression of the Valyrians. Once, Drogo was insatiably greedy, and though he still harbored some desires, they were not as fervent as before. In the past, whenever he passed through Proud Square, he fantasized about seizing the harpy statue and transporting it to V's Dothraki to proclaim his achievements. Now, even if offered to him, he would find it a nuisance. For to him, such a mere spectacle held little value. As Missandei walked further away, Drogo hastily urged the Blood Riders, their eyes gleaming with longing, to follow her, and soon, the female slave led them into a brightly lit opulent reception hall. The environment here is exquisitely elegant, with diamond-shaped stained glass windows adorning the walls. Gentle breezes waft through the expansive corridors, carrying the delightful fragrances of blossoms and fruits. There are no conference tables. Instead, stone tables and benches resemble those found in a garden. The 8 benevolent lords who govern Astapor are seated upon these stone benches, surrounded by a multitude of the Unsullied. Clad in spiked helmets and linen garments, with short swords at their hips and long spears and shields in hand. Though they once trembled at the approach of Drogon, they feign ignorance, continuing their hushed conversations, even lifting their goblets to sip the local fruit wine. The Unsullied remain as motionless as stone sculptures, not even blinking. It is only when Missandei draws near and quietly announces, "My lords, the Dragon King has arrived," that the 8 slave traders cast sidelong glances at Drogon Khaleesi. They remain seated, smiling disingenuously, exclaiming, "In truth, without your braids, you are quite handsome." The great Drogon Khaleesi has astonishingly escaped the clutches of blood magic. Truly remarkable. Our dear friend, we welcome you. Their insincerity palpable, they swiftly shift their gaze to the small creature with protruding fangs, Snowball, revealing their astonishment. Is this the fabled heir of the White Line tribe? A scoff escapes Drogon's lips as he realizes that the treacherous Bonos has spread news of his circumstances throughout the slave bay. Although displeased with their demeanor, he finds solace in their fascination with Snowball. Typically proud, he is nonetheless familiar with the names of these self-proclaimed sons of harpies, as they are reminiscent and easy to remember. Their names invariably contain Grazdin, derived from the name of their revered figure, Grazdin, the founder of the Giskar Empire. The 8 merchants bear similar appearances, characterized by the typical visage of the affluent, exceedingly corpulent, with amber skin, broad noses, and eyes as dark as onyx. Their hair is either black, dark red, or a blend of both, all markers of contemporary guys' bloodlines. They don the togas permitted only for the free in Astapor, each adorned with tassels that signify their status. 2 wear silver tassels, 5 sport gold, while the oldest, Grazdin, boasts tassels of white pearls. Though the old man is considered the leader here, the true power lies with the oil-slicked beard of Khal, for he commands the most Unsullied and is the wealthiest among them. In this world, the rule is that the capable take precedence and the strong command respect. Thus Drogon focuses much of his attention on Khal. As they exchange pleasantries and subsequently disregard him, the Dragon King, suppressing his ire, states, "Giskar, I am here to conduct business, not to be the object of your covetous gazes upon my beast." Khal, unfazed by the repeated attempts to sell him slaves, replies nonchalantly, "Do you have slaves to sell?" The city guards had long since reported to him the details concerning the warriors, attendants, and steeds that Drogo had brought, and he was naturally uninterested in the elderly, the weak, or the women and children. Drogo glared at him and enunciated each word with intent. "No, I have come to purchase the Unsullied." This declaration made all 8 turn to look at him, for in their minds, the call of the Dothraki would only seize and enslave. He would never stoop to the ignoble act of purchasing slaves. They only took what they desired by force, not by coin. One of the men, adorned with golden tassels, jested, "The Khal is actually spending coin on slaves? Quite the tale. Oh, it seems you've forgotten that you are no longer the Khal." Incensed, Drogo retorted coldly, "Though my Khalasar is now in tatters. Do not forget that when my father Balan vanished, I led fewer warriors than I possess now and became the undisputed lord of the great grass sea." The oldest among them, the man with the golden tassels, regarded him with wisdom and replied, "But you are now the weakest among all the Khals. This is an undeniable truth. Dare you insult Khal Drogo? You seek death," bellowed the hot-tempered Ago, swiftly drawing his curved blade, intent on attacking. The man with the golden tassels merely smirked, raising his spotted hand in a dismissive gesture, and the Unsullied moved. "Ago, we are here to discuss business." Drogo grasped Ago's arm firmly. He had counted and knew there were 50 Unsullied present. He was confident he could escape, but the Blood Riders were another matter altogether. With the 3-meter spear almost upon him, he remained unfazed, teasing, "I, Drogo, am a man of my word. Do you truly wish to refuse the greatest customer in Astapor's history?" The greedy masters, upon hearing this, sensed he was not jesting, and they raised their hands, signaling the Unsullied to halt, in unison questioning, "How many Unsullied do you wish to purchase?" Drogo boldly declared, "If I am to break records, then I shall take as many as I desire." Chapter 24. I want 10. As many as I desire. The 8 masters were incredulous at Drogo's insatiable appetite. Krasny's mocked him. "Do you know how many Unsullied exist in all of Astapor?" Drogo shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Once, he had commanded 100,000 Khalasar, of which 50,000 were bell-ringing warriors, who only knew how to pillage and revel in Astapor. And thus he had never concerned himself with the ubiquitous presence of the eunuchs. He simply knew there were many unsullied, but the precise number eluded him. Krasny's regarded him as one might a simpleton, slowly stating, Astapor has trained a total of 9,000 unsullied who have earned their spiked helmets, and with additional reserves. The total approaches 11,000. Do you possess the coin to purchase so many? Do not forget, you are no longer the fearsome Khal you once were. The other masters echoed his sentiment, offering no courtesy, stating bluntly, indeed, we have no time to listen to someone still ensnared in the past. When a tiger falls from grace, it is often mocked by dogs. The facade that has been maintained, the debts incurred, have finally come due. Daenerys Targaryen, once invincible, now experiences the sting of disdain, yet his dignity is underpinned by an unseen strength, allowing him to retain his haughty demeanor. I bring with me 20 chests of jewels worth more than gold, along with this white lion prince. Snowball, seemingly unsettled by Daenerys' mention of it, began to whine and rubbed against his calf. Without further ado, old Grasden widened his murky, weathered eyes and coolly remarked, speak plainly. Even if you truly possess such jewels, along with this lion of royal blood, it would only suffice to purchase 1,200 trained unsullied. Daenerys, taken aback, felt that his calculations were rather astute and stared wide-eyed at him, questioning, you unscrupulous merchant, a lion that can summon a beast tide is worth only 200 eunuchs? A young Grasden, adorned with silver tassels, interjected, we are neither horse lords nor savages of the vast plains. The blood-soaked lion's kin cannot even traverse the red wasteland. Thus it is merely a guard dog to us. Is this price not fair? Faced with such cunning traitors, Daenerys realized that mere verbal sparring would not suffice against their slick tongues. Therefore, he played his trump card and boldly declared, what if I add a stake capable of purchasing the entire army of Westeros? The young slave master inquired, a stake to buy the whole army of the Sunset Lands. What could that possibly be? Does such a stake even exist? Before Daenerys could unveil his shocking revelation, Grasden Nemoracross preempted him, addressing his seemingly disingenuous competitor, be patient. We shall soon find out. He then turned to Daenerys, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Once, Kaer, please hold for a moment while we listen carefully to your claims. Daenerys, undeterred, crossed his arms and spoke with commanding authority, what I refer to as a stake is. Yet before he could complete his thought, the benefactor interrupted. I am not interested in your words. Kindly remain silent for the time being. Feeling toyed with, Daenerys erupted in anger. Do you wish to sell or not? If not, just say so, and I shall seize it myself. To his vague threat, Grasden shook his head. Of course we wish to sell. Why would we not? Why the urgency? No wonder everyone considers you Dothraki as mere mindless beasts. By the way, when did a man who only understands primitive tongues learn Valyrian? Having endured enough indignities, Daenerys finally found an opportunity to assert himself. You blockheads, have you not heard of the direct bloodline of Conqueror Aegon, the future ruler of the 7 kingdoms of Sunset? The stormborn Daenerys Targaryen is the one destined to bear my children. He was acutely aware that Daenerys could no longer conceive, yet he believed this proclamation would add to his stature. Grasden, with a knowing smirk, replied, since your Khalasar fractured, I have removed you from my list of business partners. So I was quite unaware of your marriage or abduction of the beggar queen. This is utterly intolerable. Not only did Xiaoga's murderous intent surge forth, but even the faces of his 3 blood-sworn guards turned a shade of green, just as Xiaoga was on the verge of transforming into an impulsive demon. A figure clad in embroidered linen attire, with a pleated skirt and sandals below the waist, hurriedly entered, a cloak adorned with shimmering copper discs draped over his shoulders, and a look of terror etched upon his face. Upon witnessing this, Krasny gestured toward him and then pointed to a side chamber before rising to depart. The trembling guard promptly turned and followed suit. This action not only perplexed Xiaoga but left the other lords equally bewildered, suspecting that the guard surely bore some unspeakable secret. 10 minutes later, Krasny approached Xiaoga with an expression of uncontrollable astonishment, hastening his steps and altering his previous demeanor to one of sycophancy as he proclaimed, esteemed Xiaoga Cao. As you have asserted, the 20 chests of jewels you brought are indeed authentic, and your resources are sufficient to procure all of the unsullied. Moreover, upon the completion of our transaction, we shall graciously bestow upon you 500 exquisitely chosen maidens from the depths of Yunkai. This was deemed a successful negotiation. However, Xiaoga displayed not a hint of excitement, but rather an intensification of his fury. He seized the thin collar of his garment and, spitting as he shouted, How dare you send someone to search my Khalasar and invade my wife's tent? The Unsullied, witnessing their master being assaulted, all assumed a stance of readiness for combat. Krosny waved his hand, signaling them to refrain from acting rashly, and then wiped the spittle from his face with his sleeve, responding with a forced smile. Rest assured, Khal. I merely instructed Captain OSU of the Unsullied to visit your wife and your people. They are unharmed, I can assure you. The Elder Lord rose. His expression darkened as he remarked, Khal, I hope you discern the gravity of the situation and do not let a moment of anger lead to calamity. This indicated that he felt cornered. Zhao cast a cold glance at the 8 men, forcefully pushing Krosny aside, and with a voice laced with frost declared, This transaction has merely taken its first step. However, I must first ascertain whether the Unsullied truly possess the legendary ability to stand against 10 foes. After all, since the 3,000 Unsullied rescued the city of Qohor, they have not engaged in battle with the Dothraki. Tomorrow morning, you shall present your strongest Unsullied, and I will personally verify. Krosny, having been shoved to the ground, confidently replied, Very well, as you wish. Tomorrow morning, please proceed to the punishment square, where you shall face the most valiant Unsullied warrior in the presence of all lords and Unsullied. Zhao snatched the curved blade of arakh from his hand, striking with thunderous precision as he cleaved the unsuspecting Captain OSU's head in two, and then bellowed, 1 is insufficient. No, I shall take on 10. Chapter 25, The Harpy's Finger. How dare they brazenly intrude upon his camp and his wife? Zhao could not swallow this indignity. Just because he could not act against the instigator did not mean he was without recourse. Coldly glaring at the gruesome remains of OSU, he intoned, This pig of a Giscari shall serve as a mere addition to our future dealings. You have no objections, I trust? Krasnamona Kraz found himself rather overweight. Struggling to rise to his feet, he gave the lifeless body a kick and forced a smile, saying, Just a mere lapdog. I have many more, should it please you. Very well, until tomorrow, replied Drogo, turning to leave. However, after taking only a couple of steps, he turned back and said, As a gesture of my sincerity regarding this transaction, I shall present you with this blood-marked young lion as a token of goodwill. Krasnamona was greatly intrigued by the seemingly limitless potential of the small creature at his feet, hesitantly pointing to himself and asking, Are you certain it is meant for me? With utmost seriousness, Drogo replied, Of course. Although the blood-marked Lion King has a fearsome reputation, he is still in his juvenile stage, with little recognizability and negligible offensive capability. As long as you grant him freedom and remain closely bonded, he will undoubtedly recognize you as his master within the week. With that, he squatted down, firmly grasping the struggling Snowball, and placed it into the outstretched arms of the benevolent master. How? Snowball cried out incessantly towards his departing master, or perhaps father, while Krasnamona gently stroked its smooth white fur, his face adorned with a reassuring smile. Hee, little one, don't squirm. You will thrive alongside me, and in time, you shall have your pick of various lionesses. However, Snowball was unyielding, promptly sinking his teeth into Krasnamona's arm, causing blood to seep into the benevolent master's garment. Yet, Krasnamona did not lose his temper, nor did he shake the creature off. Instead, he expressed admiration, saying, Yes, yes. That's more like it. I was beginning to think you had been tamed into a sheep by that hair-cutting savage. In Krasnamona's view, one must be ruthless towards others and oneself to achieve greatness, a perverse life principle he had long adhered to. Amidst the envious gazes of those around him, he settled back onto his stone bench. Once seated, the old benevolent master eagerly inquired, Krasnamona, why did you insist on making such a promise to that fellow? 100 slaves are not worth a single untainted one bearing the spiked helm. What leverage could possibly be sufficient to encompass all the untainted? He has fallen from power, and there is no need for us to engage in a losing proposition before him. Krasnamona chuckled softly. Ah, losing? The one at a loss is not us, but that foolish horse. The bargaining chip he presented could easily procure 10,000 untainted ones. His claim to purchase the entire army of Westeros is not mere folly. If the new king, Joffrey, is a conqueror with aspirations to dominate the world, he would surely be willing to pay. The business acumen of this man left the assembled benevolent masters feeling inadequate. Intrigued by Drogo's offered bargaining chip, they urged, Do not keep us in suspense. What is the nature of this chip? Krasnamona reveled in the intellectual game, continuing to toy with their curiosity, what led to the downfall of the ancient Gai's empire. The one adorned with silver tassels, Grasden, deemed this question irrelevant, expressing his impatience. TSK, was it not the Valyrians, those fools who always sought to conquer the world? Must we even ask? What does this have to do with the bargaining chip? Krosny remained enigmatic. Of course it is related. Consider it in greater detail. Here's a hint. What fuels their insatiable desires so brazenly? Ultimately, the elder, with a glimmer of realization, trembled as he inquired, "You cannot be referring to dragons, can you?" Krosny, without a word, simply nodded with a smile. The assembled lords erupted in excitement, nearly collapsing at the stone table in sheer exhilaration. My heavens! Is it truly real? Are there still living dragons in this world? The long-suppressed thrill within Krosny burst forth, and he laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is true. And not merely one, but 3 young dragons the size of house pets." Fortuitously, these 3 youthful dragons are lively and frolicking within the tent of the downtrodden horse lord's wife. Hiss! At that moment, the entire reception hall was filled with gasps of disbelief. However, this was only a fleeting silence. Soon, the hall transformed into a sea of laughter. After a prolonged release of joy, the guests, at Krosny's prompting, flushed with excitement, resumed their seats. Krosny initiated once more, his eyes glinting with a cold intensity. "Do you not desire to decisively vanquish that arrogant wretch? We have endured enough of him. Now that his Khaleesi is vulnerable, we could seize the dragons without incurring any cost." The elder hesitated, responding, "While your words ring true, there is a certain impropriety. Do not be deceived by the infighting among the braided barbarian tribes. Should an outsider consume a Khaleesi, it would surely provoke the Vistadrak. The horse lords of Dothraki would view it as a tremendous disgrace and would undoubtedly ally to raise Astapor. This is the very reason why the powerful have tolerated their grievances and refrained from invading the great grass sea. To elevate others while diminishing oneself." The youngest, Glaston, expressed his displeasure, stating, "If we merely secure the dragons, shall we still fear those trivial barbarians? Moreover, we command a formidable force of 9,000 unsullied. Have you forgotten how 3,000 unsullied once subjugated 30,000 barbarians?" The elder chuckled lightly, shaking his head, and admonished, "You are still too young. Much like that fiery young dragon, speaking with such bravado. You are well aware of the multitude of braided barbarians in the great grass sea. Can a dragon, barely the size of a dog, withstand the precision of their archers? As for the unsullied army, can they resist a cavalry that outnumbers them several times over? Let us not emulate that foolish horse of Drogo, living in the past." Silence. Krosny's authoritative voice cut through the impending verbal skirmish, casting a stern glare at the two. His expression darkening as he asserted, "We must confront reality, yet let us not underestimate ourselves. Who told you that we must intervene to consume Drogo's Khaleesi? Is it not possible for them to engage in their own discord? His former foe, Bono, now commands over 10,000 braided warriors and recently arrived at Slave Bay with 3,000 slaves for sale, did he not? If he were to learn that Jigga still lives, how do you think he would respond?" The crowd sincerely praised. The benevolent lord is indeed wise. Krosny, unabashed in his pride, continued to fuel the atmosphere. "As long as the finger of the harpy remains in my possession, even if I merely engage in a verbal transaction with that foolish steed, the innocent shall still heed my command." Unspoken by him. The other 7 benevolent lords had not grasped this layer of insight, and they were instantly more impressed by his sagacity. This meeting, a clever ruse aimed at Jigga, soon concluded amidst laughter and merriment. That night, buoyed by the joy of the occasion, Krosny indulged in drink until he was thoroughly intoxicated. He believed Jigga's words and stubbornly kept the snowball in his bedroom, dreaming of forging a bond with the blood-marked white lion even as he slipped into slumber. Meanwhile, the snowball, yearning and pawing at the door to escape and seek Jigga, came to a halt. It rolled its eyes and, in a daze, climbed onto Krosny's bed, grasping a whip that lay within the lord's reach with its mouth. The whip was remarkably crafted, its handle a meticulously carved black dragon bone adorned with gold, connected to 9 slender leather straps, each tipped with a gilded claw. Behind the handle was a golden head of a woman, its ivory teeth glistening menacingly. Chapter 26. Midnight terror. Fine wine induces a state of inebriation, and excessive drinking can lead one to gradually relinquish all concerns, entering a dreamless slumber. Had Krosny Monacro chosen to retain a sleepless maid or one of his several wives that night, he might have discovered that the newly acquired blood-marked white lion could scale pillars. The benevolent lord lay in dreamless repose, yet on this night, Jigga dreamt, a dream both exhilarating and perilous, commencing from Krosny's chamber, then fixating upon a pillar, followed by an oak interstice, and subsequently another pillar leading to a vibrant corridor. The dream unfolded in the corridor, where drowsy guards and silently treading maidens became focal images. Evading their gazes, the dream transitioned to a series of intricately arranged, opulently adorned passages, transforming into a vast and monotonous expanse. The red-bricked plaza, with its crimson spires and domed architecture, was traversed through a succession of red alleyways. Past the emaciated and tattered figures of famished slaves, their hollow eyes flickering with longing. Soon, frantic cries and gnarled hands resembling withered trees emerged, retreating rapidly until the dream passed through a dog hole too small for a starving person to navigate, bringing a semblance of tranquility. The dream fluctuated in pace, arriving at a wide plaza facing a colossal red lacquered city gate, where a wooden platform was swarming with flies and mosquitoes, adorned with a horrifying array of torture devices. There, bloodied and mutilated slaves curled in various states of abject despair. Continuing onward, the sound of trickling water and foul stench led to the fixed location of the dream, a sewer where rats scavenged. Outside the crimson giant city of Astapor, on his bed, Drogo awoke from a trance-like dream, retracting his eyes and waving his clenched fists in the air, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Snowball and I are truly remarkable." Unable to contain his excitement, Drogo indulged in self-praise, while Bran Stark of Winterfell can commune with his dire wolf summer, sharing its vision. I not only can summon Snowball, but also wield control over its consciousness. Compared to the early shapeshifters, I must surely surpass the three-eyed raven's chosen heir. Though dawn was yet to break, sleep eluded him. He lay awake, staring at the tent's ceiling, envisioning infinite wonders. Suddenly, the tent flaps fluttered with a gust of wind, carrying a faint scent of perfume. Drogo sprang from his bed, startled to behold a tall woman adorned with a crimson mask abruptly materializing at his bedside. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the colossal lizard, which had perished in dragon fire, and Drogo was struck with fear. You are the Shadowbinder, the lizard? I saw you burn to nothingness." The masked woman disregarded his query, her lips moving slightly as she uttered an ethereal, haunting voice. "Master of dragons. Remember this. To go north, you must journey south. To reach the west, you must head east. To advance, you must retreat. And to find light, you must traverse through shadows." With that, her already indistinct form vanished in an instant. Devoid of answers and unable to react impulsively, Drogo muttered in trepidation. "This woman is undoubtedly not the lizard. I witnessed her being consumed by dragon fire. It cannot be her. It absolutely cannot." The concept of resurrection was not foreign to him, for he himself was a soul reborn. In the realms of fire and ice, figures like Jon Snow and the so-called Lightning Lord, Beric Dondarrion, had also returned from death. However, Drogo pondered whether a being so thoroughly obliterated as the lizard could ever be revived, even by divine intervention. Though unfamiliar with the enigmatic Shadowbinder, he was certain that the vanishing woman was indeed one, for she appeared and disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, in the narratives, the Shadowbinder lizard had once relayed similar sentiments to Daenerys. Confused, Drogo mused that the woman should have sought out his wife, as he was not the true-born heir of the dragon. Regardless of these musings, whether or not she truly was the lizard, her words led Drogo to believe she hailed from the Shadowlands and shared a profound connection with the lizard. Friend or foe, this was his unilateral conclusion, for he was the architect of the lizard's demise. With a terrifying Shadowbinder-esque gaze upon him, Drogo felt no inclination to relax. Fear of the unknown gripped him. He longed to retreat into his wife's tent for solace, yet his pride prevented him from breaking the silence first, for his masculinity was too deeply ingrained. Thus, he remained vigilant until the break of dawn. As the first light appeared, he summoned Jichi and Ely, who typically awaited him outside at the fifth watch, into the tent. After completing his morning ablutions, he instructed a handmaiden to braid his hair into a short plait, adorning its end with a bell. He was keenly attentive to the words of the merchants, a gesture to affirm his status as the Khal of the Dothraki. Last night, Drogo had solemnly commanded that all, whether mounted warriors or the frail and vulnerable, accompany him to conduct the transaction, including Daenerys and her 3 young dragons. Had it been prior to yesterday, Daenerys would have vehemently refused to expose her children to peril. However, after the commander of the guard, Oso, forcibly conducted an inspection with 1,000 unsullied, she had no choice but to acquiesce to her husband's plans, for remaining alone outside the city posed greater danger. As he lifted the tent flap, Drogo beheld the assembled Khalasars bowing their heads in respect. Khal. The most striking figure among them was Ser Jorah Mormont, standing at the forefront alongside the Blood Riders. He had set aside the colorful garb of the Dothraki, donning instead the cherished armor and chainmail from the far-off 7 kingdoms, which lent him an imposing presence. As the leader of his devoted people, Drogo could easily demand anything of them without hesitation. He mounted the red horse brought forth by the Blood Riders, gestured with a wave, and called out, "Let us depart." "Yes, Khal." The crowd responded, rallying behind him as they circled the walls towards the grand city gates of Astapor. The city guards showed no intention of obstructing them, allowing these figures, perceived as exceedingly dangerous, to enter the city. The passage was long and thronged with eager spectators yearning to glimpse the dragons. The Bloodriders forged a path, brandishing whips and shouting, "Clear the way. Do not obstruct Khal Drogo's passage." This was the brutish demeanor expected of the Dothraki, and though Drogo felt perturbed, he had no desire to chastise them. Daenerys, however, was different. She cried out anxiously, "Ago, Rockall, Jogo, do not harm anyone. They have endured too many lashings, heard too many cracks of the whip." Drogo mused privately, "Indeed. She resonates with these slaves. She is the chosen one to shatter the wheel of history." The Great Bear stood guard over Missandei, while Daenerys, atop her silver steed, took charge of protecting her children. She secured the 3 dragons with chains, guiding them to move upon the ground with their wings supporting their weight. The legendary creatures bared their teeth, fierce and terrifying, their tails thrashing as they exhaled thick, acrid smoke, causing the timid slaves and common folk to cower in fear. Forming a tight cluster, directly opposite the main city gate, having traversed the passage, Drogo glimpsed the lords, led by Crassness of the Good Masters, gathered at the highest point of the punishment square. They raised their goblets, indulging in delicacies and fruits, conversing in small groups, each attended by a handmaiden holding a tray laden with food and wine. To Drogo and his companions, it seemed as though they were not engaged in the sale of Unsullied, but rather participating in a grand ball, or perhaps situated within an arena, poised to witness the exhibition of slaves and beasts. Chapter 27. The Grey Worms as formidable, near-divine beings reigning atop the food chain, the Dark Destroyers. 3-headed dragons naturally detest being bound, even by shackles crafted by their own mother. They exhale smoke and writhe incessantly, bellowing their discontent with piercing cries. The chilling sound, unlike anything ever heard before, instantly alarmed all the benevolent lords and their servants. Yet the innocents standing below the platform remained unmoved. The innocents were arranged in 110 ranks, each comprising 100 individuals, their forms akin to unyielding pillars, their emotionless visages fixed forward. Clad in black linen garments, adorned with conical bronze helmets crowned with a 1-foot spike, their waists were girded with short swords, while their left hands bore shields and their right hands gripped spears that towered above their bodies. As Zorgo rode by, he was struck by the sheer number of them. From any angle, they appeared far more formidable than he had previously encountered. Unlike the mounted warriors he was familiar with, these innocents displayed remarkable discipline. Their nearly uniform height suggested a rigorous selection process, and the muscular build that was typically absent among eunuchs was evident, their well-defined physiques filling their fitted garments with an aura of strength. Of course, only 90 ranks of innocents donned the spiked helmets. The last 20 ranks comprised children smaller than Dany, their heads bare yet standing as straight as their counterparts. Despite being covered in blood flies, they remained motionless, resembling wooden puppets devoid of sensation. Zorgo felt no surprise at this, for these individuals were indeed impervious to pain and itch, not due to any innate superiority, but rather because they had consumed the elixir of courage. The elixir bore resemblance to the anesthetics of his previous life. It was not true alcohol, but a concoction brewed from belladonna, bloodfly larvae, black lotus roots, and other secret ingredients. Since the day of their castration, the elixir had become the innocents' daily sustenance, their nerves dulled over the years until they were untroubled by any torment. The methods employed by the benevolent lords to cultivate instruments of war were exceedingly cruel, yet Zorgo considered the innocents somewhat fortunate, once chosen to wear the spiked helmet. As long as they survived, their meals were assured, unlike other slaves who often found themselves without sustenance. However, they had lost their sense of self, existing in a liminal state between man and woman, devoid of the profound joys that ordinary individuals experience. Zorgo had once possessed a multitude of eunuchs, all of whom were corpulent, having relinquished the pleasures of masculinity, redirecting their desires solely towards food. Yet, the innocents, having lost their sense of taste, could hardly find excitement even when feasting on roasted dragon heads. Zorgo held deep admiration for their indomitable will, but he also felt a profound sorrow for them. Such a life, were it to be mine, would surely lead me to seek an end. Initially, Dany scrutinized the innocents alongside her husband. However, when her gaze inadvertently swept over the grim penal area within the punishment square, the horrifying brutality of the scene caused her stomach to churn violently, reminiscent of the turmoil she had felt when Rego stirred within her. Observing her distress, Yora quickly guided his horse alongside hers, thoughtfully shielding her from the inhumane spectacle. Yet, this gesture only deepened Dany's despondence, for it was not the exiled knight, but rather the ostentatious Drogo, whom Catelyn wished to shield her from the hellish sight. As Drogo dismounted, Krasny's Mo Naklos, representing the good masters, loftily extended an invitation. Drogo Khal, please ascend to the platform for a more detailed discussion. Although directed at the Horse Lord, his gaze remained fixated on the dragon Dany held in her grasp. Drogo relinquished the reins to his kin and commanded, Blood Riders, along with Catelyn, Ser Yora, and Karasa, who carries the bronze chest, accompany me. Upon their ascent to the platform, Drogo disregarded the good masters entirely, striding directly to the central seat with an air of casual authority, as if settling into his own tent, and plopped down, gesturing for his confidants to join him. You may prefer to play the part of the dignified, but I shall take my seat, Drogo mused. Dany felt a twinge of anxiety at her husband's audacious demeanor. Noting the altered expressions on the faces of the good masters, all fixated on her husband, now the center of attention. Still so reckless. Marry a chicken. Follow a chicken. Marry a dog. Follow a dog. Dany sighed inwardly, pulling her young dragon to sit beside her husband. This move effectively turned the tables, allowing Drogo and his entourage to assume dominance. Krasny's, intent on the dragon, discreetly exchanged glances with the other good masters, eager to conclude the transaction swiftly, yet without subterfuge. As his confidence had waned, the loss of the Harpy's finger was tantamount to losing a military command or scepter should the news become public. He would be unable to control the obstinate innocents. Otherwise, why would he obstruct those around him, fervently yearning to seize the dragon? Disregarding business credibility and the potential for a bleak market? Of course, this was merely one of the primary reasons the good master chose to endure. With the news of the Harpy's fingers still concealed, Krasny's believed he could continue deceiving them, as long as the thief of the whip remained absent. His verbal promises would still hold sway over the innocents. Thus, he eagerly rubbed his hands together, reciting his sales pitch. Horse Lord, behold. Below are all the innocents of Astapor. The eunuchs who have earned the spike helm are adept in the use of spears, short swords, and shields. They are valiant and fearless, understanding obedience better than sheep. I trust you are already well aware of this, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. If it pleases you, may I suggest you now exchange the agreed-upon tokens for this transaction? Drogo replied nonchalantly. Did I not instruct you to select 10 of the most valiant innocents for my personal inspection? If I find myself dissatisfied, then this transaction shall be for naught. For my stake is of great interest to all. Initially, I believed that this foolish horse was jesting. Krasny paid little heed. Yet he indeed selected 10 of the most formidable Unsullied, eager to mock him before the arrival of Bono, to diminish his stature. The legend holds that only those of the true royal Targaryen bloodline can tame dragons. Is there a means by which that silver-haired maiden might be retained as well? Krasny pondered, while outwardly he feigned deference, saying, As you wish, I have prepared everything according to your specifications. Please descend to inspect. Drogo curled his lips in disdain, retorting, What do you take me for? Do you expect me to perform like a beast for the amusement of that swine? J.S.? Is such a notion plausible? Let them come up. I shall inspect them right here. Agrazdin, adorned with silver tassels, could not contain his anger, forgetting Krasny's admonition, and shouted, Foolish horse, mind your words. You should be grateful to be born in the great grass sea and still possess the laughable title of cow. Were it not for the reverence we hold for those antiquated horse lords, the benevolent master would have long dispatched Unsullied to cast you all into a cage to feed the blood-stained white lions. This diatribe irked Krasny more than Drogo, who cursed the wretched pig for unearthing a sore spot, for his white lion was missing, and, more critically, the Harpy's talon, which could restrain the Unsullied army, was also absent. Drogo was slightly taken aback, realizing that one of his sources of confidence had been thoroughly excavated by them. Very well, he thought. Let us seize this opportunity to instill fear. Do you truly believe that I revel in seeking conflict? He urged. I did not come here to listen to the foolish cries of JIS. Will your brave eunuch ascend, or not? If he does not, I shall take my leave. Krasny, confident in the Unsullied, revealed a barely perceptible sneer and turned to the crowd below, calling out, All the chosen eunuchs from this morning, come forth. In short order, 10 Unsullied surged forth like a gust of wind, their expressions unchanged and their breath steady. Krasny inquired of the Unsullied standing at the forefront, What is your name? The Unsullied replied, To report to my master, I am called Grey Worm today. Grey Worm. Upon hearing the name of one of Daenerys' most trusted companions from the tale, Drogo widened his half-squinted eyes, scrutinizing Grey Worm closely. Grey Worm stood of average height and build, his stern visage devoid of any facial hair, adorned with a spiked helm. Wielding a spear and round shield, his lips curled, and his eyes fixed on Drogo with a glint of murderous intent, resembling a drawn sword. Chapter 28. The Breaker of Chains. Every evening, all Unsullied must submit their identity tags, which are then collectively cast into an empty wooden barrel. At dawn the following day, these tags are randomly drawn. The name on the tag dictates what the eunuch shall be called that day. As Drogo observed the sturdy slave, he mused, "Though I cannot ascertain whether you are truly the Grey Worm from the tale, the name you have drawn today is one of remarkable fortune." Unless designated as enemies by their master, a slave remains bound. He implored Krosny, "Let them engage me with all their might. There is no need for hesitation." This declaration left the benevolent lord, who had lost the of the harpy, utterly disconcerted and speechless. He perceived this individual as recklessly courting death, insisting on a confrontation with the purifiers, the most formidable infantry. One would have sufficed, yet he demanded to face 10. And not only that, he urged the purifiers to unleash their full strength. He pondered grimly that should Drogo perish at the hands of the fully empowered purifiers, he would merely be able to temporarily escape Astapor, for he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the countless braided horsemen who adhered to their so-called racial dignity. Damn it, if it came to that, it would be a matter of mutual destruction. Should this foolish beast survive, he would leave his life and wait for Borno to deal with him. If he were to be slain by a spear, he would command the purifiers to eliminate all of his Karas, then flee with the dragon, biding time until the great dragon was ready for battle, at which point he would return to conquer the world. A flicker of intensity flashed in Krosny's eyes as he clenched his jaw and, with a deep baritone laced with the unique accent of the Giscari, commanded, "Fight him as you would my enemies." The 10 purifiers immediately stood at attention, raising their spears and striking the ground with a resounding clang, replying in unison, "Yes, master." Drogo nodded in satisfaction, slowly rising from his elevated seat, unfastening the gilded curved blade at his waist, and pointed it at the pale worm, saying, "You should be grateful for the name you drew today, for it shall spare your life." The pale worm, however, was far from appreciative. To him, the master's proclamation of sparing his life was nothing short of an affront and an insult, igniting within him a greater fury. He silently vowed to pierce Drogo's heart with his spear to earn the master's favor. "A husband is always unpredictable." Daenerys expressed her concern, "My lord, there is truly no need for you to personally assess the strength of the purifiers. I am quite satisfied. You against 10 is exceedingly perilous." Drogo offered her a reassuring glance, responding nonchalantly, "I have faced countless battles. Even if brave men do not boast of their past glories, consider my recent accomplishments, single-handedly confronting a horde of beasts and the entirety of Maego's cavalry. Did I not emerge unscathed? Do not worry, simply enjoy the spectacle." With that, he called out to a nearby ebony-skinned handmaiden, "Hey, Summer Islanders, bring forth the fruits and wine, so my Khaleesi may savor the performance of her husband." Upon hearing Drogo dare to summon his personal handmaiden, a Giscari adorned with golden tassels spat vehemently, "Pa, do not approach. The fine wines of Dorne are not fit for a mare." As tensions escalated, Krosny hastily intervened, "My king, do not be angered. He has had too much to drink and is not in his right mind. I shall discipline him." The corpulent swine strode forth with an air of authority. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a tremendous slap upon the unfortunate soul, then, filled with wrath akin to that of an iron master disappointed in his apprentice, bellowed, "You wretched fool, should my dealings falter, I shall reduce your entire family to servitude. The women shall be sent to the depths of depravity for the amusement of men, while the men shall be castrated and relegated to the status of eunuchs. Begone. Do not linger here to vex me." Having vented his fury, he felt insufficiently appeased and unleashed a vicious kick that sent his bleeding companion sprawling to the ground. "O benevolent master, why must you allow the misfortune of a fallen lord to provoke such ire among your allies?" The fallen Grasden felt a profound sense of injustice, and the other lords shared his bewilderment. Krosny yearned to voice his own grievances, yet dared not articulate the reasons behind his discontent. For to do so would invite the wrath of not only his braids-wearing peers, but also those around him, who feigned camaraderie. For many years, he had nearly monopolized the market of the Unsullied, and the merchants of Astapor had long sought to unseat him. If they were to learn of his loss of power, what fear would he inspire? Krosny seized the tray from the hand of a maid, wary of the fierce young dragon by her side, and fearing injury, instructed his companion Missandei to pass it to Dany, ensuring that she attended to Khaleesi properly. The trembling girl approached with the tray, and understanding her plight, Dany chose not to burden her further, allowing her to remain. As the disgraced lord arose, preparing to heed his orders, Drogon signaled to the archer Rakalo, who handed him a longbow. Without a moment's hesitation, he notched an arrow and, without aiming, let it fly. A cry echoed through the air as the lord collapsed. The arrow piercing his back, blood gushing forth in torrents, staining the ground. A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd, save for the stoic Unsullied who remained unmoved. Krosny, having endured much, could no longer contain his fury and roared, "What are you 10 fools waiting for? Advance. Slay that arrogant wretch. Turn him into a porcupine." The Unsullied complied, letting out a battle cry, swiftly assuming their formation, and marched with purpose toward Drogon. As the skirmish commenced, the fearful merchants retreated, granting the Unsullied ample space to maneuver. Drogon stretched his limbs and stepped forward, targeting an opening, and swung his blade. A resounding clash echoed as the agile Unsullied raised his shield to block, yet the overwhelming force drove him to one knee, exposing a vulnerable part of his neck. In an instant, Drogon seized the opportunity, scraping his sword against the shield, and with a swift motion, the blade cleaved through flesh, severing the Unsullied's head, blood spraying skyward. While the living Unsullied remained devoid of fear, the ruthless lords were not so fortunate. They were momentarily paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle and the ferocity of the Lord of Horses. The intention was to instill in them a profound sense of dread, for to kill without such emotion would lack purpose. Zhuge contemplated as he shielded the back of his head with his empty palm and leaned backward, plummeting to the ground in a rather ungraceful manner to evade the 9 long spears that were thrusting towards him from 2 directions. His powerful arms remained active, as he exerted all his strength to carve an irregular circle with his sharp curved blade, severing the sturdy wooden shafts connected to the spearheads. Subsequently, he pushed himself off the ground with his left hand, rising to his feet and using his imposing frame to knock down 2 Unsullied who had not managed to draw their short swords in time. With both hands gripping the blade, he swiftly plunged it into one of them. In just a few swift motions, he dispatched 3 Unsullied, elevating the shock in the arena to unprecedented heights. Some merchants, witnessing the ferocity, could no longer bear the intimidation and fled the high platform. Blades are blind, and it was only within the ranks of the Unsullied that a sense of security could be found. Huffing, Dany gasped for breath, her nerves stretched to their limits. Every movement and strike from the Unsullied sent waves of anxiety through her, fearing for her husband's safety or even his life. The Bloodriders and Zhuge's kin prepared to engage, tightening their grips on their curved blades and retrieving their longbows. Having faced repeated defeats, Krasny's face darkened, glancing down periodically, ready to shout commands at the slightest hint of trouble, instructing the Unsullied army to crush Zhuge and his companions with overwhelming force. With the spearheads removed, the long spears became ineffective, reduced to mere sticks, compelling the Unsullied to discard them in favor of short swords for close combat. This time, they refrained from recklessness, opting instead to surround their enemy from all angles, using their round shields to deflect his strikes, while waiting for opportunities to thrust with their short swords. Even if they could not slay him, they aimed to exhaust his strength. Yet, the battle-hardened Zhuge would not grant them such chances. Any slight opening was enough for him to force his way through, galloping like a cheetah with his long strides. Before long, seizing the opportunities created by his speed, he valiantly dispatched 6 Unsullied, leaving only Grey Worm standing. Zhuge intended to show some leniency towards Grey Worm, yet he did not underestimate him. His survival was entirely dependent on his prowess, far surpassing that of the fallen Unsullied. The two engaged in a fierce duel for dozens of rounds. Despite Grey Worm's steady retreat, he continued to rely on his agile shield techniques and adept short sword strikes to hold his ground. However, in the eyes of the enraged benefactor, their struggle had become meaningless, as he chose to go all out. All Unsullied, obey my command. Slay every Dothraki and their allies. Other benefactors echoed his call, raising their arms and shouting hoarsely, kill them. Leave not a single one alive. Like machines, the Unsullied moved, splitting into 2 groups, one advancing towards the lower platform of Karassa, the other charging towards the high ground. Faced with an army wielding long spears, the Dothraki, despite their bravery, could not withstand the onslaught of over 10,000 well-trained Unsullied. Zhuge sensed the moment had come, with the Unsullied army yet to charge. He forcefully pushed Grey Worm aside and bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Snowball, come to me at the fastest speed." With a sudden silence, a dark, indistinct figure emerged from an easily overlooked sewer entrance, clutching a uniquely shaped whip. In an instant, it darted forth like a bolt of black lightning, stirring up a foul wind that swept toward the high platform. The snowball, tainted by sewage, moved with a swiftness far exceeding that of any human, surging past all the charging innocents to be the first to reach the platform. Zhuge, abandoning any restraint, unleashed a ferocious flurry of strikes, sending the short sword of the gray worm flying with reckless abandon, and then delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. He rushed over to retrieve the whip held by the snowball, unperturbed by its filth, and affectionately patted its head in a gesture of commendation. Krasny, upon recognizing the object in Zhuge's possession, roared with anguished fury, "That is the finger of the harpy. I should have known he would never be so magnanimous as to gift me the blood-stained Lion King. Cursed be it! How infuriating!" As he had predicted, Zhuge callously handed the snowball to him, intent on seizing the harpy's finger. Should he fail, he could simply purchase 1,000 innocents with jewels and depart. However, having succeeded, he stood here with his people, brimming with confidence, no longer needing to endure in silence, nor spend a single copper coin, nor pay a dragon, yet commanding an army of innocents, and even Astapor. Zhuge cast a disdainful glance at the terrified benevolent lords and, raising the authority of Astapor, bellowed, "All innocents, obey my command. Cease your actions at once." The benevolent lords had indoctrinated the innocents from a young age with the supremacy of the harpy's finger, an absolute authority that transcended all other lords. Thus, upon witnessing the object in Zhuge's hand, the innocents halted their assault, even those engaged in battle, remaining motionless despite being struck by Colossus' blade. While the innocents stood still, the Blood Alliance guards in Zhuge's Colossus did not hold back, surging into the throng of benevolent lords, wielding their curved blades with the ease of cutting through vegetables. The merchants fled in panic, shouting in frustration, "Innocents! Protect us! Quickly protect your masters!" Zhuge gazed at the peculiar whip in his hand, overwhelmed by a profound sense of nostalgia for the intoxicating power of ruling over thousands once more. Just as he prepared to take the next step, his eardrums vibrated with urgency. "Zhuge, my son and stars." It was Daenerys' voice, filled with anxiety and despair. A tightness gripped Zhuge's heart as he turned to behold Krasny, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos to brandish the short sword of a fallen innocent against Dany's throat. The three young dragons writhed restlessly, agitated by their mother's peril. "Curse guys, you foolish pig, put down that knife." Zhuge's eyes widened with fury, but Krasny, sensing his chance, shrieked maniacally, "Return my harpy's finger to me. Give me the dragon. Give me all the jewels. I want everything. Everything." To grant him power would be to sentence the entirety of Colossus to death. Zhuge pointed at the young dragons, smiling reassuringly at his wife. "Dany, do not fear. Close your eyes. You will be safe. Do not forget, you are the heir of the true dragons." Krasny, witnessing his continued laughter and nonsensical utterances, perceived his disdain, which only intensified the ferocity of his grip. However, Dany, whose neck bore the marks of his constriction, understood her husband's words and silently proclaimed within her heart, "Indeed, I am the true heir of the dragon. A true dragon knows no fear, for I am the Unburnt." As Dany closed her beautiful eyes, Zoro recognized her comprehension and shouted, "Dragonflame." The pent-up fury of the young dragon, long simmering, was unleashed, its fearsome maw agape, spewing forth 3 torrents of annihilating fire. Boom, boom, boom. The benevolent master felt a sudden brilliance before him, followed by the onslaught of searing heat, only to be met with excruciating agony. Clang. His molten hand could no longer grasp the blade. Before he could emit a cry of despair, he was consumed by the flames, reduced to nothingness. Zoro slowly approached the fire-wreathed dragon maiden, took her hand, placed the harpy's claw in her palm, and gently urged her to tighten her grip, softly saying, "Speak your truth. Do what you desire." The fire maiden, her expression obscured, nodded and gradually advanced to the forefront, lifting the harpy's claw above her head, proclaiming words never before uttered in the history of Astapor. "The innocents. Slay the benevolent master, slay the guards, slay every individual who has ever wielded a whip against you. Sever every chain steeped in blood and tears, and let them attain freedom forever." These words resonated throughout the punishment square, igniting a lightness of spirit among all the slaves, as the once dormant fervor within them was rekindled. Chapter 29, The Dawn of the Living Dead, a grand chapter. The once unrestrained sounds of whips and the inhumane decrees of judgment were drowned out by the anguished roars of the playthings, transformed into cries of terror and pleas for mercy. Atop the pinnacle of the pyramid, the 3-headed young dragons roared in unison, casting a fiery light upon the dawn of the living dead in Astapor. Zoro, seated upon the high throne, reflected with a slightly adapted phrase from his past life. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The capsized water is the tears of the common folk. Until the waves rise, the master remains unaware. He felt a sense of modest pride. For the wheel of Astapor's history had been shattered by him and Snowball. Having witnessed and inflicted too many sanguinary scenes, Zorro had grown numb. He was indifferent to the valiant courage of the innocents and unconcerned with the enslaved fury of the freedmen, focusing most of his attention on his wife at the edge of the platform. The dragon maiden, enveloped in seething flames, held the harpy's claw aloft. Reluctant to relinquish her grasp, Zorro understood the allure of wielding such absolute power over thousands, especially for one experiencing it for the first time. The slaves, having achieved their vengeance, knelt in reverence, calling out, "All hail the Dragon Mother." In that moment, his wife's radiance eclipsed all else, and Zorro felt her momentum overshadowing his own. Yet, he bore no resentment, for it was he who had willingly bestowed this upon her, and it was a decision made with careful consideration. Regardless, the city, once shrouded by the oppressive hands of its masters, had fallen. The forthcoming challenge lay in its governance. Zargo's primary focus lies within Westeros. He does not wish to linger in the Slaver's Bay for too long. He intends to take a brief respite before leading his contingent to the golden city of Qarth, seeking enlightenment from the House of the Undying. Although the enigmatic sorceress, Mirri Maz Duur, harbors malevolent intentions, Zargo believes that the prophecies imparted by the Undying Ones to Daenerys in the narrative hold remarkable accuracy. They foretold that she was destined to endure 3 betrayals, one for blood, one for wealth, and one for love, all of which ultimately came to pass. The first betrayal for blood refers to the treachery of the witch Mirri Maz Duur, who, in her quest for vengeance, employed sorcery to slay both him and the unborn child that Daenerys carried. The second betrayal for wealth pertains to the ambitions of the great master, Xaro Xhoan Daxos, who sought to gain actual control over Meereen for greater economic gain, desiring to eliminate Daenerys, who had reluctantly wed him to ensure peace with the slave masters. The third betrayal for love involves Jon Snow, the man Daenerys cherished, who ultimately brought about her demise. Moreover, the additional prophecies and visions Daenerys received within the House of the Undying have manifested in both the past and the future, such as the fall of King Robb Stark at the infamous Red Wedding. With Zargo's resurrection, the trajectories of his fate and those of many others have inevitably shifted, prompting him to exert every effort to assist his wife in reversing her destiny. The first betrayal has already transpired and cannot be undone. Yet Zargo is resolute that the second and third betrayals can be averted as long as he remains alive. He is determined to eliminate Xaro Xhoan Daxos should their paths cross. As for the well-meaning Jon Snow, Zargo will observe his actions. If he dares to fall in love with his aunt Daenerys, Zargo would not hesitate to strike him down. Believing that he can alter his wife's fate alongside his own resurrection, Zargo resolves to seek out the so-called Undying Ones, while simultaneously fulfilling the boastful claims he has made. Intending to plunder the opulent Qarth for resources to bolster his military might before advancing into Westeros. With an army exceeding 10,000 unsullied at his command, he feels little fear. However, he is reluctant to abandon the hard-won Red City, deeming it too precious to relinquish without proper arrangements. Zargo relishes conquest. Yet his governing philosophy has consistently been to instill fear through strength, compelling others to recognize his dominance and submit on their knees. However, following his rebirth, Zargo has developed a preference for a society akin to a harmonious one, where all individuals exist under the rule of law, striving for excellence and engaging in healthy competition through their own efforts. Thus, he entrusted the leadership of the Harpy to Daenerys, as he perceives in her a rare and foolish kindness that resonates with his ideals. Zargo firmly believes that under his protective wing, Daenerys will transform Astapor into the paradise he envisions. Yet, based on the narrative's events, he is acutely aware that governing the cities of Slaver's Bay with compassion will necessitate considerable time and effort to rectify ingrained injustices, as this land, steeped in blood and tears, has been deeply corrupted by the ideologies of its slave masters. Nevertheless, the ruthless tactics that prevail across the vast Dothraki Sea appear ill-suited for Astapor. Due to the existence of two sister cities, Yuan-Kai and Milan, which are closely linked to Astapor, the task of eliminating external threats becomes daunting. Unless these two slave city-states are subdued, the perils remain. However, governing all three simultaneously would exponentially increase the challenges faced. Furthermore, how should the internal strife be resolved? It is hardly feasible to exterminate all the Giscari. Regarding this matter, Drogo reflects upon his limitations. Unless he reverts to his former ruthlessness, He can only eradicate the most heinous of beasts and the enemies in battle, leaving behind the troubles that, while not yet manifest, are already foreseeable. This is a conundrum destined to bring frustration for an extended period. He resolved to take it one step at a time, whether to annihilate the Giscari or to extend them the privilege of mercy. Perhaps, by then, a decision would present itself. Until that moment arrives, he would employ both kindness and intimidation. As he noticed the flames surrounding Daenerys showing signs of dwindling, Drogo rushed towards a noble woman who had been slain by a random spear, hastily stripping her of her pale blue toga. He swiftly returned to Daenerys, enveloping her in the garment just as the flames were on the verge of extinguishing. Drogo's actions roused the Mother of Dragons from her desire for power. Glancing at the blood-stained robe she now wore and then at her husband, who was patting his heart in relief, she asked, somewhat dazed, "Husband, is there something amiss with me?" The Khal retorted with irritation, "Your issue is your excessive openness. Do not forget, as a woman, you must know how to be modest." Upon hearing this, Daenerys' already flushed face reddened further, resembling a ripe apple. Yet, she found her husband's words somewhat disagreeable and softly countered. Many women from the Bay of Slavers and Karth dress only half covered, and on that especially bright night by the sacred lake of V's Dothraki, all eyes were upon us. Indeed, Drogo found himself at a loss for words, as he too was dressed rather revealingly. However, his views were conservative, leading him to adopt a stance of male superiority. Grumbling, "I do not wish to concern myself with how others dress, but you cannot allow anyone to see that side of you." This concern, deeply rooted in his desire to possess all of her, was felt by Daenerys. She gently nodded in understanding and, with reluctance, extended her hand adorned with the whip toward him. He observed her expressive demeanor, but with his hands clasped behind his back, he made no move to accept the whip. Looking earnestly into her eyes, he stated, "I entrust the governance of the Unsullied to you. Unless we are on the battlefield, the killing machines shall be under your command. Should there come a day when you can stand on your own, they will become your exclusive Khalasar." Upon hearing this, Daenerys was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "I am your Khaleesi, and you are my Khal." Understanding her true sentiments, Drogo gazed skyward, feigning profundity as he remarked, "Even if one day I were to conquer the entire world, such vast lands will always require stewardship, will they not?" "You are correct. You are both my Khaleesi and my queen. Our fate has decreed that we shall not bear children in this lifetime. Thus we must rely solely on one another. What is mine is yours." Daenerys wiped her moist eyes and pointed to the dragon perched atop the pyramid, saying, "You do have children, called Drogo. Rhaegar, Viserion, and Drogon are all your offspring." Drogo did not find her words navi, but sighed, "They cannot become heirs. Dragons do not rule, they only bring destruction." Observing Daenerys moved and preparing to leap into his arms as usual, Drogo quickly interjected, not in broad daylight, "You are now the queen of Astapor." Daenerys paused, still processing her husband's earlier remark, and inquired, "And what about you?" Drogo smiled and replied, "I am, of course, a king. Is it not possible for Khaleesi to be a queen rather than merely a consort? In my lexicon, such antiquated notions do not exist. For instance, while the Baratheon family ostensibly governs Westeros, there are in fact 6 other kingdoms, are there not? The lords and dukes of these realms, are they not kings in their own right? Thus, in the future, you must share your thoughts with me. Do not harbor them in silence." His words subtly urged Daenerys not to cling to the notion of being the true dragon heir, seeking to dominate everything. As a ruler, it is not the vastness of one's territory that matters most, but rather the command of military power. Now that her husband had entrusted her with the army, Daenerys had no reason to be petty. If something weighed on her mind, she should confess, "Now we possess 3 dragons and an army of 10,000 well-trained Unsullied. When shall we cross the Black Salt Sea and journey to Westeros?" Once again, this question left Drogo feeling exasperated. To reach the lands of eternal summer, mere numbers are insufficient. We require a multitude of ships, ample provisions, and wealth. Thus, let us first conquer the prosperous Karth. You have only just ascended to the throne of Astapor. Do you wish to abandon your people and your land? Daenerys, echoing her husband's tone, retorted, "Who says that if I leave, I will cease to be the queen of Astapor? Your thinking is overly simplistic. If we depart without fortifying our position, I assure you, within 3 days, this city will change hands." This woman is not foolish, yet Drogo could not decipher her true intentions. As the sounds of battle faded, only the mournful cries remained, an emotional release from those long subjected to inhumanity, now liberated. Seizing the opportunity to counter his argument, Daenerys asserted, "Now that the benevolent masters have been slain, only my freed slaves remain. I trust they will defend this transformed city for me. A group of slaves, who only labored under the whip of their masters, could hardly withstand the onslaught of the armies of Yunkai and Meereen. Just as Drogo was about to correct her misconceptions, he heard the voice of Aggo. Blood of my blood, this foolish Giscari swine has urgent information concerning our fate that must be conveyed to you in person. Following the sound, he beheld the formidable Aggo and Ricaro, escorting the elderly Grasden, adorned with a necklace of exquisite pearls. As the anxious elder approached, Zargo coldly inquired, "What information do you possess? Speak swiftly." Old Glasden, trembling and biting his tongue, insisted, "This intelligence is of utmost importance to you. If I divulge it, I implore the King of Horses to spare my life." Zargo, filled with disdain for this arrogant creature, was unmoved by his plea and barked, "If you refuse to speak, then you shall meet your demise at once." Terrified, old Glasden hastily replied, "Krasnomonokraz has already informed Bono, who recently departed from the slave bay, of your whereabouts in Astapor to avoid the troublesome task of eliminating you. I have provided such crucial intelligence. You cannot kill me." "Humph. I never promised to spare your life." Zargo ordered Blood Alliance Guard, "Escort him to meet the Harpy." After issuing his command, he turned his gaze toward the eastern horizon, shrouded in an icy demeanor, and murmured, "Bono, you were once my comrade, swearing to share life and death with me. Yet, when I fell, you betrayed that oath. I, Zargo, have never shown mercy to traitors. Should you dare approach with murderous intent, I will personally send you to the depths of hell. You are unworthy to enter the realm where heroes gallop beneath the stars." Chapter 30. The nature of the dragon is malevolent. The uprising of the slaves marked the twilight of their masters, yet the frenzied vengeance and slaughter persisted only until nightfall. For Zargo and his wife were not proponents of indiscriminate killing. The chaos of the rebellion inevitably harmed innocent souls, leading to bullying and slaughter. While many truly vile individuals slipped through the cracks, these matters required careful aftermath management, effective constraints, and just sanctions. Under the king's orders, the leader of the Blood Alliance Guard firmly secured all 4 gates of the Red City, dispatching guards to maintain vigilant watch. With a single command, the authoritative Dany summoned all slaves, commoners, and nobles of Astapor to gather in the punishment square, save for those who defied orders and hid away. The largest open space in the grand city of Astapor barely accommodated the throngs of people, many of whom spontaneously fetched torches, illuminating the square under the blood moon's eerie glow as bright as day. At the onset of this upheaval, individuals of differing statuses found it impossible to unite. And even in the future, coercion would be futile. Consequently, the crowd in the square divided into several factions. The remaining nobles, accompanied by their families, cowered in a corner, while the commoners, filled with trepidation, huddled closely to them. The serious and untainted ones maintained their orderly ranks at the center, while the slaves formed a jumbled mass, and the unruly Dothraki rode their horses about. Sensing the atmosphere grow solemn, Zargo descended from his elevated position and slowly walked to stand beside Dany, inhaling the thick scent of blood as he surveyed the densely packed crowd below. Noticing Dany's tense expression, Zargo attempted to ease her discomfort. "Do you recall what I said to you after you freed yourself from Krasnomonokraz's coercion?" Dany mechanically nodded and softly replied, "You said to speak my thoughts and act upon my desires." Zaragoza smiled and said, "Indeed, that is correct. You are the queen of Astapor. Your words will be obeyed unconditionally by all. Speak your thoughts aloud for them to hear, and once you finish, I shall add my own remarks." A girl who had endured a tumultuous life, facing disdain from others, had unexpectedly risen to become the queen ruling over nearly 100,000 souls. The weight of such responsibility was overwhelming. Was this a dream? No, it was a reality. Daenerys silently encouraged herself, taking several deep breaths before finally raising her voice to a volume that echoed for all to hear. "I am Daenerys Targaryen, daughter of Aerys Targaryen II, Princess of Dragonstone, Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, Mother of Dragons, the Unburnt, and Daenerys Stormborn. From this day forth, I am also your queen, the breaker of chains. I hereby declare the abolition of the enslaving system that binds the lives of the people of Astapor." The slaves, who had been intently listening, were stirred by her proclamation, their hearts racing and their chests heaving. They raised their arms in unison, shouting, "Long live the queen! Long live the queen!" The sound of thousands of unsullied striking their spears against the ground amplified the atmosphere. The Dothraki followed suit, brandishing their curved blades and vowing to outshout any other faction. Although the nobles of Astapor and some citizens struggled to accept this change, they could not resist the tide of enthusiasm that surged around them, reluctantly joining the chorus that echoed on and on. Having merely recited a string of titles and made a crucial statement, Daenerys stood proud, yet somewhat awkward. As she had not elaborated further, Zaragoza, observing from the side, felt a twinge of embarrassment on her behalf. As a leader, she was merely at the beginning of her journey, with a long path ahead. He thought to himself that he should contribute more, otherwise, she might bask in the adulation of the crowd until their voices grew hoarse. Raising his arm and gesturing for calm, he called out, "Quiet down, everyone, please." The crowd hushed, especially those who recognized his identity, though many still fervently shouted in admiration, for their hearts were solely devoted to Daenerys, their queen. Despite his formidable courage, Zaragoza felt a sense of helplessness in such a scenario, slightly regretting having granted authority to his wife, as the majority mistakenly perceived him as merely a subordinate. Fortunately, Daenerys quickly regained her composure, raising her hand in a gesture reminiscent of a harpy, commanding the enthusiastic free folk below, "Silence, everyone, let your king speak." In that moment, the oppressed slaves realized that Zaragoza was indeed the true power, awakening to the understanding that the king held the pinnacle of authority. Their newfound awareness did not stem from any particular cleverness. As slaves, their first lesson was to recognize those in power, and the last individuals they could afford to offend were the influential. What did it mean to be a king? They understood it better than anyone else. He was the one who stood at the apex of power. After Daenerys' words, the crowd fell into a profound silence. They comprehended that while the unsullied were aware of this dynamic, the eunuchs only acknowledged Daenerys as she wielded the power. They honored her as queen, not recognizing the king. In their eyes, that indomitable man was merely a consort, a mere plaything of the queen. The ideals of the pure ones were somewhat known to Xiaoga, yet at that moment, he was entirely indifferent to the eunuch's opinions, directly confronting the situation head-on. "Pure ones, you require an officer to lead you." Grey Worm stepped forward. Fueled by his sentiments towards the narrative and Grey Worm's prowess, Xiaoga held him in high regard and needed him to share the burden of responsibility. After all, their numbers had grown significantly. It was no longer merely a few hundred in Karasa, and he could not manage everything single-handedly. However, standing right under his nose in a conspicuous position at the front, Grey Worm remained utterly motionless, his expression unchanged. Feeling disregarded, Xiaoga's anger surged, and he shouted, "Grey Worm, step forward." The eunuch still paid him no heed, and the king, now quite exasperated, exclaimed, "Hey, are you deaf?" Being publicly slighted in front of so many, especially after they had liberated him, only to see him remain so wooden and submissive, drove Xiaoga to descend from the platform, intent on delivering a sound thrashing. He had lost control of his emotions, completely abandoning his regal demeanor, but he could not concern himself with that at the moment. Just as he was about to reach the infuriating eunuch, Daenerys' voice, laced with amusement, rang out, "Heh, Grey Worm, obey the king's command." Immediately, Grey Worm stood at attention, responding respectfully, "Yes, your grace." After delivering his answer, he took a step forward, aligning his feet in proper stance. Xiaoga thought to himself that the man was akin to a toad. Poke him, and he would leap. Grey Worm had indeed stepped forward, and if Xiaoga were to strike him now, it would shatter the already tenuous image he held in the eyes of the Astapori. Sensing the situation, Xiaoga turned to glance at Daenerys, only to find her genuinely smiling. Yet, in the fleeting moment of their gaze meeting, she quickly concealed her smile. Was it merely a trivial detail, unworthy of concern? Xiaoga tried to convince himself of that. Yet, that smile had nonetheless wounded him. He found himself disinclined to ponder the meaning of his wife's smile and what it might contain. Shaking his head in resignation, he continued along the narrow path amidst the vibrant gazes of the crowd, silently making his way toward the alley shrouded in darkness, away from the flickering flames. As he stepped into the shadows, a piercing shriek startled him. Hiss, hiss, crack. Upon discerning 3 pairs of blood-red eyes, he realized they belonged to dragons, his 3-headed dragon. Before he could approach, the 3 young dragons spread their wings, creating a gust of wind as they soared toward the distant pyramid. With the moonlight illuminating the scene, he noticed that the black dragon, Drogon, seemed to be clutching a leg in its jaws. What leg could it be? Following the nauseating scent, he made a near-certain conjecture, moving closer to where they had taken off. Squatting down, he confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed a human leg. The nature of dragons is inherently wicked. Xiaoga gazed with a mixture of fear and fascination as the dragons disappeared, then turned back to look at the high platform where Daenerys stood. Chapter 31. The glory of the king in the novel. Daenerys is depicted as kind-hearted and deeply emotional, yet as she rises to power, she gradually becomes consumed by her obsession with authority and the desire to reshape the annals of history. ultimately transforming into an unyielding conqueror. Zhao Gu departed from the vast grass sea, primarily driven by an insatiable ambition to rise above others, with a secondary motive being to fulfill the wishes of the woman he cherished deeply. It was due to this latter reason that Zhao Gu suddenly felt as though he were being led by the nose by Dany. Although it had always been he who held the reins, save for this night. Am I a conqueror? Am I a king adept at ruling? Such questions had never crossed his mind until now, but in his moment of despondency, Zhao Gu could not help but entertain these thoughts. Roaming through the Dothraki lands, occasionally embarking on long treks to pillage and revel in the thrill of battle, he found himself questioning whether this lifestyle truly constituted that of a conqueror. As a nomadic people, they utilized the holy city of Dothraki merely as a temporary gathering point, spending the rest of their time in constant migration. Even if they were to occupy paradise, they would soon grow weary of it and depart after plundering its riches. In terms of governance, Zhao Gu once commanded 100,000 subjects, with few daring to voice their discontent before him, fully aware of his formidable and ruthless nature, which allowed him to subdue all dissenters. However, since his rebirth, he sensed a burgeoning indecisiveness within himself, and he recognized that ruling through sheer violence was not substantially different from the methods employed by benevolent lords. Zhao Gu believed that he could single-handedly vanquish the kings of humanity, yet these rulers, despite their inferior combat prowess, managed to maintain long-lasting dominion over their territories, not solely relying on brute force to command loyalty. Drawing from the experiences of his past life in a society governed by constraint, he had many innovative ideas. And while he and Dany shared similar initial intentions, he believed himself more suited to instigate change in Astapor. Alas, the primary force, the Unsullied, rejected his authority, and in that moment, he longed to reclaim the control over the dragon, a desire sparked by Dany's elusive smile. Yet, as a principled sovereign, Zhao Gu felt that capriciousness was beneath him, especially towards Dany, despite others' reluctance to voice their thoughts openly. Moreover, the dragon, having learned to fly low, was straying from his teachings and seemed to be slipping into a state of chaos. Zhao Gu was certain that when the dragon had been devouring corpses, it regarded him as a rival for sustenance, which prompted its roar. It was evident that if he did not impose strict discipline on the increasingly unruly dragon, it could very well turn against him, unleashing its fiery wrath without hesitation. Just as Zhao Gu was lost in these tumultuous thoughts, a resounding voice, akin to a powerful tide woven from countless strands, surged forth, sending a tremor through his very soul. Zhao Gu! Zhao Gu! Zhao Gu! This thunderous call reverberated throughout all of Astapor, unmistakably conveying a sense of direction, summoning him. Deeply moved by the fervent cries, Zhao Gu instinctively began to retrace his steps. As his figure emerged amidst the flames, nearly 10,000 faces turned in unison, the calls growing ever louder. Such unity was something Zhao Gu had once achieved. When he felt a stirring in his heart and gazed upon the platform, he realized that the lone figure standing there, also calling out to him, was none other than Dany, the catalyst for it all. Since he had made his presence known, retreating would simply allow him to find a crevice to slip into. Drogo steadied his mind, restoring his noble demeanor, and slowly approached Dany. As he ascended the platform, the actions of the Mother of Dragons struck him as both reasonable and bewildering. The crowd fell silent, revealing expressions of confusion, particularly among the Unsullied, whose typically stoic faces displayed disbelief. For Dany knelt on one knee, lowering her head while respectfully holding aloft the finger of the harpy with both hands. This gesture was an attempt to return the symbol of power to its rightful owner, and after a moment's contemplation, Drogo grasped the central part of the authority and accepted her offering. Observing his seemingly unyielding wife, he felt a sudden pang of guilt. Was he perhaps being overly possessive? After all, he had entrusted her with power, allowing her to flourish, and anyone witnessing the king's loss of composure would instinctively find humor in the spectacle. Who wouldn't he smile, even if they dared not show it? Moreover, she was Khaleesi, and her laughter was merely a gentle chuckle, devoid of any mocking guffaws. Regardless, Drogo sensed that she genuinely needed to rely on him, her dependence rooted more in necessity than desire. Was this a display of rationality? He chose not to delve deeper, extending his hand to assist her to her feet, then raised the harpy's finger once more, calling out to the worm. Grey Worm, step forward. Yes, my lord, no? My king. Grey Worm's habitual address momentarily faltered, yet he complied. Drogo momentarily disregarded him, fixating instead on the glimmering whip, feeling a sense of sorrow for the Unsullied. It became evident that anyone wielding the harpy's finger could command the formidable army below, not due to Dany's allure surpassing his own, This blind allegiance was not what Drogo desired. He aimed to instigate change, to help those who had been brainwashed reclaim their selves, devoid of the whip's intimidation, but rather through willing submission. Now that Astapor was under his control, they were his subjects, no longer slaves beneath the Harpy's shadow. His governing philosophy was one of equality, abolishing slavery, breaking their chains, and granting them freedom. They were now free individuals, and those who had once tormented them now trembled at their existence. Thus, there was no need to cling to outdated conventions, nor view those who may be temporarily stronger through the lens of the past. Why describe them as merely temporarily stronger? Because they had gained the right to choose, to pursue their passions freely, to chase after those they adored, and to amass wealth at their discretion, all contingent upon their efforts, skills, and innate talents. However, should they choose to act recklessly, engaging in violence and wrongdoing, they would face merciless retribution. Having dismantled the institution of slavery, the laws and regulations established by the benevolent lords have now become obsolete. Tomorrow, I shall convene a cabinet meeting to devise new laws that you are to adhere to diligently. It is imperative that all comprehend the significance of established rules. Disorder leads only to oblivion, thrusting us back into a life devoid of dignity and strength. The nascent principles are beginning to take shape and will gradually be refined, transforming Astapor into a paradise beyond your wildest imaginings. For now, I can assure you that soldiers will receive preferential treatment and royal stipends, while free citizens shall be granted lands governed entirely by your choices. Furthermore, laborers employed by merchants and nobles must be compensated fairly and treated not as slaves, but as partners deserving of respect. My subjects, do you embrace my vision? A chorus of agreement resounded, save for a few unwilling merchants and nobles. The unblemished observed with tears streaming down their faces, crying out in response. Karasa, demolish all statues of harpies within the city. Zargo commanded the mounted warriors, then turned his stern gaze upon the unblemished, bellowing with fervor. From this day forth, no one shall compel you to endure inhumane training. The cup of courage shall no longer grace your tables. You will experience the finest treatment that the crown can offer, reigniting your desires. The belief in the harpy, upheld by the GIs, is on the verge of collapse, and the benevolent lords have fallen. Thus, you need no longer dwell in the shadow of malevolent deities. Liberate yourselves and create the glory of kings for me. With that, he hurled a finger of the harpy statue towards the gathering of nobles and merchants. This act was undeniably perilous, yet he felt no fear, for his people would swiftly erase any danger. In an instant, the throng of people knelt, their voices rising in unison to the one who had granted them life anew. Father, Father, Father. Chapter 32. The new symbol of the city having overthrown the reign of the benevolent lords, the vast collective of free citizens now possesses the power of choice, rendering Astapor a canvas awaiting revival. The following day, as the sun ascended, Zargo instructed the blood-sworn to traverse the city, seeking out reputable representatives of the free citizens within the red brick metropolis. As a cabinet meeting was to be held, it was vital to heed the voices of those most attuned to the populace. His followers were largely brutes, save for the somewhat experienced Jormorm, whose past as a lord of an island lent him insight. The bloodsworn, including the newly appointed unblemished leader, Grey Worm, were better suited for battle than for understanding the principles of governance. To the vast world, Astapor may seem a mere speck, yet it is renowned, being one of the three great powers that dominate the Bay of Slavery. Thus, Zargo believed that despite the current lack of a hierarchical system and regulatory framework, the founding assembly should be conducted with a semblance of decorum. Despite the absurdity and lack of order that may characterize the meeting, it ultimately falls upon him to make unilateral decisions. He resolutely refuses the involvement of the aristocrats dwelling within the pyramid, not out of envy for their wealth, but because he believes that those who claim to be the children of the harpy, the Giscari, might become instigators against reform. After all, Astapor has historically thrived on the slave trade. Losing this source of income would devastate their vested interests. Could they truly accept such a fate? However, in regard to these imagined adversaries, Drogo has already formulated a strategy. Should the Giscari nobility dare to incite chaos, whether covertly or overtly, they would face expulsion from Astapor at best, or capital punishment at worst. The king's opulent palace, situated at the heart of the grand city, stands as a gilded pyramid from which one can gaze over all of Astapor. This had once been the residence of the benevolent Krasny's Mo Naklos. Last night, he and Daenerys took up residence here, for only this place befitted their station. Drogo lingered momentarily at the balcony's railing, while Daenerys, having risen alongside him, spent over an hour preparing her appearance. She soon descended, accompanied by her new handmaiden, Missandei. Initially, Daenerys had no intention of taking on another servant, already having two. However, Drogo assured her that Irri and Jiki would have their own duties, and after he introduced the clever and articulate Missandei, she quickly grew fond of the girl with golden eyes, who was proficient in multiple languages. Daenerys found the young maid to be remarkably wise and courageous, traits that allowed her to thrive in harsh conditions, reminiscent of her own upbringing. From a barbarian tribe, Daenerys had risen to become the queen of a trading city-state. Today, she shed her Dothraki painted leather vest and sweat-soaked linen trousers, donning a tokar robe, which was fashionable among the noble families of Astapor. The yellow silk, adorned with beads, was light and refreshing, subtly revealing her charms, making it perfectly suited for the sweltering climate of Slaver's Bay, while also aligning with a resident's aesthetic. Complementing her attire were diamond-embellished silver sandals and a crystal crown set with emeralds, rendering her akin to a youthful and invincible princess. Yet, her regal demeanor was somewhat concealed by her delicate frame. She had encouraged her husband to adopt the customs of the land, to don luxurious garments befitting a king. But Drogo had declined. Nevertheless, he did add a woolen garment beneath his traditionally crude Dothraki attire. He aspired to amend the open-minded customs of his subjects, advocating for conservatism as a reformative concept. Thus, he endeavored to lead by example, curbing the incessant temptations of the wolfish desires that plagued them and reducing unnecessary crime rates. Although he was not entirely satisfied with his wife's fresh and airy ensemble, it at least left room for others' imaginations and could be deemed acceptable. So Drogo chose not to voice further objections. Daenerys' departure from her usual Khaleesi style was indeed striking, evoking in Drogo the same sensation he felt upon first encountering her in Pentos. Yet, he restrained his restlessness, redirecting his gaze to the three-headed dragon that flitted between the pyramids. The young dragons, though still in their juvenile stage, have already begun to hunt independently, effortlessly devouring a small lamb. It is widely believed that dragons symbolize destruction, and this very notion weighs heavily on Drogon's mind. The concern is not merely for enemies who may be harmed, but for those dear to him, as well as his own people who might suffer. He has contemplated confining the wild dragons with iron chains, yet such an act would undoubtedly breed resentment and stifle their growth, thus rendering the thought futile. Observing her husband's furrowed brow in silence after a brief exchange, Daenerys surmises that he is troubled by the trivial matters of Astapor. She chooses to quietly accompany him as they watch the young dragons frolic. Suddenly, her husband claps his hands and lets out a sharp exclamation, startling her. One must not hold back when it comes to the future, sacrificing the small for the greater good. Drogon, reflecting on Daenerys' attitude towards the young dragons as depicted in the novel, realizes this vicious cycle. The dragons, fierce enough to vanquish thousands, represent his greatest asset on the path to conquest. As long as they heed his commands, it will suffice. He need only ride upon their backs and command them to breathe fire. What they consume is of little consequence, especially since he cannot truly control them. He risks his own safety, being merely the second choice of the dragons, leaving the more daunting concerns for their mother to ponder. Daenerys, feeling a sense of unease from her husband's seemingly aimless musings, gently inquires, "My lord, is something troubling you?" Drogon, feigning nonchalance, replies, "There is nothing to worry about for now. We shall address any issues as they arise." She hesitantly glances at the young dragon basking atop the pyramid and tentatively asks, "Is it Drogon, Regal, and Viserion that cause you concern?" Drogon sighs. "They are growing increasingly fast. I fear they will soon soar beyond Astapor, reaching even more distant realms. Only by truly considering them as his children can he express such sentiments." His attitude towards the young dragons stirs a sense of emotion within Daenerys, for they are her pride and the foundation of her future dominance. Nonetheless, her expression darkens with worry as she earnestly states, "No matter how high and far they fly, they will remember us, for we are their parents." Drogon nods, implying, "They are your beloved children. I hope they inherit your kindness and your disdain for the wheel of history." This remark reveals to Daenerys her husband's apprehensions. The previous night, while attending to her bath, Missandei mentioned that her children had consumed something after the riot subsided. The revelation of corpses left her in shock, and only slowly did her emotions settle. With a heavy heart, Daenerys reflects, "If it truly comes to that, I shall have no choice but to confine them. They are my dearest children, but my people are my children too." This decision, though foolish, leaves Drogon speechless, yet he deeply disagrees, for he understands many things unknown to his wife. In due time, he shall reason with her. Zargo pondered, observing that the sun was nearing its zenith. Dispatching a few robust men to seek out the representatives of the free folk would certainly take some time. Thus, he instructed Miss Sandii to summon the kitchen to prepare lunch. However, before her departure, he inquired of the maid, "Were you not the personal translator for Krasny's Mo Naklas?" He continued, "Is there a butcher named Clean in the kitchen?" Miss Sandii, somewhat taken aback, replied, "My king, there is. Do you wish to summon him?" Zargo contemplated for a moment, then said, "Not for now. Just disregard my question. You may go." "As you wish." The young maid departed, leaving a puzzled Dany to ask, "Husband, is Clean someone you knew in Astapor?" "I do not know him personally, but I am aware of him. He is the butcher in the kitchen of the great house, reputed to be quite skilled in the art of slaughtering pigs, gaining a modest renown in the Slaver's Bay." In truth, Zargo had come to know of this butcher through the pages of a novel. Dany, rarely teasing, remarked, "Hee. You seem quite concerned about him. Do you wish to learn the craft of pig slaughtering from him?" Zargo replied with a glimmer of amusement, "I can slay lions. So there is no need to learn from him. I merely believe he possesses great talent. If he continues to butcher pigs, it would be a disservice to his abilities. He ought to be made a king." Initially, Dany thought he was jesting, but upon witnessing her husband's increasingly frosty demeanor, she began to pray for the butcher's well-being. After the couple enjoyed a lavish lunch and took a brief respite, Aggo arrived to report that they had located the representatives of the free folk, which included a doctor, a scholar, and a priest. He stated that these three individuals held significant esteem among the free folk due to their selfless service. Upon hearing this introduction, Zargo felt a striking coincidence. In the narrative, when Dany departed from Astapor to wage war in the waters of the bay, the council that ruled Astapor was led by a doctor, a scholar, and a priest. Shortly after, these three were overthrown and slain by Clean, who thereafter became known as the Butcher King. Zargo had many pressing matters to convey, particularly concerning the threat posed by Boros, and thus prepared to head immediately to the makeshift meeting room established in Pride Square. With a gentlemanly demeanor, he placed his left hand behind his back, bent at an angle of 80 degrees, and extended his right hand in a courteous invitation. "My queen, please lift your skirt gently with your right hand, and extend your left hand to accompany me in laying the foundations of our dream paradise." Such an intriguing gesture was unfamiliar to Dany, yet she found it delightful and comforting, and thus complied with her husband's request, lifting her skirt and taking his hand, embarking on a romantic journey together. As they exited the pyramid, they beheld a luxurious carriage, draped in curtains, and a magnificent red steed awaiting at the entrance, overseen by mounted warriors and the Grey Worm. The Grey Worm led a procession of unsullied, thumping their chests and bowing slightly, greeting them with vigor. King, Queen. The Dothraki, in contrast, offered a more casual salute, inclining their heads slightly, acknowledging Khal, Khaleesi. Different appellations and customs were met with calm acceptance by Drogo and Dany, who did not insist on a unified mode of address. Drogo retained the regal demeanor befitting a Khal, mounting his magnificent red steed, while Dany entered the carriage and settled onto the cool satin cushions. Embodying the essence of a queen, the horse lord led the way, flanked by a retinue that safeguarded the carriage as they set forth in grand style. Along the route, hesitant merchants knelt with their burdens, while freedmen chased after the carriage, some calling for their fathers, others crying for justice, and a few lamenting their hunger. Drogo responded with a disarmingly natural smile, nodding in acknowledgement yet remaining silent. As such issues were inevitable at the dawn of reform, he would address them gradually. And this journey marked the commencement of that transformation. Upon arriving at Pride Square, he noted its alteration, for the towering statue of the Harpy had been dismantled. However, a new city emblem had been spontaneously crafted by the artisans who revered him, from the framework currently under construction. Drogo could envision the shape of this new symbol, a creature with 3 heads, the body of a horse, and the wings of a dragon, 2 heads resembling young dragons, while the central head bore the visage of a horse. Chapter 33, Counterattack. The opulent hall convening the cabinet meeting was once the venue where benevolent lords deliberated matters, akin to the court of the realm. As for why Drogo regarded it merely as a temporary assembly room, it was not that the former warlord, accustomed to commanding from a tent in the wilderness, found it uninhabitable in his renewed life. Rather, it was the decor and furnishings that unsettled him. The chamber boasted lofty ceilings, walls of purple marble, and an abundance of gold, which, while imposing and resplendent, exuded an unsettling aura due to the skins of slaves displayed throughout. The throne of the late benevolent lord, Krasnamona Crocker, was carved from gilded oak, taking the grotesque form of a seated harpy, and sitting upon it felt akin to being cradled by a malevolent deity. Standing before the throne, Drogo commanded, "I shall not sit upon the lap of the harpy. Remove this unsightly monstrosity and discard it. The Unsullied, familiar with the locale, complied, carrying away the grotesque chair and replacing it with a wooden high seat cushioned for comfort. His subordinates believed this chair unbefitting of the king's majesty, yet Drogo was unconcerned, as he intended it only for temporary use, confident that he would soon possess a throne that reflected his dignity. Once seated, with Dany at his side, the others paid their respects in their customary manners before forming two lines, standing sparsely at the foot of the dais, with chairs nearby left unoccupied. To Drogo's left stood 3 blood riders, accompanied by the unsullied commander, Grey Worm. To his right stood the yet-to-be-named exiled knight, Jorah Mormont, along with a priest, a physician, and a scholar. Among them, the physician, Anchorisn, a guise with amber skin, a broad nose, and dark eyes, faced Grey Worm, who had not received his assistance and glared at him with simmering hostility. Ankh, sensing the malice directed his way, remained unfazed, accustomed as he was to such scrutiny. Among the Unsullied, there are many who are eunuchs. The astute Drogo does not mind their presence. After all, those who are lauded by the multitude of former slaves are unlikely to be drawn to the secretive camp of those who dwell at the pinnacle of the pyramid. The scholar is named Marposi, hailing from one of the oldest cities of Westeros, the Citadel in Old Town. The Citadel serves as the highest governing body for the learned men of the Seven Kingdoms, where they convene to study and train new acolytes. Noticing that he does not wear the chain of a maester, Drogo suspects that he must be either unrecognized or expelled by the Citadel. It is a rare occasion to encounter a Westerosi, and Daenerys's beautiful eyes linger upon him, as if she were gazing upon a fellow countryman. The priest, known as Enoa Adelaide, is a man of the Lazarene, a people closely related to the Dothraki, possessing the characteristic bronze skin and almond-shaped eyes that signify his heritage. After a night of deep contemplation, Drogo furrows his brow in silence. After a moment of stillness, he instructs Missandei to summon the esteemed Illyrio and the ever-resourceful Jiki. He also mentions that the Unsullied should bring forth the merchant Zero Zoandaxos, who has been held captive. Believing that the king intends to judge Zero, the others ponder the necessity of involving the 2 handmaidens in such a matter. Zero, whether adept at theatrics or genuinely indifferent to tears, always wears a facade of sorrow, with beads of moisture adorning his countenance whenever Drogo beholds him. The merchant is filled with trepidation, uncertain of the reason for his summons. A foreboding sensation arises within him, as he wonders if this day next year might mark his demise. Zero Zoandaxos, you were once the wealthiest merchant of Karth and one of the 13 great masters who ascended the ladder of power. Regardless of your past transgressions, I have invited you to the council to share your insights on governing Astapor, announces Drogo. This decision reflects Drogo's pragmatism. Despite past offenses, he chooses to utilize Zero's expertise. For a merchant who has benefited from his patronage should inevitably offer something in return, relieved from the chains binding him. Zero expresses his gratitude to Drogo and vows to exert all his efforts to alleviate the king's burdens. However, the Blood Riders voice their dissent. He is blood of our blood. Yet he has spoken lightly of Khaleesi. How can you permit a prisoner to partake in such a sacred assembly? To this, Drogo responds, I seek the counsel of the wise. The priest, eager to extend salvation to all, supports the king's words. Your majesty speaks truly. The criminal must atone, by whatever means necessary. This sentiment resonates deeply with Drogo, who casts an appreciative glance in the priest's direction. As the meeting commences, Drogo nods toward Missandei, who comprehends the cue. She then articulates the opening remarks in both Dothraki and Valyrian, the latter of which is understood by nearly all present. The inaugural cabinet meeting presided over by the formidable Khal Drogo, the undefeated king upon horseback, the Unburnt One, the father of dragons, the conqueror of the White Lion, the breaker of chains, and the sovereign of Astapor, has commenced. This extensive array of revered titles attests to Drogo's extraordinary prowess, and those present felt neither sluggish nor frivolous. Rather, their spirits were profoundly stirred, leading to a more solemn and dignified demeanor. Drogo repeatedly urged them to speak boldly and candidly, free from any reservations. Serving such a wise and charismatic monarch alleviated the attendees' initial apprehensions, starting from the innovative ideas proposed by the king and queen. After a vigorous debate imbued with a hint of tension, Drogo decisively shaped the outcome, resulting in the establishment of numerous urgently needed laws, regulations, and measures for the welfare of the state. With the main points of the meeting broadly outlined, Drogo based his subsequent personal decisions on these foundations. He appointed Malbosi to commence, starting tomorrow, the measurement of all agricultural land in Astapor, to be allocated reasonably according to the number of free people. A scholar, displaying a look of concern, spoke up, "Your Majesty, even though many tyrannical rulers have perished, nearly half of the land in the Red Brick City remains under the control of the nobles within the pyramid. Therefore, I fear this decision may encounter formidable obstacles." Upon hearing this, Drogo waved his hand dismissively and replied coldly, "I am the king of Astapor. All land under heaven belongs to the king. The nobles may retain their pyramidal estates, but all their private lands shall be reclaimed and integrated into the plan, distributed per capita among the free people. Now that the slaves have been liberated from their masters, they are akin to blank slates, stripped of their means of survival and rendered destitute. Since I have freed them, I must consider their livelihoods. The sustenance of the people is paramount. If agricultural land is monopolized by private gardens and hunting grounds, what future remains for Astapor? Given my intention to govern with equality, to prevent starvation, I must act decisively and strive for balance in these early stages. You may proceed with your work without hesitation. Should there be any obstruction, my Khalasar will address it." Malbosi found Drogo's radical proclamations astonishing, yet they resonated deeply within him. He fell to his knees, his voice trembling with emotion. "My king is akin to the arrival of the seven gods. With supreme radiance, you dispel the darkness, rescuing the wretched slaves and liberating us, who are voiceless before the powerful. You are our savior." Though Drogo was not particularly fond of such fervent flattery, he nonetheless appreciated it to some extent. Resolute in his commitment, he shifted his gaze to the most fiery and untamed among them, Ago and Jogo. "Ago, you shall lead 100 mounted warriors to assist Malbosi. While planning the land, compel the nobles to surrender their grain reserves, leaving them only what is necessary for their survival. Should anyone refuse, they will be cast into the arena, allowing the nobles to experience firsthand the blood and sand of the lives they once deemed entertainment. Jorge, lead the remaining Carassa and conduct a thorough search throughout the city, regardless of wealth or social standing. Compel all to surrender any ill-gotten gains and provisions acquired during these tumultuous times. Should you encounter fierce resistance, execute them without hesitation. Furthermore, those who deliberately inflate prices, making even the coarsest grain more precious than gold, shall receive no mercy." The two Blood Alliance guards responded with resolute affirmation. "Yes, we are the blood of your blood." Zhuge, with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes, lightly tapped the armrest of his chair and emitted an almost inaudible cold snort. "To attempt to profit from war under my very nose is utterly futile. Ili Jichi, heed my command." In such a solemn setting, Jichi and Ili trembled with anxiety, their bodies quaking uncontrollably. When the Lord called upon them, they stumbled slightly. "What is your command, my lord?" Observing the two diligent maids who had shared in his trials and cared for him with unwavering devotion, Zhuge resolved to surprise them. Liberating them from a life of servitude, Jichi and Ili, I hereby appoint you both as the co-presidents of the Astapor Women's Association, to assist Khalas in her endeavors with utmost vigor. Dany was taken aback, but soon felt elated for her two maids, who were like sisters to her. The two co-presidents, mimicking the humble posture of the long-prostrated Malbosi, knelt before him in genuine trepidation. "My lord, we are utterly ignorant of this role. We are but servants, and fear we may not be able to shoulder the responsibilities of the Women's Association." Their implication was clear. They were uncertain of what the position entailed. Zhuge understood and explained. "Your duty is to comfort the elderly, the weak, and the sick, to aid them, advocate for their interests, and seek out skilled artisans, arranging apprenticeships for them to acquire trades, thereby enabling them to accumulate wealth and forge a brighter future, having honed their wits through years of service." The two maids grasped the essence of his words and promptly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. We shall not betray your trust or forget your kindness." Zhuge nodded in satisfaction, pleased with their response and with himself for being a friend to women. He reflected briefly before turning to Dany and speaking gently. "Once the Carassa have opened and accounted for the granaries of the benefactors, you shall oversee the distribution to your people." Dany, having endured hunger and suffering from a young age, could not bear to witness the helplessness of the starving. She accepted her husband's directive without dissent. "My lord, I will ensure that the grain reaches every citizen in need of assistance, with the wicked acting on their own accord and the virtuous tasks delegated to Dany." Zhuge felt he was being fair and compassionate. He continued issuing commands. "Anka Klasny, Einar Adelaide, since you have been elected as representatives of the free citizens, arranging accommodations and seeking livelihoods for some should not prove difficult, correct?" This was a prelude to their ascension as leaders of men. The doctor and the priest hastily followed suit, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, we shall not disappoint you." Zhuge expressed his appreciation, remarking, "It is commendable to pray for the deceased and tend to the wounded wrought by chaos. Such is your duty." After speaking, the King of Horses rubbed his brow, burdened with numerous ideas yet to be realized. Among them were matters of education, the transformative power of knowledge, and instilling virtuous principles in children, these being the foundation of a nation. However, the scarcity of manpower and the impracticality of swift implementation compelled him to adopt a step-by-step approach. Zhuge, analyzing according to the words of certain merchants, speculated that Bono and his Carassa would undoubtedly besiege the city within a fortnight. This pressing dilemma, which demanded countless lives to quell, was of paramount importance. He appointed Xiaola as the temporary superior of the Grey Worms, aiming to enlighten the Na'vi loyalty of the Pure Ones, teaching the Grey Worms how to command. He ordered the two to focus on training the 3,000 Pure Ones who had yet to earn their spiked helmets, ensuring they could swiftly emerge as competent city guards. Zhuge also assigned them the task of recruiting soldiers, believing that many impoverished and starving freemen would eagerly enlist. Grey Worm. Tomorrow you shall designate 5,000 Pure Ones to dig a trench 100 paces outside the city wall, measuring 10 paces wide and 10 paces deep, within 10 days. The commander of the Pure Ones, without a moment's hesitation, stood tall and responded, "As you command, your majesty." Xiaola, who seldom voiced objections, ventured, "My king, if I may be so bold, the Pure Ones should exert their strength on the battlefield. The task of digging the moat and diverting the Worm River's waters should be entrusted to those freemen." Zhuge chuckled lightly, responding with a hint of irony. "Who told you I was digging a moat? Who implied this was unrelated to the war?" The King of Horses was once again playing the enigmatic strategist. Having witnessed his cunning, Xiaola, wary of being reprimanded, refrained from further comment. "My king, I beg your pardon." Zhuge then turned his attention to the most steadfast of the Blood Alliance guards, Lakaro, instructing, "My blood of blood. You shall lead 500 Pure Ones to fell timber sufficient to construct 20 pyramids. Half shall be used to assemble catapults, while the other half shall have their tops sharpened." Lakaro, a loyal and capable minister, promptly replied, "Yes, Khal." As darkness enveloped the outside world, it was time to conclude the meeting. Zhuge rose from his throne, surveying those below him, and proclaimed, "Since our greatest enemy now lies in the currents of history, we must cultivate a wild heart of defiance to combat all that seeks to destroy us." Chapter 34. The all-permeating venom of the octopus spider having declared the meeting adjourned. Zhuge forsook riding his magnificent steed, opting instead to share a comfortable carriage with Dany. The proud square was thronged with freemen drawn by the news, their foremost grievances being cold and hunger. As they journeyed forth under the protection of the Pure Ones and Carassa, the carriage moved slowly. The king, seemingly aloof yet warm within, remained silent, while the maternal Dany, brimming with compassion, loudly promised her people that improvements would come by dawn. After finally extricating himself from the Pride Square, where the innocents stood as a barrier, he maneuvered into a relatively safer alley, avoiding the starving populace, only to be obstructed by the corpses strewn across the road due to the recent chaos. Slaver's Bay, situated in a tropical climate, harbored the risk that these decaying bodies, if not properly disposed of, could easily give rise to pathogens, spreading through insects, air, and water, potentially igniting terrifying epidemics such as high fevers and the dreaded brown leg disease, both of which could lead to death. By the time the litter arrived at the pyramid where Drogo resided, it was nearing midnight. Upon disembarking, he commanded the accompanying Grey Worm to immediately lead the innocents in collecting all the bodies and transporting them beyond the city limits to incinerate them far from the Worm River. Drogo may not have understood medicine, but he was acutely aware that the blood plague was considered an incurable affliction in this world. The only recourse was to stem the source of contagion. He had no desire for Astapor to become a ghost city due to a viral outbreak. The Dothraki believed that the dead should not be touched, as it would bring misfortune, hence the Horse Lord did not allow his rigid Khalasar to partake in the endeavor. The Grand Pyramid, soaring 700 feet high from its robust square base, would, in the morning light, reveal drifting clouds above, while its granaries overflowed. Each balcony transformed into a verdant garden laden with figs, dates, and olives, and its cellars stocked with barrels of fine wine, salted fish, and smoked meats. After soaking in the hot springs and shedding some fatigue, the couple proceeded to the dining hall for their meal. The table was laden with local delicacies such as dog brain jelly, stewed octopus soup, dog fetus, and half-cooked blood sausages. Drogo, with an almost insatiable appetite, devoured the offerings ravenously, having little regard for dietary restrictions. As he stuffed his mouth with food, he found the leisure to toss some meat scraps to the eagerly waiting Snowball. The The dragon's temperament had become wild, and Snowball, unable to keep pace with them, could only circle around its master. Daenerys found the dishes favored by the noblemen of Giscari quite repulsive, lacking any appetite. She requested Missandei to bring some figs, chilled sweet wine, honeyed bread, and roasted apples to appease her protesting stomach. In the desolate hell of the Red Waste, she would have dared to consume anything. Even the maggots spawned from a dead horse. Yet now that life had just begun to improve, she had started to develop finicky tastes. This capriciousness instilled in Drogo a subtle sense of distaste. However, he bore no intention of reproaching her, believing this was the demeanor befitting a queen. It was every man's dream to ensure the life of the woman he cherished continued to thrive. Yet he realized the difficulty of such an endeavor in this world rife with blood and fire. Even the monarch seated upon the Iron Throne could not guarantee uninterrupted enjoyment. Accustomed to passing time on horseback, Drogo found attending to state affairs more exhausting than battle. The moment he lay down in bed, disregarding the entanglements of the Mother of Dragons, he covered his face with a pillow and fell into a deep slumber until dawn. After a simple yet delectable breakfast, the couple each attended to their respective duties. Daenerys, accompanied by Missandei and the leader of the Women's Council, along with a retinue of mounted warriors, set off towards Pride Square, prepared to distribute food and garner the goodwill of the people. Accompanied by Yora and Grey Worm, Daenerys made his way to the Punishment Square, the very birthplace of the Shackle's destruction. Ascending the city gate's tower, he leaned against the red bricks and surveyed the expanse before him. Outside the walls, hundreds of tents were pitched, tethered to camels and horses, while numerous shackled slaves wandered amidst a throng of fully armed mercenaries and ornately adorned individuals who occasionally turned towards the city gate, shouting in High Valyrian, yearning for it to open. Daenerys surmised that those unwilling to leave, even to sleep under the stars, were likely led by merchants seeking to buy or trade slaves. As one of the world's largest slave trading hubs, Astapor would soon echo with the news of his conquest of the Red Brick City, spreading like wildfire throughout the slave bay. He was convinced that the merchants could hear the curses and cries of the good masters, and even if uncertain, they could glean insights from the tightly shut gates. The intertwined fates of Yunkai and Meereen, both of whom shared a symbiotic relationship with Astapor, presented significant challenges. However, having chosen an unconventional path, Daenerys resolved to face whatever came, embodying the spirit of resilience. After careful contemplation, he commanded, Grey Worm, instruct the Unsullied to drive those below at least 10 miles away. Intimidate them into not approaching again before proceeding to dig the pits. Yes, Your Grace, Grey Worm replied. Hurrying away, Daenerys then called him back. And remember, the soil you excavate does not need to be discarded into the Worm River. Instead, transported into the city to be piled in the square, allowing the free folk to construct earthen dwellings on their allocated land. Understood. Astapor was home to many benevolent masters, yet the number of slaves vastly outnumbered them. Their wealth afforded them mercenaries who held the slaves' lifeblood, food, and freedom, ensuring their elevated status. Despite many pyramids standing empty, Daenerys had no intention of relocating the free folk into them. In his heart, he believed soldiers were heroes, destined to protect Astapor with their lives. They deserved preferential treatment and comfortable lodgings. Soon, under the relentless pressure of the Unsullied, the merchants fled in panic. Daenerys was certain that if his wife were by his side, she would undoubtedly rescue the slaves from the merchants' clutches. Currently, the city lay in disarray, and he could only extend silent compassion towards those unfortunate souls, realizing that saving one might condemn two to starvation. Sometimes, inaction was preferable to indecision, which paled in comparison to the resolve of the Mother of Dragons, now wielding immense wealth. Had it not been for the threat posed by the Iron Bank, he would have immediately journeyed beyond the eastern hills, where a ring of sandy mountains lay across the land of Rehazar, known as the trade route of the Khizar Pass, to procure copious amounts of grain for civilian sustenance, enabling the free folk to endure until the harvest. After supervising the Unsullied as they excavated long trenches for a while, he turned his gaze towards the city, fixating on the dragons circling the pyramids in search of food. Musing with pointed intent, the appetite of a young dragon mirrors insatiable desire, devouring even the bats that favor the night. Surely, the more delectable crows shall also be considered as prey. It was evident that he was speaking to himself. Yora hesitated before responding. The city gates are tightly shut. Aside from the imaginative musings of those not destined for Astapor, no news can escape. Drogo fixed his gaze upon him, a semblance of a smile dancing on his lips as he inquired, I have heard that the information minister of King's Landing, a eunuch known as the Spider, weaves his threads so intricately that they penetrate every corner of the world. You were once a knight sworn to King's Landing. I wonder if the rumors about that spymaster's prowess hold any truth? The exiled knight displayed a flicker of unease, quickly masking it with composure as he replied, "My lord, I was merely a minor lord of Bear Island. Such illustrious figures, like yourself, I have only heard of in name, never encountered in person. Thus I cannot answer that question." Drogo's voice took on a chilling tone. "Your title may be humble, yet your insight and courage are considerable. After all, you now stand beside a king whose stature far eclipses that of the spider." A hearty laugh erupted from Drogo as he clapped Yora on the shoulder, making his way toward the passage leading down from the castle. Yora followed closely, contemplating the implications of his words, his expression darkening as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, revealing a glimmer of steel at his waist, only to conceal it once more. After descending from the castle, Drogo, guided by the freedman, visited a workshop for refining pitch. Due to the unrest, the proprietor had barred his doors, opting for a temporary closure. However, the matters concerning the king were not to be disregarded. The shopkeeper promptly opened the door to welcome him inside for a private discussion. Upon exiting the pitch workshop, Drogo continued his wanderings, this time arriving at a rocky outcrop. Once he departed, the freedman, having received a promise of an additional sack of soybeans, eagerly fetched his tools to hammer at the stubborn boulders. For his final engagement of the day, Drogo chose to approach the western gate, adjacent to the Worm's Mouth, where he signed a note of debt with the scarce captains present, acquiring all the new ship planks. Yora followed throughout, yet he remained perplexed by Drogo's intentions, as the earlier words of the king had instilled a sense of caution within him. Upon returning to the pyramid, Drogo, under Missandei's guidance, found the butcher, Qin, flanked by women. Without preamble, he followed the process of slaughter and drew Yora's sword, plunging it into his throat. Qin may have been the sole Giscari unperturbed by the upheaval, yet in that moment, shrouded by the specter of death, he became one of the most terrified individuals. In his former life, Drogo regarded human life as inconsequential. In the eyes of many, he killed without reason, and to question him might invite peril. For those beneath him, silence was golden in the presence of a king. Little did they know that Drogo's actions were, in fact, a means of eliminating a potential threat, one who might one day aspire to become the Lord of Astapor. Thereafter, Drogo rose early each morning to maintain his physical form, and after breakfast, he strolled through the city, observing the sentiments of the populace. He took delight in discovering that by the third day, no one was lamenting hunger. On the fifth day, the freedmen had acquired shelters to withstand the harsh extremes of cold and heat. Once slaves, their labor became their hallmark, a fact that did not surprise Drogo. By the seventh day, these liberated souls had been allocated land, embarking on the cultivation of vegetables and grains. On the ninth day, Drogo, clad in full armor alongside his blood alliance, the Grey Worm, and the Great Bear, stood solemnly atop the main gate's tower, gazing at the encroaching thin dust storm of Astapor, while the exhilarating cacophony of hooves and the sound of bells filled the air. Chapter 35. Our master is your former king. The banner of the Harpy, once fluttering over the red brick city, had been taken down, supplanted by a new flag adorned with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse, boldly proclaiming to the world that Astapor had undergone a transformation. Welcoming a new master. Astapor was not known for its archers, thus the battlements were predominantly manned by Drogo's Khalasar, their expressions grave as they knocked arrows, poised to unleash a deluge of bloodshed at Khal's command. Bono commanded over 10,000 mounted warriors, their steeds galloping in a rhythm reminiscent of the mating dance at the confluence of the Worm River. The mixture of black and white salmon leaping amidst the swirling dust kicked up by their hooves, creating a scene of sheer spectacle. As a former raider who once commanded a vast Khalasar, Bono possessed remarkable leadership skills and combat experience. He spotted the archers on the walls from a distance, issuing a halt before entering their range. The Dothraki were the very embodiment of untamed spirit. Even while standing by, they exuded restlessness, their curved blades howling in the chilling air, a burgeoning fervor that instilled a palpable sense of impending doom in all who beheld it. Those witnessing this sight held their breath. The warriors focused intently, while others fidgeted nervously, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Among the most composed were the former king of the braided warriors below, along with the fearless Grey Worm. Drogo, a seasoned warrior adorned with accolades yet barely exceeding 30 years of age, prepared to welcome the former Khalasar. His shoulder-length raven hair, deemed short for a horse lord, had been braided with the assistance of Missandei, anointed with fragrant oil, appearing heavy and adorned with numerous small metallic bells that jingled with the slightest movement. He bore a massive bow crafted from dragonbone and wielded a resplendent golden-hued curved sword, with a belt of metals accentuating his stature, towering over those present. His form, lithe and powerful, mirrored that of his offspring, resembling a humanoid dragon, still yet seething with the ferocity of a volcano ready to erupt. Such extraordinary talent, combined with a demeanor as frigid as ice and an unsmiling visage, rendered his regal presence both immense and formidable. Do not fear, for Bono has been bested by me on multiple occasions, so in my ranks, he is but a subordinate, he declared. With his presence, the pressure from the adversaries began to wane, akin to the calming effect of a half-eaten reassurance pill. Confronted by the horde of savages, Daenerys, embodying the essence of Khaleesi, deliberately concealed her regal splendor beneath a vividly painted leather vest imbued with the spirit of the wild. She reverted to her original attire, both to align with her husband and to assert her authority before her erstwhile followers. Khal Drogo, now in his 40s, though his hair had begun to thin, maintained a robust physique. He donned iron armor, complemented by a light green cloak adorned with an embroidered black bear standing on its hind legs. Anointed by the high priest of the Seven, the esteemed Sparrow, with sacred oil, he remained an undeniable knight of honor, despite having been stripped of his title and exiled for the heinous crime of slavery. Nevertheless, his knightly demeanor persisted. Yet, to Drogo, the grandeur of Khal was a mere jest. As Yora reveled in the spotlight before Daenerys, Drogo resolved to appoint him as the vanguard. Indifferent to the prospect of his demise, even if turned to ash, it was likely that Borno would still recognize him, for the man's features were strikingly unique. He was identifiable, and the warriors who had once fought alongside Drogo, reveling in shared victories, would undoubtedly recognize him too. Upon witnessing that miraculous resurrection, their hearts stirred with tumultuous emotion. Observing from above, the onlookers were primarily warriors with braided hair, accompanied by an exceedingly conspicuous banner, a bizarre amalgamation of dragon and horse. Fluttering atop the city walls, Borno harbored doubts. Could it be that Krasnim had not deceived him? Drogo had indeed lifted the blood magic. Yet despite commanding merely a few hundred men of the Khalasar, he exuded an aura akin to that of a ruler of Astapor. Had the lords, once possessing legions of Unsullied, lost their senses to permit him such audacity? With distance proving insufficient and the castle walls towering high, the voices carried within the city were as faint as a whisper. Under Borno's command, the crowd united in a deafening roar. Lords of Astapor, you have 1 hour to expel Drogo and his Khalasar from the city, or bear the consequences. The Dothraki revered unassailable strength. Even with thousands of cavalrymen aware of Drogo's magnetic allure, the overwhelming might of Borno rendered their admiration moot. Thus, they took pride in the prospect of slaying and trampling the former king, their bloodlust intensifying with each passing moment. The thunderous cries echoed throughout the city, confirming the rumors of Borno's impending assault. The freemen felt a surge of fear, while the former nobles, cowering within the pyramid, experienced a tumultuous mix of shock and elation. The children of the Harpy, born of the she-demon, were astounded by Borno as an unpredictable variable, yet delighted that the accursed Drogo was finally facing his reckoning, perhaps even to be crushed underfoot. However, such hopes were likely to remain unfulfilled. For within the punishment square stood 9,000 Unsullied, each adorned with their spiked helmets, their faces taut like blades ready to strike, fully prepared for battle. Understanding the inclinations of the cavalry, Drogo, once the mightiest of Khals, recognized that conflict was inevitable. Yet, he desired to exchange pleasantries. Thus, he mimicked the call of his subordinates atop the walls. Borno, you shall not await the Lord's response. You were once my foe, yet in the presence of your king, you dare to speak with insolence? Should you not dismount and kneel at once? A grotesque scar marred the face of Borno, who radiated an unmistakable disdain. Before fully grasping the meaning of his words, he bellowed in anger, "You are utterly presumptuous. A once powerful horse lord, now diminished, dares to speak such insolence amidst me, Borno, and the benevolent lords. You foolish imbecile, leave the city and kneel. Out of respect for our past, I shall grant you a dignified death. Otherwise, you shall be treated like livestock." The tone between the two had always been confrontational. Otherwise, they would never have found themselves in the same company. With words that failed to resonate, Zargo prepared for battle. "Borno, have you forgotten the tale of the 3,000 warriors who defended Koa?" This remark stirred Borno as curiosity, prompting him to retort, "I am not the national disgrace of Temo from 400 years ago. Do not think to intimidate me with such tales. Moreover, the purity is the steadfast shield of the benevolent Lord. What concern is it of yours?" Various signs indicated that Astapor was undergoing a transformation. Yet Bono did not regard Zargo as a formidable threat. His primary concern was the benevolent lord who commanded the slave army, Krasnomorakros. The ignorant are often fearless. Yet it is the revelation of true power that instills fear. Zargo ceased to speak further and commanded the leader of the purity beside him, Grey Worm. Open the city gates and assemble 9,000 warriors into formation, acting upon my command. Grey Worm bowed his head in acknowledgement. Yes, my lord, I shall obey. With that, he strode confidently down from the city towers, directing the warriors of purity to follow him, while ordering the guards to open the gates. Creaking, the heavy doors slowly swung open, much to Bono's delight, as he believed the benevolent lords could no longer tolerate Zargo's arrogance, and were preparing to bind him and escort him out of the city to end the conflict. However, he saw no benevolent lords emerging to greet him, and Zargo remained audacious atop the battlements, with only the purity fighters streaming out in disciplined formation. Casting cold glances toward him, Bono felt humiliated and, in a clumsy attempt at Valyrian, demanded, "Where are your wretched masters? Where have those foolish guys gone?" Standing at the forefront, Grey Worm declared with reverence, "Our master is none other than your former king, His Majesty Zargo, the protector of the free folk of Astapor. Those slave masters have turned to ash." Bono was struck dumb, murmuring in disbelief, Zargo has become the king of the red brick city. And what is this about free folk? What has transpired? Chapter 36. The Dance of the Dragon. Grey Worm's message was clear. The benevolent lords had all perished, reduced to ashes by fierce flames. If it had been the slave merchants, negotiations might have been possible, but now that Zargo held power, there was no room for hesitation. Slaughter was the only resolution. Bono's purpose for arriving here was to eliminate future threats once and for all. Having once served under Zargo, he was acutely aware of that man's potential and the terror it inspired. Both were of similar age, and while still a youth, Bono had accompanied Zargo on his campaigns, witnessing firsthand his ascent to power, the conquest of all the Khalasars across the vast Dothraki Sea, achieving unparalleled glory and becoming the mightiest Khal with 100,000 subjects. Zargo harbored an intense disdain for betrayal. Thus, that man must perish, lest Bono remain in a state of unrest. He unleashed a roar of aggression. "My valiant warriors, urge your steeds forward, wield your sharp, curved arachs, and strike fiercely against the eunuchs' round shields, shatter their spears, and extinguish their lives to cleanse the disgrace of our ancestors, and to reforge the invincible glory of the Dothraki warriors." The battle cry echoed. The braided warriors responded with fervor, spurring their mounts onward like a tidal wave surging toward the unsullied army. Faced with such an overwhelming force, the unsullied, led by the Grey Worm, stood resolute, shields held at their sides and spears erect, as if the oncoming tide were merely a swarm of locusts rather than a legion of murderous warriors. Their air of indifference amused Zargo, while simultaneously leaving him speechless. And he could not help but murmur inwardly, "You wooden fools, even if you possess confidence, you ought to present a semblance of defense, lowering your spears and raising your shields." The Dothraki had not engaged in combat with the formal unsullied army for centuries. Although Bono was meticulous, he believed that was merely the eunuch style of warfare and did not pay it much mind. "Charge! Charge! You are invincible. Annihilate those eunuchs, storm into the city, and let Zargo be torn asunder, capturing that wretched woman Daenerys, and let the former Khaleesi add more revelry to your victory feast." Bono's visage twisted in a grimace. Gripping the reins tightly, pacing in place, and directing the warriors to charge forth, bolstering their morale. Seeing that the traitor did not lead the charge, Zargo felt a twinge of regret. However, as the roaring warriors approached within 100 paces of the city, his excitement overshadowed his disappointment, and he began to count softly, 130 paces, 129, 101, down with them. As his voice fell silent, the lead braided warrior's steed suddenly faltered, both horse and rider leaning forward, causing a gasp of alarm. The ground beneath their hooves was nothing but a deceptive layer of loose sand, concealed by decayed planks and grass mats, laid out as a trap. This pitfall could not withstand the weight of men and horses, and all plummeted into the deep hole dug by the unsullied. Naturally, the fate awaiting those who fell was not merely the shock of terror, but a bed of sharpened wooden spikes awaiting at the bottom. The cries of anguish echoed. "Ah! Ah! Nay!" The fallen braided warriors and their steeds were pierced mercilessly, reduced to mere husks. The subsequent soldiers, realizing the peril, attempted to halt their mounts, but it was too late. They either met their demise by being dragged into the pit by their steeds, or were thrust down by the momentum of those behind them. Meeting their end, The spikes were arranged so closely that many perished without uttering a sound, their consciousness extinguished forever. The trap was too abrupt, and the breadth of the charge was excessively wide, resulting in the deaths of several hundred. It was only then that Bono grasped the dire situation, shouting in fury, "Stop! Halt!" As he watched the once glorious Khalas fall one after another, Drogo suppressed his excitement, revealing a demeanor of calm indifference. The clashes among the Dothraki tribes were not uncommon. He had witnessed too many instances of kin slaughter, often led by him. Were he to perish in the pit, it was certain that those left behind would feel no sorrow, only joy at his demise. The casualties continued to mount, but the momentum was quickly waning. Drogo solemnly instructed the exiled knight, "Ser Yora, prepare for battle at once. When I sound the call, you shall lead the Unsullied to bravely repel the invaders." The Great Bear, albeit reluctantly, accepted the command, yes, by the king's order. He cast a lingering glance at Daenerys, only to find her gaze filled with concern for him. The most loyal of warriors was about to embark on a bloody battle. And though Daenerys felt a pang of sorrow, she knew she could not oppose the king's will. With a forced smile, she said, "My loyal Queen's Guard, I wish you good fortune." Reassured by her words, the Great Bear was suddenly filled with strength and declared resolutely, "Your Majesty, I shall wield the sword you bestowed upon me and fight in your name." With that, he strode forth, intentionally leaving Daenerys with what he believed to be a grand and noble silhouette. The Great Bear's bravado irked Drogo, who could not help but mutter under his breath, "Bah?" Superficial and hollow. As the Great Bear reached the front lines of the Unsullied, he shouted, "Unsullied, raise the bridge and charge forth to slay the enemy." Of course, he added, "You're a Mormont, lead the charge." Upon hearing this, the Great Bear's muscles twitched in irritation, feeling that the man was being deliberately provocative. The Unsullied obeyed the command, crouching down to sift through the fine sand, uncovering the wooden bridge constructed from ship planks. They hoisted it high and then released it, allowing the bridge to crash down onto the opposing side. The Dothraki warriors, who had barely reined in their horses, were caught off guard as the descending bridge struck them, leaving many injured and unseated. Just as the wooden bridge made contact, Yora, with a steely resolve, unsheathed the Queen's steel sword and charged forward, followed closely by Grey Worm and his men. Disdainful of the eunuchs, and considering the acceptable losses incurred from the pit, Burrow did not call for a retreat, but instead commanded his forces to engage the Unsullied in battle. While mounted warriors with braided hair posed a potential threat to the Unsullied, in the cramped spaces where men collided and horses collided, the Unsullied's proficiency in close combat granted them an advantage. The Dothraki swung their blades fiercely, while the Unsullied raised their shields in defense, seizing upon openings to thrust their long spears, often dispatching their foes. Even if an attack was evaded, the horses found it difficult to escape, resulting in many warriors being thrown from their mounts, forced to endure the agile thrusts and stealthy strikes of the Unsullied. Both sides consisted of seasoned warriors, accustomed to the taste of blood, and casualties were not confined to Burrow's faction alone. The Unsullied also suffered their share of losses, with numbers nearly equal. It was difficult to ascertain a clear advantage, resulting in a stalemate of sorts. The current state of the battlefield was swiftly disrupted by an unwelcome interloper. Hissing and cawing, the three-headed dragon, which had been lingering near the pyramid, caught the scent of rich blood and soared into the fray. This sudden turn of events astonished all present, especially the faction of Bono, who were unaware of the dragon's existence and were left trembling in fear at the sight of the young dragon's fearsome visage. Each of the three juvenile dragons was no larger than a plump pig, yet their expansive wingspan gave them the appearance of colossal beasts, casting shadows that could obscure several feet of sandy terrain beneath them. Like an eagle seizing a chick, the dragons circled in the air, and upon spotting the injured and bleeding members of the faction, they would swoop down, weaving perilously close to the ground, tearing apart or incinerating their chosen targets. Initially hesitant to order their archers to shoot for fear of hitting their own, Bono could no longer afford such concerns as the dragons wreaked havoc. He commanded the nearby warriors to slay the three monstrous creatures. This act of defiance enraged the dragons, compelling them to abandon their playful demeanor and unleash a torrent of fire, transforming the chaotic battlefield into a veritable inferno. This scenario pleased Drogo immensely, for the now feral dragons astonishingly distinguished between friend and foe. At that moment, he began to believe that the intelligence of these great beasts rivaled that of humans. Chapter 37. The proud princess returns home. Visalion's scales shimmered in a pearlescent white, while its hardened horns, wings, and spine glimmered in a dark golden hue, resembling polished rare metals. It exhaled a devastating blaze of golden-orange flames. Rego, adorned in shades of summer green and the bronze of the great grassy plains, bore deep green scales akin to the moss that blankets the depths of a forest, unleashing a conflagration of orange and yellow. Zhugen, a synthesis of night and crimson blood, was significantly larger than his two brothers, more ferocious and volatile, breathing forth a spiraling inferno of red and black, reminiscent of the hellfire that blazes in the realm of the undead. The three-headed dragon, with eyes like molten gold pools, preferred to strike from above. When they positioned themselves between their prey and the sun, they would extend their wings and dive with piercing shrieks. As they neared the ground and locked onto their target, the three dragons would first unleash flames to incinerate their prey before tearing it apart. Clutching the most desirable parts, they would hiss and flap their wings, kicking up thick clouds of dust as they ascended once more. The gusts generated by their mighty wings had the force to sweep the ground clean of debris. Under such fierce winds, even dozens of arrows shot towards them would be deflected off course. Even if some arrows managed to pierce the air close by, the force of the wind would diminish their piercing power, and when they struck the dragon's scales, as hard as iron, they would simply slide to the ground, inflicting negligible harm, merely a tickle. Although the casualties caused by these three sudden monsters were far less than those inflicted by the pure ones, they still had the potential to sway the final outcome of the battle. Bono, having witnessed the severing of a pure one's spear by the three-headed beast, pondered darkly. Could these three monsters be the legendary dragons of lore? The creature, capable of breathing fire, bore a resemblance to the blood sorcerers described as hailing from the shadowy realm, leading him to believe it was indeed plausible. The cold and treacherous Bono, observing the despondent archers abandoning their bows and retreating from the monster, concocted a cunning stratagem to bolster morale. He bellowed mockingly, "My warriors, the moment to prove your valiant glory has arrived. Who among you can slay that three-headed beast and earn the title of Dragon Slayer? I shall elevate him to the rank of chieftain, commanding 3,000 men of the Kars." Fear of death was universal. Yet on the iron-blooded battlefield shrouded in the shadow of mortality, the Dothraki warriors, nearly indistinguishable from beasts, wielded their weapons with fervor, unperturbed by fear. "A dragon! A dragon!" they roared. "Ha ha! I shall become the Dragon Slayer. The 3,000 Kars shall be mine." Under the allure of a handsome reward, many barbarians, seduced by the prestigious title of Dragon Slayer and Bono's promises, ignited a foolish zeal for dragon hunting, charging towards the monstrous dragon like moths drawn to a flame. However, the beast's combat habits left them somewhat at a loss. Only a handful of warriors, braving the tempest, obscured by swirling dust and fortunate enough to escape the dragon's fiery breath, managed to reach the creature. Yet, just as they raised their curved blades, the young dragon took to the skies, preparing for its next dive. Dany's heart raced with anxiety, fearing for her children's safety, for to her, those three dragons still seemed so small. In stark contrast, Drogo felt immense pride in their children's remarkable performance, a fervor surging within him. As the tide of battle turned in their favor, Drogo resolved to employ a new tactic to minimize casualties among his valiant Unsullied and grant them a moment to regroup. He instructed his blood of my blood, "Go, take 100 Karasa to push the catapult outside the city. Await my command to unleash a meteor shower upon our foes." "Yes, my blood of my blood," Go replied, eager to fulfill his orders. The Horse Lord turned to his remaining two confidants and commanded, "Jogo, Lakalo, divide the free folk into two groups and exit the city through the north and south gates to sever all retreat paths for Bono's forces. Remember, do not position yourselves within the falling range of the firestones." "Yes, my blood of my blood." The two blood-sworn warriors, filled with fervor, departed swiftly. Fueled by their own resolve, the free folk primarily consisted of liberated slaves, many of whom had chosen to enlist in the army without hesitation, driven by the need to fill their bellies and earn their rightful coin. Although their numbers far surpassed those of the Unsullied, they were mere recruits, new to the fray. Dany hesitated momentarily, her anxiety bubbling forth. "My lord, the free folk have never been trained nor have they seen battle. Is it not reckless to send them to confront the strongest cavalry?" Drogo replied with depth, "Once the situation in Astapor stabilizes, I shall lead the Unsullied and the Karasa away. At that time, the Red Brick City will have to defend itself. Without the crucible of blood and fire, how can one grow swiftly? You must understand that real combat is always the most effective form of training. The established goal is none other than the bountiful Westeros." And the words of her husband left Daenerys without rebuttal. Your foresight is indeed profound. Even as Bono's followers witnessed the throngs emerging, gradually enveloping them like dumplings, They were already struggling to contend with the onslaught of the Unsullied, leaving them no time to attend to the ragtag army armed only with farming implements. As the encirclement took shape, the trebuchets were positioned, and the flaming pitch was prepared. Drogo, leading the remaining defenders atop the battlements, bellowed out commands. The Unsullied were to avoid lingering in battle, quickly gathering before the deep trench to form a shield wall. The very essence of the Unsullied's existence was obedience. The surviving warriors, following the king's orders, broke away from the bradesmen, engaging in combat while converging at the edge of the pit, crouching low, shielding their bodies with round shields, and thrusting their spears like hedgehogs from the gaps. In less than 10 minutes, a formidable shield wall had taken shape. The efficiency and adherence to discipline were striking, and as their leader, Drogo felt a swell of pride. To the astonishment of the bradesmen, the dominant Unsullied army chose to retreat, leaving them bewildered. Bono deemed Drogo's command in the heat of battle utterly foolish. He believed that even if the Unsullied's defensive formation was formidable, positioning them close to the pit to face the charge of the cavalry could only result in half of them perishing. He felt victory beckoning. Khal, riding forth on his steed, charged ahead, followed closely by the warriors who had lost their mounts, forcing Drogo to pay the price for his folly. Yes, Khal. Aside from the bradesmen dedicated to slaying dragons, many were excitedly adjusting their positions, rushing toward the unseen shield wall. Humph, blind fools, unaware of who the truly foolish are. Drogo scoffed, igniting a torch and signaling to Khal, who was already prepared, to unleash the flaming pitch upon their enemies. Aegon and the others, upon receiving the command, ignited the pitch-coated stones and released the trebuchets, sending forth the fiery projectiles. Boom, whoosh. Each shot could carry but a single stone. Yet under the relentless operation of 10 trebuchets, the heads of Bono's warriors were bombarded by a meteor shower of flames. Thud, thud. The bradesmen, packed too closely, suffered unerring hits, some being crushed to a pulp, others ignited by glancing blows. The scene was as tragic as it was chaotic. The air was filled with anguished cries, bitter curses, and frantic attempts to break free, resounding for miles around. Yet trapped within their iron enclosure, they could only endure the relentless bombardment like frenzied beasts, falling one after another. Once the stones were exhausted, Drogo, unable to contain his surging battle fervor, personally led the charge against the terrified enemy. Faced with many demoralized bradesmen, their assault took on an overwhelmingly one-sided nature, even igniting the fighting spirit of the free folk wielding farming tools, who surged into the fray. Drogo, mounted on his red steed, appeared like a harbinger of death in an uninhabited realm. But his sole objective was one: to take the life of the traitor Bono who sought his own demise. The strategy of capturing the leader before subduing the followers is eternally relevant, and Bono is acutely aware of this. He continually evades entanglement, his murderous intent directed at the towering figure of Zago, who, despite now being in a position of power as Khal, still exerts dominance over him. Bono, Zago. In this semi-enclosed space, their inevitable confrontation looms, and the two kings unleash their fury as they charge into battle. Bono regards Zago as his arch-nemesis, tirelessly studying his vulnerabilities. Yet, the chasm between imagination and reality is vast. He knows of Zago's immense strength and seeks to evade his might, but alas, his agility pales in comparison. He can only grit his teeth and endure, hoping to uncover an opening to unseat him and trample him mercilessly. Your attacks are feeble and sluggish. Weak. Perpetually weak. In terms of personal combat prowess or dominion, you shall forever remain beneath me. Zago retorts with disdain, relentlessly hacking and slashing, forcing Bono into a state of disarray, leaving him increasingly wounded. Clang. As Bono's curved blade, riddled with gaps, is knocked from his grasp, he unleashes a defiant roar. I will not yield. Without mercy, Zago delivers a decisive cut across Bono's neck, observing the crimson spray with chilling indifference. This is the fate of those who betray an absolute ruler. With the leader vanquished, the morale of the horse king swiftly dwindles. As he remains vigilant against hidden threats, scanning the battlefield, his heart nearly leaps to his throat. He spots his frail wife crying out, stumbling towards the black dragon, which is pinned down by several burly men, a curved blade embedded in its back. Zago, Zago. The creature, momentarily caught off guard, lets out a pained howl, unable to free itself from the weight of its captors. Viserion and Rhaegar screech desperately, breathing fire. Yet they find themselves besieged by a rain of arrows and fearless warriors, unable to rescue their brother in time. Dany weaves through the chaos, her path shielded by the bloodied bear that guards her. With her children and husband trapped in dire straits, Zago furiously spurs his steed, hastening towards Zago. Upon reaching range, he draws his massive bow and looses several arrows, striking down the barbarians and alleviating the pressure on the black dragon. However, this act incites the wrath of the frenzied foe's intent on slaying the dragon, encircling him in a life-or-death struggle. Zago finds himself momentarily ensnared, parrying their blows while bellowing. Innocents swiftly protect the queen. Just before the innocents can arrive, Yura valiantly defends Dany against the relentless onslaught of barbarians. The mother of dragons, tearful and desperate, clings to Zago, grasping the curved blade lodged in her child's body, summoning all her strength to pull it free, oblivious to the impending threat of death. A barbarian, struck yet not slain by Zago's arrow, struggles to rise, brandishing his curved blade as he slowly approaches Dany. With his wife's life hanging by a thread, Zago, consumed by madness, disregards all obstacles in his path, hacking fiercely. As he breaks through the encirclement, the distance proves too great, and he is unable to save his wife in time. A wave of helplessness washes over him as he tilts his head skyward, releasing a roar of defiance. At this critical moment, Yura, disregarding the onslaught aimed at his abdomen, resolutely abandoned his defense and rushed toward his queen. With a sharp sound, despite his iron armor, the razor-sharp tip of the blade pierced through and sank 3 inches into his flesh. Yura, stifling the agonizing pain, sprinted desperately, barely managing to shield Daenerys just before the curved sword struck her, earning himself another wound on his back. Startled by the weight on her back, Daenerys turned around to witness a scene that filled her with sheer terror. The danger still loomed as the great bear, with the curved blade lodged in its back, thrust a sword into the heart of the dying barbarian, then knelt on both knees, using the sword to support itself, exhaling heavily. With a surge of strength she had never before summoned, Daenerys pulled the curved blade from Yura and rushed toward the great bear, as though she had lost something dear. With a crack, the spine, the pillar of bodily movement, was freed from the foreign object, and Yura regained his vitality, fluttering his wings to reach his mother's side, breathing fire to incinerate all in his path. With his wife out of danger, Drogo let out a long sigh and shouted to all directions, "Those who do not wish to die, kneel before me, or face merciless death." Surrounded by despair, the leader was cleaved in two, and most of the subdued, braided barbarians had long lost their will to fight. Upon hearing his words, they all knelt, pulling their braids and severing them with a knife. Though their primary adversaries were the Unsullied, they did not perceive this as the humiliation suffered by the Temo tribe 400 years ago. It was the brave and cunning Drogo, their former cow, who compelled them to cut their braids in submission. Those who continued to resist were swiftly slain by the Unsullied. Seeing the great bear with the bloody blade embedded in his back and his pallid complexion, Daenerys sobbed helplessly, "My loyal knight, you cannot die." The bear furrowed his brow, a sly smile appearing as he replied, "Fear not, this wound shall not claim my life, your majesty." With the battle's outcome decided, Drogo dismounted his steed and slowly approached the flustered Daenerys, staring at the weakened bear. After a moment of hesitation, he coldly remarked, "The exiled knight, devoid of honor, was destined to meet his end today. You ought to be grateful that you shielded my wife from a fatal blow. That is what has spared your life." Yura, who had thrown himself into the fray to save his own life, found his valiant act dismissed by her husband. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Daenerys erupted in anger, "Drogo, he is my savior. You should not insult his knightly spirit." Faced with his wife's indignation, Drogo understood that words alone could not quell her ignorant fury. He retrieved a small parchment from between his metal belt and leather trousers and handed it to her. Upon seeing this, Yura's once ruddy face turned ashen. Daenerys instinctively accepted the parchment, her tear-streaked face revealing deep confusion. "Why give me this?" Zago spoke in a low voice. "You will understand once you see it. The Dothraki fear the sea, which is why I have kept the western gate near the Worm River open. This parchment was obtained from a captain who treasures wealth above all else. He claimed it was given to him by a bald man fluent in the common tongue of Westeros. The man had bestowed upon him a bag of gold coins, instructing him to deliver the parchment to the nearest way station, addressed to a recipient known as the Spider." Upon hearing the name of King's Landing, Daenerys hastily unrolled the parchment. As her eyes fell upon the sigil of Bear Island, her body trembled violently. After reading it, she staggered away from the bear, staring incredulously at the man who had just saved her life, murmuring in disbelief, "Tell me this letter was not penned by you. When Zago was cursed by blood magic, you were the only one steadfastly by my side in my direst hour, saving my life repeatedly. We have endured hardships together, Yura. Tell me this is not your doing. You are not a spy sent by the crown to betray me. As her voice broke in despair, Daenerys could no longer bear the sting of betrayal from the knight she once trusted, and she broke into anguished sobs. The bear's eyes darkened, nearly losing consciousness as he feebly defended himself. Your Grace, that was before I truly knew you. But once I fell in love with you, I vowed silently to protect you from all harm. In a fit of rage, Daenerys hurled the parchment at his face, her voice hoarse with fury. What remains of a nest that has been overturned? To wish harm upon Zargo is to wish harm upon me, you deceiver, lackey of usurpers. You have betrayed me deeply. Desperate explanations could not alter the reality. Yora looked skyward, nervously murmuring, I wish I had fallen in love with you the moment I first laid eyes on you. Whisking you away to spare you from the shackles of a trade marriage, to distance you from the Dothraki. But alas, it is too late. You have transformed from a mere princess into Khaleesi, and now into your majesty. I wish to reclaim what was lost. I wish for Zargo to leave you, for you to love me. Then I shall embody the spirit of a true knight, escorting the proud princess back home. Daenerys shattered his dreams with heartfelt words. Is this what you seek? To leverage the power of usurpers to make my sun and stars vanish from this world? Yura, abandon this hope. I shall never love you. I yearn to return home, dreaming daily of setting foot in Westeros. But it will not be you who escorts me. It shall be my sun and stars. Seeing the murderous intent darkening Zargo's expression, Daenerys raised her foot to kick at the bear, exclaiming, Begone, or I shall summon the dragons to roast you alive. Depart from my sight forever. Turning away, she wished not to behold the face that evoked both hatred and a strange familiarity. Allow me to call you princess one last time. I still prefer that title for you, your grace. With that, the exiled knight shakily rose, discarding the token of the Kingsguard that Daenerys had bestowed upon him. Lost and disoriented as he walked away, utterly bereft of the last vestiges of his knightly honor, uncertain of where to go next. Yet Yora dared not look back, for to do so would invite those who would send him to the depths of hell. The mournful flute notes, led by the priest Ener Adelaide's ensemble, played a lament that resonated with every heart that had lost its way. Chapter 38. The Sovereign of Slave Bay with the battle's outcome determined. The next course of action was to clear the battlefield and tally the casualties. Dargo, burdened by a heavy heart, surveyed the area, personally overseeing the cremation of the valiant warriors who had bled for their cause. He guided all present in bowing their heads in silent tribute, honoring their bravery and bestowing upon them the glory they so richly deserved, though they could no longer witness it. Under the meticulous statistics compiled by scholars like Malposi, it was revealed that among the 9,000 valiant unsullied, 800 had perished, while nearly 1,000 bore wounds. The free men and those originally of the Carassa were merely support troops, thus suffering minimal losses. In the face of overwhelming numbers and the renowned ferocity of the mounted warriors, such casualties were deemed acceptable by many. The admiration for Dargo deepened among the survivors. For without his intricate strategies, the death toll would have undoubtedly soared, and they might not have secured victory in this war. The once mighty warriors of Bono, numbering over 10,000, had been decimated, leaving only 7,000 who had survived to pledge their allegiance to Dargo once more. However, these figures accounted solely for those who had fought for Khal. The logistics teams, responsible for herding livestock and transporting supplies, along with the elderly, women, children, and shackled slaves, swelled the total number beyond 10,000. The Dothraki Carassa tribe was inherently nomadic. Once the mounted warriors were subdued, the remaining populace would adapt, becoming subjects or playthings of the new Khal. Dargo mounted his fiery steed, gazing upon the densely packed throng of Dothraki, and was momentarily overwhelmed by nostalgia. Once, he commanded the mightiest force of 100,000 Carassa, and now, it seemed, he was beginning to reclaim a semblance of that past glory. After the solemn ceremony to honor the fallen heroes concluded, Dargo convened all warriors at the expansive punishment square, now renamed Freedom Square. He ordered the execution of a portion of the livestock seized by Bono's raiders and commanded the removal of barrels of fine wine from the cellars of the benevolent lords to reward his men. While waiting for the chefs to prepare the feast, Dargo ascended the platform and appointed 3 of his most loyal blood oath warriors as captains, each commanding 2,000 of the Cash tribe. Ago, Lakalo, and Jogo accepted their new positions with a mix of elation and trepidation, stumbling over their words as they expressed their gratitude. Dany was pleased with her husband's decisions. Ago and his companions had once been inconspicuous young men within her caste forces, promoted only out of necessity. Now, having ascended to a position of enviable esteem, she felt both pride and a sense of their deserving such honor. Soon, the banquet commenced. With 10 seated at each table, indulging in drink and hearty feasting, laughter and merriment filling the air, while meat and wine flowed abundantly. The absence of beautiful companions to share in the revelry prompted many unacquainted Dothraki to boldly make requests to Khal. As a result, they were all met with a stern rejection from Drogo, who proclaimed that the essence of true freedom lies in equality for all, and that no one should compel women to engage in actions against their will. However, the king's conviction appeared somewhat feeble, as there were indeed many women in Astapor who were reluctant to strive. Caught amidst a host of rather inadequate leaders, Drogo occasionally rose to raise his wine cup, toasting to the assembly, exuding the casual demeanor of a barbarian chief. While Khal was in high spirits, Daenerys found herself in a somber mood for her most loyal Queensguard. Ser Jorah had turned out to be a pawn of King's Landing, a spy for the Spider Varys. Daenerys was well aware of Jorah's past and understood the motives behind his betrayal. The bear sought redemption to return to his homeland. Jorah had recounted his experiences to Daenerys, who had once felt sympathy for him, viewing him as a knight exiled by love. Yet now, her animosity far outweighed her compassion. After all, who among mortals is devoid of feeling? Daenerys could not help but reflect upon the harrowing autobiography that the bear had narrated. Ser Jorah Mormont spoke of his birth on the beautiful and ethereal Bear Island, nestled in the frigid north, as the son of Jeor Mormont, who had risen to become the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Bear Island was adorned with gnarled oak trees and towering ancient woods, its fields lush with fragrant hawthorn blossoms, and crystalline streams coursing through steep hills. Gray stones, blanketed with moss that symbolized fertile land, surrounded the great hall of House Mormont, constructed from massive timber and encircled by earthen palisades. His people primarily lived by farming and fishing. As a lord and an honorable knight of proven valor, Jorah's life had been relatively pleasant, though his remote territory made travel arduous, resulting in a disparity between the land's bounty and its people's poverty. The turning point in Jorah's life came during a tournament held by Robert Baratheon outside of Lannisport, where he fell head over heels for the beautiful daughter of the Lord of Oldtown, Lynesse Hightower. Fortuitously, he gained her permission to fight on her behalf. Elated by the token bestowed upon him by his beloved, the bear poured his heart into the tournament, achieving victory after victory, even engaging in 9 fierce duels against the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, ending in a stalemate. Ultimately, his valor captured Robert's favor, earning him the victor's crown. His gallant exploits won the adoration of Lynesse and the approval of her father, who consented to Jorah's suit. After their marriage, with the beauty by his side, Jorah considered himself the happiest man in the world. However, this bliss was short-lived, as Lynesse soon grew weary of the impoverished life on Bear Island, yearning for the riches and grandeur of the world beyond. In a bid to please his wife and provide her with the luxury she desired, Jorah squandered his entire fortune and incurred immense debts. Eventually, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, he forsook the honor befitting a knight and resorted to the despicable trade of slavery. As slavery was outlawed in Westeros, he found himself pursued by the North's lord, Eddard Stark, forcing him to embark on a path of exile with his wife. Yet, despite Jorah's sacrificial devotion, he could not secure her fidelity, and ultimately, Lynesse took residence in the opulent mansion of the trading prince, Trystane Martell, becoming his most favored concubine. Reflecting upon these thoughts, Dany could not help but curse silently. Once a traitor to the Queen's Iron Guard, you seek to restore your honor, and I could grant that to you. Once I ascend to the land of eternal summer, I shall vindicate your name. Yet, why have you chosen to abandon your usurper rather than embrace me? Though her spirits were low, she could only ruminate alone, for the 3-headed dragon, moved by maternal affection, lay docilely at her side, tearing into an entire sheep. Their ferocity and the foul stench they exuded deterred others from approaching, leaving only the dragon mother, who could withstand them, to stew in her solitude. Naturally, the grounded dragons would attract the playful white lion, Snowball, whose haunting blood mark upon his brow contributed to Dany's sense of isolation. The celebration continued unabated until dawn, with many warriors without quarters opting to rest where they fell, using the heavens as their blanket and the earth as their bed, drifting into slumber with their wine bowls clutched tightly. Meanwhile, the king, who resided in the most opulent comfort, spent the night in restless wakefulness. For Dany's frustration was as fierce as a tiger. However, regardless of his lack of rest, at first light, Drogo would face his duties, dark circles under his eyes. Although accommodations were scarce in the city, he found it inconsequential. After all, the Dothraki were unaccustomed to urban living. With a mere command, the Khalasars gathered their tents and camped outside the city, establishing their new home. Drogo conducted his affairs with fervor, swiftly eliminating any discontent he encountered. Regarding the Giscari, who adorned their hair with oil in bizarre styles and dyed it in various hues resembling the horns of demons. Drogo ordered them all to be shorn to a uniform buzz cut, asserting that all were equal and no one should elevate themselves through appearance. Tradition was utterly shattered, and the Giscari recognized that the king's decree stemmed from his disdain for them. They longed to retort that the Dothraki hairstyles were equally appalling, but they dared not voice their grievances and could only endure in silence. With the issues of lodging and unsightly appearances resolved, the matter of compensating the casualties and rewarding the unsullied also demanded attention. However, this too was easily rectified. Drogo commanded the vaults of the benevolent lords to be breached, extracting coins stamped with the image of a harpy. These coins were then melted down and recast, one side bearing the new emblem of the dragon horse hybrid, while the other was inscribed with the word freedom. Upon the minting of the new currency, Drogo ordered it distributed among all soldiers who had fought, as a token of gratitude and recognition for their service. Furthermore, these medals were the rightful earnings that the benevolent lords owed to the oppressed free folk, and the horse lord felt no guilt in this matter. Malposi, I appoint you as the prophet of educational enlightenment. The crown shall fund the employment of all scholars from Astapor. You are free to select a pyramid to establish an academy, mandating that all children under the age of 12 among the free folk be sent for education. Drogo conveyed this to the esteemed scholars, echoing the policies of a past life, prioritizing education. He aspired that in the future, the city of red bricks would be renowned not for its laborers, but for producing cultured individuals skilled in both the arts and arms. As time flowed steadily by, after half a month of reorganization, Astapor had begun to align with Drogo's envisioned ideals. The free folk expanded their agricultural endeavors along the fertile banks of the Worm River, a bold extension orchestrated by Zogo. Now, with a formidable army at his command, Astapor has emerged as the sovereign power in Slaver's Bay. Zogo's stance is resolute. Any dissent shall be met with a march to liberate the slaves, shackling their masters with the very chains they imposed. It is certain that merchants beyond the confines of Slaver's Bay harbor an interest in the once noble slaves. Faced with the might of the horse lord, the benevolent lords of neighboring towns dared not voice their objections, resigned to witnessing their fertile lands seized, swallowing their grievances in silence. Fearing Zogo's return to his former ways of unprovoked plunder, the lords hastily prepared lavish tributes to appease him, anxious not to fall behind. The royal treasury swelled with jewels daily, yet Zogo remained dissatisfied, for the two of the three titans of Slaver's Bay, Meereen and Yunkai, had yet to dispatch envoys bearing tribute. As if that were not enough, Zogo's scouts reported that Yunkai's noble lord and Meereen's great lords had hired a multitude of mercenaries, effectively sealing Astapor's trade routes. No matter how abundant the wealth, if it cannot be spent, it is as worthless as refuse. Zogo realized that to ensure the populace would not starve before the harvest, decisive action was imperative. He intended to demonstrate to those self-proclaimed lords and nobles of the slave owners who among them was truly wise and great. Chapter 39. Assisting the envoys from Yunkai and Meereen in extinguishing the flames. Astapor, once governed by benevolent lords, had focused solely on exporting the pure and other slaves, showing little interest in the agricultural and industrial advancements they deemed trivial. Consequently, after Zogo's rise to power, the sustenance needed to feed the tens of thousands largely relied on the stockpiles of the benevolent lords. The lords could live in ease and squander their wealth, as the three titans of Slaver's Bay were intertwined, monopolizing the economic trade and never worrying about their basic needs. However, following the upheaval in Astapor, the great lords and nobles, whose interests were severely undermined, would not accept Zogo's freedom-centric policies. Severing Astapor's trade routes served as a warning. The restoration of slavery was negotiable, or they could starve to death. Zogo was acutely aware of their motivations and understood that the slave owners of Yunkai and Meereen cared little for who held the crown in the Red Brick City, as long as they could continue their lucrative slave trade under a facade of cordiality. Yet, he did not wish to acquiesce, for although influenced by past notions, his ruthlessness was directed solely at his adversaries. The grains recently sown would take considerable time to transform into warm bread and sustenance. Thus, it was imperative to restore the trade routes through the Kaiser Passage. The unyielding Ago had once crudely suggested that by plundering the surrounding towns, they could undoubtedly weather the storm. This thought had indeed crossed Jir's mind, yet it was kindly thwarted by Dany, who asserted that such an action would merely address the symptoms rather than the root of the problem, satiating oneself while leaving others in hunger. The fate of the slaves would be dire if the slave masters were left without sustenance. If such actions were taken, how would they differ from the benevolent lords of yore? Reflecting on this, the king decided to shelve the plan. However, he could not let the most pitiful and the most obnoxious go unpunished. He had already devised a clear strategy for facilitating trade routes. With war once again on the horizon, Zhur resolved to enhance the equipment of his people to minimize casualties. He commanded his subjects to bring forth all unused or discarded metal implements to the armory, to be repurposed into armor, Yarrick sabers, and resilient iron spears. In response, Dany voiced her objections, expressing her disdain for armored soldiers, as those under the tyrants had donned iron garments. While indulgence towards his wife was necessary, Zhur deemed her personal grievances inappropriate. He bore the responsibility for his people's lives and chose to disregard her irrational complaints. 10 days later, armor and weapons emblazoned with the sigil of the combined monstrosity of Marlin were completed, and Lacaro distributed them according to the number of combat-ready warriors. Previously, the unsullied and braided warriors had dressed in the lightest attire, but now, encased in sturdy defensive iron, they found it somewhat cumbersome, impeding their agility due to the added weight. Originally intending to march forth immediately after the equipment was ready, Zhur was compelled to extend the timeline, allowing his warriors time to acclimate and to engage in battle at their fullest potential. The newly enlisted freemen and the unsullied yet to earn their spiked helmets envied the new equipment of the seasoned warriors. But Zhur made it abundantly clear that one must earn such fine gear through merit. During the adjustment period, a fretful Zhur personally oversaw the training, even chastising several unsullied to tears. He found this transformation astonishing, for the unsullied had once been like emotionless machines, now shedding tears, a revelation that utterly shattered his perceptions. Could it be that, after ceasing their consumption of courage-inducing wine, their dulled nerves began to awaken, rendering them sensitive? Zhur pondered this, while the eunuch overseer, Grey Worm, suggested another reason. They were simply deeply devoted to their esteemed king, feeling they had disappointed him, thus expressing their genuine emotions through tears. Upon hearing this, Zhur was overwhelmed with goosebumps, struggling to tolerate the eunuch's peculiar adoration. Despite the absence of his mentor, Jorah Mormont, to instruct Grey Worm in leadership, he continued to advance rapidly. And Zhur was quite pleased with this younger, swift-reacting eunuch, who was tirelessly eager to learn. One day, while observing the warriors laboring sweatily in the free square, Zhur received a report from a braided scout, announcing that a delegation from Yunkai and Meereen was approaching Astapor. Zhuge let out a light snort and instructed several commanders. You all must quickly consume 10 bowls of fermented mare's milk, beneficial for digestion, and then join me in the court to welcome the arrival of the foolish pig, Jaisai. This peculiar request left Agu and the others bewildered. Unable to contain himself, Agu asked, My blood of blood, do we really need to drink mare's milk to meet the lapdogs of the slave masters? Extinguish the fire. Zhuge cryptically uttered 2 words before striding toward his fiery warhorse, swiftly returning to his residence. With Dany's assistance, the couple forcefully brought 3 young dragons to the court. After gathering all the leaders and waiting for a considerable time, the delegation had yet to arrive. Those who had indulged in too much mare's milk could no longer hold it in and approached Zhuge, pleading, Cow, please allow me to take my leave for a moment. Observing the sweaty faces of his comrades, Zhuge feigned a stern demeanor and admonished, as commanders, you must learn to endure. Do not relinquish your dignity and make fools of yourselves before the people. Moreover, resolving this matter now would be wasteful. Shortly, the Jaisai delegation will require your refreshing presence. Finally, as the sun was devoured by the western mountains, the delegation from Yuan Kai and Mi Lin, riding on white camels, arrived. Comprising over 100 members, the delegation was led by 2 envoys adorned in tokar robes embellished with golden tassels. The wise ruler from Yuan Kai, named Glasdan Moila, was lean and sturdy, while the esteemed leader from Mi Lin, Glasdan Morsi, was rotund with a freckled face. Both bore the semblance of the benevolent masters of Astapor, sporting self-satisfied devilish horns. Their attendants wore towering helmets, preventing their unruly hairstyles from becoming disheveled, dressed in deep yellow skirts and outer garments. With cloaks sewn with numerous bronze plates, they donned the customary attire of Jaisai warriors. The court was no marketplace, so Zhuge instructed Karasa to bar all idle individuals from entering the council chamber, allowing only the leaders to proceed. Upon entering, the 2 Glasdans observed the flushed and perspiring faces of Agu and the others with mild astonishment. Once they settled in the court, they offered no courtesy, disdainfully glaring at Zhuge upon the throne. Glasdan Moila directly issued a display of dominance. Yuan Kai and Mi Lin, heirs to the ancient Jaisai Empire, resplendent and glorious. Our walls are as sturdy as mountains, our noble coffers overflowing, and our warriors valiant and fearless. To think you could desecrate the will of the Harpy and implement your foolish policies is utterly impossible. If you possess any sense, you will swiftly lead your barbarian forces away from Astapor and return to your desolate plains. Drogo, propping his chin with his right hand and narrowing his eyes, retorted resolutely, I command the mightiest cavalry and the most formidable infantry. All the wealth of Astapor belongs to me. Nay, I misspoke. The wealth of the entire slave bay is mine. With but a thought, what cannot I obtain? What cannot I alter? Have you two foolish pigs just now come to know me, Drogo? Are you unaware that I, Drogo, fear neither heaven nor earth, but it is others who tremble before me? The envoy was momentarily taken aback, as the advantage he thought he possessed was effortlessly swept away by the King of Horses. His words rang true. The soldiers that Yuan Kai and Mi Lin could muster were primarily mere slaves and mercenaries hired for a price, hardly worthy of a sneer in the presence of the renowned purists and the braided ones. Thus, they resorted to petty tricks, too timid to lead their troops into battle. Grasdan Mortse, contemplating how to bolster his own side's image, found his efforts utterly ineffective, only to be thoroughly suppressed by the King of Horses. When strength proved futile, he opted for a more subtle approach. The lean man exchanged a knowing glance with the eloquent and discerning Grasdan Mortse, who sighed deeply in response. He had initially thought he would not need to speak, yet after just one exchange, reality had defeated the lean man. Grasdan Mortse concealed his earlier arrogance, though a hint of sarcasm lingered in his tone. King of Horses, you have committed heinous acts in Astapor, yet we Jishans are magnanimous and bear no grudge. In the spirit of fostering our friendship, we have brought you a gift. With that, Grasdan Mortse clapped his hands, signaling for several attendants struggling to carry two large brass chests to enter. Zoru gestured for them to bring the items in, then promptly kicked them out. Karasa complied, and as the attendants laboriously set the chests down, he raised his long leg and delivered a forceful kick, catching one clever guard attempting to dodge and sending him flying. The two envoys, who fancied themselves civilized, could not help but exclaim, "How barbaric! This hardly resembles a dignified court. It is more akin to a pirate's hold." Zoru scoffed. Barbaric? Just wait. There will be even more barbarism to come. Now, tell me, what worthless scrap have you brought me? Fearing the prospect of witnessing even more savage behavior, the stout man stifled his anger and hurriedly opened the chests, revealing two boxes filled with alluring golden coins. Proudly, he proclaimed, a total of 100,000 gold marks, symbolizing the generosity of the great lord and the noble gentleman towards you. King of Horses, heed my words. Take these two chests and depart from the slave bay. Zoru derisively replied, You think a mere 100,000 gold marks would compel me to leave like a monkey reaching for bananas? Your lords are rather generous. I must say, the slave masters of those small towns offer more than this. This was clearly a futile endeavor, and Grasdan Mortse could no longer contain his fury, shouting, You barbarian! Do not think that your eunuch army and a few pastoral savages instill fear in us. We possess wealth enough to hire mercenaries who could drown you in their own spit. Zoru, never one to be outdone, reigned in his mockery, his killing intent surfacing as he coldly remarked, Do not forget, I have dragons, and I am not lacking in wealth either. Tomorrow, I shall lead my troops through the Kai's Pass, and I give you until then to withdraw your mercenaries and slave soldiers who block the trade routes. Or you shall face the wrath of me and my dragons. Grasdan Mortse's veins bulged, his fists clenched tightly as he roared, You shall regret your arrogance. Your little lizards will taste the bitter sting of rain like arrows should they dare approach Yuan Kai and Mi Lin. I tell you, becoming a dragon slayer is not as daunting as it seems. Drogo chuckled heartily. Is that so? Zargo, along with Rigo and Vasilian, prepared to let him experience the taste of dragon fire. Remember, keep the flames moderate. We wouldn't want to incinerate this little ant entirely. I still require him to return and relay my sentiments. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Drogo commanded, Dragon fire. The three astute young dragons instantly understood, exhaling a plume of smoke that was significantly more fiery. Faced with a three-pronged assault, Grasdan Moles had nowhere to evade. Even Grasdan Mortse, who had been tasked with diffusing the tension, found himself ensnared as the flames licked at their tokar robes, igniting them in an instant. Dragon fire is notoriously difficult to extinguish, its temperature far exceeding that of ordinary flames. The envoy, feeling the searing agony, lamented, It burns. Help. Is there anyone to assist me? Drogo responded with a smile, Dear envoy, hold on. Help is on the way. He then turned to the individuals at the foot of the stairs and instructed, Those who have been longing for a moment of relief, your efforts are appreciated. Quickly, assist the envoy in extinguishing the flames. Those who had been holding back their own discomfort now desperate, hurriedly scurried towards the wailing envoy. As Drogo reveled in his antics, a sudden thought struck him, and he swiftly covered his bewildered wife's eyes, saying with utmost civility, "My moon, avert your gaze from the inappropriate." Chapter 40. Bloodstains and lightning. Such a base treatment of the envoy, while provoking outrage from the two foolish subordinates of Ghys, elicited a sense of satisfaction from others. Even the queen, who could not witness the spectacle, felt a twinge of regret in her heart. Daenerys had been Khaleesi for nearly 2 years, and it was impossible for her to remain untouched by the barbaric ways of the Dothraki. Under Drogo's governance and Daenerys' gentle instruction, the individuals below had become markedly more restrained. Otherwise, their actions would have been not merely vile, but ever more depraved. Moreover, the audience in the court was scant. Even if the arena were reopened, witnessing the flames extinguished before thousands would only ignite the spectators' fervor, not their disdain. Should news of this event circulate, the brazen Drogo and his cohorts would perceive it as an honor, eager to proclaim their fierce and untamed nature to the world. This is the essence of the Dothraki spirit. Drogo, typically a king of whim and disregard for convention, astonishingly adhered to the unwritten rule of not slaying envoys during wartime. However, while the death penalty could be evaded, the indignities of life could not. A mere humiliation was deemed insufficient for his satisfaction. Thus, he commanded Carassa to mark each envoy's face. The left cheek was pierced with a dagger, symbolizing the spirit of the dragon horse, and the right cheek bore the inscription of the word freedom. Daenerys found the act too brutal to witness. Yet Drogo staunchly defended it as a means of propagating their ideals, allowing the oppressed slaves of Yunkai and Meereen to comprehend that love and hope still reside in this world. His words rendered the Mother of Dragons unable to refute him. Her husband's ideals closely mirrored her own, perhaps even surpassing her envisioned utopia, which elevated her perception of him further. The troops, after a period of adjustment, found that even clad in heavy armor, their performance remained unaffected. True to his word, Drogo commanded the departure for the depths of Caer, leaving many perplexed. For some time, he had spoken of the journey as a means to facilitate trade routes with Khaz, so why the sudden change of course? Surrounded by a band of brawny yet simplistic brutes, Drogo felt a profound sense of frustration. As a king, he could have comfortably reclined in his pyramid, indulging in pleasures while his subordinates waged wars. Yet, in his eyes, none among them were worthy of trust, not a single commander who could be deemed adequately competent. Therefore, to avert devastating losses or total annihilation, he had no choice but to lead the charge himself, embodying both father and mother to his men. In his characteristic bluntness, Drogo addressed them, "You fools, I know you do not comprehend the meaning of feints, but I do not wish to elaborate. Simply fight according to my directives." Upon hearing this, the crowd fixed their fervent gazes upon him, chanting praises of the king, the invincible sage. They instinctively felt that as long as their warlord was present, victory was already assured, and they began to shower him with accolades in advance. With numerous titles to his name, Drogo and his equally titled partner, Daenerys, had not considered unifying their appellations. For the more titles they possessed, the loftier their status appeared, demonstrating to the world that they were unparalleled warriors. The primary reason, however, was that Drogo held little regard for Slaver's Bay. Once stability was achieved, he intended to depart to conquer far more challenging territories. On the following day, Drogo entrusted Daenerys with the role of Hand of the King, allowing her to engage in the power struggles she had long desired. He left behind 1,000 braided warriors and 3,000 unsullied to guard Astapor, while the rest of his forces set forth in grand procession. Among the trio of dragons, he took with him the less reckless Viserion, as the smaller dragon, Regal, would not instill sufficient fear and served merely to enhance their presence. In truth, he believed it unnecessary to leave behind so many capable fighters to defend their stronghold, for the men under his command had already established a fearsome reputation. Even if they opened the city gates, aside from the self-serving ambitions of Yunkai and Meereen, the other powers of Slaver's Bay would be too preoccupied to consider a siege, let alone risk becoming trapped or foolishly attacking a fortified position. Even if they were fortunate enough to vanquish the garrison, the throne of Astapor would be precarious. For should the warlord return with a vengeance, their entire lineage would be in peril. Crossing the arid expanse, Drogo led his men into the avenue carved through the birch forest. He was considerate of his troops, pausing for an hour's rest after 3 hours of marching, thereby ensuring that his followers maintained a commendable state of morale. After a day of relatively untroubled trekking, they arrived at the junction of the Kai's corridor and the Yuan Kai route. As twilight descended, he commanded the troops to set up camp and prepare a meal. The entire army feasted on meat and sipped wine, promising to indulge further once Yuan Kai was conquered, with Zhuge leading the way. The troops felt a measure of ease and joy, although the impending fierce battle loomed ominously. After dinner, Zhuge settled into the central tent, savoring barley wine while listening to the awaited reports from various scouts. The scout responsible for surveying the trade route, bearing numerous wounds, reported, "Your Excellency, a considerable force of well-equipped soldiers has gathered at the entrance of the Kai's trade route. In the center, the banner of the Harpy, clutching a whip and iron collar, indicates the presence of the enslaved troops serving Yuan Kai. To the right, the mercenary group, the Storm Ravens, flaunts their banner of four lightning-crowned crows, while to the left stands the mercenary Second Sons, marked by the broken sword banner." The vagueness of the scout's report left Zhuge somewhat dissatisfied. "How considerable? Just how many?" The scout, trembling, replied, "The Yuan Kai army has stationed numerous sentries within 10 miles of the corridor. Our scouts have all fallen victim to ambushes, and I was fortunate to catch a distant glimpse of their encampment before returning wounded. The commanders, seasoned and cunning, would not reveal their full strength unless they held a decisive advantage." Zhuge, not wishing to chastise the scout, softened his tone and dismissed him. "You have worked hard. Go and seek treatment from the army physician." Confident in his own forces, Zhuge had not sent out anyone to guard against or ambush enemy scouts. Having only one remaining scout dispatched to the Kai's corridor, while several had ventured toward the outskirts of Yuan Kai. Before hearing any reports, he felt assured that they were on the right path. "What is the situation at Yuan Kai?" The unscathed scout responded, "Your Excellency, Yuan Kai received prior warning, leading to an increase in patrolling soldiers. The walls and towers bristle with crossbowmen and slingers, yet there are not many officers adorned with towering, gleaming helmets and cloaks embellished with shining copper plates. I dare to speculate that Yuan Kai appears strong on the outside but is weak within, as your deceived lords have dispatched the majority of their forces to the Kai's corridor." Upon hearing this, Zhuge nodded in appreciation. "You possess a modicum of imagination. Stay here while the others rest." "Yes, Your Excellency," the scouts replied respectfully, bowing as they exited the tent. The lone remaining scout cautiously inquired, "Might I know if Your Excellency has any further instructions for me?" Zhuge, stroking the snow-white creature by his side, smiled mysteriously. "Ah, I see you are quite clever. I wish for you to take my beast and ascertain precisely how many soldiers are assembled at the Kai's corridor." The scout's face blanched, realizing the peril of such a task. As if on cue, the learned advisor, the sage Malbosi, interjected, "Your Majesty, this is exceedingly reckless. I fear for the safety of your beast, although a life may not be worth as much as that of a lion." The words offered a glimmer of hope to the scout, who silently prayed that Khal would heed the advice of the Chancellor. However, this nascent hope was shattered in less than a minute when Zhuge proudly retorted, "My snowball is undoubtedly the swiftest in Slave Bay. Can the blades of those sentinels even leave a mark upon the lightning?" Chapter 41. The monster, standing at least 14 feet tall in an attempt to curry favor with Zhuge, Malpasai, regrettably, did not consider his words carefully and anxiously exclaimed, "I have spoken foolishly. I hope Your Majesty can forgive me." Zhuge waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no consequence, and then picked up the hemp rope he had prepared earlier, binding the struggling snowball tightly. Observing the perplexed expressions of those standing in the grand tent, Zhuge offered an explanation. "My beastly companion will only heed my commands. Thus, it cannot be taken away unbound." After a brief pause, he turned to the scout and instructed, "Carry it away, and when you are 10 leagues from the Kai's trade route, release it. Your task will then be complete." As long as the scout did not venture deep into the enemy's sentinel territory, the perilous mission had now transformed into a leisurely stroll with the lion. The scout, who bore a look akin to having consumed a dead rat, suddenly felt invigorated and gladly lifted the hefty snowball, exiting the tent. Zhuge, ever enigmatic in his actions, led Malpasai and the others to refrain from further speculation regarding his intentions. The king of beasts surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "How long will it take to reach the vicinity of the Kai's passage?" In matters of geography, the scholar eagerly interjected, displaying his erudition, "Your Majesty, it will take approximately 5 hours." Zhuge pondered, "Ah, then what shall I do to pass the time during this interval?" When it came to culture, Argo found himself at a loss for words. Seizing the rare opportunity, he eagerly sought to assert his presence. "My blood of blood. The physician Ankrotsny has recently taken on a beautiful young apprentice, a fair-skinned and lovely Kairos. Might I suggest she be summoned to attend to your needs?" In Zhuge's heart, no one could compare to Daenerys, and he perceived the blood-pact suggestion as an attempt to revert him to his former self, igniting his anger. "Argo, How many times must I reiterate that, unless one consents, not even a king can compel another? Originally, Argo had thought that the apprentice, akin to Carisai, would be a beautiful white woman whom Khal might find appealing. Yet, having attended a lesson in jurisprudence, he felt somewhat aggrieved and muttered, "My blood of blood possesses boundless charm. With just a gesture, I dare say every maiden in Astapor would be enraptured by you. How can you be certain that the apprentice would not wish to?" In truth, Drogo was intrigued, but he could not afford to waver. He had set the trap and must endure it with tears in his heart. Thus, he declared with righteous indignation, as a brigand leading 2,000 Kassite tribesmen, "You dare to break the law. Considering this is your first offense and merely a display of verbal bravado, I shall be lenient and decree that you are forbidden from entering the women's tents for 1 month." As a young and impetuous warrior, Ago felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. Nevertheless, he had to express gratitude for the magnanimity of his bloodline. The atmosphere was excessively grave, prompting Drogo to ponder before issuing a command. "Chauga, instruct the logistics to prepare some food and drink. We shall be awake through the night." Chauga bowed respectfully. "Yes, my blood of blood." After only a few sips during dinner, the wine enthusiasts were now brimming with excitement due to Khal's bold proclamations. Thus, the revelry continued, with the crowd toasting and praising the king until the midnight hour. To their astonishment, the typically indomitable Drogo abstained from alcohol entirely, which was rather uncharacteristic of him. As time elapsed, Drogo surmised that the scout should have reached the mission's endpoint by now. He gestured for silence among the gathering and, leaning back against his chair, rolled his eyes dramatically. Feeling the weight of his disdain, the others dared not voice their grievances, adhering strictly to his command, even holding their breath. However, when they witnessed Drogo maintain his eye rolling for over 2 hours without cessation, anxiety began to grip them. For in this world, aside from a few blind souls, no one could sustain such a gesture for so long without experiencing discomfort. Malposi, who had once delved into studies at the academy, murmured softly, "This description. I feel I've encountered it before. How could it be?" The indiscreet Ago had his suspicions, and the unspoken words resonated with understanding among the group. Chauga interjected, "Nonsense. Did you not observe Khal's chest heaving? This is indeed a sign of life." Yet, the king's condition was quite alarming. Malposi hurriedly exited to summon the physician, Uncle Razni. After meticulous examination, the doctor concluded, clucking in astonishment, "Your Majesty's health is the most robust I have encountered in my medical career. Fear not. He has merely entered a state of slumber." His heart and pulse beat with extraordinary vigor, far surpassing that of an ordinary man, like a ferocious beast. "You may doubt my words, thinking I speak in flattery, but I assure you, it is the absolute truth." Had he been referring to another, Ago and his companions would have been skeptical. However, concerning Drogo, they felt no surprise, deeming it only natural. For a man who could withstand the searing flames without melting and command dragons through his Dothraki lineage, possessing strength beyond the common man, to them, their king was nothing less than a blessed scion of the gods. Observing the situation with keen insight, Lakaro urgently inquired, "Uncle, the king has never before fallen asleep with his eyes rolled back. And look, he has been in this state for nearly 3 hours. Does that seem normal?" The doctor concurred. "Indeed, this is not normal." He then shifted his tone. "However, I have encountered a similar condition noted in the parchment scrolls of my mentor." He shook his head, adding, "Yet I believe his majesty cannot be of that peculiar ilk, for he could not possibly possess the blood of the ancients." Malposi interjected, "The kind of beings your mentor described are also referenced in the ancient texts of the academy. Indeed, as you say, his majesty cannot be one of those extraordinary beings." The words exchanged between the two individuals exuded an air of mystery, prompting Ago to inquire, "What exactly is this entity you speak of?" The doctor and the scholar exchanged a glance before responding in unison, "A shapeshifter capable of entering the minds of animals, even controlling their behaviors." To Ago's astonishment, the Blood Alliance guard appeared bewildered and replied, "I have never heard of such a thing." The scholar chuckled softly, "Ah, such entities are exceedingly rare. It is entirely normal for you to be unaware." The doctor nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the most powerful shapeshifters are as scarce as dragons." Ago scoffed, "Dragons are a myth. They are even rarer than dragons." Humph. Realizing the futility of reasoning with such a simpleton, the doctor and scholar fell silent, turning their attention to the king. With no ailments to diagnose, the group could only stifle their drowsiness as they awaited dawn. Eventually, as the first light of day broke, the tent flap opened, and Snowball scampered inside. The doctor and scholar were taken aback, for Snowball was rolling its eyes. However, its gaze soon cleared, and shortly thereafter, Drogo awakened. furrowing his brow as he murmured softly, at least 14 or 15 feet tall, larger than a white elephant, covered in long fur. How could such a creature, which only traces its existence beyond the borders, appear here? Chapter 42. The Titan's bastard for a shapeshifter. If a bond of affection exists with the chosen spirit, transformation becomes remarkably effortless. After more than 6 months of companionship, Zhuge and Snowball had developed a profound connection, allowing the Horse King to penetrate its thoughts with his will without resistance, achieving a seamless symbiosis. For him, having the swift Snowball scout enemy positions was far more reliable than sending out spies. After all, once the bond was established, it was as if he had witnessed it with his own eyes. With such an extraordinary ability, Zhuge was certain that if he were to boast about it, he would earn yet another illustrious title. However, he preferred to keep it under wraps, for it was his ace in the hole. The peculiar phenomenon reflected in Snowball's eyes confirmed certain suspicions for the doctor and the scholar, yet they hesitated for a moment before ultimately refraining from voicing their queries. Zhuge, keen to maintain his cover, would certainly not disclose the findings of this reconnaissance. After deep contemplation, the Horse King decided to retain Anka Krasny, of the Gurgi's lineage, while allowing the others who had kept him company through the night to rest before embarking for Yuan-Kai after lunch. Through his connection, Zhuge had discerned the enemy's situation along the Kai's passage. Analyzing the number of tents, he estimated that Yuan-Kai's slave soldiers numbered around 6,000, while the lords had hired mercenary groups, with the Sun's group and the Ravenous Crow group each comprising approximately 500 men. The bloodthirsty mercenaries were somewhat troublesome, but not numerous. And given that Yuan-Kai was renowned for training pleasure slaves, how formidable could the Lord's slave soldiers truly be? Therefore, Zhuge did not regard the superficial Yuan-Kai forces with any seriousness. His initial plan was to occupy their stronghold, rendering them like headless flies, making it easy to seize victory thereafter. However, there was one aspect that posed a conundrum for Ma Wang. As he beheld a creature at the encampment of the Sons of the Harpy that stood at least 4 meters tall and bore an uncanny resemblance to a simian being. In truth, influenced by the realms of ice and fire as well as the Game of Thrones, he surmised that the formidable figure, adorned in specially crafted armor and wielding a colossal hammer that likely weighed over 1,000 pounds, was perhaps not a mere beast, but an intelligent giant. The uncertainty that plagued Zhuge stemmed from the fact that, in the Game of Thrones, giants were said to exist only beyond the wall in the far reaches of Westeros. To address this quandary, he chose to retain Anger, a native of Slaver's Bay. Anger, as a man of Giscari descent, you must be well acquainted with the notorious mercenary company. Pray, enlighten me about the Sons of the Harpy in detail. The doctor replied, Your Majesty, the Sons of the Harpy possess a rich history, having been established in Braavos, one of the 9 trading city-states. They were originally a Legion of Honor, having fought alongside the 3,000 Unsullied of Qohor and the company of the Bright Banner at the gates of Qohor. However, under the current captain's leadership, their reputation has fallen to such depths that securing contracts in the free trading city-states has become a significant challenge. Intrigued, Zhuge inquired, in this world of blood and fire, is it truly so difficult to find employment for those who serve others? Your words have piqued my interest in the pitiable captain of the Sons of the Harpy. Anger responded, To my knowledge, the leader of the Sons of the Harpy is a tall Bravosi named Meloro, who claims to be the illegitimate son of a Titan. He is notoriously treacherous and violent. For a high enough price, he would even betray his own patrons and turn against them in slaughter. Furthermore, he harbors a disreputable habit of fleeing from formidable adversaries, taking his employer's money while failing to fulfill his obligations, which has only tarnished the reputation of the Sons of the Harpy further. Having swiftly grasped a clue to his inquiry, Zhuge savored the information, deliberately ignoring the latter part, exclaiming, Tall, the illegitimate son of a Titan. Could it be that Braavos harbors the legendary Titans, and Meloro is indeed a scion of giants? Anger refuted, No, Braavos does not harbor giants, nor perhaps does the entire world, for giants have long since perished. Moreover, Meloro is not the sole individual to bear the moniker of the illegitimate son of a Titan. Many Bravosi take pride in such appellations. This is due to the fact that their land is rife with swamps, with coastal areas almost entirely encircled by islands resembling towering peaks, leaving only a natural harbor sufficient for ocean-going vessels to enter and exit. At the exit stands a colossal statue of a giant, a majestic figure that seems to safeguard Braavos. Thus, they depict the statue as an invincible Titan. It serves not only as a landmark and lighthouse, but also as an impeccable defensive fortress. Consequently, the Bravosi, proud of the statue, consider themselves the progeny of the Titan. Upon hearing this, Zhuge did not exhibit a look of enlightenment. Rather, his brow furrowed even deeper as he gazed intently at Anger and said, "What if I were to tell you that giants have not perished, that they still exist in this world? Would you believe it?" Though he had followed the king for only a short time, Anger felt he was not a man given to whimsical notions. The doctor, taken aback, responded, "Your Majesty, that would be a miracle." Zargo sighed. "Indeed, soon you shall witness a miracle. You have endured a long night. Go and rest, for when the war commences, you shall find yourself quite occupied." Anger yearned to delve deeper, yet the king's words compelled him to take his leave. Observing the white dragon, Viserion, curled up beneath him, exhaling smoke and slumbering peacefully, Zargo whispered with profound significance, "Little one, grow swiftly. The mysteries that this world conceals are steadily revealing themselves. And your father is in need of you." The white dragon remained indifferent, yet Snowball sprang up energetically, placing its paw upon Zargo's knee, incessantly vocalizing, as if to convey, "When I grow up, I too shall assist you." Zargo caressed Snowball's fur, gazing intently at the crimson mark upon its brow, murmuring, "You have aided me more than enough. And you are the first enigma I have encountered on my path to conquest." After lunch, the army continued its march towards the stronghold of Yuan-Kai, with Zargo hastening their pace. The emergence of giants instilled in him a foreboding sense. He began to doubt whether the route he had charted was erroneous. In the realm of the Game of Thrones, giants are depicted as tough-skinned and robust, capable of momentarily supporting the massive gates of the wall with their sheer strength, which speaks volumes of their terrifying might. Even disregarding the fictional portrayals, the sheer size of the giants suffices to illustrate their extraordinary nature. He perceived that the grotesque behemoth stationed in the camp of the Second Son could, with a swing of its colossal hammer, likely breach a sturdy wall in mere moments. In his estimation, the odds of slaying a giant were undoubtedly higher than those of vanquishing a dragon. With a strategy of overwhelming numbers, he believed that the giants, rendered sluggish by their size, would ultimately succumb. After all, regardless of their stature, they remained mere flesh and blood. The sole dilemma was how many lives he was willing to sacrifice in that endeavor. After 2 days of swift marching, the yellow brick walls of Yuan-Kai came into view. Much like Astapor, the step pyramid rising above the city walls was distinctly visible, alongside the ancient walls, battered by the elements, exhibiting clear signs of decay. The city-state of Slaver's Bay was incomplete without the revered colossal statue of the Harpy, perched atop the weathered city gate. The towering walls and battlements bristled with crossbowmen and stone throwers, prompting Zargo to order the army to halt at a distance beyond the range of arrows. He widened his obsidian-like eyes to scrutinize the scene and soon spotted a familiar figure, clad in distinctive attire, gesturing animatedly. It was none other than Grazdan Araz. Observing the bandages covering his face, concealing burn marks, and supported by 2 aides, Zargo could not help but feel perplexed. Was there truly no capable leader in the vast expanse of Yuan-Kai? How could one who had been grievously burned and deemed expendable become a commander? Did those so-called wise individuals not recognize that the grand army at their gates was more than capable of sweeping through Slaver's Bay? Was a challenge even necessary against such a feeble opposition? Zhuge naturally declined, gesturing to the vociferous Karasa on the left to join him in a unified shout. The defenders atop the city walls listened intently, swiftly opening the gates to kneel and surrender. Otherwise, when the city fell, it would be their demise. Once their voices ceased, the forces of Yuan-Kai promptly responded. "Our walls are robust and unyielding, our arrows inexhaustible. Should you dare approach the gates, we shall pierce you like a beehive. You wretched barbarians shall never set foot in this land of glory." They were mistaken. The Ma Wang had never intended to employ a battering ram to breach the gates. For a significant stretch of birch forest lay along the path, making transportation of such a device impractical. To carve a new road would be utterly impossible within a short span of time. When softness failed to yield results, Zhuge bellowed in Valyrian, "Gis, foolish swine. Do you not cherish the accursed glory of your vile god? Will you dare to lead your quaking, weak-kneed slaves out for battle?" Understanding that Zhuge's words were directed at him, Grazdan Mohiraz was instantly incensed. "Damnable savages. Listen, we disdain engaging with barbarians. Our provisions can sustain us for half a year. How long can you endure?" After hearing this, Ago remarked, "The Harpy is a cowardly creature, harboring a heart that craves flesh while possessing the legs of a fledgling. It is no wonder that the progeny of that loathsome beast prefer to cower behind the city walls." Zhuge was not one to engage in mere verbal sparring. Since Yuan-Kai had made their stance clear, he resolved to take what was his by force. If those GIs chose to withdraw like turtles, he would crack open their shells and eliminate them. The Dothraki warriors, seasoned in siege and plunder, proposed, "Blood of my blood. Let us fell some towering birch trees to fashion siege ladders and scale the walls, casting those turtles down. Zhuge, half smiling, replied, your lives are far more valuable than those of the GI's swine. Employing siege ladders will inevitably result in casualties among our brothers. Therefore, I intend to utilize a more prudent method to capture the turtle stronghold, ensuring that our losses do not exceed 10 men, with fortune on our side, perhaps even none. His words left the commanders beside him perplexed, for throughout history, siege warfare had relied on climbing high walls with ladders or breaching gates with battering rams. What other methods could there be? The ever-curious Grey Worm inquired. Pray tell, your majesty, what method shall you employ? Zhuge smiled and asked, what do you see when you lower your heads? Yuan Kai, constructed amidst the arid desert, prompted them to respond in unison, yellow sand. Originally prepared to chastise them for their ignorance, Zhuge nodded thoughtfully, remarking, indeed, come dawn, you need only carry sacks to ascend the city walls and seize Yuan Kai. Chapter 43. The great victory of failure. The distance was too great for Zhuge to discern Grasdan Mohira's expression, but the slave master maintained a resolute demeanor, akin to a pig unperturbed by boiling water. Simultaneously, Grasdan could not comprehend the Ma Wang's motives, believing him to be preparing for an assault on the city. As the enemy forces approached without the essential siege equipment such as trebuchets, scaling ladders, siege towers, turtle shields, and battering rams, the slave master remained uneasy. The city gates, though thick, had succumbed to the ravages of time and decay. Should you go forth and command the unsullied and the savages to wield their axes? It was certain that within the hour, Yuan Kai would fall. It was common knowledge that, faced with such a formidable army, Yuan Kai would inevitably succumb to defeat. Stubbornness could not alter this reality. Grasdan, hoping to buy time, instructed the guards stationed at the Harpy statue to issue a warning to the barbarians, informing them that should they seek to breach Yuan Kai, they would first have to shed their own skin. As the inhabitants of Yuan Kai began to demonstrate their resolve, Zhi'er discovered that the Harpy statue at the gates was, in fact, a sophisticated war bastion. The Mylan people poured boiling oil from its mouth, which hissed ominously upon contact with the sandy ground. Human ingenuity knows no bounds. But alas, these dim-witted guys were not as clever as I. The Horse King quietly boasted to himself, convinced that with a mere command, the unsullied warriors, who knew only obedience and feared not the searing pain, would surely rally to sacrifice their lives for him. However, Zhi'er deemed such a waste unnecessary. These battle-ready lives ought not to be squandered in a place of little significance to him, for their blood and valor were better spent in the land of sunsets. Casting a sidelong glance, he fixed his gaze upon the fiery temper to go and declared, my blood of blood, lead your Kar's forces to guard the 4 gates of Yuan Kai. Should those children of the Harpy dare to emerge, ensure not a single one escapes unscathed. Ago, filled with fervor, perceived this as a glorious task and immediately responded with enthusiasm, yes, my blood of blood. Zhi'er's approach to leadership favored raw, passionate warriors over scheming strategists. 2,000 braided warriors would suffice. Surely those timid turtles would not dare to clash with such formidable forces. His loyal eunuchs stood in formation, silent and expressionless as stone, reluctant to engage in conversation. Zhi'er contemplated further, assigning an additional task to the blood-sworn guards. Ago, once the army departs, instruct the Karasa to shout loudly, proclaiming that those who shatter their chains have come to liberate the slaves of Mylan, granting them the freedom they so desire. Having spoken, he then addressed the other commanders. Except for Ago's Kar's forces, the entire army shall return the way we came. Grey Worm, sensing clarity in the situation, boldly questioned, Your Majesty, our advantages are evident. Why must we retreat? The simple-minded Jogo readily agreed with Kaoa's decision, interjecting, everyone knows that when cowards hide behind high walls, the great Kao seeks out true and brave adversaries. The Dothraki warriors disdain wasting their efforts against the faint-hearted. Lakalo concurred. It is well known that Karasa disdains engaging with cowards. Zhi'er smiled, but remained silent, turning his horse to retrace their path. Grey Worm and the others hastily followed suit. And as Kao maneuvered through the army, the Unsullied began to turn in an orderly fashion, one by one, to trail behind. The army of the Pure Ones resembled a great dragon, with thousands of barbarian steeds stirring up dust as they rode away. All the guards of Milan City, under the instigation of Grasdan, indulged in self-deception, erupting into cheers as if they had achieved victory. However, their cries were soon overshadowed by the booming slogans of 2,000 voices, overwhelming in their numbers. The enslaved, tormented by the offspring of the Harpy, were liberated by the great breaker of chains, Tragakeo, and they were urged to unleash their shouts of freedom. This advertisement, reworked by Ago, resonated deeply within Trogok, bringing him a sense of comfort as he led everyone toward the heavens until they retreated beyond the visibility of the yellow brick city, at which point he commanded his people to halt. The elder Malposi, understanding the situation, respectfully inquired, "Your Majesty, as darkness descends, shall we make camp here for the night?" The sky was shrouded in gray, signaling it was time to rest. However, Trogok had other intentions. "Do not set up camp. After we accomplish our mission, a comfortable bed will await us." The Pure Ones maintained their discipline, while the Karasas dismounted, preparing to unleash their wildness. Observing this, Trogok shook his head in resignation and called out to them, "It is not yet time for free activity. Do not disperse. I have instructions to convey. Crucial to our conquest of the Abyssal Keep. Gather all the sacks, fill them with sand, and secure them tightly." After a moment of contemplation, he deemed it insufficient and continued, "Fashion all the fabric into pouches. Men, aside from the cloth for modesty and armor, should remove their trousers. Tie off the legs, collars, and sleeves, then fill them with sand and seal with rope." These uncivilized werewolves were not inclined to oppose such demands. The elder, feeling conflicted, bravely asked, "Your Majesty, this is the conduct of savages, and it seems absurd and meaningless. Could you provide an explanation?" To this old pedant, who had spent time in the scholarly city, Trogok responded not with anger but with a smile, "We shall construct a slope for the Abyssal Keep, one that both men and steeds can traverse. Do you understand now? Knowledge that cannot be applied is as good as worthless." Malposi, piecing together Trogok's various hints, began to appreciate this wise conqueror born of the wild, and thus ceased his prattling, swiftly shedding his constraints with stiff hands. Trogok believed one should not judge by appearances. This old fellow must have frequently attended to the young maidens who were reluctant to strive. Khal, who usually led by example, did not participate this time. Sitting cross-legged upon the sand, surrounded by the ever-hungry white dragon and Snowball, he quietly observed the warriors at work, intently listening to the cacophony emanating from the direction of the Abyssal Keep. He could discern that the noise arose from three distinct groups. One was the deep, resonant voice of Ago and his compatriots in the Dothraki tongue. Another was the refined Valyrian spoken by the Giscari, and the third, the loudest of all, was a medley of various languages. Zhuge discerned from the cacophony of sounds he could comprehend that it conveyed a singular notion: freedom. The passage of time always seemed to drag on, as the 5 sandbags before him grew progressively larger and taller, causing the surrounding sandy ground to sink inch by inch. His warriors, being rough-hewn men, executed this laborious task, one that required no meticulous stitching, with remarkable efficiency. By dawn, the warriors, having exhausted their supply of fabric, had piled the plump sacks and burlap bags into 5 towering heaps resembling miniature pyramids. Karasa went to dine and rest, leaving the Unsullied behind, clad only in their armor. The Unsullied obeyed Zhuge's commands, mechanically grasping their iron spears. Even after enduring strenuous labor, they stood as straight as the spears themselves. Grey Worm clenched his fists against his chest in a gesture of respect, representing the valiant eunuchs, and proclaimed, "We shall heed any command from your Majesty." The Unsullied are prepared to face death without hesitation. Zhuge nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and then declared loudly, "My loyal warriors, I admire your fearless valor. Yet I do not wish for you to perish. Your task this time is to use your shields to create a passage capable of withstanding piercing arrows, allowing the braided warriors to carry sandbags through unhindered." He paused, allowing the atmosphere to build, waiting for the Unsullied sense of duty to be fully ignited, their chests beginning to rise and fall vigorously, before he continued, "This task will test your resolve, as it requires you to firmly grip your shields for an extended period. To break the chains of the brothers enslaved in the abyss, for the sake of your braided comrades. Tell me loudly, can you accomplish this?" In truth, for the Unsullied, their fervor needed no grand rhetoric to be stirred, as they were resolute in their mission. "Yes," they responded with a singular, resounding word, a reply that surpassed 1,000 speeches. "Very well, you are dismissed, Grey Worm. Wait." Observing the Unsullied commander, who had become increasingly tense and austere in solitary contemplation, Zhuge felt that his subservience was far from eradicated. Following the conquest of Astapor, he abolished the tradition of assigning a new name to each Unsullied daily, for they had now acquired the right to choose their names. Many reverted to the names given by their parents. At least those who still recalled their names did so. Others chose names inspired by city-states, tribes, heroes, or deities, and Zhuge found their choices rather pedestrian. Only Grey Worm retained his name. And when Daenerys inquired why he did not change it, he replied, "Because Grey Worm is a fortunate name. It is the name I drew on the day I was liberated by the mother of dragons and the father of dragons." Drogo kindly patted his shoulder, advising, "Remember, you are now not only a free man but also a commander, so you need not remain constrained as before. Aside from strictly adhering to military discipline, you should fully embrace your freedom and live authentically." Upon hearing this, Grey Worm's taut expression relaxed considerably, and he responded, "Your Majesty, I shall follow your instructions and live authentically." "Very well, let us proceed to matters of significance." "Indeed, Your Majesty, the Pure Ones excel at constructing shield walls, so I shall no longer require you to practice. Simply remember where the braiding warriors place the sandbags, for the Pure Ones will cover those positions. However, it is crucial to commence from the end and move to fill in the gaps, for should the warriors at the forefront retreat, it could lead to considerable casualties." The Grey Worm bowed. "I shall remember this." The following day, as darkness receded, Drogo led a formidable contingent of warriors bearing sandbags back towards the abyssal fortress. When the braided warriors, under the protection of the Pure Ones, cast the sandbags at the base of the city walls, the abyssal denizens comprehended the enemy's intentions, suddenly shrouded by the shadow of death. The rain of arrows, despite the Pure Ones' valiant defense, proved largely ineffective, yet the falling stones, like the collapse of the heavens, were beyond human resistance. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Drogo possessed extraordinary strength, and even from outside the range of the hail of arrows, he could draw the colossal dragonbone bow, targeting the enemy's stone throwers. Where others could not reach, he struck true, alleviating considerable pressure from the warriors constructing the slope. 2 hours passed, and the slope was completed, with the sandbags piled level with the top of the city walls. The warriors, initially relegated to defense and labor, now engaged in fierce combat with the feeble soldiers of Abyss. Amidst the battle cries of his comrades, Drogo also heard the mingled shouts of anger in various tongues. Realizing these were the exultant cries of the rebelling slaves welcoming their newfound freedom. Soon, the city gates swung open, and for the first time, the slaves surged forth not under the whip of their benevolent master. Scholar Malposi exclaimed, "This is a monumental victory." As they passed, the Pure Ones and Karasa, having concluded their battle, informed them that their liberation was owed to the mightiest of the great grass sea, the liberator of shackles, the Unburnt, Lord of Astapor, and Father of Dragons, Drogo. Thus, they flocked towards the imposing Drogo, beneath whom the magical dragons circled, reaching out to him, kneeling before him, greeting him with tear-streaked smiles, and hailing him in various tongues. "Father." Drogo did not resent their fervor, for it was his glory. However, as he sat upon the throne of the great sage, listening to the reports from the warriors sweeping the city, and discovering that not a single benevolent master remained in Abyss, a dreadful premonition arose within him, as if his cleverness had ensnared him in folly. Had the slave masters, having retreated long ago, intentionally left behind a mere handful of slave soldiers as a decoy? Delaying my time in Abyss while the guards of the Kai's Pass, meant to confound me, advanced to seize Astapor? Chapter 44. The raging fury that ignites the will to fight Drogo, through the eye of the snowball, beheld several golden tents positioned along the middle of the Kai's Pass. Generally, those bold enough to employ golden tents were either great commanders or nobles of significant standing. He felt a pang of regret. He had presumed that the pampered slave masters would not venture to the battlefield. In hindsight, those golden tents were indeed provisions for the benevolent masters. The news of the near annihilation of the Black Dragon by the Bonno army has surely spread throughout the Slave Bay, with the formidable giant, capable of moving mountains, leading the Yuan Kai army. Would they truly fear a trio of dragons still in their juvenile phase? Upon the arrival of Drogo, those wise lords feared only the mounted warriors and the unsullied accompanying him. Perhaps the leading Giscari had already prepared for a daring venture. Should he advance upon Yuan Kai, they would seize the opportunity to attack Astapor, delivering a devastating blow. If he opted to navigate the Kset passage, then they would confront him head-on with utmost resolve. Concerned for the safety of his wife, Drogo could not remain composed and shouted urgently, "Send word down the line. Leave 500 warriors to guard Yuan Kai. The rest must return to Astapor at the swiftest pace." Yet to his dismay, before savoring the fruits of victory, they were to embark on a perilous journey once more. Aside from the unsullied and the battle-hungry Dothraki warriors, many voiced their discontent, but Drogo, as king, was resolute in his unilateral decisions. The slaves of Yuan Kai had only just cast off their shackles, their sense of security fragile, fearing once again to become playthings for their masters. Thus the majority chose to follow their fathers. Drogo felt a deep sense of helplessness towards these mouths that could walk, yet he could not refuse them and reluctantly acquiesced. This led to a deceleration in the army's advance. The Horse Lord, burning with urgency, entrusted the Unsullied with the protection of the freedmen while he, accompanied by the mounted warriors, set forth with utmost speed. Drogo led the charge, the bells in his braids jingling as his steed entered the white birch grove, which craved the nourishing touch of rain. The sky had begun to glimmer with the first stars, and they were yet only halfway to the red brick city. The cawing of crows, a harbinger of death, once a melodious symphony to Khal, now resonated in his ears as the mocking laughter of tyrants, eliciting profound annoyance. Vesalius, Dragonfire, Drogo commanded, as the dragon of his will laid waste to the innocent homes of the crows that sang for him. Khal's long-suppressed ruthlessness erupted, while the Karalasa reveled in the chaos, for this was the essence of their Horse Lord. When Karalasa reached the fork in the road previously traversed, Drogo had already dispatched scouts to the Kaset Passage, who reported, "To you, Khal, the trade route lies unguarded. According to your instructions, I have deduced from the enemy's remnants that their marching path follows the quicker banks of the Worm River towards Astapor." With his premonition confirmed, Drogo felt a heightened sense of urgency. Quick, quick, quick. The first to reach Astapor shall be rewarded with 10,000 golden dragons. Despite his relentless urging, the mounted warriors remained within his sight, their pace already commendable. Yet, he remained dissatisfied, escalating the reward from 100 coins to 10,000. Nevertheless, no one could surpass him, for Khal had stripped the fleetest-footed horses of the entire army of their hides. Tirelessly, Drogo pressed on, as did most of the mounted warriors behind him, for within the red brick city lay those they cherished. As for the Unsullied, the king harbored no concerns regarding their limits of endurance. Had he not intervened to halt the pursuit, those eunuchs would have persevered until death. Among the two main forces under Drogo's command, he placed greater value on the trained Unsullied. However, the eunuchs were incapable of riding horses and were inevitably left behind, joining the ranks of the free folk. As the night faded and daylight illuminated the path ahead, Caro noticed the absence of the merchant caravans that had once sporadically crossed his route. He mused silently, likening the merchants to ants, easily swept away by the tempest. Yet, as Khalasa drew nearer to Astapor, the presence of humanity became less sparse. Drogo and his company caught sight from afar of a throng of people, their complexions varied, fleeing in terror, pursued relentlessly by a military force bearing the banner of a broken sword. The insignia was unmistakable. The Horse Lord recognized the ravenous army as the Sons of the Harpy. As the distance between them and Khalasa diminished, the Sons ceased their pursuit. This was a wise decision. Over 100 mercenaries were no match for thousands of mounted warriors trampling them. Among the refugees were those clad in painted leather vests, and others in tattered rough-spun shirts. Drogo surmised that most of these slave-like figures hailed from Astapor. He did not recognize the pursued individuals, yet the refugees, as if encountering a savior, cried out in desperation, "Your Majesty, Khal Drogo, save us!" As he approached, they fell to their knees, many weeping inconsolably. Drogo asked a superfluous question. "Did you come from Astapor? What has transpired there?" The frightened refugees responded in a cacophony, "Yes. Your Majesty, we are your subjects. The combined armies of Meereen and Yunkai have besieged Astapor. They kill indiscriminately. It's utterly horrifying. We escaped amidst the chaos, but we were relentlessly pursued by the mercenary companies hired by the wise lords." Though he had anticipated the fall of his stronghold, hearing it confirmed left Drogo at a loss for words. "What of your queen, your Daenerys? What has become of her?" Among the frightened souls, a Dothraki man replied, "Caro, I saw from afar as Daenerys, shielded by Unsullied and braided warriors, entered the central pyramid. I know not her current condition. The fools of Meereen. I have yet to provoke you, yet you come seeking my wrath. Very well." Drogo roared in fury. "Useless. All of you are useless. I left 4,000 elite soldiers behind, and there were over 10,000 free men within the city. Could we not defend even a modest Astapor?" The king's rage was palpable, and a timid voice dared to respond. "Your Majesty, the enemy's vanguard is a terrifying giant, taller than the city gates themselves. In his right hand, he wields a hammer larger than an elephant's head, and in his left, he carries a thick shield of oak. He possesses immense strength. With 3 blows, he shattered the city gates, leading the armies of Yunkai and Meereen into Astapor. In the presence of Drogo's, the cowardice of the garrison was utterly exposed. He bellowed hoarsely, "Giants are but men, composed of flesh and blood. Do those worthless soldiers stationed in Astapor not possess arrows or stones to thwart him?" The refugees were struck with terror by his monstrous appearance, and none dared to emerge from the shadows, fearful of drawing attention to themselves. After a few moments of silence, Drogo's murderous intent surged forth as he inquired, "Why are you all mute? Have you cowards fled with your legs, but lost the strength to speak?" A trembling Dothraki, with a severed braid, mustered the courage to respond, stammering, "That giant is clad in the heaviest and thickest armor I have ever seen. Beneath it, he wears chain mail and boiled leather, leaving him with no vulnerabilities. He dons a flat-topped helm with only slits for breathing and vision, rendering arrows and stones utterly ineffective against him." Upon hearing this, Drogo felt not a flicker of fear. Instead, his blood surged with fervor, fueled by rage. The fire within him could consume the entirety of Slaver's Bay. Drogo vowed, "Should my moon lose its radiance and become dim, I shall ensure all the Giscari accompany her to the grave." As he observed the obstinate mercenaries preparing to flee, Drogo furiously chastised the refugees below. "You scoundrels! Do you lack even the courage to defend your homeland? Begone! Get out of my sight!" The refugees scrambled to evade the fiery steed's hooves, too intimidated to provoke the wrath of the mounted warriors. Drawing his arakh, Drogo raised his voice. "Khalas, let those accursed Giscari be stained with blood upon the yellow sands." Chapter 45. The Valyrian steel curved blade of the ragged prince. Should the refugees have had sufficient time before their exile, they would undoubtedly have taken their most precious belongings. The mercenaries, akin to robbers, were well aware of this truth. After the fall of Astapor, most of them roamed the city, committing heinous acts in places where blades were scarce. A fraction of them chose to pursue the refugees, eager to seize the spoils of war. Yet some unfortunate mercenary bands encountered the braided army. Without exception, they were submerged beneath the onslaught of over 5,000 mounted warriors. As the dust from the hooves settled, only the ghastly remnants of their bodies remained. During this tumultuous journey, Drogo spared a few to glean the details of Astapor's downfall. Less than a day had passed, and Daenerys was still fiercely resisting the enemy in her role as commander before swiftly ending their lives. With his wife temporarily unscathed, he felt a measure of relief. He mused that the forces of the Red Brick City, combined with the free folk, numbered over 100,000. Even if the armies of Meereen and Yunkai were fierce, it seemed implausible that they could decimate such a multitude in a mere day, especially with the Unsullied donning their spiked helmets. Drogo held onto a glimmer of hope, wishing that those eunuchs could endure and safeguard Daenerys' life. Half a day later, the Crimson City that once dazzled Khal had transformed into a realm reminiscent of hell. Behind the time-worn, red brick walls, the ancient vestiges of Astapor were succumbing to decay, engulfed in rampant flames that danced wildly around the brick pyramids. Thick plumes of smoke spiraled upward, resembling a multitude of black, fierce beasts roaring towards the sky. As the fierce winds blew from the south, ashes fluttered through the air like gray, deathly snowflakes, awaiting the stillness of the breeze to settle. Even outside the city, one could sense the intoxicating aroma of wine that permeated the atmosphere. The brick pyramids were challenging to ignite. The inferno was ignited solely by the rioters who set ablaze the wine cellar within the basement. According to refugees and mercenaries, Daenerys had retreated to the central pyramid, establishing it as a boundary against the enslaved soldiers. Drogo gazed at the magnificent structure that towered above the rest, showing no signs of fire. Each level was like a rain of arrows, heavily reliant on the two-headed dragon circling and roaring around the tower. At the pinnacle, he even discerned silver and gold hues, which brought him a sense of reassurance. Hiss, hiss, clatter. The Viserion above him shrieked, smoke billowing from its throat, exhilarated by the flames engulfing the city. In the distance, he spotted mounted warriors wielding sharp, curved blades, surging forth like a tidal wave, alongside the high-helmeted, unsullied soldiers and mercenaries clad in worn armor. Hastening into the city while shouting, "The horse-tailed savages are coming. Drogo's army has returned." Khal led his troops through the shattered gates, reduced to rubble by the giants' hammers, prepared to add more vibrant hues to this hellish scene. The red brick streets were strewn with corpses, bloodied and filthy, comprising both free men and invading mercenaries. Their bodies swarmed by glistening green flies. Naturally, these delicacies would not go unnoticed by the hungry stray dogs. Drogo, unfazed by the grim spectacle, urged his horse forward, relentlessly charging towards the central pyramid, brandishing his blade to carve a bloody path through anything that dared obstruct him. Even those fortunate enough to escape his sword would likely meet their end at the hands of the following warriors or be trampled underfoot by the warhorses. However, the unstoppable momentum of Carassa met formidable resistance in Proud Square, where an equally daunting army stood in their way. Drogo surveyed the opposing forces, noting the dense formation of at least 2,000 cavalry and 3,000 infantry. Judging by sheer numbers, they were evenly matched, compelling him to momentarily rein in his mount and call for a halt. Analyzing the enemy's crude equipment and insignia, he deduced that this formidable group comprised 3 mercenary companies. The standard bearers on the flanks bore banners of the Lightning Raven and Short Sword, unmistakably identifying them as members of the Stormcrows and the Second Sons. Meanwhile, the central formation, with mounted soldiers at the forefront and infantry behind, belonged to the illustrious Windblown, their blue and white forked banners a testament to their reputation. It appeared that the Windblown were mercenaries employed by the great masters of Yunkai, an anomaly that could sway the outcome of this battle. Drogo furrowed his brow in contemplation. Despite the presence of these mercenaries, he was not deterred. What truly unsettled him was the giant standing at the forefront of the Second Sons. The Second Sons are led by a singular commander, the notorious bastard of Titan, Marrow of Bravos. He possesses a pair of pale green eyes and a dense, golden-red beard that cascades almost to his waist, wielding a formidable great axe that epitomizes strength. Marrow's towering stature compels one to gaze upwards at him. Even when mounted upon a steed, he taunts, "Hey, big fellow, if you can assist me in vanquishing this army before us, I shall escort you back to the land of giants. I am not a monster. I long to return home." The giant murmurs in a somewhat indistinct voice, raising his foot to stomp, producing a dull thud as the red bricks beneath him buckle under the immense pressure, cracking like sinews. A true giant, exceeding 4 meters in height, is a marvel in itself, and the raw power he exudes is profoundly awe-inspiring. While Drogo may be deemed a giant, he pales in comparison to this behemoth. Observing the armored colossus displaying signs of aggression, Drogo readies himself to utter the words "Dragon Fire." Against such a giant, swords and arrows are futile. They cannot penetrate his thick iron armor, leaving him with little choice but to place his hopes upon Viserion. The white dragon, though still young, lacks the fiery breath capable of melting gold and iron, yet it can manage to heat the armor to a glowing red. However, given Viserion's diminutive size and distance, the flames may not suffice. Should he approach closely enough to scorch the giant's armor, he would likely become a pincushion for the more powerful crossbows. Even mercenaries possess the capability to contend with the elite forces of Astapor, especially when bolstered by the more numerous and better-equipped army of Yunkai. Drogo suddenly realizes that the soldiers stationed in Astapor, despite their plight, retain a sense of honor. The Horse Lord fears the giant. Yet the mercenary leaders are equally apprehensive of the dragon, as both are miraculous beings, resulting in a stalemate as each side waits for the other to break the impasse. The giant's movements remain unpredictable. Under the guidance of Karasa, who is familiar with the mercenary companies, Khal learns the identities of the leaders flanking the giant. The leader of the Company of the Wind, clad in tattered robes, was once a noble of Pentos. His hair and breastplate are silver gray, and his tattered cloak is fashioned from colorful fabrics and hemp threads. His temperament is as ruthless as the black, gleaming curved blade he wields, a rare Valyrian steel arakh, originally belonging to his right-hand man, the assassin Kago. However, due to the perilous nature of this mission, he transferred ownership of the blade to enhance his combat prowess. The weapon gleams like a mirror, exuding a chilling aura, its edge evidently sharp, deeply captivating Drogo's attention. The 3 commanders of the Crows' company don polished helmets adorned with black feathers. Plandana of the Guys, a robust figure with a broad face and gray hair, stands alongside Sailor, a bald man with a vicious scar embedded deep in his pale cheek, characteristic of the Carthene people. Both grip finely crafted steel swords tightly in their hands. Dario Naharis, a native of Tyrosh, adorned in resplendent platinum armor, is most strikingly characterized by his beard styled into 3 points, dyed a vibrant blue to match the color of his eyes and the cascading curls that grace his neck. His pointed mustache is painted gold, while his knee-high leather boots are embellished with golden patterns. A pair of feminine kid leather gloves is tucked into a belt made of gilded rings, and his nails are coated in blue enamel. He wields a curved arakh, with a sheathed short sword at his waist, presenting an overall flamboyant and audacious appearance. In the realm of power struggles and the Game of Thrones, he has been permitted by Daenerys to serve as her bedwarmer, a fact that has already sealed his fate in Drogo's mind. Should Daenerys find herself dead or in peril, Drogo would undoubtedly launch a reckless assault. However, for now, he seeks to dismantle his opponents one by one. He spurs his horse forward, pointing his curved sword at the leader of the Sons of the Harpy, bellowing, "Marrow, no one else may interfere. You and your father. Dare you face me alongside the White Dragon in battle?" Chapter 46. the meaning of the demon blade upon hearing Drogo mockingly refer to the giant as his father. Marrow is instantly consumed by rage, feeling deeply humiliated. The giant beside him was seized years ago in the trading port of Bravos from a wild-haired redhead from Westeros who claimed to have been born of the fire kiss. Captivated by the giant infant cradled in the redhead's arms, Marrow incited mercenaries to slay the fierce woman and absconded with her child, raising him as a war slave ever since. The giant serves as his trump card, typically kept at bay. However, due to his apprehension of Drogo and the dragon's might, he has allowed the long-extinct giant to re-emerge before the eyes of the world. He believes that with the giant's presence in this monumental battle, the largest ever seen in the history of the Slaver's Bay, he can finally shed the label of the Sons of the Harpy as weaklings who prey on the timid and seek glory through betrayal. In his mind, the term illegitimate son of the Titan is merely a popular title in Bravos. One ought to bear such a flamboyant nickname to venture out with dignity. Furthermore, the Titan revered by the Bravosi is a mythical giant, utterly unrelated to this clumsy brute who can barely articulate, only capable of swinging his hammer wildly. With a scowl, Marrow defiantly raises his massive axe towards Drogo, coldly demanding, "Barbarian, who do you claim as my father? This dog of mine, baring its teeth at its master?" Drogo, with a disdainful snort, retorts with a smirk, "The infamous servant of a slaver. Do not the Bravosi take pride in claiming giants as their fathers? What a splendid honor it is for an illegitimate son to fight alongside his father. He secretly fathered you, this ungrateful wretch, yet you deny him. I hold you in utter contempt, a being devoid of any humanity." With that, he continues to mock. "Well then, illegitimate son, will you and your father accept my challenge of 2 against 2? Marrow, darkly defiant, shoots back. "You, who are fit only to herd cattle in the grasslands, will pay dearly for your insolence. A mere lizard, what do I have to fear from my giant hound?" He turns to the giant, commanding, "Roman, slay that foul-mouthed wretch." The giant, named Roman, tilted his cumbersome head and, in a bewildered manner, bent down to bring his ear closer to the man's mouth, mumbling, "I can't hear you." Hilariously, the mercenaries, known for their lack of discipline, found amusement in the giant's simplicity. "Fool!" Merlot, overwhelmed by the giant's foul breath, shouted, "I instructed you to kill that fellow." The giant seemed to comprehend and responded in Valyrian, a tongue prevalent in the free trade city-states. "Understood." As the giant lifted his iron hammer, Dargo called out, "Since Captain Merlot has accepted the challenge, both parties must adhere to the rules of engagement. No underhanded tactics." Dario Naharis, the flamboyant leader of the Ravenous Crows, smiled and replied, "In battle, victory is all that matters. Rules are but a mere illusion. However, we cannot miss such an extraordinary duel between the Titan's bastard and the formidable Khal, a rare clash indeed." With a creamy demeanor, the Tyroshi turned to his companions, declaring, "A captivating battle deserves to be adorned with the halo of glory." The ragged prince, resembling a beggar, nodded subtly, while his companion, Plandana Gisson, chuckled softly. "A duel devoid of significance, yet we shall relish the outcome, regardless of who prevails." It appeared they were all astute individuals. The Tyroshi exchanged a knowing glance with his ally, signaling him to refrain from further comments. Khal prepared to charge toward the ground-shaking giant, but the observant Lakalo urged, "My blood, you are Khal, let me handle this confrontation, for Kallus needs you." Dargo glanced at the restless Vicelian and declined Lakalo's loyal request. "Kallus is safe for the time being. Let us first deal with this troublesome foe." The Blood Alliance Guardian gazed anxiously at the distant central pyramid, expressing, "No, Khal. I perceive the Dothraki within the tower." Before he could finish his thought, the calculating Dargo urged his steed toward the giant, focusing intently on the ragged prince. Pondering, "I hope the legends hold true." Uncertain, Lakalo suppressed the urge to halt Khal's advance, murmuring, "I wonder if Khal has noticed that the one shooting arrows from the tower, disguised as a Dothraki warrior, sports long braids. The recently shorn Karasa could not have grown such lengthy locks in so short a time." The white dragon flapped its wings, and Snowball bared its teeth, both following Dargo's movements. Khal charged forth with remarkable speed, closing the distance as the lumbering giant took merely a few steps. As the opponent approached, the giant raised his mighty hammer to strike. With the iron hammer descending towards his head, Dargo had a fleeting moment to contemplate. He recognized the giant's numerous vulnerabilities. If not for the heavy armor, he could have swiftly slashed at vital points. However, the adversary's defense was far too formidable. Employing conventional combat techniques would be utterly futile. Dargo made a symbolic cut on the giant's ironclad abdomen, then deftly turned his horse, narrowly evading the giant's crushing blow. Bang! The hammer missed its target, crashing onto the ground and scattering debris in every direction, instantly forming a small crater. The giant's extraordinary destructive power incited a cacophony of noise from both opposing sides. Had that barbarian failed to evade, he would undoubtedly have been reduced to mere pulp. The giant, impervious as he may be, suffers from a notable lag in speed. Both his movements and thoughts are sluggish. It is no wonder that Melro, that elusive figure, remains hidden, wary of assassination or ambush. Indeed, were it not for the chainmail and hardened leather armor beneath the giant's heavy plating, a mere volley of arrows could have felled him. Clad in such formidable armor, the giant is suited only for unavoidable skirmishes and the siege of fortifications. His advantages are evident, yet his weaknesses are equally clear, recognized by seasoned mercenaries and Carassa alike. The confrontation between Drogo and the giant promised to be a protracted affair. The mercenaries were far more eager to witness the dragon's extraordinary prowess. Although the feats displayed by Rigo and Zhaoging circling near Dany were indeed marvelous, they left the audience wanting more. The primary battlefield was dominated by the united forces of Yuan Kai and Milan, leaving the spectators to observe from a distance, safe, yet unfulfilled. Hiss! Thick smoke billowed from Viserion's sharp teeth, a prelude to the inferno brewing within. However, Drogo refrained from commanding it to unleash fire, even with the mercenary group showing no signs of unrest. Clang! Seizing the moment while the giant's hammer was still mid-swing, Drogo struck fiercely at the giant's waist with 2 swift blows. The Dothraki, seizing their chance, reveled in their audacity. Though those strikes were inconsequential to Roman, they were executed by their KO, warranting celebration. The giant, mindful of his dignity, rasped his displeasure. "Monkey, do not flee. You are a coward." Despite the obscurity of his words, the astute Drogo grasped the meaning, feigning fear as he pulled on the reins and replied, "The time is not yet ripe. Only a fool would confront you directly." As the exchange continued, the giant, thoroughly incensed by the mockery, abandoned the thrill of smashing his enemies with the hammer and began to employ both hands and feet. At one point, he lunged forward with calculated intent, yet Drogo narrowly evaded by pulling his horse aside. Shaken, Drogo no longer displayed bravado. His demeanor grew increasingly anxious, inadvertently cornered by the giant towards the mercenary front. With the enemy leader within striking distance, some restless mercenaries were eager to draw their blades, yet their commander remained unmoved, preventing them from seizing the opportunity. Thus, the battlefield between Drogo and the giant expanded, as the mercenaries, fearful of the hammer's reach, continually retreated to maintain a safe distance. It is rumored that Drogo, once commanding an army of 100,000 Carassa, is fearless and brave, yet, just look at his terrified visage. Where is the demeanor of the strongest in the great grass sea? Aside from the grave expressions of the Tyroshi watching intently, the other 2 leaders of the Vulture Ravens openly derided Drogo's performance in the heat of battle. In a state of trepidation, the timid Melro hesitated, fearing the fiery breath of the dragon. Observing that the white dragon showed no signs of aggression, he spurred his horse forward towards the disadvantaged Zog, seizing the opportunity to strike. The Horse King, witnessing this, commanded, "Snowball, intercept him." Responding to the call, the beast known as Snowball immediately abandoned the giant and confronted Melro. With primal ferocity, Snowball bit at Melro's horse's legs, disrupting his advance and leaving him flailing his axe like a headless fly, desperately hoping to strike the small beast lurking near his brow. As the giant and Zog engaged in a game of cat and mouse nearby, the prince in rags, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, "Melro, command your wretched mad dog elsewhere, or I shall not hold back." Seeing Zog as the weaker party, he did not waste breath on reproach. Dazed by Snowball's relentless assault, Melro retorted angrily, "If you're so bold, then kill him. Otherwise, cease your barking." The prince in rags, infuriated to the point of laughter, declared, "You truly believe the armored giant is invulnerable? I shall make him bleed for you to see." With that, the prince drew forth his glossy, onyx-hued Valyrian steel-curved blade, focusing intently on the unprotected area below the giant's wrist as he charged into the fray. "Captain, it seems we share a common disdain for this foolish dog. Let us slay it together." The prince scoffed. "Do not attempt to sow discord among the mercenary ranks. I acknowledge this is a contest of wills, but you are also my target. Both you and the dog shall meet your end." From a distance, the anxious Blood Alliance guards, witnessing the unfolding chaos, raised their weapons and shouted, "Carassa, follow me to eliminate those cowardly mercenaries." Just before the clash of arms commenced, Zog shouted, "No, do not move." Nevertheless, the Blood Alliance guards feigned restraint against the restless cavalrymen. The mercenaries, observing this, halted their advance, returning to a state of eager anticipation. Though the giant was slow to react, the prince in rags was too ostentatious, and he remained vigilant. Sensing a chill approaching his wrist, he swiftly shifted his hand to defend himself. Understanding the intent behind the captain's assault, Zog bellowed, "Captain, I shall assist you in making him bleed." If the giant raised his hand high enough, only the dragon would be able to reach it. Seizing the moment, the prince acted instinctively, remaining silent as he aimed for the vulnerable flesh. Zog, taller and with a longer reach, fulfilled his promise, bringing his blade down towards the giant's palm. However, the strike was slow, and midway through, he suddenly redirected his attack, hastening the speed of his swing. The prince in rags screamed, "This is bad." With a sharp sound, blood spattered, and a severed hand fell to the ground. Yet, it was not the giantess hand that had been severed, but that of the prince in rags. In a piercing wail, the prince lamented, "Ah, cursed barbarian! How treacherous you are!" "All's fair in war," Zog retorted coldly, showcasing his exceptional horsemanship as he dismounted, retrieving the curved blade that had fallen with the severed hand. Dragon's flame. Desiring to attain his true ambitions, Zargo issued the command. The white dragon comprehended and unleashed a torrent of deadly flames, engulfing the giant. Zargo, riding towards his forces, marveled at the flawless, gleaming curvature of the obsidian blade in his grasp, exclaiming in genuine admiration, "What a splendid sword!" Valyrian steel, an enigmatic alloy crafted by the Valyrians, is renowned for its unparalleled weaponry. It is said that during the forging process, mystical incantations were intertwined, and dragon fire was employed to assist in its creation, rendering it lightweight, resilient, rust-resistant, and impervious to bending or breaking. As a traveler from another realm, Zargo understood that this rare enchanted blade possessed a significant purpose. It could dismantle the magic woven into the bodies of the White Walkers, annihilating the undead. Chapter 47. Breaking through the obstacles of self-interest with the treasured sword snatched away, a severed hand, anguished and maddened, the prince shrieked, "Let the winds of vengeance carry forth. Slay those barbarians. Reduce their king to mere pulp. Avenge the humiliation of my lost hand." Yet, there was no need for him to embellish with personal vendettas. His loyal comrades, known for their balanced approach of benevolence and authority, had already surged towards the braided warriors. Zargo too bellowed in fury, "Kill. Send these cursed invaders to the depths of hell." Though the mercenaries were nearly equal in number to Zargo's forces, the adversary boasted only 2,000 mounted mercenaries. Leading the Dothraki, who had galloped across battlefields for many years, he was acutely aware of the impact mounted warriors had over foot soldiers. The enemy lacked trained unsullied to withstand the impending onslaught, thus Zargo felt his side held an undeniable advantage. As the situation spiraled out of control, even if the leaders of the Crow and the Second Sons wished to observe, they could not resist the overwhelming tide of violence sweeping across the Pride Square. And so they yielded to the restless fervor of their comrades, charging towards the fearsome enemy. In an instant, the cries of battle reverberated, both sides casting aside the now trivial notions of honor and reward, fervently praying for the favor of the gods, unleashing their madness in a desperate bid for each other's lives. The warriors adorned with short braids surged forth like a flood from both flanks. Zargo intercepted the most valiant of the bloodsworn, presenting him with the colossal blade gifted by his father. "Ago, I bestow upon you this gilded curved dagger that has accompanied me for many years. May you uphold the name of my father, Balbar." The impassioned Ago trembled, his sense of honor swelling to unprecedented heights as he took the illustrious blade, responding with fervor, "By the blood of my blood, I shall wield this blade of glory you have bestowed upon me to vanquish all foes that hinder your path." Bestowing a fine sword upon a warrior requires no lengthy contemplation for Zargo, who nodded with satisfaction. "Very well. Now go and seize the glory that is rightfully yours." "Yes, I thirst for the blood," Ago replied excitedly, like a raging bull, forcefully pushing through his comrades to charge towards the front lines. In less than 2 minutes, Zargo found himself as the rear guard, surveying the chaotic melee before him, his gaze fixed upon the searing battleground that none dared to enter. The flames emitted by Viserion scorched the heavy armor of Roman, obscuring his vision, while the giant swung his hammer wildly, though his madness remained distant from the white dragon. The heavy armor glowed a fiery red, and Roman's anguished cries coalesced into a single word that echoed his despair. The giant's thick mane, despite being tightly enveloped in armor, could not conceal the acrid scent of charred flesh produced by the searing heat. In his heart, Drogo harbored disdain and a quiet amusement. To put it in the words of a past life, the giant Roman was merely a surplus of hormones, a stuttering simpleton with a scorched intellect. As the scent of burnt flesh mingled with the metallic tang of blood, Roman realized that shedding his armor and escaping the peril was imperative. With his long legs taking strides that surpassed those of others, he bolted forth to evade the dragon's fiery breath. In the face of the smoke-emitting giant's reckless charge, both man and horse faltered, losing their balance and toppling over. Roman resembled a wounded beast, careening through the chaos, colliding with and crushing several foes, inciting ire from both sides. The victorious Viserion, however, did not pursue the fiery giant. Instead, it soared high into the sky, drifting toward the distant central pyramid, leaving behind a trail of flames. Drogo, despite the child's irresponsible demeanor, felt no inclination to chastise, for the dragon was not his servant and acted largely on its whims. Its ability to breathe fire stemmed from the word dragonfire, a concept that the three-headed beast had been exposed to since its youth, leading to this ingrained behavior. Furthermore, he was merely the second choice. The young dragon was more attuned to Daenerys, leaving Drogo to gaze skyward in lament. With the formidable weapon having taken flight, Drogo resolved to fill the void, charging into the fray on horseback to test the edge of what could be deemed the finest weapon in this realm of ice and fire. Clang, slice, thud. The Valyrian curved blade cut through flesh and bone with remarkable precision, whether it be man or horse, or even the finely forged swords. All were effortlessly rendered ineffective, either severed or shattered. This razor-sharp edge invigorated Drogo, elevating his combat prowess to new heights. He felt confident that had he wielded this blade earlier, he could have slain the heavily armored, tough-skinned giant in single combat. Of course, a fine sword's effectiveness hinges on its wielder. His innate strength allowed for such formidable strikes, whereas others might only succeed in creating a nick in their opponent's weapon. Ultimately, the mercenary leader prioritized profit, witnessing his robust, fearless cavalry falter against the relentless onslaught. He lost his will to fight. The first to flee was the smallest contingent, the Second Son's company of just over 500, blacklisted by numerous employers. Their leader, Merlo, sensing the tide turning, abandoned his battle-worn steed and giant, making a hasty retreat toward the western gate, guarded by the waters of Worm River. Following suit was the Crow's company, yet they escaped only a third of their number, consisting of the well-groomed men under Durio Naharis, still heading toward the western gate. This retreat left Drogo pondering whether a fleet lay anchored in the waters of Worm River at the western gate. The remaining two leaders of the violent Crow battalion, whether out of a sense of professional ethics or blinded by bloodlust, displayed an unwavering commitment to resist Karasa's onslaught despite the absence of their commanding officers. However, their forces, primarily composed of infantry, soon paid the price for their reckless bravery, resulting in the annihilation of the entire battalion. The two battalion commanders, Plandana Jisen and Sorrow, met their fates, one falling beneath the blade of Drogo, the other struck down by the exuberant Ago. The Dothraki reveres strength, and the Horse Lord, in his quest for followers, has always led by example, courageously charging into battle. Drogo, too, sought ephemeral glory, and should he falter, his followers would inevitably place another in his stead, a new KO. However, replacing him would prove exceedingly difficult, for he was in a constant state of ascendance. With two mercenary factions diminished, only the formidable Wind-Blown remained, predominantly composed of cavalry and boasting a substantial infantry force, making them a worthy adversary for Karasa. Yet, they were now leaderless. Their bloodied prince had long since been trampled into the mud amidst the chaos of battle, fueled by an unyielding spirit, akin to wild beasts. The braided warriors relentlessly pressed forward, gradually enveloping their isolated foes. Amidst the field strewn with corpses, Drogo briefly surveyed the battlefield, discovering that only the giant Roman remained. Flailing his hammer, Drogo's true prowess lay not in close-quarters combat, but in his unmatched archery. Within the vast grasslands, none could claim superiority over his marksmanship. With a few expertly loosed arrows, he incapacitated the giantess' limbs, and as Karasa prepared to dismember Roman, he was halted by KO. Recognizing the giant's potential value, such rare beings could indeed turn the tide of battle when wielded wisely. The giant, hard of hearing, required his master Marrow to speak loudly, a vulnerability that Drogo seized upon. Understanding Roman's desires, he felt confident in his ability to tame the giant. KO was not one to dismiss opportunity. Although Roman had been a principal factor in Astapor's downfall, the chaos of battle often spared lives, and in this unique circumstance, as long as Daenerys remained unharmed, he was willing to overlook transgressions. After instructing Karasa and others to securely bind Roman with spare reins, he led his forces towards the central pyramid. Estimating the timing, he sensed that the unsullied army was nearing the city, He firmly believed that the combined might of Yunkai and Milan's slave army would falter under a dual assault. The path was clear, yet Drogo's heart, once calm, began to tighten with trepidation. With sharper eyes than his own, Ricardo discerned a troubling detail as they approached the central pyramid. The archers atop the tower were indeed Dothraki, but they were mercenaries sporting long braids, targeting the fearless Astapor garrison that sought to breach the tower. As Drogo and his companions circled and screeched around the towering edifice, the reason for Viserions' hasty abandonment of the exquisite delicacy was starkly evident. Daenerys, with her flowing silver-gold tresses, found herself at the mercy of a splendidly attired son of a harpy, a blade pressed threateningly against her delicate, pale neck. Chapter 48. The unrest of the Beast King's heart. The thunderous approach of Drogo's forces unleashed an aura of grim determination, sweeping towards the central pyramid. Although the ethereal tension remained unseen, the spectacle instilled awe in all who bore witness. The three mercenary factions faced dire consequences, with far more casualties than survivors, effectively rendering them obliterated. Even from a great distance, those atop the tower could discern the unfolding conflict with clarity. The captor of Daenerys, Hizdahr zo Loraq, a prominent figure in Meereen, deemed it prudent not to engage in a futile death struggle against the defenders, recognizing the wisdom in avoiding the wrath of the Khal. Hizdahr, the wealthiest merchant of the Slavers' Bay, had established a vast network of trade across all the free cities, extending to the eastern lands of Essos and the western realms of Westeros. With such an extensive web of connections, he emerged as the ostensible ruler of Meereen, while clandestinely commanding the Harpies' influence, holding the economic lifeblood of Slavers' Bay. Only he possessed the means to employ an army akin to a small nation. Aware of the downfall of the benevolent Krasny's Mo Naklas, Hizdahr remained vigilant, even while personally wielding the dagger that held Daenerys captive, fearful of sharing the same fate. He stationed dozens of Dothraki slave soldiers, bow in hand, poised to repel any dragon daring to breach their ranks. The mother of dragons gazed longingly at her valiant husband, whose gallant charge ignited a torrent of tears born from fear and frustration, emotions she could no longer suppress. This moment of overwhelming emotion was tinged with guilt. Despite the formidable forces at her disposal, she felt a burden upon her husband, yearning to see him, yet too afraid to face Drogo. With her eyes wide open, she could not ignore the devastation surrounding her, the remnants of shattered walls, and the once vibrant crimson of the great city now stained anew with the vivid hue of blood and fire. On the very first night following Drogo's departure, an assassination unfolded beneath the pyramid of Astapor, each fresh corpse a free man, while the nearby brick walls bore the cryptic signatures of the Harpies' sons. A stark warning to Daenerys: many would defy her new policies, unafraid of her wrath. As the tiger strayed from its lair, the wolves bared their fangs with reckless abandon. On the second night, the masked assassins, donning the visages of Harpies, escalated their rampage to a level of sheer audacity, claiming nearly 100 lives, casting a shadow of death over all the free people. Daenerys understood well that these killers hailed from the noble class of Giscari within the pyramid. However, the covert nature of the Harpies' sons rendered them indistinguishable, and those fortunate enough to survive the onslaught could not identify their true faces, thus evading justice for the time being. Daenerys contemplated the eradication of the Giscari nobility, convinced that it would be better to wrongfully slay 1,000 than to spare even one. Yet such brutal actions might befit Khal Drogo, but they were beyond the capacity of her own character. However, her troubles extended far beyond this singular concern. The offspring of the Harpy had committed an act that incited her greater indignation. He orchestrated a prison break to rescue Zero, the captain of Qarth, and clandestinely facilitated his escape from Astapor. The repercussions of the Harpy's offspring's actions were severely detrimental. On the third morning, Daenerys beheld a formidable fleet led by Zero's ally, the formidable Xandros, anchored at the Worm River's western edge. As one of the esteemed captains of Qarth, the news of Zero's capture by Drogo had already spread, and the other captains, coveting his secret treasury, were eager to dispatch forces to reclaim Astapor, each contributing merely a few vessels, enough to forge an undeniable power. Daenerys suspected that those Qarthish captains had long since established connections with the noble class of Astapor, patiently waiting for an opportunity to rescue Zero in exchange for certain rewards. However, as the armies of Yunkai and Meereen infiltrated Astapor, Daenerys realized her considerations had been overly simplistic. It was evident that the ships that had departed from Qarth were not solely for Zero's rescue. Rather, they had reached a tacit agreement with the noble lords to jointly reclaim Astapor. Even if the armies and mercenaries were to falter, the invaders would have a route of retreat, for Astapor possessed but a few vessels, its captains and sailors were scarce, and the horsemen harbored a deep-seated fear of sailing. Drogo arrived with a formidable presence, capturing the attention of all, yet he refrained from rash actions, knowing his wife was in enemy hands, awaiting the slave masters to propose terms for her release before calculating his next move. As Khal surveyed the scene, the disdain he ought to feel was rendered futile, all due to Daenerys. In the plaza of the Great Pyramid, the combined forces of nearly 20,000 from Yunkai and Meereen loomed in the west, encircling three sides of the pyramid. Due to their overwhelming numbers, many were forced to crowd into narrow alleys. In the waning light of the sunset, the noble lords displayed no urgency, seated high upon opulent saddles borne by white elephants, adorned with rubies and garnets, still coiffed in absurdly exaggerated hairstyles, and adorned with luxurious jewelry while draped in fringed togas. They appeared remarkably nonchalant, as though this arena was not a battlefield thick with the stench of death, but rather their own pyramid, a place of indulgence. They exuded nobility, while the imposing presence was left to the officers below, each commander donning towering, gleaming helmets, their capes clasped with numerous shining bronze discs, wielding heavy swords, and mounted on grand steeds at the forefront of the ranks, casting cold, fearless glances at the new king of Astapor. Naturally, the reason for the slave masters' composure lay in the heavy guard surrounding them, and most importantly, in their grasp of Drogo's vulnerabilities. When the slave masters led their forces into Astapor to pillage and burn, Queen Daenerys, lacking experience in command, caused the initially advantageous strategy of overwhelming numbers to swiftly unravel, leading to several breaches by her adversaries. Her followers retreated like headless flies, ultimately seeking refuge within the central pyramid under the protection of the Unsullied. Daenerys sought to utilize the vast perspective afforded by the towering structure to reorganize her forces. However, the invulnerable armored giants emerged, brazenly breaching the defenses of the Unsullied, allowing Daenerys' forces, led by the formidable Dario, to surge into the tower. Although the free folk had suffered grievously in the crimson flames of war, losing nearly a third of their number, they remained a considerable populace. Amidst the warriors, many bore tracks of tears upon their faces, yet the arrival of their steadfast leader dispelled their fears with a chorus of cheers. Under Daenerys' prior command, they formed into four ranks, the core of the Unsullied positioned at the forefront, tasked with the heaviest responsibilities. They were to not only raise their shields against the rain of arrows descending from the tower, but also to remain vigilant against the encroaching slave soldiers and the impulsive Dothraki. The mounted warriors lingered behind, restless as their steeds, embodying both fearlessness and wildness. The newly allied braids of warriors obeyed only Khal Drogo. For them, Daenerys was merely the wife of their warlord, not their queen, and thus their reservations were few. They longed for the thrill of battle, yet found themselves stymied by the more numerous loyal Unsullied, unable to unleash their pent-up aggression. The motley band of free soldiers occupied the rear. They were the unreliable meat shields for the anxious free folk ahead. Drogo had once been a significant client of the slave trade, and he recognized many of the enemy's slave masters. It did not take long for him to identify the captor who had dragged Daenerys from the pinnacle of the tower to its depths, his former trading partner. Observing that the enemy was led by Hizdahr zo Loraq, he understood the long-standing reasons for their standoff. The station forces refrained from reckless action due to Daenerys, while the enemy, undoubtedly under Hizdahr's orders, had temporarily ceased hostilities. After all, merchants prioritized profit, even if the station forces were not as formidable as the combined army. Their sheer numbers far exceeded that of the enemy. A protracted conflict could lead to the complete annihilation of the slave master's troops. Another reason Hizdahr remained cautious was his desire to observe the outcome of the mercenaries against the forces of Khalasar. Should the mercenaries, bolstered by the giants, prevail, it would create a formidable alliance, enhancing their odds of victory. Regrettably, Khalasar emerged triumphant, and with Dario predicting the imminent arrival of the Unsullied army, Drogo was left to use Daenerys as a strategic pawn, rendering him hesitant. Amidst the resounding cheers of his comrades, Drogo felt a pang of guilt. For the sake of his wife, he would undoubtedly be compelled to act against the hearts of the free folk. To expect the cunning merchant to release her unconditionally was akin to chasing phantoms. Without hesitation, Drogo posed a direct question. Hizdahr, what price must I pay for the release of my wife? The astute Dario, having contemplated this extensively, quickly responded with unvarnished honesty. You and your entire tribe must sever a limb. Then I shall release her, though I know this is an impossibility. Zago was aware of his concerns and proclaimed his vow. Even if I lead my people away from Slaver's Bay and surrender Yunkai and Astapor to you, You will still be plagued by unease, fearing we might return to exact vengeance. But rest assured, I now swear upon the gods that as long as you release my wife, I and my people shall depart and never set foot in Slaver's Bay again." The great master scoffed. "Swearing upon the gods does lend some credence, yet I do not trust a Dothraki horse lord. To prove your sincerity, you must first sever your own arm. Only then will I believe in your restless heart of a beast." Chapter 49. The incomprehensible language of death. Sever my own arm. Zago had anticipated that the great master would present an utterly unacceptable demand, and for Daenerys, he was prepared to confront any challenge. Yet, at this moment, even the most fearless of the Khal felt a profound trepidation. It was then that he realized he was merely an ordinary man, susceptible to excruciating pain, and more afraid of the vicious cycle that losing an arm would bring. He pondered whether it was truly worth it to ruin his future and become a mere shell of a man for a woman he knew intimately. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, he tremulously raised the knife in his hand, extending his left arm, which granted him strength, while averting his gaze. The blade poised at her throat. Daenerys trembled more violently than he, crying out in despair, "No, please, my sun and stars, you cannot do this." Daenerys, fearing to utter her wish to be disregarded, subconsciously hoped that her husband's sacrifice might yield a chance for survival. Such is the nature of humanity. This heart-wrenching scene placed the Blood Riders in a dilemma. On one side was the Khal who had conquered them with strength, and on the other, the Queen who had bestowed upon them their initial honor, leaving them with no choice but to voice their concerns. "My blood of your blood, you cannot do that." The once stone-faced Unsullied remained silent, yet a rare expression of indignation appeared upon their features. They brandished their spears, creating a rhythmic sound to express their fury and their respect for Zago. Zago was the lifeline of the freedmen, and they were filled with dread. "Your Majesty. Oh heavens! You cannot heed the words of a demon. If you sever your arm, what shall we do?" The most genuine expression came from the mounted warriors. "Khal, you are the glory of the Dothraki. You cannot do this for a woman. That woman once caused you to be cursed by the witch, and now she seeks to have you lose an arm. It is simply not worth it." The cacophony of voices only deepened Zago's hesitation. His hand, poised with the knife, rose and fell, growing increasingly vexed by the clamor. He roared, blending his emotions in a tempest of anger. "Silence, all of you." His authority resonated deeply, and his followers fell into an immediate hush. "Damnable savage, strike. Your beggar queen, reeking of horse sweat, awaits your return. Why not tend to the vast grasslands instead of opposing the great masters, the good masters, and the wise masters? This is your retribution. The once glorious and noble city has been sullied by your wretchedness. May you perish. Barbarian, if you find it difficult to take action, I can assist you. Ha ha ha. Look at those wretched slaves, once again reduced to their former pitiful state. It pleases me to witness their despair. Yuan Kai, Mi Lin, and the nobles of Astapor, who have risen like fish out of water, unleash their discontent, hurling a barrage of curses and vile language at Drogo, affecting even his subjects. The dragon, circling majestically in the sky, and the snowball at Drogo's feet seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, both roaring in unison. Hiss, hiss, cacophony. A piercing wail resounds, unearthing the deepest fears of the soul, causing the jeers and curses to diminish into a profound silence. Merely the calls of a few children yield such a formidable effect, awakening Drogo to the realization, indeed, a king need not constantly lead by example to conquer. Though I may be missing an arm, I possess 3 dragons and a bloodied young lion, awaiting their growth. What realm is beyond my reach? Contemplating this, a fierce glint flickers in his eyes as he raises the Valyrian steel blade high, then brings it down. The horrific vision that unfolds is one he dares not witness. Even Daenerys and all her people turn away, just as the slave master and his sycophants revel in their gruesome fantasies of bloodshed and severed limbs. A voice, as if scorched by fire, pierces the air with urgency. "Great Lord, trouble brews, trouble brews." The crowd instinctively turns toward the sound. Even Drogo is drawn in, his sharp blade halting just above the bristle of hair on his arm. A gentle breeze sweeps by, brushing against the blade, causing droplets of sweat to fall like snowflakes onto the ground. The newcomer rides a black horse, clad in the standard military garb of Slaver's Bay, a bloodied short sword hanging at his waist, his face smeared with crimson as if painted in red lacquer. He spurs his steed forward, shouting, "Clear the way. Everyone, clear the way. I bear urgent correspondence for Lord Hisdar Zolorak." As he is recognized as a scout delivering pressing military news, the slave soldiers part, creating a narrow passage for his steed to reach the great lord. Hisdar's gaze flickers with confusion, He cannot fathom the nature of the news. Yet, it is evident the man belongs to his ranks, appearing as though he has just emerged from a harrowing battle, and such correspondence cannot be disregarded. Thus he permits the man to approach. The great lord harbors distrust toward others, fearing that his subordinates may threaten Daenerys, especially with the dragon hovering ominously above. Sensing the man radiates an air of menace, Hisdar commands as he dismounts, "Halt! From whence do you come? Why are you drenched in blood? And what correspondence do you bring?" The bloodied man bowed respectfully and responded, "My lord, I am but a humble envoy dispatched by the esteemed Lord Grazdanters to negotiate with the royal court of Chiaris. On my return journey, I encountered a squad of the Unsullied, and after a fierce skirmish, I miraculously escaped. As for the contents of the secret missive, I am unaware." With that, he produced a parchment sealed with wax bearing the insignia of the royal house of Chiaris, indicating the veracity of his words. Inadvertently, Dany caught a glimpse of the man's dense chest hair through the slightly parted opening of his garments, and coupled with his imposing silhouette and physique, she found herself momentarily lost in thought, wondering if he could be the one. To evade the calamity of the war in Yuan-Kai, Grazdanters had indeed stationed himself in Milan, and he had sent envoys to Chiaris. Furthermore, the unsullied army that departed from the Yellow Brick City must be nearing Astapor, for Drogon had arrived some time ago. Contemplating this, the Great Master reasoned that the squad the man encountered could very well have been scouts. The bloodied man's account was largely consistent with reality, and after a brief hesitation, the Great Master solemnly commanded, "Bring forth the missive." "Yes, my lord," the bloodied man replied, swiftly approaching to hand over the document. The impatient Hisdar shouted, "Open it. Are you blind?" Yes, I am a fool," the bloodied man stammered, visibly anxious as he removed the wax seal and, with one hand, placed the unrolled parchment before him. Upon glancing at it, the Great Master was taken aback. "Damn it, what language is this? I cannot comprehend a single word." The bloodied man, shedding his previous deference, coldly retorted, "It is the language of death." At this revelation, Hisdar was struck with sudden dread, feeling an icy chill in his abdomen, followed by an indescribable pain engulfing his consciousness. The Great Master's grip faltered, causing the dagger he had used to threaten Dany to clatter to the ground. Instinctively, he looked down to see a sharp short sword plunged into his lower abdomen. Chapter 50. The final battle for freedom. This unexpected turn of events left the entire assembly, regardless of allegiance, in shock. The Great Master trembled as he pointed a shaking finger at his assailant, his voice barely above a whisper, coalescing his myriad of resentments into a single repeated utterance. You. Bang. His consciousness began to fade, and Hisdar collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from his lips as he convulsed violently. The stark reality jolted the slave masters back to their senses, and they frantically roared the signal for a full assault. "Lord Hisdar, kill him. Tear that wretched murderer to pieces. Fight. Annihilate those lowly savages and any slaves daring to defy their masters." Yet, their cries were simple, while the execution of their orders proved daunting, for the suppressed fury unleashed by Drogon was far more potent than their own. "My warriors, my people, slay the Great Master. The esteemed Lord, the benevolent ruler, and all who support the slave masters, send them all to hell." Roars erupted as the unsullied, mounted warriors, the free army, and even the free folk answered the call, their faces set with determination as they surged towards the enemy. With weapons, everything is put to use. Even those unarmed yearn for bloodshed. Some leap directly onto the backs of their foes, tearing at the exposed flesh, while others topple their enemies, pummeling with fists or even recklessly headbutting in a frenzy of mutual destruction. They all steadfastly uphold the hard-won freedom. In that moment, a cacophony erupted, filled with roars, curses, the clash of arms, the tremors of neighing steeds, and the increasingly dense cries of anguish. Drogon, with an urgency that coursed through him, mounted his warhorse and, driven by instinctive combat prowess, charged uncontrollably toward his wife, determined to slay any enemy that dared approach her. However, he was not the only one concerned for Daenerys. Boom, boom, boom. The three dragons, pent up with fury, unleashed torrents of flame that cascaded like a river of molten fire, incinerating everything within 100 feet of their mother. Amidst the inferno, only the Blood Rider remained untouched, seemingly drawn to Daenerys by the scent that lingered on him, as if the young dragon had caught a whiff of his essence and found it delightful. Ignoring the gravely injured Great Master and any lurking dangers, the Blood Rider stared intently at Daenerys, his lips moving as if to convey 1,000 thoughts, yet like Hisdar, found himself unable to articulate them. You are the exile, aren't you?" In response, Daenerys, caught in a whirlwind of emotions after surviving the chaos, hesitantly asked, You are the one? Faced with her inquiry, the one who had saved her felt a wave of shame wash over him, lowering his gaze. Unable to meet the eyes of the beautiful queen with a doll-like visage, Drogon bellowed, striving to pierce the din and convey his feelings to his beloved wife, Daenerys, the moon of my life. Upon hearing his voice, Daenerys turned her gaze, and in that fleeting moment, nothing else seemed to matter. Her heart raced as she responded, My son and stars, Drogon. The Blood Rider, observing this exchange, sighed softly and answered Daenerys' tentative inquiry after a brief hesitation, I am not. With that, he cast a lingering glance at Daenerys, who was eagerly fidgeting, awaiting the warmth of her husband's embrace, before turning away. Heedless of the dragon fire that threatened to scorch him, and swiftly approached his startled black steed. Once mounted, the Blood Rider struck the horse's flank with the flat of his short sword, carving a bloody path toward the main gates of Astapor. Drogon pulled Daenerys onto the warhorse, trampling the great master beneath their feet, as they nestled closely together, watching the Blood Rider vanish into the flames. The King of Horses muttered under his breath, He is not a bad fellow, after all. Covered in a blanket of security, Daenerys nodded in agreement. He is a good man, like a brother to me. Drogon pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead and solemnly declared, I will take you to kill, to slay those who wish to harm you. Daenerys affirmed, Yes. I am Khaleesi, and I shall conquer the world alongside Khal. As the woman of a conqueror, Drogon believed she would come to relish the thrill of bloodshed, and thus turned the horse toward the approaching tide of enemies to the west. Outside the western gates lay the fleet of Qarth, and Khal intended to sever their escape route. Even if he could not stop them all, he would ensure that none of the enemies within reach of his scimitar escaped. As for why he had led his newly rescued wife into a more perilous situation, it was clear to him that the three-headed dragons would only breathe fire to protect their mother, and none other would receive such favor. The mother of dragons finds herself in peril, for the dragon of magic will not remain silent. However, this is but a fragment of the truth. A more significant reason lies in Drogo's reluctance to let his wife venture far from him, especially in a time when Astapor is rife with danger and treachery. As he anticipated, when he galloped into the heart of the throng of slave soldiers, the magical dragon indeed soared after him, demonstrating an unparalleled lethality that far surpassed his own. This overwhelming force, capable of sweeping away entire armies, ignited Drogo's ambitions. 3 colossal dragons require 3 dragon riders. And once they grow strong enough to bear my weight, the world shall be at my feet. Though his bond with the magical dragon pales in comparison to Daenerys's, the Horse Lord is confident that becoming one of the dragon riders is well within his grasp, as he is the second choice for the young dragon. In his musings, he believes he may be more suited to command the dragon than Jon Snow, the son of Rhaegar, who should currently be standing vigil at the wall. The ferocity of the extraordinary assault soon expanded the area consumed by the dragon's flames, allowing their father to draw closer to the western gate he wished to secure. As the battle reached a fever pitch, the casualties among the slave soldiers approached half, yet Drogo's side suffered even greater losses, entirely reliant on sheer numbers to achieve their meager victories. However, the scales of triumph swiftly tipped in favor of the free men of Astapor. As the true main force arrived, Grey Worm led his troops with great fervor, rallying all warriors to implore Drogo for permission to engage in battle. Your Grace, the Unsullied await your command. These wooden-headed eunuchs exhibited a remarkable discipline. Did they truly require approval in such a dire situation? Consumed by exasperation, Drogo muttered under his breath, How infuriating! Yet, he knew he must issue commands, and with frustration boiling within him, he bellowed, All Unsullied, heed my order, annihilate the invaders. The elite Unsullied responded with resounding affirmation, Yes, Your Grace. After a brief struggle, the terrified slave masters cried out in panic, Sound the horns! Retreat! Retreat! All of you! Withdraw from Astapor. Moments ago, these slave masters had mocked the fleeing mercenaries, only to find themselves thoroughly humiliated. Yet their thick skins bore no trace of shame. The retreating faction was invariably pursued and mercilessly battered by their adversaries, causing what remained of the once formidable slave soldiers to collapse in despair. A mere 4,000 or 5,000 survived. Those fleeing often succumbed to madness, and even with Drogo and the magical dragon guarding the western gate, the majority of the enemy escaped Astapor and boarded the waiting fleet of Qin Lang. Drogo commanded Karas to unleash a relentless barrage of arrows upon the fleet. The braided warriors obeyed, drawing their bows and launching arrows toward the ships. These were fervent warriors. Where there was movement, there would be retaliation. Under Zero's command, The rain of arrows from Quinlan's side grew ever more formidable, as Drogo glared hatefully at the retreating Quinlan fleet, now receding into the distance. A clear strategic intention crystallized in his mind, to march towards the City of Light, Quinlan, and commence the final battle in the name of freedom. Chapter 51. The giants submit. Having vanquished the formidable army led by the slavers, the entire city was enveloped in a somber atmosphere of grief. Only the innocent three-headed dragonlings and the white lion, Snowball, continued their carefree antics, frolicking in pursuit of one another. Since the abolition of slavery, the red brick city had begun to flourish with newfound vitality. Yet, to entirely crush the wheels of history proved no simple task. After all, the world was perhaps unique in its plight. Even in Westeros, which boasted of its lack of slaves, the illusion was merely a ruse. As the marginalized continued to endure unspeakable suffering, Drogo and Dany had granted freedom to the enslaved, yet this liberation plunged them into famine, costing many their once-cherished lives. This weighed heavily on their hearts. Nevertheless, neither contemplated compromise nor succumbed to the old paradigms, resolutely determined to forge ahead on this new path. In the aftermath of the battle, over 100,000 freedmen had perished or fled, leaving fewer than 50,000 survivors. Almost every freedman had suffered tremendous losses, momentarily engulfed in sorrow that time would need to assuage. Drogo could only assign the seasoned Unsullied and the warrior-bound to handle the corpses, fearing that prolonged exposure could provoke a dreadful infectious plague. The bloodied king did not choose to rest, nor did the queen, as Missandei followed behind them. Holding a candle aloft, with solemn expressions, they traversed every ruin in Astapor, offering solace to each wounded body and spirit. Though sorrowful, the freedmen remained respectful and adhered to their customs, greeting the queen with choked voices. They did not abandon their kin despite the heavy toll. And even those who had previously sought refuge from the conflict gradually returned. Drogo sensed that the hearts of the people had not been lost. They still loathed a life akin to that of the living dead, opting instead for a life of freedom, even if it was tinged with tears. These melancholic scenes were wrought by the defiant children of the Harpy, and Khal decided a thorough cleansing was necessary. Mercy would only lead to further bloodshed. He commanded the bloodied eunuch leader, Grayscale, "You shall lead the Unsullied to scour the pyramids. Should you uncover anything related to the malevolent Harpy, execute those treacherous Giscari." This purge required no substantive justification, for he had grown weary of tears. Grayscale responded coldly, "As you wish, your majesty." The command was merciless, and Dany interjected, "Drogo, please allow the Giscari some time to adjust. We cannot wrongfully slay the innocent." With a gaze filled with anguish, Drogo's expression hardened further, and he retorted with a weighty tone, "Dany, do you not see how many of our people have perished? 50,000. A full 50,000. This is a sight I have witnessed with my own eyes, and a portion of the fallen were those who perished in their refusal to resist the enemy. All for your safety. These harrowing scenes shall haunt her for a lifetime." The words of her husband pierced Dany's heart like a sharp blade, evoking profound sorrow. She crouched down, cradling her head in her arms, weeping uncontrollably. "I'm so sorry, I am not a good queen." Drogo had no intention of offering her solace. He murmured softly, "Cry, for these tears should not be suppressed." Soon, the city was once again filled with the anguished cries and wails, yet this time, the free folk of Astapor were imbued with a new emotion, joy. The following day, Drogo sent out emissaries to distribute all the untouched grain to the freedmen. He commanded the craftsmen to repair the damaged city walls and gathered all the alchemists in the city to forge for iron gates, determined to make his city an impregnable fortress. After half a month, the robust external defenses were completed, and the trenches that had been dug were filled with the waters of the Worm River. As for the internal reconstruction, he entrusted it to the industrious freedmen. The warriors, weary from their relentless struggles and battles, found respite during this period and were once again prepared to fight valiantly for their king. Astapor could not be restored to its former glory in such a short time, so Drogo planned to relocate his capital to the wealthiest and largest city-state of Slaver's Bay, Meereen. Before departing, he visited the arena where the giant was imprisoned. Roman's recovery was astonishing. What would have left a regular person severely injured had healed significantly within a mere fortnight. The giant expressed his anger upon seeing Drogo, rattling the chains that bound him. For it was Drogo who had shot him with arrows. This reaction was expected. The horse lord was unperturbed and sat down cross-legged within reach of the giant. Confronted with this simple-minded behemoth, Drogo refrained from idle chatter and directly conveyed his intentions. "I know where the giants dwell. I can take you home, provided you submit to me." When Drogo first encountered the sons of the Harpy, the giant had stood aloof, indifferent to the battle until Meller, who regarded him as nothing more than a war slave, shouted, "Hey, big guy, if you can help me defeat this army before us, I will take you back to your homeland." Roman, with ears attuned, clearly heard Melair's booming voice. The moment the leader of the Sons of the Harpy spoke, a palpable change overcame the giant. A fierce desire for vengeance ignited within him, revealing a vulnerability. Drogo had also heard the giant lament, "I am not a monster. I wish to return home." This statement revealed that Roman, confined and nurtured in Braavos, lived in profound solitude, regarded as an outcast by all who encountered him. Drogo pondered that this was the reason behind his yearning for home. Aware of many secrets in this world, Drogo assured him of his promise, knowing he could fulfill it. He had already devised a plan for Roman's placement. Should he submit, he would retain him for conquest until one day extending their dominion beyond the wall into the wilderness beyond. At such a time, if the giant chose not to follow him, he could simply remain where he desired. If the giant were to refuse, then Drogo would ruthlessly take his life. For this behemoth was indeed one of the architects of Astapor's downfall. The King of Horses awaited with eager anticipation, yet as each moment ticked by, the giant not only offered no goodwill but grew increasingly violent, incessantly uttering incomprehensible words. Drogo assumed he was unleashing a torrent of insults, and with disappointment, he rose, ready to command Karas to turn him into a pincushion. "I have no use for a disrespectful, foul-mouthed, enraged prisoner. Ago, summon more archers to send him on his way." His translator, Missandei, hesitated slightly before softly interjecting, "Your Grace, the giant is not cursing at you, but is inquiring in the dialect of Braavos about what you just said. He claims he cannot comprehend your words." Taking a deep breath, Drogo realized his oversight. He had spoken in Dothraki, and the giant, residing in a free trade city, likely understood only the prevailing Valyrian tongue. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he called out to the ever-diligent blood riders, "Ago, hold on a moment." After a brief moment of contemplation, Drogo repeated his earlier statement in somewhat halting Valyrian, raising his voice. The giant froze at once. Witnessing this reaction, Drogo sensed a glimmer of hope. Roman, unaware that the King of Horses spoke Valyrian, foolishly continued to inquire in his favored dialect. Since the giant was capable of conversing in the common tongue of the free trade city, he mimicked the inquiry, confirming in a garbled manner, Can you truly take me to the homeland of giants?" Knowing that the Braavosi revered the Titans, Drogo feigned a solemn expression and confidently replied, "Of course. I swear by the Titan, every word I utter is true." The towering giant immediately seemed to shrink by half as he knelt with a resonant thud, bowing his head. "Then I, Roman, willingly submit to you." Drogo extended his arm and patted the giant's massive head, expressing his satisfaction. "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall serve as the vanguard in my charge." The act of patting the giant's head was a deliberate gesture. Seeing that the giant did not mind and appeared so docile, he felt certain that Roman had genuinely pledged his allegiance. Chapter 52. The Slave Bay is henceforth to be known as the Free Bay. The clamor of bells and the thunderous sound of hooves merged as Drogo and Dany rode ahead leisurely, with the dragon soaring above them, followed closely by mounted warriors. The giant commanded the center, while the Unsullied brought up the rear. Such an extraordinary display of might was enough to engulf all adversaries in Slave Bay. On the way to Meereen, the expression of Collier was etched with stark severity by the desolate scenes along the route. Those cunning lords had ravaged the wilderness before his advance, stripping away all harvestable crops, and those left unharvested were set ablaze, with charred farmlands and displaced refugees visible at every turn. Most infuriating was the sight along the coastal road leading from Astapor, where every mile marker bore the sun-scorched corpses of child slaves, serving as a grim warning to Collier and Dany that they could not save all the slaves. Dany, unable to bear the thought of the child slaves finding no peace in death, commanded her subordinates to lower the wretched children. However, she was halted by Drogo, who insisted, "We must witness the suffering these children endure and then pour our devotion doubly upon the great Lord." Before even approaching Meereen, Drogo beheld a colossal pyramid piercing the clouds. An edifice soaring beyond 800 feet, more magnificent than the central pyramid of Astapor. Atop this towering structure stood an indispensable bronze statue of the malevolent deity, the Harpy, the progeny of the Sphinx. Meereen stood resolutely on the rocky promontory, where the brown Skahazadin River meandered into the Bay of Slaves, nurturing the heartless noble class of Giscari. The northern city wall extended along the riverbank, while the western wall nestled closely to the bay. Unlike the monotonous hues of Astapor and Yunkai, Meereen's architecture boasted a vibrant palette, its expanse surpassing that of both Astapor and Yunkai combined. its topography, city walls, and defensive measures were the most formidable among the triad of great cities of the Bay of Slaves, adorned with various fortifications of war, each corner fortified with towering defensive towers. Drogo's forces effortlessly entered the grand city of Meereen, for the remaining main forces of the slave masters had retreated to Qarth, and the remaining great lords, knowing they were outmatched, had already fled by ship into the safety of the convenient bay. Most slave masters chose to gather their ranks and head to the shining city, seeking to ally with the strength of that ancient empire to counter Drogo's army, intending it as a place of refuge. Others sailed toward Volantis, one of the 9 trading cities, awaiting the day they could return to their homeland and once again cast their shadows over the land. Thus, the city occupied by the Horse Lord was merely a stronghold, easily defendable, yet militarily weak. Fortunately, the slave masters, who still held onto the hope of resurgence, refrained from destroying Meereen, having heard of Drogo's iron-fisted methods. The Harpy's children, bereft of their leader Hizdar zo Lorak, dared not linger, seizing all valuables they could carry and leaving behind the slaves deemed unnecessary. This was an anticipated scene. Drogo was not surprised. For him, the slaves, who were of little consequence to their former masters, represented the most precious wealth. Meereen served as a vital hub for trade flowing in and out of the Bay of Slaves, where merchants from distant lands would invariably dock. Even with Meereen's treasury depleted, it could still draw upon the resources of Yunkai and Astapor to replenish its coffers, more than enough to sustain the modest needs of the freedmen. On the 3rd day of his arrival in Meereen, Drogo dispatched his armies to reopen the trade routes of Khizr, knowing that the Lazarene and Dothraki were sworn enemies. Thus, he sent only the Unsullied to fulfill this mission. The giants, clad in heavy armor impervious to blades, accompanied him as a source of intimidation. Soon, the eunuchs brought forth good news. After merely 2 or 3 minor skirmishes, they accomplished their objective. With a continuous influx of provisions, grain, livestock, and other essentials acquired through the exchange of gold, silver, and jewels, the most pressing concern of Drogo was alleviated. The freedmen, now well-fed and warmly clothed, could labor toward a hopeful future. Such a life felt to them akin to dwelling in an ethereal paradise, leaving them no choice but to revere Drogo. In their hearts, the king was a god, a deity capable of shattering the wheels of history, omnipotent and divine. There was no need for Drogo to issue a decree. The free people of Yunkai and Meereen independently dismantled the statue of the Harpy, emulating Astapor, as if they were sprouting like mushrooms after rain, forging one monument after another that symbolized the spirit of freedom. For centuries, Meereen, Yunkai, and Astapor had served as the nexus of the slave trade, a haven where the Khals of the Dothraki and the pirates of the Basilisk sold captives, making it a prime destination for those seeking to purchase enslaved souls from across the world. The hills of the Giskar Mountains were rich in copper. Yet since the advent of bronze, copper had diminished in worth, though it was still better than nothing. Along the coastline, towering cedar trees once flourished. But after Valeria's conquest of the Giskari lands, these cedars were felled by axes or reduced to ash by dragon fire. Thus, without slaves, Meereen could only offer olive oil, perfumes, and copper to merchants. Severing the most crucial economic lifeline and developing alternative resources would drive slave traders to madness, yet Drogo felt it was sufficient. He dispatched all his scouts to the Basilisk Isles, the Summer Isles, the islands of Noth, and the vast Dothraki Sea, instructing the pirate kings, the great slave merchants, and the horse lords to transfer their nefarious dealings to other free trading city-states, declaring that the slave bay would no longer purchase slaves. Naturally, closing the gates to the outside world was a grave error in governance that would lead to the slave bay's decline. He also ordered his scouts to proclaim that aside from the slave trade, he was eager to engage in robust commerce involving silk, perfumes, minerals, and other goods. His illustrious victories in the slave bay had long been disseminated through whispers and carrier pigeons across Essos and many other harbors, reinforcing his formidable reputation and dissuading those who sought profit from the slave trade, prompting them to either hesitate or seek alternative avenues. Drogo chose the highest pyramid as his residence, transforming the grand hall on its lower level into a council chamber. Each time he embraced a breathtakingly beautiful maiden and gazed down from the tower's peak, shrouded in clouds, he felt akin to a deity. From this vantage point, he could survey the entire city, with its narrow, winding alleys and broad brick streets, temples and palaces, fruit orchards and fountains, along with the spiral red brick stands of the Colosseum, all while savoring the joy of his people. He could also behold the azure sea beyond the city walls, the meandering Skahazdan River, the arid brown hills, and the fields reduced to ashes, now sprouting new green shoots. However, such leisurely days did not belong to him. He needed to swiftly eliminate threats to his envisioned kingdom to ensure his domain flourished according to his design. The upheaval among the three great powers of the slave bay instilled hope in the suffering populace, prompting many town slaves to rise in rebellion against their masters. And cries for freedom grew ever louder. The time had come. Drogo summoned the trio of allies, both marauders and blood-sworn, and commanded, "My blood of blood. Summon all the nobles and merchants of the slave bay to Meereen to meet the liberator. Those who defy this order shall face severe consequences, while the lesser offenders shall be relegated to slavery." From the moment the winds of change swept through Astapor, the elites of Slavers Bay have lived in a state of unrest, counting the days until this inevitable reckoning. Some chose to depart Slavers Bay ahead of time, seeking refuge in other strongholds of slavery to acquire vast estates, thereby clinging to their deeply entrenched beliefs and authority. The formidable invitation extended by Khalasar was met with defiance from only a scant few, while the rest, some earnestly, others with ulterior motives, yielded to the summons. Seated upon the throne, Drogo cast a cold glance upon the representatives of Giscari, while Daenerys, exuding allure, stood beside him. The dragons and the blood-soaked white lion frolicked throughout the hall, and the imposing army witnessed by the nobles on their journey further instilled a sense of helplessness within them. Khalasar was not a man to act recklessly. He resolved to listen to their voices and suggestions, willing to implement changes where necessary. In this world, there exists both wealth and poverty. Some are born great, while others are destined for servitude. Even without coercion, there are those among the destitute who willingly sell themselves into slavery. The artistic slaves, dancers, singers, magicians, if they were forced to toil in the earth for sustenance and personally lay bricks for shelter, would they desire such a fate? They would only plead to return to their lives as slaves. The outside world primarily engages in the trade of slaves with Slavers Bay, even if one's ideals are superior. Adaptation requires time, perhaps an eternity, and in the interim, this land would grow ever poorer. After listening for some time, Drogo discerned that the Giscari merely spoke from their own vested interests, attempting to persuade him to restore the institution of slavery, a notion he deemed utterly impossible. His response was clear: external trade and communication will be my foremost priority. A lowly slave cannot even equate to a pound of olive oil or a steel sword. Even a high-ranking slave is worth but a few jars of perfume or bolts of silk. As for those singers, dancers, magicians, and scholars, I shall not allow them to face unemployment. Rather, I will assign them significant responsibilities, appointing those skilled artisans as prophetic mentors to enlighten my people. Thus, I do not align with your views. Reform is bound to be fraught with challenges, but life devoid of challenges becomes utterly mundane. I am certain that while some freedmen may lead unremarkable lives, they will undoubtedly have enough to eat and wear. And they will never wish to return to the shackled existence of the past, akin to living as mere shadows of themselves. Gradually rising to his feet, Drogo boldly declared the purpose of this assembly. Any who defy the ideals of freedom shall meet their demise. I hereby announce that henceforth, Slavers Bay shall be renamed Free Bay. The king spoke with overwhelming authority, instilling fear within the already trembling nobles, who, regardless of their agreement or dissent, prostrated themselves, exclaiming in unison, "I willingly submit to the ideals of the liberator of shackles." Chapter 53. Unyielding on the path of conquest, freedom endures behind. The azure sea, kissed by the gentle sun, remained tranquil, with only the sound of small waves, no higher than an arm's length, lapping against the vessel and the soft strokes of wooden oars breaking the silence. The tether ropes hung loosely, and the sails drooped from the mast. The wind was mild, not urging them to set sail with taut sails. Zargo stood upon the foredeck, observing 3 young dragons frolicking in the azure sky, seeking to wash away the burdens of his inadequate vessel with the rare joy of sailing. The grand merchant ship had been taken by slavers, leaving behind fewer than 10 decrepit vessels. Quarles, one of the largest ports in the known world, was under the dominion of the 13, the true wielders of power within the city, including the illustrious Brotherhood of the Tourmaline and the ancient Spice Guild, both of which retained vast, separate docks. Beyond the harbor lay piers designated for merchant ships arriving from the free trade city-states, the Summer Isles, and Westeros. Adjacent to the coastline, a bustling trade market thrived day and night, with taverns, warehouses, and gaming houses lining the roads, while to the northwest, a road connected to the expansive red wastes. In such a maritime city, how could the naval strength be lacking? Thus, Zargo, intent on assaulting the shining city, fretted over his own dearth of naval resources, as well as the absence of seasoned captains and sailors. He had issued a call for skilled shipwrights and naval instructors, offering substantial rewards, and dispatched individuals to procure vast amounts of timber, aspiring to construct a fleet. Yet, even with warships, Zargo faced another dilemma. His Dothraki warriors regarded the ocean as poisoned waters, deeming any liquid unfit for horses as unclean. This belief, deeply entrenched by ancient traditions, had been instilled in the braids of warriors since birth, including the horse lord himself. When he first stepped aboard a ship, attempting to set sail from the rocky cove, he felt as though he were journeying towards hell. Seasickness and trepidation rendered him a shadow of himself, causing him to retch uncontrollably. Fortunately, his indomitable will, daring to confront all impossibilities, prevailed after numerous trial voyages. He ultimately vanquished his fear of the poisoned waters, allowing himself to revel in the beauty of the sea. Since this was a challenge humanity could surmount, he believed that those valiant horse riders, unafraid even of death, could similarly stand tall aboard the wooden ships as they advanced towards quarrels. The Unsullied, known for their cleanliness, would cleanse themselves daily after training by scrubbing with mud and sand, thus harboring no fear of the ocean. Zargo resolved that once the ships were completed, he would first immerse the eunuchs in naval combat training. Viserion and Regal soared around the vessels, circling playfully, competing to see who could fly higher. At times, the two dragons would lock talons, entangling into a chaotic sphere of scales, tumbling from the sky while clawing and whipping their tails, and upon touching the sea surface, they would instantly separate, hissing and screeching as they ascended once more, their wings dispersing the steam rising from the heated waters below. The bellies of the dragons resembled whirlpools, forever insatiable, always feeling hunger. Whenever an unwary fish breached the surface, there was a high chance it would be incinerated by a torrent of flame, subsequently devoured by the insatiable beasts. Meanwhile, Drogon also soared, often veering beyond Zargo's line of sight, venturing into the unknown to hunt, frequently absent for several days. The black dragon, unlike its younger sibling who clings to their parents, exhibits a bolder spirit and grows at an astonishing rate. It was the first to dare to spread its wings and attempt flight upon the surface of the sea, the first to plunge into the ominous floating clouds. Observing that the young dragon had already reached the size of an adult goat, Drogo could not help but exclaim, "They are growing larger. And once we conquer Kurlis and replenish our strength to enter the sea and reach Westeros, they shall be rideable. But for now, it is imprudent to attempt to mount the young dragon, as such an endeavor would surely lead to a dual plunge into the depths of the ocean, resulting in possible demise. In this world, few can resist the allure of gold. With generous rewards, Mirren swiftly amassed a considerable number of shipbuilders and some crew members who had either served pirates or had once been pirates themselves. Drogo bore no ill will towards them, for he had been far more wicked and brutal than they. In his eyes, as long as they obeyed his commands and earnestly worked for him in exchange for coin, their past mattered not. As preparations for the fleet commenced, Drogo shifted his focus to the military defenses of the Bay of Freedom. He mandated that all able-bodied men of age must serve in the military, with training protocols adhering to the methods of the Unsullied. The king and queen had candidly informed all free folk that they would not linger long in the Bay of Freedom. Thus, the paradise they had forged would be defended by the very hands of its inhabitants. Consequently, the urgency among the free folk manifested not only in their daily existence, but also in their fervent endeavors to empower themselves, filling the void left by the departure of their dragon parents and their elite. A month later, the ranks of the free army swelled to over 80,000. After 3 months of training, Drogo commanded Bloodriders and Grey Worm to lead them in sweeping away potential hostile forces, instructing that any captured Great Lords should be impaled upon signposts. The astute Grey Worm did not employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers, but instead favored a tactful approach of few against many. Fortunately, the newly formed Free Army displayed remarkable valor, achieving more victories than defeats. This success greatly pleased Drogo, who believed that even if he were to depart now, the Bay of Freedom would stand as a military power on par with one of the 9 great trading city-states. Yet, such accomplishments alone were insufficient. To deter the restless enemies from daring to invade, a greater intimidation was required. Rumors of Volantis, with its deep-rooted connections to slave masters, continually hinted at an intention to advance upon the Bay of Freedom. Confronted with this predicament, Drogo proclaimed that should any neighboring forces dare to invade the Bay of Freedom in his absence, he would exact vengeance from afar. He was confident that if the governor of Volantis were wise, he would suppress any covetous desires. For once his dragons reached maturity, coupled with giants, unsullied, and mounted warriors, Those free trade city-states that had been ravaged by dragons in ancient times would surely fall with but a single confrontation. As he anticipated, upon the delivery of his formidable warning to Volantis, no further news of great lords, benevolent lords, or wise lords offering support emerged. The looming threat had temporarily dissipated, and unless he were to meet his end in battle, Drogo believed this deterrence would endure. Before departing, the king divided the free army into several divisions, deploying 20,000 troops to guard the 3 major cities of Free Bay, while the remainder was arranged according to the significance of their geographical locations. The Grand Scholar Marposi consistently urged Drogo to appoint candidates for pivotal positions such as Hand of the King, Chancellor of Finance, Minister of Intelligence, Minister of Military Affairs, and Minister of Naval Affairs. However, Drogo insisted that Marposi make these decisions with caution, as he held little regard for the so-called talents under his command, preferring to rely on his own judgment in Westeros. By day, Drogo was occupied with state affairs, yet he toiled diligently by night. Alas, Daenerys remained unable to bear children. Approaching his 30th year, he yearned for an heir, but fate proved unkind, rendering this desire a mere fantasy. In truth, as a ruler, he had the power to summon many who would think of his needs, yet he refrained from causing Daenerys any sorrow, resigning himself to regard the 3 wild and unsightly creatures as his sons. When the horse-riding warriors overcame their fears and became proficient naval soldiers akin to the Unsullied, Drogo proclaimed to all of Free Bay his intent to depart. On the day of his departure, the entire populace of Free Bay set aside their affairs. A throng of people kneeling from Malin all the way to Bay Avenue, tears brimming in their eyes as they bid farewell to their king, the mightiest of the great grass sea. Father of dragons, breaker of chains, father of the free people, you shall forever be the eternal king of Free Bay. Though Drogo would leave, his prestige, glory, and monumental achievements were indelibly etched in the hearts of the free people and would be sung of for eternity. The Royal Council, composed of Marposi and others, declared that Free Bay would never see another king. Such cohesion and fervent affection left Drogo profoundly moved. His words flowed abundantly that day as he passionately exclaimed, "I am a conqueror. My destiny is to reap countless victories, yet as long as I live, I shall ensure your freedom endures." Chapter 54. The woman without a shadow. The sea, influenced by the weather, shifted restlessly, yet the Free Bay fleet navigated favorably, having sailed for over half a month without encountering storms, maintaining a steady course. The Dragon's Leap, upon which Khal sailed, led the fleet with its sails fully unfurled, the capricious winds billowing the canvas dramatically. With a synchronized motion, the oarsmen worked in unison, ensuring that the distance between ships did not exceed 30 meters, thus preserving a disciplined formation, a source of great pride for Drogo. Due to the urgency of Khal's timeline, only a little over 100 warships were ready to set sail, resulting in a cramped situation for nearly 20,000 warriors and thousands of steeds aboard. Another reason for the limited space was the extensive armament assembled on the ships. Each vessel's deck was lined with crossbows, while catapults were positioned at both the bow and stern, alongside barrels filled with burning pitch and smooth stones for projectiles. The warriors, unaccustomed to naval combat, voiced no complaints, for they understood that being well-equipped was essential for their sense of security. After all, precious lives outweighed the comforts of ample space. For several consecutive days, whether standing, lying down, or sitting languidly aboard the vessel, both Drogo and Daenerys found themselves engulfed in tedium, yearning for the sensation of solid ground beneath their feet and the vibrancy of mingling with the throngs of humanity. However, their journey had revealed nothing but desolate islands. Yet, according to the captain's navigational chart, they were nearing the strait dominated by Queer's rule. As indicated by the seasoned sailors, they would soon arrive at the first way station for rest and resupply, Banner Island. The sailors further divulged that the merchants on the island were adept at amassing wealth, catering to travelers' every desire with theatrical performances, magical displays, and other services of a less savory nature. The pyre or assistance was the island's hot springs, complemented by skilled massage therapists. Drogo relished the thought of unwinding in the thermal waters, and Daenerys, whose once smooth skin had become parched from the sea breeze, eagerly anticipated the rejuvenating touch of flower petals in the springs. Suddenly, at the horizon where sea met sky, a wisp of grayish-white smoke materialized, and as they drew closer, its source became evident. It was a towering lighthouse, ablaze with fervent flames, marking the way station for seafarers in this domain. To avert any misunderstandings and prevent the mercenaries of Banner Island from mistaking them for foes, Drogo commanded the fleet to cease rowing. He and Daenerys, accompanied by the Blood Riders, boarded a reserve lifeboat for a more leisurely approach. As the wooden oars glided through the water, Banner Island loomed larger, revealing not only the contours of its hills, but also the formidable black stone fortress adorned with grotesque gargoyles. The island, though not expansive, possessed a monopolistic geography, resulting in the docks being crowded with vessels swaying alongside the waves and the stars above. Before entering the harbor, the sailors furled the sails and relied solely on their oars. Once they secured the ropes and disembarked, they were immediately approached by an exuberant local from Lys. Drogo suspected that this individual was either a hotel employee eager for business or a guide seeking tips. What need was there for explanations regarding an island that could be discerned from afar? At a mere gesture from Drogo, Argo, fierce and intimidating, cracked his whip with a resounding snap, startling the Lysian into a hasty retreat, who then spat disdainfully as he scuttled toward another dock. As night enveloped Banner Island, it shimmered with lights. Even in the densest shade of trees, the brilliance could not be concealed. The streets bustled with throngs of people, encircling the performances of song and dance with layers of spectators. Daenerys, her cheeks flushed with excitement, felt a mix of curiosity and bashfulness, stealing glances at the intimate displays around her, which elicited a bemused smile from Drogo. It was only natural to be intrigued by new experiences, and he felt no inclination to stifle her excitement. Amidst the festive atmosphere, one could indeed find temporary respite from life's burdens. Mindful of their status and wishing to remain unobtrusive, the couple refrained from pushing through the throngs to witness the performances up close. Instead, they found a quaint outdoor stall where they ordered roasted apples and a whole roasted lamb, paired with a wine that was unmistakably a cheap imitation. They leaned in to listen as a singer belted out melodious, yet overly sentimental tunes. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated through the night. With a sudden sound, a fire ladder unexpectedly materialized above the performance area, encased by a wall of spectators. This miraculous occurrence delighted a group of onlookers who longed to witness the magician's act, but felt too shy to admit it. The fire ladder expanded majestically, reaching approximately 30 feet before stabilizing. A magician clad in a black robe ascended the steps with the agility of a monkey, alternating his hands as he climbed. With each step he took, the rung would vanish, leaving behind only a wisp of silver smoke. When he reached the pinnacle, both he and the ladder mysteriously disappeared without a trace. The enchanting display elicited a gasp from Dany, whose violet eyes widened in astonishment, revealing her youthful spirit. She quickly covered her cherry-red lips in surprise. The naive Blood Alliance guards could not help but exclaim in wonder, "Incredible!" However, Zhuge, having witnessed numerous magical performances in both past and present, dismissed it as mere trickery. At that moment, a delicate, ethereal voice echoed in his ears. "It is not a trick, but true magic." Who? Startled, Zhuge leapt to his feet, scanning the vicinity but finding no woman nearby. Lakaro sprang from his seat, alerting the other two guards. "We have a situation." Dany inquired, "What is wrong?" Zhuge, concealing his surprise and feigning composure, waved dismissively and said, "I've just been hearing too many sounds of the waves lately. It's merely an auditory illusion. No need to be alarmed." After enjoying a meal far removed from the preserved fare aboard the ship, Zhuge led the way into a seaside bathhouse, spending a few gold coins to secure 2 private bathing rooms. In a marriage, there are no secrets except for the heart, yet Dany required the attendance of Maegi. Fearing that the beautiful Nasi girl might embarrass him in front of his wife, Zhuge opted to soak in the hot spring alone. As he lay in the steaming waters, which would be considered scalding for an ordinary person, Zhuge found it quite comfortable, closing his eyes to embrace a languid state of consciousness. Suddenly, a brisk wind stirred the gossamer curtains that obscured the sea view, followed by the sound of splashing water, prompting him to open his eyes. A slender woman dressed in a sheer red veil approached gracefully, her face concealed by a wooden mask painted a deep crimson, revealing only her large, glistening eyes. Zhuge was taken aback. Quickly rising to his feet and grasping the Valeria curved dagger at the pool's edge, he exclaimed fiercely, "You must be the shadow binder, Khal. The dragon flames reduced you to nothingness, yet you have returned." Unfazed, the woman continued to advance slowly, her tone calm as she replied, "The shadow binder would perish in dragon flames, but I will not, for I am favored by the divine. The deity has bestowed life upon my shadow, and what has perished is merely my shadow." Her words shifted Zhuge's focus. Under the bright illumination, it became evident, just as she had implied, she cast no shadow. Chapter 55. The Divine Contest. Winter approaches, magic revives. At that time, due to a minor knife wound, Zhuge, wanting to disregard it, could not resist Dany's concern and chose to allow the witch, Millimaster, to treat him. As a result, she cast a blood magic spell, transforming him into a mere shell of his former self. Thus, Khal harbored an intense disdain for the sorceress wielding magic. Having encountered the Great Lizard on several occasions, his fear had somewhat diminished compared to their initial meetings. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he proclaimed, "The Child of Shadows is untouchable, yet I, Drogo, do not believe in superstition. Damn the Shadowbinder. Let you taste the sharpness of my Valyrian blade." The Valyrian steel glimmered ominously. The Great Lizard murmured, casting her gaze upon the curved sword, seemingly terrified of it. Rather than advancing, she took a step back. She halted, yet Drogo chose to close in, disliking the notion of leaving this unseen trouble behind. "You no longer have shadows to conceal yourself in darkness. Time and again, you have played tricks before me. Today, I shall put an end to this." The woman's watery eyes flickered as she replied solemnly, "Khal, I am not your enemy, but rather your guide." "Huh?" Drogo scoffed dismissively. "Not my enemy. Back in the City of Bones, your shadow nearly took my life. Furthermore, you lied through your teeth just now. My dragon not only scorched your shadow, but your very flesh as well. This is an undeniable fact." However, the Great Lizard maintained her stance, calmly asserting, "I have already explained that my shadow possesses life and autonomy. It can utilize the structure of others to assemble a body identical to mine. The one you encountered alongside the warlock was merely my shadow." After a pause, she continued, "Consider this. I am but a human. If my physical form were to be reduced to nothingness, do you truly believe I could be reborn?" The Shadowbinder's second statement held considerable weight. Otherwise, it would be utterly absurd. Drogo pondered for a moment, halting his advance, and coldly replied, "Whether or not you are an enemy cannot be determined by words alone. My path does not require guidance from those with ulterior motives." His assertion rang true. As a traveler well-versed in the tales of ice and fire, he believed that this enigmatic woman could not possibly possess more knowledge than himself, thus rendering his path clear without the need for any embellishments from others. Upon hearing his words, the Great Lizard's tone wavered for the first time, urgency creeping in as she implored, "Listen to me, Khal. The glass candle, extinguished for a century, has begun to burn anew. The withered ghost grass is growing rampant. The phantom tortoise is conveying messages. The mice are gnawing off their own tails. And the eye-eater is regaining its sight. The fiery ladder conjured by the fire maegi witnessed was indeed real magic. And these changes are all due to the birth of the magical dragon. Winter is coming. Magic has awakened." In the narrative, this mysterious woman had previously prophesied to Dany on multiple occasions, her words holding a high degree of credibility akin to that of the immortals from the House of the Undying, most of which eventually came to fruition. Drogo did not wish to disregard her words, yet he felt compelled to voice his doubt. "The mother of dragons is Dany. Although it may seem reckless regarding my wife's safety, I must assert that you have mistaken the person. My wife is the true heir of the dragons." The Great Lizard fell silent for several minutes before finally speaking. "You are not wrong, yet I believe you are the prince foretold in the prophecy. Even if my estimation is flawed, you are the husband of Daenerys Targaryen. Choosing between you and her makes little difference. Drogo, remember this. Blood and fire share the same origin, and the true heir to the dragons may very well be you. Blood and fire are intertwined. A mantra of the Targaryen lineage." Daenerys found the latter part of her statement perplexing, yet he harbored a vague awareness of the prince foretold in the prophecy. In the realm of ice and fire, the prophesied prince is the savior sought by the Red Priestess, Melisandre, to combat the army of the White Walkers. Initially, she chose Stannis Baratheon, the Duke of Dragonstone, but gradually came to realize he was not the one. Subsequently, she turned her attention to Jon Snow, and with the aid of various factions, they ultimately vanquished the Night King. From this, Daenerys deduced, "Are you a priestess or a devotee of the Lord of Light, Lawler?" The Shadowbinder refrained from providing a direct answer. "As you embark on your journey to Qarth, you must listen intently to the truths of the immortal. Remember my words. To venture north, you must journey south. To reach the west, you must head east. To advance, you must retreat. And to attain light, you must traverse the shadows." The Land of Shadows is a destination she need not mention, for Daenerys would inevitably seek it in pursuit of her father, Balon. With emphasis, Daenerys insisted, "Spare me the veils of ambiguity. Speak plainly." The Shadowbinder's gaze sharpened. Her tone turned grave. "I see flames within the shadows, yet your future remains obscured. However, some questions will become clear when you traverse the shadowed lands of Ashai. Remember this. All mortals must face death, and all mortals must serve." With that, the Shadowbinder turned her lithe form and departed, parting the waters as she left. Daenerys, wishing to detain her, cast aside his curved blade, and lunged to grasp her veil. In the fleeting moment she glanced back, he seized her mask, but in an instant, she broke free from his grasp, vanishing like a gust of wind from the chamber. The true visage of the Shadowbinder resembled a classical beauty, a descendant of dragons, aligning perfectly with his aesthetic sensibilities, rather than the grotesque, maggot-ridden visage he had anticipated. Gazing at the mask in his right hand, and the veil he had torn away in his left, Daenerys was enveloped by a fragrant essence, exclaiming in genuine admiration, "Exquisite!" Just as he lost himself in reverie, the Shadowbinder's cold voice echoed once more, "Beware the guest of regrets." The chamber fell silent, and Daenerys reclined against the wall of the pool, meticulously sifting through the known and unknown information imparted by the Shadowbinder. Contemplating, he pondered the two deities that might genuinely exist within this world of ice and fire, one being the Lord of Light, R'hllor, embodying shadow and flame, heat and the essence of life, while the other represented darkness and ice, death and the chill of the cold god. In the tales and dramas of his past life, the Lightning Lord, Beric Dondarrion of the Brotherhood Without Banners, and the Red Priest, Thuras, were both devotees of the Lord of Light, utilizing the divine power of R'hllor. Thuras had resurrected Beric Dondarrion on numerous occasions. Another steadfast follower of the Lord of Light, Melisandre, also employed this divine power to bring Jon Snow back to life. Having received visions amidst the flames and even conjuring fire from thin air, igniting blades and kindling, it is evident that the Lord of Light's nemesis is the cold god, and the unending struggle between these two deities dictates the fate of humanity. The cold god manifests his miracles upon the continent of Westeros, while the faith in the Lord of Light is concentrated in Essos. The forces of the cold god are embodied by the Night King and his army of wights. As the Night King prepares to march southward to invade the realm of humanity, the followers of the Lightbringer begin to spread their doctrine across the continent of Westeros, providing guidance to figures such as Beric Dondarrion and the Red Priestess Melisandre, urging them to assist the prophesied prince in resisting the onslaught of the wights. If the deities who have manifested miracles are deemed true gods, then the Lightbringer and the cold god are indeed true gods. The phrase winter is coming refers to the impending threat of the restless white army, while the resurgence of magic signifies the Lightbringer's bestowal of miracles upon his chosen in order to combat the forces of the cold god. Under Drogo's assessment, his wife Daenerys, Jon Snow, the three dragons, and even himself are all pawns of the Lightbringer, as he has been marked by the follower of the light, the Kaith, as the prophesied prince. Indeed, many deities worshipped by various cultures, such as the seven gods of Westeros, the drowned god of the Iron Islands, the horse god of the Dothraki, the lamb god of the Lazarene, and the old gods of the north, have demonstrated miracles, suggesting their potential existence. Daenerys, who is fiercely determined to claim the Iron Throne as Drogo's wife, finds herself entangled in the divine game, yet she is not inclined to evade it, for she is a conqueror with a clear vision of her destiny. Drogo believes that even the gods may be unable to fathom the entirety of his being. For the Kaith has proclaimed, "I see through the flames and the shadows, yet your future remains obscured. Remember this. All mortals must meet their end, and all must serve." The profound implications of this statement suggest that the fates of mortals are governed by the gods, rendering them mere pawns in a celestial game, compelled to worship and kneel before divine entities. To attain light, one must traverse through shadows. Drogo interprets this as a potential indication that only by vanquishing the forces of the cold god can he secure his survival. From the intentions of these two divine beings, he perceives the cold god, representing destruction, as the malevolent deity, while the Lightbringer, signifying life, embodies the righteous god. However, in this world, absolute justice is an illusion, as those lofty beings, who regard mortals as mere insects, may act in ways that serve their own interests. Drogo firmly believes that if he can partake in the eradication of the White Army, the mysterious veils surrounding the Lightbringer and the cold god will gradually be unveiled. The Father of Dragons silently vows, "I perceive many of the past and future of this world. I shall not be a puppet. I will confront the gods directly until I become the master of the ice and fire realm." Chapter 56. The Third Eye of the White Lion. The regretful guests are an ancient assassin guild in Qarth, characterized by their cult-like nature. They always whisper, "I am sorry," before eliminating their targets, hence their name. These mercenaries, willing to do anything for money, will inevitably come for Drogo, and he believes there is no need for the Kaith to remind him, as the entire elite of Qarth wishes for his demise. Let them come. With the Bloodrider Guardians protecting him like nightingales, it will be seen who truly feels regret. Zhuge contemptuously pondered as he emerged from the bath, adorning himself in garments, only to be greeted by a familiar whimpering sound, accompanied by the abrasive scratching of claws against the door. What an incessantly clingy little creature. Khal chuckled playfully as he opened the door, and immediately, Shuechio's front paws clambered up his calf, expressing its affectionate nature, as always. Observing its frizzled state, Drogo mused that this creature hadn't been ferried by the ship, but had swum here on its own, capable of climbing trees and swimming. With a sense of smell more acute than a dog's, Khal began to firmly believe that Shuechio truly was his ideal partner. Their telepathic bond rendered it the finest scout in existence. Moreover, both man and beast shared a taste that left the witch lizard in an embarrassing predicament. Typically, faced with Shuechio's endearing antics, Drogo would crouch down to ruffle its fur, yet this time he was startled instead. For the creature was gnawing on a piece of fiery red gauze. He scrutinized the item in his hand, and then the bloodied mouth of the white lion, comparing them meticulously. With a determined tug, he seized the morsel from its jaws, unperturbed, and inhaled its scent, soon realizing it was indeed the lizard's attire. Truly, the swiftest beast of the vast grasslands had even outpaced the elusive witch. He tore off a large piece, and Shuechio bit into a chunk as well, pondering whether that enchantress would shamelessly traverse the island in such a state. The imagery was too delightful, Drogo mused whimsically, simultaneously relieved that he had not cast Shuechio away like a stone into the air, but had instead embraced this little shadow. As he prepared to confront his wife, he found himself reluctant to discard the fragrant gauze in his grasp, yet he could not allow Dany to discover it. What to do? After some contemplation, he removed a bell from his braid, threading the gauze through its opening and tying it around Shuechio's neck. In his previous life as a descendant of dragons, even in this existence, despite possessing the coveted lineage of a true dragon, he felt a tinge of regret for favoring the eastern visage of his past life. The witch lizard was the only woman he had encountered in this life that embodied classical beauty, aligning perfectly with his aesthetic sensibilities. Thus he fancied that the enchantress was merely human in her desires. Drogo was never a paragon of virtue. His previous life had been marked by excess, and the count of women he had entangled with was beyond reckoning. Had it not been for the moral principles instilled in him from his past, which dictated monogamy, he would have long since claimed the lovely Miss Missandei for himself. Women, by nature, tended to be as slow as turtles in their affairs. Wang Ma and the Blood Alliance guards had waited long outside the bath, when at last Dany emerged, radiating with the fragrance of petals and resplendent beauty. Women are often highly perceptive. Upon noticing the gauze around Shuechio's neck, her expression shifted instantly, eyes glimmering with a hint of reproach. Her words laced with double meanings. I have heard that the technicians here are all as beautiful as flowers, adorned in finery. Shuechio is indeed fortunate to receive such benevolent treatment from its master. Drogo, unfazed and unperturbed, his composure as steadfast as a wall, retorted without a blush or a flutter of his heart. No flower, no matter how exquisite, could rival my Khaleesi. She is the most beautiful woman in the world, as dazzling as a constellation, and with her, my eyes can no longer tolerate the sight of any other. With the Blood Alliance guards observing curiously nearby, Daenerys blushed and playfully scolded, "Pa, such smooth talk." While her words were teasing, the heart of Khaleesi was sweetened like honey. As Snowball, her beast companion, appeared somewhat shabby, I decided to adorn it with a piece of the curtain I noticed in the bathroom. After donning a collar, Snowball resembled a beautiful lioness. Drogo's nonsensical remarks were not compliments to the Beast King, but rather an affront, causing Snowball to express its displeasure by biting at his pant leg. This display of sentience startled Khal, who instinctively kicked away the playful Snowball. Observing her wife struggle to suppress a smile, Drogo let out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling that his unfaithful secret was preserved. Daenerys chose a decent inn, planning to stay the night. In this mixed crowd, it was likely that unwelcome guests were lurking, and Drogo was reluctant to linger, yet he could not refuse his weary wife's wishes. Although his spouse was beside him, his thoughts lingered on the face of the shadowy figure, the Clies. 3 guards brandishing curved blades stood vigilant in the narrow corridor, their eyes wide open to catch any sound. This was their duty. Meanwhile, Snowball seemed more carefree, frolicking under its master's bed before growing bored and climbing to the rooftop via the balcony's pillar. The blood moon was particularly round and bright tonight, casting a gentle silver glow over every corner of the sky. Snowball appeared fascinated by the blood moon, gazing up and capturing the bright orb in its eyes, occasionally releasing an excited howl, a whoa. This sudden cry did not startle many, as the inn was tucked away in a secluded corner and most patrons were engrossed in their nightly pursuits. After all, Banner Island harbored many young women reluctant to toil. While those with overwhelming desires were lost in their thoughts, one figure lurked in the shadows, the Khalees. Like a ghost, she lightly ascended to the rooftop of Drogo's residence, silently approaching Snowball. After Drogo had removed her mask, she opted for a black silk scarf to cover her face, revealing her pale legs adorned with 2 rows of bite marks, the result of her restless night seeking the White Lion. She drew a glinting dagger from her waist, and just as she was about to strike Snowball, a timely gust of wind swept past, lifting the Khalees' garments and accentuating her exquisite figure. Little did she know, this wind had just saved the White Lion's life. Sensing the faint scent of her perfume, Snowball suddenly turned and lunged at her with claws bared. Startled, the Khalees quickly swung her dagger to slash at its claws, which only ignited Snowball's ferocity. It lunged forward, biting down on the blade's sharp tip. The warm, metallic scent filled the air, frightening the Khalees into utilizing her secret arts, abandoning the dagger and vanishing from sight, believing in the concealing effects of her arcane arts. The lizard folk did not flee but instead concealed herself in the shade of a sandalwood tree surrounding the inn, keenly observing Snowball and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Snowball gazed about, his attention soon fixating on the location of the shadow binder, his snarls echoing with fervor. The lizard folk trembled, acutely aware that the White Lion had discerned her presence. The distance from the sandalwood to the rooftop was considerable, and though the White Lion could not leap to her perch, a sense of dread washed over her as she noticed a fissure opening in the bloodstain upon the beast's brow, revealing a gradually clarifying crimson vertical eye. She was confident that an ordinary person, even if lying beside her, would likely remain oblivious to her presence, for she had melded seamlessly with the shadows. Yet she could see her own distinct silhouette reflected in the beast's vertical eye. Chapter 57. The Golden Sphere of Words as Precious as Gold. The lizard folk had once believed she had fathomed the depths of Zorge, even offering insights into his life through divine revelations, but her certainty wavered. For that creature's beast companion was an enigmatic presence that instilled fear within her, a blood eye capable of penetrating shadows. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, compelling the lizard folk to avert her gaze from Snowball. The convergence of their eyes left her feeling dizzy, as if her very soul might be drawn away. Just as her resolve to retreat began to take root, a sharp arrow whizzed past her ear, embedding itself deeply into the tree trunk. The witch's spirit flared, and she swiftly descended the sandalwood tree like a nimble raccoon, darting into the moonlit expanse toward the densely built area. That arrow had been loosed by Zorge, who, peering through the wide-open window, observed the trembling branches of the sandalwood tree and assumed it was a remorseful guest sent by Quarrels, prompting him to knock his bow and release a deadly shot. The lizard folk, trembling in fear, inadvertently revealed her position, and Zorge, relying solely on the quivering branches, misfired. As she hurried toward the shadows, her attire ill-concealing her identity, she secretly rejoiced at the witch's narrow escape, while Zorge laughed heartily, teasing her. Ha ha ha, witch. You are always welcome to come and meet your demise. The witch turned back, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as she glared at him, quickening her pace. The lizard folk misconstrued the Horse King's words as a warning, unaware that she had misjudged Zorge. His seemingly disdainful remarks were intended to both see her again and to prevent his wife from harboring suspicions. Indeed, Dany did not detect the underlying nuances and instead grew increasingly anxious for her safety. With a tremor in her voice, she asked, "My lord, you call her a witch. Who is that person?" Zorge, feeling somewhat guilty about the witch's shamelessness in donning that sheer, fiery red garment, stammered in response, That is a member of Quarrel's assassin guild, the infamous remorseful guest, capable of cloaking herself in shadows. What else could she be but a witch? Consumed by fear, Dany failed to focus on the lizard folk's attire, expressing her lingering trepidation. The remorseful guest will not relent until she claims a life. This island is far too perilous. We must depart at once. Glancing at the sky, Zorge estimated it was now around 4 in the morning, and he nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well." The resounding crack of the snowball was thunderous, and Cal had long anticipated its presence atop the roof. "Snowball, come down," he commanded. Upon hearing this, the once ferocious eyes of the creature gradually regained their clarity. As its aggression subsided, the vertical eye on its forehead slowly closed, obscured by matted fur stained with blood. The white lion, now resembling a docile cat, gracefully descended along the pillar and scampered towards its awaiting master, shaking its head and swishing its tail. It was evident that Snowball had just been in a standoff with the fierce lizard. Drogo pondered how it had detected the witch concealed within the shadows. Was it through sight or scent? Unfortunately, he was not fluent in the language of beasts, and any inquiries would be futile, so he decided to let the matter rest. The group, disregarding the innkeeper's questions, hastily dropped a handful of coins that brought a smile to his face and hurried towards the dock. In unfamiliar territory, they were fortunate to have someone to see them off. The short, frightened man who had been scared away by a go was lurking behind a sea banana tree near the dock, watching them intently as they merged with the distant fleet. Once back aboard the Dragon's Leap, Lecaro proposed, "Our bloodline is powerful enough to engulf Banner Island. Why not surround the isle, seize all vessels, and dispatch Carassa for a thorough search to unearth that elusive, remorseful guest?" Drogo was taken aback by this suggestion, feeling a surge of admiration for the wisdom of the Blood Alliance's warriors, and he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Our objective is the lair of the remorseful guest. There is no need to expend effort on a mere shadowy figure." Lecaro longed to argue that searching a small island would be effortless and would allow the cavalry to unwind, but since Khal, with his weighty authority, had deemed it unnecessary, there was little else to be done. Grey Worm commanded that a chest of gleaming coins, circulated within the kingdom of Course, be brought forth and presented to the sovereign, revealing their source. Drogo waved his hand dismissively, instructing that it be taken to the ship's hold. After casting a contemplative glance towards Banner Island, he then instructed Grey Worm and the Blood Alliance warriors, "Signal the order for the entire fleet to set sail and increase our speed towards Course." "Yes, our bloodline," they replied. "Yes, your majesty." The commanders received the order, and the horn sounded, heralding their departure. The clarion call of the horn pierced the air, harmonizing with the rhythmic splashes of wooden oars against the sea, as each ship echoed the commands, accompanied by the startled cries of seagulls, not to mention the shrieks of the dragon that preyed upon them. It was this cacophony that awakened the majority of the inhabitants of Banner Island, revealing their proximity to the fearsome Free Bay fleet, which had been the subject of widespread terror. The dragon was a marvel, and many intrepid souls disregarded their safety, rushing to the dock to gaze upwards, deepening their sense of awe. Even before the Free Bay fleet drew near, the sentinels atop the island's watchtower had already taken notice. To prevent panic, the overseer of Banner Island chose discretion over alarm, retrieving a chest of coins from the treasury and sending it forth. He silently prayed, hoping that the fearsome figures led by Zhuge and Khal, known for their ruthlessness and for leaving barren land in their wake, would soon depart. 10 days later, the grand trading port of the radiant city of Course came into view. Quail stands as one of the largest ports in the world. However, as the fleet led by Drogo approaches, the once vibrant scene of trade, characterized by a colorful canopy and bustling crowds, has transformed into an atmosphere of desolation. The air is no longer infused with the sense of salt, fried fish, and honeyed fragrances, but instead is saturated with the acrid odor of tar. The docks, once filled with merchants and buyers, are now occupied by soldiers clad in gilded armor, armed with bows, spears, and swords, marching in orderly formations of hundreds. Not only on land, but a colossal fleet, rivaling that of Free Bay, looms on the water, with ships closely arrayed and stone throwers and archers dressed in cold, gilded armor. It is evident that both the land and sea forces belong to the same legion, without the need for an introduction from someone well-versed in the great trading city-states. Drogo recognizes the military banner adorned with golden skulls, signifying that the formidable force seeking to thwart his advance is none other than the illustrious Golden Company. The Golden Company is the largest, most renowned, and most expensive mercenary group of the free trade city-states, composed of exiles and descendants of noble lineage. Despite the notorious reputation of mercenaries for their fickleness, the Golden Company prides itself on its unwavering honor. Their motto, "Words are like gold," signifies a commitment to integrity that surpasses even the value of gold itself. In this regard, they stand in stark contrast to the infamous Sons of the Harpy. Drogo would much prefer to encounter the disreputable Sons of the Harpy than this iron-willed legion that holds honor in the highest esteem. The founder of the Golden Company, a noble figure, is the legitimized bastard of the mediocre King Aegon IV, known as the Cold Iron Aegon Rivers. However, as time has passed, and after several internal upheavals, the less pure-blooded descendants of Cold Iron have long since withdrawn from the power struggles of the Golden Company. Daenerys' elder brother, Viserys Targaryen, once hosted a banquet for the commander of the Golden Company, hoping to persuade them to aid him in reclaiming the Iron Throne. Yet, after enjoying the feast and hearing Viserys' plea, they mocked him, considering him merely the beggar prince. Drogo might dismiss other mercenary groups, but facing the formidable Golden Company, boasting 30,000 warriors, most of whom are skilled cavalry, infantry, and archers, equipped with horses and elephants, he feels a measure of trepidation. Drogo and the current commander of the Golden Company, Harys Trelawney, had once crossed paths when he led 30,000 khalasar to plunder the neighboring kingdom of Oberyn. However, Harys's emergence thwarted his plans. It was not that khalasar feared the Golden Company, but rather that Harys Trelawney, who was on the verge of sealing a contract with the Oberyn royalty, voluntarily abandoned the endeavor, persuading the Oberyn monarch to part with numerous valuable treasures, along with 10 royal maidens, thus allowing a satisfied Drogo to depart. Drogo found Harys to be quite astute, leaving him with a favorable impression. Ordinarily, one would expect that with such a large-scale mobilization, the commander would accompany the troops and command from a prominent position. Nevertheless, after scanning the area intently for a moment, he could not discern Harys's presence. Instead, an imposing elder riding a white elephant at the forefront of a golden fleet captured his gaze. The elephant-riding elder was adorned in armor embossed with the three-headed dragon emblem of House Targaryen, distinguished by his unique black armor and crimson cloak. Although there was a slight distance between them, Drogo could discern his features, a face etched with wrinkles yet resolute, crowned with unruly grayish-red hair. Beside the elder stood a striking young man, equipped with a sword and dagger. His gaunt face was sharply defined, and his violet-hued eyes mirrored those of Daenerys. A necklace of 3 enormous square rubies strung with black iron adorned his throat, while a black cloak edged in blood-red satin concealed his hair color, leaving Drogo uncertain of his origins. Upon seeing the familiar family crest and the young man's visage reminiscent of his brother, Daenerys' breath quickened. Chapter 58. The Griffin Reborn. The shadow of the dragon as dusk approached, the sun's slanting rays, gradually swallowed by the western mountains, bathed the warships in a soft golden hue, illuminating the rippling sea surface with a radiance too brilliant to behold. Yet, this spectacle would soon be devoured by a shrouding veil of darkness. The vigilant eyes of Drogo's faction remained fixed on the mercenaries clad in resplendent, gilded armor, while the Golden Company, led by the elephant rider, chose to disregard the invincible Khal, their gazes splitting towards 3 focal points: the dragon atop the mast, the silver-haired and beautiful dragon queen, and the heavily armored giant, Roman. These 3 subjects, Daenerys, the last pureblood descendant of the Targaryen dynasty, the dragon, a near-divine creature thought extinct for over a century, and the giant, a rare species, miraculous to mortals, held the attention of all. Drogo mused that since the Golden Company, known for their unyielding honor, had sailed from the ancient free city of Volantis, they must have forged a pact of alliance with the nobility of Qarth. The serpentine trade docks were excessively lengthy, and even as he entered their bounds, he could not glimpse the legendary city adorned with golden jewels, a city proclaimed as the center of the world. The only means to breach this great metropolis was to vanquish the golden-armored men under the banner of the towering Golden Army. The Golden Company never broke their oaths. Drogo sensed that battle was inevitable, yet he yearned to inquire of the homeless man, who could assess the situation, whether both sides were indeed destined for a conflict of life and death. Should words falter, there would be nothing left to say but to engage in combat. Khal inhaled deeply, his chest heaving, and then released a resonant call. "Let your commander, the homeless man Harriston, come forth to meet me." The elder on the white elephant responded loudly. "I am John Clinton, once the honorable right hand of the black-hearted Mistoyne, Count of Griffin's Nest, and the hand of the Targaryen dynasty." As he spoke, he pointed skyward towards the golden skull atop the flagpole, continuing to shout, "Those who do not share the same path shall not conspire. The cowardly homeless man tarnishes the glory of the golden warriors, and his skull has been adorned with molten gold to embellish the battle standard. Henceforth, I shall assume command of the Golden Company." In response to the grand introduction of Clinton, Drogo felt a moment of surprise, suddenly realizing that his premature departure from the Free Cities had diverged from the timeline of the Game of Thrones. Yet, he comprehended that all of this stemmed from his rebirth, which had disrupted the destinies of those around him, rendering their futures obscured to him. John Clinton, the former Hand of the King, was a figure of considerable renown. However, his prolonged absence had rendered his existence somewhat nebulous to many of the younger generation. Nevertheless, Daenerys was not among them, for she was the daughter of the Mad King, and her elder brother Viserys had mentioned the exiled prime minister on numerous occasions in her presence. It was a rare encounter with a loyal minister who had served her elder brother and sworn allegiance to her father, which would have previously excited the mother of dragons at the mere sight of a Westerosi. At this moment, however, her exhilaration was palpable, her countenance betraying her delight as she murmured, "The King's Prime Minister, my brother Rhaegar's closest friend, Lord Clinton of Griffin's Roost." Drogo, unfamiliar with John Clinton's visage, nevertheless knew of his past through the annals of the tale. John Clinton was the Lord of Griffin's Roost, who had once served as the squire to Prince Rhaegar Targaryen in King's Landing, forging a profound friendship with him. Many rumors circulated that he had fallen in love with Rhaegar, referring to him in an exceedingly distasteful manner as the Silver Prince. Years prior, under Rhaegar's recommendation, Clinton was appointed Hand of the King by Daenerys' father, Aerys II Targaryen, due to his unwavering loyalty to the crown and his prowess as a warrior. For the Mad King required someone capable of rivaling the rebellious spirit of Robert Baratheon, who was poised to ignite the flames of rebellion. After Robert instigated the War of the Usurper, Clinton had estimated Robert's hiding place within the town of Stonehall in the Riverlands. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to burn down the entire town to flush out the usurper, leading to the arrival of Robert's allied forces, commanded by Eddard Stark of the North, who soon besieged Clinton and his troops in Stonehall, thus commencing the Battle of Bells. Following a fierce confrontation, John Clinton narrowly escaped death at Robert's hands, thanks to the protection of his loyal followers. The eccentric Aerys II, believing Clinton to be responsible for this defeat, stripped him of his titles and lands, exiling him in the process. During his time in exile, Clinton joined the Golden Company and served for several years. Throughout his service, Clinton, with his seasoned political acumen, ascended to the position of honored right hand under the former leader of the Golden Company, the infamous Blackheart Mysterion. In a desperate bid for power, the cunning Varys and Pentoshi governor Illyrio Mopatis easily enlisted Clinton, who harbored a secret affection for Rhaegar, to bolster their plans for the purported heir, Aegon VI. To mask their true intentions and conceal his real goals, Varys fabricated a false narrative, utilizing his little birds, children he had adopted and trained as spies, to spread rumors that Clinton had been exiled for theft from the Golden Company and had succumbed to despair through alcoholism. After the news of Clinton's demise was believed by many, he, under the arrangements of Varys and Illyrio, assumed the alias of Griff, dyed his auburn hair a striking blue, and adopted the child of Rhaegar Targaryen, whom the world presumed had perished at the hands of the fierce Ser Gregor Clegane during the fall of King's Landing. They conspired to invade and conquer Westeros, intending to place the child upon the Iron Throne. Drogon observed Clinton's hair, now blue, and perceived that he no longer wished to conceal his ambitions for restoration. If his deductions were correct, the young man with blue eyes at the side of the exiled prime minister was indeed the so-called Aegon VI. As for Clinton's ability to command the mightiest mercenary company, Khal did not find it particularly surprising. With the assistance of Varys and Illyrio Mopatis, alongside Clinton's previous position as the former commander's right-hand man, toppling the homeless was not a formidable challenge. Having discerned the true identity of the Golden Company's leader, Khal surmised their intentions were likely aligned with his own. Clinton and his clandestine puppeteers had likely heard of Queen Daenerys Targaryen's dragons hatching, thus seeking to ally with her to bolster their forces for a Western campaign. In Khal's contemplation, Daenerys represented boundless potential for Clinton, pivotal to Aegon VI's ascendance to the Iron Throne, making it improbable for him to harm her. She now possessed 3 dragons and allies, no longer the submissive beggar princess of yore. As anticipated, Clinton extended an invitation. Esteemed Queen Daenerys Targaryen, might I request a private audience with you? I have pressing matters to discuss. Fearing Daenerys might decline, Clinton, with the assistance of his guards, dismounted his white elephant, knelt on one knee to show respect, and added vocally, "It pertains to your brother, Prince Rhaegar. I hope the Dragon Queen will not refuse. Khal implores your understanding." Upon hearing her brother's name, Daenerys could hardly contain her eagerness, her voice laced with urgency as she implored, "Husband, it concerns my brother. I wish to hear his counsel. I hope you can grant my request." She initially presumed her husband would refuse, yet Drogon readily acquiesced. "Go, my moon. But the location of the meeting shall be determined by me, and you must bring the Blood Riders and Snowball." In Daenerys' mind, the White Lion was merely a swift pet. She speculated that perhaps Drogon desired to add grandeur to the meeting by insisting she bring Snowball. Overall, she had no objections to these requests, though the other party might not feel the same. However, her worries proved unfounded. When Missandei articulated Drogon's stipulations in flawless Valyrian, Clinton did not deliberate long before agreeing. To ensure balance, Daenerys permitted him to bring some guards, yet Clinton chose only to accompany the blue-eyed youth at his side. Under Drogon's directive, the smallest warship was cleared to gently carry Daenerys towards the central waters where the 2 opposing fleets faced off. Clinton, unencumbered, boarded a spare small boat, took up the oars himself, and rowed towards the focal point alongside the young man with blue eyes. Regarding the true identity of Aegon VI, Khal, following the hints within the narrative, harbors numerous ambiguous speculations. Dargo contemplates the possibility that young Aegon may indeed be the offspring of Rhaegar and the Dornish princess. Given the cunning intelligence of Varys, with his formidable skills in disguise and identity manipulation, it would not be an arduous task to fabricate or locate an infant with silver gold hair and violet blue eyes to replace the genuine Aegon prince in death. Another possibility is that young Aegon is the biological son of the governor of Pentos, as only a close relative would warrant such extensive efforts to pave a path for him. Aegon's Valyrian heritage may stem from his mother, though one cannot discount the potentiality of him being a descendant of the Blackfyre branch of House Targaryen. Lastly, it is conceivable that young Aegon is merely a counterfeit possessing Targaryen characteristics, sourced from an unknown origin, serving as a puppet to deceive the world. Entirely unconnected to the Targaryen lineage, the elusive architects behind the ambiguous Aegon VI are none other than the Spider and Illyrio, allies who have labored diligently to ascend to positions of power, akin to grasshoppers on the same string. They covertly and overtly support the restoration of House Targaryen. Yet it is possible that their true desire is the Iron Throne itself, intending to exploit the Targaryen bloodline to ascend to the seat of the realm's protector. With young Aegon as their Fade, Dargo surmises that Illyrio's initial sheltering of the Targaryen siblings, followed by selling Daenerys back to himself, was driven by the dual motives of substantial profit and winning the favor of Viserys. Should Viserys gain power, Illyrio would undoubtedly rally behind him. But the greedy Pentoshi governor's ambitions did not align with reality, leading to Dargo placing a scorching crown upon the temperamental brother of Daenerys. As for the avaricious governor of Pentos offering dragon eggs as a wedding gift, it reflected his futile attempts to hatch dragons, leading him to believe that no one could accomplish such a feat, thus regarding them merely as three beautiful stones. However, Daenerys achieved the miraculous, successfully hatching dragons, prompting Illyrio to urge Clinton to bring young Aegon forth for recognition or courtship. Khal muses that if Clinton seeks to pledge loyalty to Daenerys, they may spare his life. However, if his intent is to incite Daenerys to eliminate him and conspire with young Aegon to seize the Iron Throne, then their existence would be rendered unnecessary. Dargo delves into his memories of Aegon VI within the Ice and Fire narrative, uncovering another point of contention. He recalls a vision seen by Daenerys in the House of the Undying, where a crowd encircled a flagpole adorned with the banner of the Liebringer. Dargo deduces that the Liebringer likely refers to young Aegon, while the lyre remains ambiguous, but is undoubtedly connected to him, possibly implicating Illyrio and Varys. Reflecting upon his recent experiences, Dargo recognizes a practical dilemma. Every individual he has encountered, drawn from the realm of ice and fire, aligns with the narratives and portrayals within the texts and adaptations. However, upon meeting them, their futures diverge from the fated trajectories he once understood. Thus, it is this straightforward agreement of KO with Daenerys to meet that stems from his desire to unravel certain unclear inquiries through the communion with Snowball. Adhering to the words of Clinton and the blue-eyed youth, Drogo commanded the Unsullied to bring forth the pure golden throne crafted by the artisans of Meereen. Adjusting its position to face the center of the small vessel, and he reclined against the backrest, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Chapter 59. The torrent of dragonfire reveals truths and falsehoods within the confines of the narrow cabin. 10 aromatic candles flickered upon a sandalwood table, filling the air with a fragrant ambience while illuminating the surrounding darkness. Adorning the queen's fingers, the gems on her belt and diadem shimmered with enchanting brilliance in the dancing candlelight. Vanity is a woman's nature, and for a queen, it is even more pronounced. Should she desire it, even the stars, though Drogo could not pluck them from the heavens, would remain etched in his heart, in his mind. The coveted dragon was but a mere trinket to possess. It was Daenerys who represented true love. The mother of dragons awaited eagerly, listening intently to the increasingly distinct sound of boots upon the floor, her legs gently pressing against the ebony chair, her hands clasped over her abdomen, trembling slightly in excitement. In Daenerys' heart, her elder brother Rhaegar, who had met his demise at the hands of Robert Baratheon by the Trident, was her hero. Though he fell far short of the true heroism, she chose to overlook the disparaging remarks and sought to cherish the scant glories he had left behind. She understood the reason for her self-deception. Her yearning for familial bonds was profound. Compared to her tyrannical father and elder brother, she found herself drawn to the allure of the legendary Rhaegar. Aegon, Rhaegar, and Yora stood resolutely behind her, clutching their curved swords, half in light and half in shadow. Their watchful eyes surveying the front, loyal, protective, and obedient. That was their duty. Snowball, in an unusual display, sat quietly, rolling its eyes. The three bloodbound warriors had witnessed the creature's lethargy before, Yet the doctors in Krotsny and Malboros, who remained in the free cities, had provided no explanations. As a potent aroma wafted into the cabin, John Clinton, clad in black armor, entered with a measure of deference, subtly leading the blue-eyed youth behind him. The exiled Prime Minister's beard was meticulously groomed, and his wrinkled visage was adorned with powder, rendering him strikingly flamboyant. This evoked unabashed disdain among the Dothraki warriors, their faces contorted with profound disgust. Had it not been for his keen eyesight, which revealed the dark specks dotting Clinton's chin, Daenerys might have mistaken him for a eunuch. The boy's youthful, gaunt face bore an unsettling smile, framed by a black cloak edged with crimson satin that concealed all but his visage. Noticing the fabric at his side sagging, Daenerys pondered whether he was grasping it to conceal something. The young man strode forward, head held high, casting a curious gaze upon the silver-haired queen, embodying an air of arrogance. He looked at Daenerys, who in turn scrutinized the familiar stranger of her own age, silently exclaiming, "Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to Viserys." Clinton cast a glance over the Blood Alliance guards behind Dany, and as his gaze fell upon the white lion with rolling eyes, seemingly disdainful of him, his expression momentarily faltered. He then mustered a gentle smile to face the Mother of Dragons, gradually approaching the edge of the mahogany table, bowing respectfully and altering his previous address. "Your Highness, I apologize for my tardiness. You have suffered over these years." The words of the former hand of the king, the Earl of Griffin's Roost, stirred within Dany dreams long imagined yet never realized, a thrill belonging to a true princess of the realm. With Drogon's companionship and protection, she felt no pain. However, this greeting recalled her past life of exile, causing her heart to ache, and tears nearly spilled, but she restrained herself. The humility exhibited by the commander of the Golden Company led Dany to believe he acknowledged her, and under the sway of her emotions, she spoke disparagingly of the Mad King she had never met. "Lord Clinton, I am but a young woman, unfamiliar with the ways of rule. Yet I have heard of my father's actions, and I apologize on his behalf." Clinton appeared deeply moved. "Your Highness, your magnanimity humbles this sinner." This ship belonged to Dany, and she felt it her duty to extend her hospitality. Reaching out with her delicate, fair hand, she gestured, "Please, take a seat." Once Clinton settled, albeit somewhat awkwardly, and the youth boldly sat down, Dany eagerly inquired, "Might I ask what important matters you wish to discuss regarding my brother?" In her mind, given the current standoff, she and Clinton shared a history, yet were not intimately acquainted. Thus, it was prudent to dispense with unnecessary formalities and be direct. Clinton maintained a reassuring smile towards Dany and raised his hands towards the youth. "Your Highness, allow me to first introduce the purpose of this meeting." The Mother of Dragons, now a married woman, had long perceived the youth's inappropriate intentions towards her, yet his resemblance to her second brother dissuaded her from reproach, instead igniting a sense of anticipation. "Very well." Hearing her acquiescence, Clinton, with a hint of fondness and pride, introduced, "Your Highness, this is Aegon Targaryen, the child of your brother Rhaegar, the sixth of his name, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the first men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms." At this revelation, Dany sprang from her seat, her face pale with shock. "What? My brother's child? Was he not cruelly slain by the dog of Tywin Lannister, Gregor Clegane? Crushed against the wall? How could he possibly still be alive?" The youth, suppressing the glimmer of mischief in his eyes, stood and slightly bowed, placing a hand against his chest in a formal greeting. "Good evening, Aunt. I am indeed your nephew, son of Rhaegar and Princess Elia of Dorne, the resurrected Aegon, the one who was crushed by the mountain, the sixth of his name, usurped by Robert Baratheon. Yet I am merely a fortunate child who has been brought forth to die for the true prince." His arrogance and cold demeanor slightly displeased Dany, but the possibility of him being her nephew filled her heart with overwhelming surprise. Little Aegon's words could be fabricated by any clever individual. Clinton quickly interjected, stating that over the years, they had traversed a considerable distance to ensure that Prince Aegon remained undiscovered. "Upon learning of your ascension as the Mother of Dragons, we have cleansed his once blue hair, and the moment has arrived to reveal his true identity. Perhaps you doubt this. Behold the hidden true dragon within him." As he finished speaking, the youth deftly lowered his hood, unveiling a cascade of silvery golden hair that distinctly showcased the Targaryen royal lineage. He then shed his robe, revealing an extraordinarily resplendent suit of icy armor, a favorite attire of the renowned beauty Rhaegar. Captivated by his likeness, Dany, trembling, approached and grasped Aegon's arm, her gaze fixed upon his face as she instinctively inquired, "Does my brother Rhaegar resemble him?" Clinton's eyes shimmered with a dreamy daze as he murmured, "Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance." Upon hearing this, Dany's eyes brimmed with tears of joy, weeping for the kin she believed she had lost. Her lips quivered, yearning to articulate her thoughts, yet overwhelmed with emotion, she found herself momentarily speechless. Noticing her heightened spirits, Clinton discreetly blinked at the equally entranced Aegon, who was unabashedly inhaling Dany's fragrance. Understanding the unspoken cue, Aegon gazed fervently at the pure-hearted Dany and seized the moment to express his intentions. "Aunt, you are breathtaking. I desire a dragon and wish to possess the purest Targaryen bloodline." The astute mother of dragons discerned his underlying motives, and her excitement over the sudden familial encounter swiftly crumbled, as if struck by lightning. She released Aegon and hastily retreated to the Bloodrider's position, her eyes rolling in frustration. The furious roar of the snowball echoed in the air. Roar. Even the Bloodriders, who could not comprehend Valyrian, emanated a palpable aura of menace, glaring at Aegon with hostility. Poised to execute his head at a mere command from Daenerys. The atmosphere grew tense, yet Aegon remained undeterred, boldly proclaiming, "Aunt, we are the last true dragons in existence. Our union could restore the glory of the true dragon dynasty. Consider this. I command the entire Golden Company, while you possess 3 dragons, along with countless unsullied and cavalry. Together, what force could withstand us? The Iron Throne shall soon be ours." The Targaryens, known for preserving their pure bloodlines, have historically engaged in close kin marriages, 3 centuries prior. King Aegon wed his 2 sisters. Dany was well aware of this tradition, and before marrying Drogo, she had envisioned her husband as her older brother Viserys, having long perceived the beggar prince's desires for her. Nevertheless, the prospect of marrying her own nephew was utterly unthinkable to her at this moment. Incensed by her nephew's brazen demeanor, Dany rebuked him loudly. "I am the wife of Khal Drogo. The dragons heed only the commands of my husband and me. The unsullied and cavalry belong to my husband. I cannot offer you anything. Should you wish to join us with the Golden Company, you are most welcome. Otherwise, there is nothing more to discuss." Clinton, adhering to the perspective of young Aegon, disregarding the precarious situation, earnestly elucidated the stakes. "Your Highness, Daenerys, Khal Drogo is merely a barbarian chieftain of the vast grasslands, while you possess the true blood of the dragon. Only Prince Aegon, who stands before you in the line of succession to the Iron Throne, is worthy of your stature. Listen to me. Abandon that warlord who has made enemies on all sides. Take up the dragon of Prince Aegon, and join us in our western campaign." He paused, placing a hand upon the Targaryen sigil on his chest, and continued from his position. "Drogo's atrocities have incited the ire of the nobles from New Guise, Pintos, and even Volantis. Soon, they will march with legions, riding their great gray beasts to vanquish him, and the Jackaro from the Dothraki sea will fight alongside them. That barbarian lacks the military strength to withstand such an onslaught. His defeat is all but assured. Thus, you must leave him and unite with us. Once we land in Westeros and raise the black and red banner of the 3-headed dragon, the Martells of Dorne, the Tyrells of Highgarden, and countless others will flock to our cause. At that moment, Prince Aegon will ascend the throne, and you shall stand beside him to rule the 7 kingdoms. I trust that vision is one you ardently desire." Seeing Daenerys' face fall and her breath quicken, the shameless young Aegon interjected, believing her emotions had been stirred. "Aunt, Clinton speaks the truth. We shall ride forth on dragons, and not only Westeros, but the entire world shall be ours." He then purposefully altered his address, speaking with an undue levity. "Grant my request, beautiful Daenerys. A dragon has 3 heads and requires 3 riders. I do not mind your association with the smell of horses. Let us add another child, riding our dragon, making all the powers of the world tremble beneath our feet." Daenerys found her nephew's fancifulness and shamelessness even more outrageous than that of her brother. Unable to restrain herself, she spat and coldly warned, "Refrain from your nauseating fantasies. Should you fail to temper your words, you shall incur the wrath of my husband. Know this, I will conquer Westeros upon a dragon, yet I shall not forsake Drogo. He stands as a pillar of strength, and the threats you speak of are beneath his notice. He is my sun and stars, and in my heart, no man shines brighter than my sun and stars." Just as young Aegon opened his mouth to reply, Clinton raised a hand to stop him, hinting at a threat. "The Lord of Qohor has provided us with ships, allowing us to evade the covetous gaze of the Triarchs of Volantis. Thus, we owe them protection. This is not about profit, but about integrity. The rightful queen of the 7 kingdoms should be Daenerys Targaryen. Though the motto of the Golden Company is words are like gold, I now lead the Golden Company, and thus the choice is yours, your Highness. You seem distressed, and I shall await your favorable news before dawn." With that, Clinton took young Aegon and led him out of the ship's hold. Aegon coldly observed their retreating figures and suggested, "Daenerys, would you have me take the head of that infuriating man?" Daenerys, her voice tinged with sorrow, declined his loyalty. "No need. Let us return." Upon the golden throne of the Dragon's Leap, Drogo, suppressing a roll of his eyes, manifested a palpable aura of menace and spoke in a low, grave tone. "How dare you offend Daenerys and sow discord between us? You are all as good as dead. And to the fools of New Giscari and Volantis, should you dare to encroach upon us, your entire army shall be obliterated." Once Daenerys boarded the ship, Drogo, aware of the proceedings, consoled her and feigned inquiry into her sorrow and the details of their meeting. Daenerys, returning to her vulnerable guise of a frightened girl, collapsed into Drogo's broad embrace, shedding tears of grievance. Following this encounter, she sensed that a conflict between their factions was inevitable and, fearing her husband's wrath might lead him to kill her disfavored nephew, she deliberately withheld certain details. To her astonishment, Drogo, rather than erupting in fury, commanded an assault on the golden vessels. Instead, he instructed Missandei to proclaim loudly for young Aegon to come forth the next day, demanding a satisfactory response. In a state of frantic disarray, Daenerys implored, "Drogo, they wish to kill you. You cannot yield to them on my account." With an enigmatic smile, Drogo replied, "I know my limits. The son of Rhaegar endures the biting cold and lives on. Since that fellow claims to be the true dragon's heir, surely he can withstand the test." Daenerys, well acquainted with her husband's disposition, uneasily inquired, "What test?" Khal Drogo chuckled, "You shall find out tomorrow." To dispel the shadows clouding his wife's heart, he resolved to set aside his domineering nature and allow her to feel like a conqueror for the night. A satisfactory response seemed to indicate that the barbarian was indeed under his wife's influence. John Clinton mused silently, removing his armor and placing it on the bed's bench. Shedding the glove from his right hand, his middle fingernail appeared as dark as dragonstone, with the gray creeping perilously close to his second knuckle, and his ring finger's tip had begun to darken as well. When he pressed the tip of a dagger against it, he felt no pain. Death was inevitable. Yet he felt he still had time, as some stone men afflicted with grayscale had survived for nearly a decade after being banished to the ruins of Valyria. Such a span was ample for him to traverse the sea once more and behold the nest of the griffin, to permanently eradicate the usurper's lineage and place Rhaegar's son upon the Iron Throne. Thus, he would die with honor, and die in his rightful place. The following day, the indomitable Khal, invigorated yet bearing the weariness of Daenerys beside him, stood upon the deck to greet an exuberant young Aegon and Clinton, who led a contingent of mercenaries aboard the Dragon's Leap, which was equipped with 200 oars. Drogo left his wife behind and strode eagerly toward young Aegon, arms outstretched, enveloping the so-called true dragon heir in a bone-crushing embrace. Clinton perceived this as a gesture of goodwill and made no attempt to intervene. Just as young Aegon felt the imposing Khal's grip tightening painfully, ready to unleash a torrent of invective, Drogo adjusted his head and bestowed upon him a chilling, sinister smile. He then looked skyward, calling out to the dragons circling above, "Drag on fire." In unison, Clinton and Daenerys cried out in terror, "No!" Boom! A spiral inferno of red and black flames cascaded upon the entwined duo. The resonant voice of Drogo emerged from the blaze. A true dragon fears not the searing embrace of fire. It was only at that moment, with her heart nearly lodged in her throat, that Dany comprehended the nature of the trial her husband had spoken of.